The criminal Qin Shao, who sold private salt and seriously injured officials, is guilty of death. But considering that your father died for the country and made great contributions, I will spare your life and enlist you in the criminal army. Don't blame me. Who made you offend the third prince? Dingyuan City is where you will be buried. Haha, this kid is dead. Dingyuan City borders the Xiongnu tribe, and not far away is the Wanyao mountain range. It won't be long before he is buried in the belly of the monster. In a trance, many fragments of memory emerged in Qin Zhao's mind. Qin Shao sat up suddenly from the straw mat. His face was pale, his forehead was covered with cold sweat, and he was breathing heavily. Looking around, there were dozens of people lying in the dim and narrow space, and the smell of foot odor and sweat mixed with humid air entered Qin Zhao's nasal cavity. Everyone wore a gray rag with the word Qing printed on it, and their hair was disheveled. There were more or less scratches on their bodies, and the wounds were thick. This is the prisoner army camp. It's worse than the prisoners in the prison. Qin Shao really hopes that this is just a dream, but it is true after all. 3 years ago, just after crossing over, his father died in battle. The government of Daiyan compensated him with 100 low-grade black jades and the military boxing techniques left by his father. Enough for Qin Shao to live a worry-free life for the rest of his life. But unfortunately, this is a world of extraordinary martial arts. Who would be willing to be an ordinary person for a lifetime if they can practice martial arts? Of course, every step of practice requires a huge amount of materials. 100 low-grade black jades are not even enough for him to become a formal martial artist. In order to practice, Qin Shao chose to make refined salt and sell it for huge profits to support his own practice. In 3 years, he established a business and organized a guild. His business territory expanded step by step. His power gradually grew, and his own practice successfully advanced to the level of martial artist. It was very fast. However, he was favored by the royal merchants under the third prince because of this. When they failed to force him to buy or sell, they directly convicted him. Qin Shao originally wanted to rely on the forces he cultivated in secret to fight back a little, at least to buy some time to escape. However, hundreds of carefully cultivated death warriors under his command were instantly killed by a great martial arts master. He was also abandoned and exiled to the prisoner camp in Dingyuan City on the northern border of the Great Yin Dynasty. This place borders the Xiongnu tribe and the Wanyao Mountains and is turbulent. It was the severe winter, and the Xiongnu were short of food and often plundered the border villages and towns of the Great Yin Dynasty. The Right Xian King even gathered 100,000 people and often knocked on the gate. The official soldiers guarding the city suffered heavy casualties. They had no choice but to deploy the prisoner army to serve as cannon fodder. Ordinary soldiers were still in danger, let alone the prisoner army used as cannon fodder. Staying here is no different from dying. As a person, how could Qin Shao too be willing to wait for death here? Although his martial arts skills were abolished, the military boxing techniques left by his father were still there. As long as there was a chance, Qin Shao would never give up. The moon was hanging high in the sky when everyone was sleeping soundly. Qin Shao had already quietly come to the yard and swung his boxing skills. Until the dawn. All of you come over here and stand up. A rough voice sounded in the distance. After a while, 500 prisoners were already standing on the square, including Qin Shao. Looking at the lazy prisoners in front of him, Fei Tao's face was fierce. Stand up straight. If you make me unhappy again, I will be cut off from food tomorrow. Fei Tao fiercely kicked the prisoners who made him look unhappy. He was a captain of the Black Tiger camp of the Dingyuan City official army, responsible for managing the prisoners and also a master of the great martial arts level. In an instant, all the prisoners straightened their backs. They knew that Fei Tao would definitely do what he said. In the eyes of the Great Yin Dynasty, the criminal army was just a group of criminals. They had no human rights at all, and no one cared if they died. They could only eat 2 meals a day, and they ate porridge that was as sticky as water, with some wild vegetables at most. Who knows, many people might die of hunger for a day. Seeing this, Fei Tao nodded with satisfaction and ordered people to tear open the straw mat beside him. Below were piles of various knives, guns, bows and arrows stained with dried blood, as well as tattered clothes of the Great Yin official army. What does this mean? Why did you suddenly give us weapons? Are we going to fight the Huns? I don't want to die yet. How blunt is this knife? And this bow? How can you shoot arrows with such a loose bowstring? The criminal army talked a lot, and almost everyone was scared. As we all know, Even if the official army of Dian at the same level fights against the Huns, it often takes 3 people to exchange for the life of 1 Hun. The Huns are famous for their strong fighting power. Only Qin Zhao's eyes reveal hope. According to the laws of Dian, as long as you kill 100 enemies, you can get rid of your status as a prisoner and join the official army of Dian. As long as you join the official army, you'll have a chance. Now, it depends on what weapons you can get. For all the prisoners, bows and arrows are undoubtedly the best weapons. Not to mention killing people, at least the death rate of archers is much lower than that of other arms. In addition, most of the Hun soldiers are at the level of warriors, and ordinary bows and arrows can also cause effective damage to them. So bows and arrows are the favorites of everyone. It seems that Fei Tao has already studied the thoughts of the prisoners, and he ordered loudly, "Everyone, line up and turn to receive weapons." In an instant, everyone is lined up, and Qin Shao is no exception. Those who received the broadswords had a disheartened expression, because it meant that they would have to serve as the front line of the defense or attack, and the mortality rate was terribly high. Those who received the spears breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that there were only 5 people in front, Qin Shao counted and thought that he should be assigned a bow and arrow. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But at this moment, a voice came to Qin Zhao's ears. "Boy, change positions with me, or I will kill you." Qin Shao looked back and saw a strong man who was a head taller than him, staring at him covetously. This man's name was Yang Jitsun, a notorious bully among the criminal army, and many people have been bullied by him. "Sir, this man wants to take my position." Qin Shao pointed at Yang Jitsun. If it were normal times, he might have endured it, but this was related to his own life, so he couldn't be careless. Fei Tao walked up to Yang Jitsun and slapped him fiercely. "Don't you understand what I said?" Yang Jitsun sat on the ground, covering his cheek with handprints, and shook his head repeatedly. "I dare not. Next time, I will kill you without mercy." Fei Tao had a gloomy face. If he hadn't received the news that the Huns would attack the city tomorrow, Yang Jitsun, who didn't obey orders, would have been killed long ago. After seeing Fei Tao leave, Yang Jitsun didn't dare to say anything more, but stared at Qin Zhao's back with a resentful look. "Boy, this is your bow and arrow. You're lucky. It can be used normally." The logistics soldier handed the bow and arrow to Qin Shao and took away 10 arrows together. Qin Shao looked at the bow and arrow handed over by the other party, and the corner of his mouth twitched. The dents where marks on the bow handle are fine. The string is as loose as a hemp rope, without any elasticity. It's hard to imagine whether this bow and arrow can shoot through the leather on the Huns. I must find a way to upgrade my bow and arrow. After everyone has received their weapons, Fei Tao loudly ordered, "Everyone rest on the city wall tonight to prevent the Huns from attacking at night." Yes, it was late at night. On the wall of Dingyuan City, a figure came to Qin Shao stealthily and saw that there was no one around Qin Shao. Yang Jitsun raised his mouth slightly, took a knife, and chopped Qin Shao down. 13 realms of martial arts: martial apprentice, martial artist, martial master, great martial master, martial spirit, martial commander, martial king, martial ancestor, martial emperor, martial honor, martial saint, martial emperor, martial god. Chapter 2. Slaying enemies and collecting attributes, upgrading the bow and arrow. Suddenly, Qin Shao jolted awake, tightly gripping an arrow, and thrust it forward with great force. Yang Jitsun was instantly struck in the throat. Gurgling, he clutched his neck with both hands, blood gushing forth. His eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Qin Shao. Yang Jitsun never anticipated that Qin Shao had been prepared all along. Qin Shao stood frozen in place as a notification resonated in his ears. Kill Yang Jitsun, unskilled. Collect 5 points of strength. A warm current surged through Qin Zhao's limbs, and he distinctly sensed a slight enhancement in his strength. The bow that had previously felt cumbersome was now significantly easier to draw. A golden finger? You have deceived me so cleverly. Initially, Qin Shao believed himself to be the destined child equipped with a cheat system, but reality soon humbled him, forcing him to rely solely on his own memories and knowledge for survival. However, at this moment, the prospect of slaying enemies to collect attributes thrilled Qin Shao. This meant that with each enemy he vanquished, he would grow stronger, ultimately aspiring to become a martial emperor or even a martial deity. He envisioned a day when he could effortlessly obliterate the third prince and his faction. When he would return to the grand capital of Dian, the third prince would surely pay a bloody price. Qin Shao calmed himself and surveyed his surroundings. Noticing the absence of others, he let out a slight sigh of relief. Assassinating a comrade was a death sentence. Even if he possessed countless justifications, and even if the officials believed him, trouble would inevitably follow. Unbeknownst to Qin Shao, a figure lurked behind the wall of a distant watchtower, quietly observing him. Just as Qin Shao intended to find a secluded spot to dispose of Yang Jitsuan's corpse, his pupils dilated. Looking downward, he was taken aback to see a small group of Xiongnu soldiers scaling the city wall with a ladder. Xiongnu Night Raid. Qin Shao bellowed, violently hurling Yang Jitsuan's body downward. He aimed at the leading Xiongnu soldier, drawing his bow and knocking an arrow in one swift motion. Whoosh! The arrow pierced through him. Kill Xiongnu soldier, martial disciple. X1, collect 10 points of strength. The notification rang in his ears once more. Qin Zhao's roar echoed through the night, awakening the imprisoned soldiers and the officials from their slumber. They rushed to the city wall to fend off the onslaught of the elite Xiongnu soldiers, unleashing the boulders and rolling logs they had prepared. In an instant, Xiongnu soldiers struck by the boulders and logs fell to the ground, bloodied and howling in agony. However, the moment of triumph was fleeting, as the boulders and logs soon ran out. The imprisoned soldiers could only rely on the terrain to engage in close combat with the Xiongnu soldiers. The sounds of battle filled the air. You little brats. Don't let me get up there, or I will kill you. Damn you. How dare you kill my brother, Dai? If you have the guts, let me up. You cowardly bunch of waste. The long-starved imprisoned soldiers, equipped with old and damaged weapons, were no match for the Xiongnu soldiers. They could only watch helplessly as their arrows were deflected by leather armor, and their swords were swiftly severed by the Xiongnu. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Shao picked up his bow and arrow, finding a suitable position. He aimed at the latter, drawing and releasing in one fluid motion. Whoosh! This arrow, as Qin Shao expected, lodged itself in the leather of a Xiongnu soldier, failing to penetrate. Yet, Qin Shao remained undeterred. As he had collected arrows from the ground amidst the chaos, he still possessed nearly 30 arrows. It was unlikely they would all get stuck in leather. Observing the densely packed Xiongnu soldiers on the ladder, Qin Shao released another arrow. This time, it met no obstruction, striking the soldier in the eye and exiting through the back of his head. Blood and brain matter splattered onto the soldiers behind him, who showed no hesitation and continued their assault up the wall. Kill Xiongnu soldier, martial disciple. X1, collect 10 points of agility. Qin Shao felt himself becoming significantly more agile. The previously clumsy action of drawing the bow now flowed smoothly. As the Xiongnu soldiers pressed forward recklessly, Qin Shao hesitated not a moment, continuously drawing and releasing arrows. Perhaps due to luck, he fired off 7 or 8 arrows without claiming a single kill. Glancing at his quiver, he noted fewer than 10 arrows remaining. Life and death are fated, and wealth is determined by heaven. He did not pause, unleashing the remainder of his arrows. Finally, the familiar notification chimed again. Kill Xiongnu soldier, martial disciple. X1, collect 10 points of strength. Kill Xiongnu soldier, martial disciple. X1, collect 10 points of constitution. Kill Xiongnu soldier, martial disciple. X1, collect 10 points of spirit. Upon acquiring spirit points, in an instant, Qin Shao's previously fatigued body felt invigorated, and his murky gaze gradually cleared. He sensed, almost instinctively, that he could now shoot arrows accurately wherever he aimed. Kid, the arrows in your hands are stronger than mine. An old soldier beside him handed his quiver to Qin Shao while wielding a large blade to guard the ladder's entrance. The more Xiongnu soldiers Qin Shao dispatched, the greater his chances of survival. As expected, when Qin Shao gripped the arrows and drew the bow, a thought crossed his mind. Whoosh dash. The very next moment, the leading Xiongnu soldier's face was pierced. His eyes reflected disbelief, unable to comprehend how he, clad in robust armor with only his face exposed, could be slain. He had intended to conserve energy, delaying his protective barrier until he reached the wall to fight valiantly, but that opportunity had now fallen to Qin Shao. Kill Xiongnu Centurion, Martial Master. X1, collect 10 points of all attributes, receive a bronze treasure chest. Wow. Qin Zhao's eyes lit up. Upon opening the bronze treasure chest, he obtained a white deer tendon, a piece of exotic purple shirt wood, and 10 explosive arrows. Immediately after, Qin Shao directed his gaze towards the tattered bow in his hand. A plus sign had surprisingly appeared above it. Acting on instinct, he pressed it. Miraculously, the battered bow transformed into a pristine state. The dark red bowstring now possessed remarkable elasticity, while the bow's handle emanated a dark purple hue, casting a faint glow. A translucent light curtain of pale blue also appeared above it. Deer hunting bow, quality, low-grade spirit, range, 1,000 meters, special trait, armor piercing, certain probability to ignore defenses below martial spirit. Description, capable of inflicting high single-target damage. Friendly reminder, can be further upgraded to unlock traits. Weapons and techniques are classified into 4 tiers, mortal, spirit, earth, and heaven. The higher the quality of the weapon or technique, the better and rarer it is. Qin Shao could hardly contain his excitement. If the previous arrows could not penetrate the leather of the Xiongnu soldiers, now each shot would surely claim a life. With a stroke of luck, he might even strike a fatal weakness in a great martial master. As for the explosive arrows, if used properly, a single shot could eliminate countless Xiongnu soldiers. Most importantly, This Bao could continue to upgrade and unlock traits. As the number of Xiongnu soldiers surged, Qin Shao retrieved an explosive arrow from his quiver, aiming it at the heart of the crowd. Whoosh! The arrow was released. Boom! Chapter 3. Rescuing Fei Tao and acquiring the Yi Jing. A deafening explosion reverberated, claiming the lives of several Xiongnu soldiers. Limbs and severed arms flew through the air, the surroundings resembling a hellish landscape, with numerous gravely injured Xiongnu warriors wailing in agony. Killing a Xiongnu Shichong, warrior, X1, gaining 20 points of strength. Killing a Xiongnu soldier, martial apprentice, X1, gaining 10 points of constitution. Killing a Xiongnu soldier, martial apprentice, X1, gaining 10 points of agility. Upon hearing a series of system notifications, Qin Zhao's lips curled into a slight smile. Drawing his bow without hesitation, he unleashed a relentless barrage of arrows upon the densest clusters of Xiongnu soldiers. The explosions continued unabated, and Qin Zhao's attributes surged dramatically. However, as his arrows ran out, he could only watch helplessly as the tide of Xiongnu soldiers surged onto the city walls. On the other side, Fei Tao shouted, "If you want to live, hold your ground. Reinforcements are on the way. 10 taels of silver for each person you kill. A low-grade Xian jade for every 10. Observing that numerous Xiongnu soldiers had already scaled the walls, he fought fiercely while shouting. Should the walls be breached, losing his own head would be a minor concern. The entire Dingyuan city could fall, and he would become a traitor to the Dian dynasty. Anyone who dares to retreat will be executed. Fei Tao raised the head of a convict soldier high. He understood that if he allowed any deserters to escape, the entire defense would collapse. Although the Xiongnu soldiers were tall and formidable, a swarm of ants could indeed take down an elephant, especially when the combatants were of similar levels and armed. Brothers, whether we charge or not, we face death. We might as well create a cataclysmic upheaval. Let those damned Xiongnu see that we are no cowards. Charge! Behind us are the citizens of the Dian Kingdom, our fellow villagers. If these beasts wish to enter, they must trample over our corpses. Even if I die, I shall die on the battlefield. I refuse to be a deserter. Many of the convict soldiers shared his spirit, leading the charge against the Xiongnu soldiers. For a moment, the two sides battled fiercely, each sustaining heavy losses. Die! Fei Tao shouted amidst the chaos. Suddenly, a Xiongnu Qianfu centurion, whose stature rivaled that of a bear, leaped several dozen meters, swinging a massive axe toward Fei Tao. Instinctively, Fei Tao raised his battle knife to block. Clang! The knife was struck, creating a significant dent. The overwhelming force numbed his hands. Who are you? Retreat now, and I might spare your life. Fei Tao exclaimed, his expression shifting to one of alarm. Just one strike made it clear that this man was at least a formidable grand martial master. I am Man Xiong. Should you descend into the underworld, do not misname me to the king of hell. Man Xiong sneered, channeling all his might, his forehead veins bulging, as his dual axes glowed with a blood-red hue, forming a whirlwind that descended upon Fei Tao. Fei Tao fought desperately, forced into a defensive stance. Had he possessed a more refined battle knife, he might have stood a chance against Man Xiong. However, in this dire situation, he had merely picked up an unrefined knife to confront his foe. Clang! Man Xiong cleaved through Fei Tao's weapon, continuing his relentless assault aimed at Fei Tao's head. Die, you dog! Man Xiong grinned malevolently. If that blow landed, Fei Tao was surely doomed. My life is forfeit. Despair flickered in Fei Tao's eyes. Yet, at that critical moment, whoosh! Thud! Killing a Xiongnu Qianfu X1, Grand Martial Master. Gaining 30 attribute points and acquiring a silver treasure chest. The once mighty Man Xiong's head was instantly pierced by an arrow. His massive form collapsed onto Fei Tao. Is he dead? Fei Tao pushed Man Xiong's body aside, gasping for breath. He saw Qin Shao approaching quickly. My apologies for the delay, my lord. Qin Shao breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for the Bao's armor-piercing effect. Otherwise, he would not have been able to harm Man Xiong. Fei Tao's eyes sparkled with gratitude as he patted Qin Shao on the shoulder. Not late at all, just in time. Let us continue the fight. Leave not a single one alive. With a glance at the Xiongnu soldiers before him, Fei Tao felt a surge of pent-up fury. Before long, reinforcements from the Black Tiger camp arrived, swiftly eliminating the Xiongnu soldiers on the city walls. Reporting, my lord, the attacking enemy has been completely annihilated. Over 1,200 enemies slain. The convict army and the Black Tiger army suffered a total of 1,097 casualties, with over 800 injured. Fei Tao's deputy reported respectfully. Account the achievements and tend to the wounded, Fei Tao commanded solemnly. Understood. The deputy withdrew. Fei Tao turned to Qin Shao, not underestimating him despite his convict army uniform. From what he observed, Qin Shao had slain no fewer than a dozen enemies, including the Xiongnu Qianfu. If you require anything within the army in the future, do not hesitate to inform me. Yes. Qin Shao bowed deeply. You may go now, rest well. The Xiongnu will soon attack again. Fei Tao's expression grew serious. Understood. Qin Shao turned to leave. Watching Qin Zhao's retreating figure, a smile involuntarily crept upon Fei Tao's lips. As a leader, who wouldn't appreciate such a valiant subordinate? As for how Qin Shao had bested Man Xiong, Fei Tao was indifferent. Everyone harbored their own secrets. As long as they remained loyal, that was enough. Report. Lord Fei, a secret letter was found on Man Xiong's corpse. A centurion handed a bamboo tube to Fei Tao. Opening it, Fei Tao's expression shifted to one of realization. No wonder they managed to infiltrate so smoothly, he murmured. Fei Tao observed the retreating Xiongnu soldiers outside the walls. Moistening his dry lips, issue orders for the Black Tiger Camp soldiers to replace all convict soldiers in defending the city. Set up a watchtower every 10 meters. We cannot afford to be lax. I have important matters to report. Understood. The centurion clasped his hands in respect before departing. Shortly after Fei Tao's exit, a figure appeared at the spot he had occupied, a slight smile gracing its lips. In the blink of an eye, it vanished. If anyone had witnessed this, they would have been astounded. Such abilities were the hallmark of a formidable martial spirit-level expert. Meanwhile, Qin Shao returned to the convict army's camp. With a thought, he opened the silver treasure chest, acquiring the Yi Jin Jing and an attribute point. Qin Shao was elated, initially hoping for materials to upgrade his bow. He never expected to receive a cultivation technique. The Yi Jin Jing is a foundational martial art aimed at altering the structure of tendons and bones, promoting blood circulation, unlocking latent potential, and enhancing the learner's physical attributes across the board. Do you wish to learn the Yi Jin Jing? Without hesitation, Qin Shao pressed the learning button. At that moment, every bit of strength gained was a guarantee for survival. Despite appearing significantly stronger than ordinary soldiers, he knew that in the face of countless foes, he could still be overwhelmed. Only by continuously enhancing his strength, mastering higher quality martial arts, and elevating his official rank could he hope to survive in these tumultuous times and exact revenge on the detestable Third Prince. Chapter 4. The boy is doomed. A suspect Qin Zhao's gaze grew increasingly resolute. A blue translucent interface materialized before him. Skill: Yi Jin Jing, grade, mid-level common, pending upgrade. Description: each day of cultivation increases all attributes by 10 points. The current grade can enhance all attributes by up to 200 points. Qin Shao smiled broadly, nearly bursting into laughter. Although a mere 10-point increase in all attributes may seem trivial, it equated to effortlessly slaying several Xiongnu soldiers daily to bolster his own power. This was only at the common tier. If he were to reach the spiritual tier or even higher, the potential for growth was unimaginable. He pressed the black plus sign next to the grade. Instantly, he felt a surge of unfamiliar memories flooding his mind, along with a deeper comprehension of the Yi Jin Jing. Upon reopening the skill interface, he beheld Skill: Yi Jin Jing, grade, upper level common. Description: each day of cultivation increases all attributes by 20 points. The current grade can enhance all attributes by up to 800 points. Qin Shao was overjoyed. The efficacy of this skill was monumental. He had doubled the enhancement from his practice of Yi Jin Jing, significantly raising the upper limit. For a considerable duration, he need not worry about insufficient skills. After a moment's reflection, Qin Shao muttered to himself and opened his attribute panel. Name: Qin Shao. Age: 1994. Years: Strength: 419. 1 point of strength equals 1 gene of force. Agility: 381. Higher agility increases movement speed and coordination. Constitution: 399. Higher constitution enhances defense and recovery. Spirit: 310. Higher spirit leads to a clearer mind and quicker skill acquisition. Skill: Yi Jin Jing, beginner. All attributes surpassing 200 will reward a bronze treasure chest. All attributes surpassing 300 will reward a bronze treasure chest. A notification chimed in his ear. Qin Shao was not in a hurry to open it. He gazed at his attributes, which glimmered before him. Through the recent battle, he deduced that the attributes of martial apprentices fluctuated between 100 and 500. Whereas martial artists ranged from 500 to 1,000. Martial masters possessed attributes between 1,000 and 2,000, and grand martial masters ranged from 2,000 to 5,000. He had yet to encounter anyone at a higher level. Notably, martial masters or those above, depending on the quality of the skills they acquired, exhibited varying combat prowess. In simpler terms, once one reached the martial master level, combat strength could not be solely assessed by numerical values. Attributes could also be gradually enhanced through daily training. During this encounter with foes, Qin Shao had nearly elevated all his attributes by over 300 points. Remarkably, in just the span of an hour, he had progressed from an unranked novice to a mid-level martial apprentice. Were others to discover this, they would undoubtedly declare him a prodigious talent. Even the scions of prestigious families, who enjoyed abundant resources to acquire advanced skills, would require at least a month to achieve such a leap from unranked to mid-level martial apprentice. For Qin Shao, the stronger his enemies, the higher his official rank. The greater the attribute points and rewards he would reap. Perhaps, should he eradicate the entire Xiongnu clan, he could ascend to the rank of martial sage, wielding power with ease. The Third Prince and his faction would be mere trifles to eliminate. Suddenly, a growl echoed from his stomach. He felt ravenous, capable of consuming an entire cow. At that moment, several soldiers clad in the Black Tiger Camp uniforms approached him, bearing platters of roasted beast meat. The lead soldier respectfully addressed him. "My lord, This is a delivery from Captain Fei Qian. The soldiers placed silver coins and 2 low-grade crystal jade pieces before him, along with a jade vial. The lead soldier added, "Furthermore, Lord Fei wishes to convey that the elixirs and beast meat are a token of gratitude for your life-saving assistance. As long as you follow him, promotion and wealth await you imminently." Glancing at the savory beast meat, the 2 pieces of crystal jade, and the vial containing medicinal pills, Qin Shao nodded slightly, realizing that Fei Tao truly regarded him as a savior. Each low-grade crystal jade was worth 100 taels of silver, often scarce in the market. The beast meat possessed restorative properties, worth several low-grade crystal jades. The elixirs were even more precious. He casually tossed out 10 taels of silver, saying, "Well done, brothers. Please convey my gratitude to Captain Fei. I am willing to offer my services." In the military, it was vital to secure a patron, with Fei Tao as his backing. Qin Zhao's achievements would not be subject to embezzlement. The silver had little immediate use for him. The criminal military was under strict control, leaving scant opportunities for spending in the city. It was wiser to build rapport with the soldiers around him, as unexpected benefits might arise. The lead soldier, upon receiving the silver, brightened and leaned closer to Qin Shao, whispering, "Captain Zhang of the Black Tiger Camp privately sells commandeer armor. A set can be acquired for 1,000 taels of silver." He then smiled at Qin Shao and departed. "Brother Qin, you are incredibly fierce. To have single-handedly slain so many Xiongnu. May I accompany you in the future? Adoptive father, please allow me to pay my respects." The soldiers of the criminal military, witnessing the departure of the Black Tiger Camp soldiers, approached Qin Shao, their eyes filled with admiration. It could be said that without Qin Shao, their survival was uncertain. Qin Shao cast a glance at them, disregarding their praise, and continued to devour the beast meat, relishing the gradual enhancement of his attributes. The soldiers remained silent. Having witnessed Qin Zhao's prowess against the Xiongnu, none dared to confront him. Only one individual stood apart, casting a furtive glance at Qin Shao before hastily retreating towards the Black Tiger Camp. Qin Shao, sensing something, turned to see a completely unfamiliar figure disappearing into the distance. He racked his brain, but could not recall any connection to this person. In the Dian dynasty, within the imperial city, at the Qi prince's residence, the grand red doors stood tall and imposing, adorned with a gilded plaque that proclaimed the esteemed authority of the Qi prince's estate. In the courtyard, beneath the pavilion on the lake, the third prince sat fishing. "Your Highness, everything has been arranged. That boy has been enrolled into the criminal military of Dingyuan City. Scouts report that the Xiongnu's right virtuous king has amassed an army of 100,000 at the border, poised to attack Dingyuan City." The estate steward, Zhu Bo, scoffed. "Moreover, the deputy commander of the Black Tiger Camp, Shen Wantian, has received your favor. He too will target that boy. There is no doubt he will perish." The third prince remained expressionless, nodding slightly. Zhu Bo, perplexed, inquired, "Your Highness, why must we expend so many resources to clandestinely eliminate that reckless boy, Qin Shao?" Suddenly, the third prince jerked his fishing rod, a koi leaping into view. He regarded Zhu Bo with a half-smile. "Please forgive me, Your Highness." Zhu Bo's forehead beaded with cold sweat. "Next time, take your own life." The third prince casually tossed the koi back into the pond, speaking in a tone devoid of warmth. "Thank you, Your Highness." After Zhu Bo departed, the third prince gazed towards the palace, his expression darkening. "Your Majesty, this world belongs solely to me." Meanwhile, after finishing his meal, Qin Shao returned to the military tent. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his expression changed dramatically. Could it be that the person he encountered had witnessed him slay Yang Jizuan? To attack a comrade is a capital offense. After a brief moment, Qin Shao shook his head slightly. The situation might not be as dire as he feared. Perhaps he was merely overthinking. In that case, the only course of action was to remain steadfast and swiftly enhance his strength. With this in mind, Qin Shao glanced at the elixir within the jade vial. A pale blue glow materialized before his eyes. Vitality pill, effect, increases cultivation speed, effective only for those below the martial master realm. Qin Shao consumed it without hesitation, and a wave of pure energy radiated from his dantian. Following the memories imparted to him, he silently began his practice of the I Jing Jing. Chapter 5. Divergent Intentions. The Informer of the Black Tiger Army Camp in Dingyuan City. Inside the central command tent, several armored captains stood gathered, their dark-plated armor gleaming under the dim light, the air thick with solemnity. Before them sat 3 figures, the Grand Commander at the center, flanked by 2 deputy commanders. "Captain Fei, recount the events in full," ordered Deputy Commander Shen, seated to the left. Fei Tao clasped his hands in deference, addressing the Grand Commander with reverence. Reporting to the commander, while on guard duty, I slew an enemy officer. Upon searching the corpse, I discovered a secret missive, clear evidence of Captain Wang's collusion with the Xiongnu's right virtuous king. Fei Tao presented the letter to the Grand Commander. "What? Captain Wang, a spy? Damnation. No wonder the Xiongnu infiltrated so easily. Impossible. Captain Wang has always been disciplined, steadfast in defending Dingyuan. There must be some misunderstanding. Nonsense. The proof is here. Let facts speak. Enough squabbling. We await the commander's judgment." The captains murmured among themselves, some loyal to Wang, others eager to see him fall, most remaining cautiously silent. The Grand Commander unfolded the letter, his expression unreadable. The tent fell into hushed anticipation. After a moment, Deputy Commander Shen pressed, "Commander, how shall we proceed?" Wang Haoran was the Grand Commander's trusted subordinate, his closest confidant. With measured indifference, the Grand Commander replied, "Let Wang Haoran speak for himself." All eyes turned to Wang, who grinned broadly. "The Xiongnu flatter me. Do you truly believe I betray my own? Have I ever lacked for food, rest, or the Commander's favor? I think not." Zhao Mingyin, long at odds with Wang, stepped forward. "With respect, I have questions." "Speak." The Grand Commander nodded. "If Captain Wan is no traitor, how did the Xiongnu breach our defenses? Was it not his men on watch tonight? Moreover, rumors say he's long been stuck at the peak of great martial master. Would the right virtuous king's promised breakthrough pill not tempt him?" Having said his piece, Zhao retreated into the crowd. Some words needed no elaboration. Deputy Commander Zhang, silent until now, narrowed his eyes. "Men, search Captain Wang's quarters and his person for this pill." Zhao Mingyin smirked. "Apologies for the intrusion." Soon, Wang was thoroughly searched, nothing amiss. Disappointment flickered across Zhao's face. "Commander, a jade vial was found in Captain Wang's tent." A captain rushed forward, presenting the vial. "Open it." As the vial was unsealed, the scent of alchemy wafted out, revealing a breakthrough pill. Wang's gaze turned icy, sweeping over his former comrades. Even those once friendly now regarded him with suspicion. Deputy Commander Shen sipped his tea, watching the Grand Commander. "I gifted Wang that pill recently. This proves nothing." The Grand Commander said coolly, "This matter ends here. I will investigate and deliver justice." With that, the letter crumbled to ash in his palm. His eyes locked onto the two deputies. The deputies exchanged glances, bowing in unison. Dismissed. Soon, only Wang remained before the Grand Commander. "Commander, I swear loyalty. This pill is not mine. I've been framed. May lightning strike me if I lie." Wang knelt, sincerity etched into his face. "Humph. Do you think me a fool?" The Grand Commander glared toward the Xiongnu's territory. "They sacrifice a great martial master just to sow discord among us. Uncover the truth." Wang exhaled in relief. "Your command is my duty." As he departed, a shadowy figure observed from the darkness, eyes glinting. Deputy Commander Shen returned to his tent, Fei Tao in tow. "Fei Tao, you've done well. The commander is pleased. Rewards will follow." Firelight danced across Shen's profile, casting an amber glow. "All credit belongs to your leadership, my lord. I merely fulfilled my duty. Additionally, I've secured you a mid-tier Earth-grade armor." Fei's face lit with greed. "My deepest gratitude. I pledge my life to your service." Defensive artifacts were the rarest of treasures. This armor outweighed weapons of equal rank. Dismissed. Shen nodded in satisfaction. Yet Fei lingered. "My lord, among the penal troops, I found a promising recruit, Qin Xiao. His aid was crucial in slaying the Xiongnu captain. He also first detected the ambush. I seek merit for him." Shen's interest piqued. "You? Praising another? His name?" "Qin Xiao. A common soldier in the penal battalion's 2nd squad." Shen's eyes darkened imperceptibly. "Noted. Leave me." As Fei departed, Shen's mind churned. Qin Xiao, the very man the 3rd Prince ordered dead. Promoting him would defy the prince's will. A dilemma. How to eliminate Qin Xiao without drawing suspicion? This was no fiefdom. One misstep, and his rivals would pounce. Just then, a matter of urgency, Commander Shen. Outside, a battered penal soldier knelt, bloodied and ragged. "I witnessed Qin Xiao murder his comrade, Yang Jitsuan. I hid in shadows, fearing for my life. I swear this truth on my head." Shen's lips curled. "Fortune favors me." The perfect excuse had arrived. "Rest. I shall handle this." The path to Qin Xiao's demise had never been clearer. Chapter 6, Justice on the Spot? Seeking a glimmer of hope. The following morning, the sky was shrouded in gloom, devoid of any sunlight. A light drizzle fell incessantly, permeating the air with a scent of damp earth mingled with the metallic tang of blood. Qin Xiao emerged from the barracks, exhaling a breath of murky air. A flicker of brilliance flashed in his eyes, after a night of rigorous training combined with the qi-nourishing pill provided by Fei Tao. All his attributes had increased by a remarkable 30 points. Do not underestimate this increment, for it was a sum that could only be attained by vanquishing dozens of Xiongnu soldiers. Even if there were no battles for an extended period, Qin Xiao could, through diligent practice, break through from a martial apprentice to a martial artist within 5 days. Although this was trivial for someone who had once reached the martial master realm. Among the rank-and-file soldiers, armed with his hunting bow, he had become a minor expert, significantly increasing his chances of survival in the impending conflicts. Qin Xiao cast his gaze upon the tightly packed military formation before him. Kill, kill, kill. A contingent of Black Tiger Camp soldiers drilled in the training ground, their formation shifting incessantly. Each soldier's brow was slick with rainwater and beads of sweat. For the vast majority of lower-tier soldiers, individual prowess was not the determinant of survival on the battlefield. It was the formation that constituted their lifeline. The soldiers of the Xingtu army, who had endured the surprise attack from the Xiongnu the previous day, curiously observed their Black Tiger counterparts, for they had never had the opportunity to formally learn such formations, as simply having enough to eat was a luxury for them, let alone the chance for such training. Just as Qin Shao prepared to learn a move or two, a loud voice suddenly boomed in his ear. Qin Shao, you have unlawfully slain a comrade. This is a death penalty. Someone, execute him on the spot. Following the sound, a centurion from the Black Tiger camp approached with several soldiers, coldly fixing his gaze upon Qin Shao. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the soldiers beside him, their expressions fierce, seized their steel blades, and, without mercy, lunged toward Qin Shao. At that moment, when everyone believed Qin Shao was doomed, he hesitated not a moment. He drew his sword from its sheath with a clang. Upon glancing again, the soldier who had attacked him was already felled, his throat slashed open. Blood gushed forth as disbelief flickered in his eyes. What audacity! Everyone charge! Kill him! The centurion, witnessing the scene, bellowed with a mixture of alarm and secret delight. Before the gathered crowd, Qin Shao's guilt of attacking a fellow soldier was thus solidified. The task assigned to him by Shen Wantian was, in a sense, fulfilled. As the Black Tiger soldiers closed in to execute Qin Shao, Fei Tao appeared, halting the proceedings. Stop! Qin Shao saved my life. He is one of my men. To kill him, have you sought my permission? Shen Baifeng's expression tightened. However, he quickly regained composure. Bowing slightly to Fei Qi, Qin Shao is a wanted criminal specifically targeted for execution by Deputy Commander Shen. I implore you to grant me this request. I assure you, I harbor no ill will toward you. This order came from Shen Wantian, and if he failed to handle the matter appropriately, his future would be bleak. Upon hearing this, Fei Tao's expression shifted. He had informed Shen Wantian of Qin Shao's valor the day before, and could not comprehend why Qin Shao was being treated so harshly today. There must be a misunderstanding in this matter. Allow me to take Qin Shao to meet Deputy Commander Shen, Fei Tao said, pressing his dry lips together, as sand whipped against his face. No matter what, Shen Wantian was his superior, and despite Qin Shao having saved his life, he could not unilaterally release him. Shen Baifeng hesitated, his face a mask of reluctance, but seeing Fei Tao's displeasure, he begrudgingly nodded. His gaze toward Qin Shao grew increasingly resentful. Had it not been for this man, he would not have lost a trusted subordinate. Subsequently, Fei Tao led Qin Shao toward the central command tent. Along the way, Fei Tao sighed, in public, slaying a comrade. I cannot shield you from the consequences. Upon meeting the commander, we must clarify the situation. Perhaps there is still hope. Qin Shao clasped his hands in gratitude towards Fei Tao, saying, Thank you, Lord Fei, for your assistance. I am immensely grateful. It was unexpected that Fei Tao would come to his aid. Shortly thereafter, the two arrived at the entrance of the tent. We seek an audience. Fei Tao respectfully announced within. Enter, came the commanding voice of the leader. Fei Tao led Qin Shao into the tent, remaining silent. Inside, the commander, accompanied by two deputy commanders, was strategizing near a sand table, simulating potential attack routes by the Xiongnu and their defensive measures. After suffering losses from a nighttime raid, the Xiongnu would likely mount a frontal assault next time, and preparations for defense must be expedited. Zhang Yaoguang placed one hand on the edge of the sand table, while the other arranged blue flags representing their forces atop the city walls. In my view, the Xiongnu's assault is not to be feared, though they outnumber us significantly. Our fortress is sturdy, and our supplies ample. It is not something they can breach in haste. They are unlikely to act so rashly. Shen Wantian shook his head slightly. Countering, then tell me, if they do not attack, will they simply remain here and waste time? The supply of provisions for their hundreds of thousands of troops cannot sustain such a standoff. Zhang Yaoguang spoke logically. Moreover, our garrison is merely 30,000 strong. Before he could finish, Shen Wantian interrupted sharply. If I were the Xiongnu commander, I would first raid the surrounding towns to gather resources. At this moment, Dingyuan City is isolated and defenseless. An attack on it would be like a hot knife through butter. Who could withstand it? Observing the escalating disagreement between Shen Wantian and Zhang Yaoguang, the commander remained patient, quietly studying the sand table. You are both mistaken. Suddenly, a sigh echoed through the tent. Qin Shao recognized that his suspicions were indeed correct. Someone had exposed his act of killing Yang Jitsuan. To survive, he must demonstrate his value to the commander. For only the commander could ensure his safety. Qin Shao resolved that if the commander spared him, he would leave the city at all costs to confront the enemy on the Xiongnu grasslands, swiftly enhancing his strength through the system. With sufficient power, he believed no malevolent forces could harm him. Fei Tao's expression turned to one of shock, realizing he was too late. Witnessing this scene, Shen Wantian reprimanded. Who do you think you are? A mere soldier of the Xingtu army, daring to comment on military strategy. Silence. Get out. The voice carried a forceful energy, causing both Fei Tao and Qin Shao to feel their blood rise, their faces flushing red. Even Zhang Yaoguang appeared displeased. Only the commander could invalidate their words. Not a mere soldier. Let him speak. The commander, intrigued, turned his attention to Qin Shao, speaking in a grave tone. Upon hearing this, Qin Shao approached the sand table. Surveying the surrounding towns before articulating confidently, the Xiongnu are highly unlikely to raid the nearby towns. Firstly, the towns bordering Dian have been plundered by them for years and possess little of value. Secondly, should they waste too much time in these towns, they may find Dingyuan City under siege and face the arrival of reinforcements from Dian, thereby failing to achieve their objectives. The commander nodded slightly, then inquired, in your opinion, if you were the Xiongnu commander, What would you do? Qin Shao, unhurried, brushed away the yellow dust from his face and spoke leisurely. Were I the commander of the Xiongnu, I would merely besiege Dingyuan City without launching an attack. Upon hearing this, Shen Wantian and Zhang Yaoguang erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha. We thought you were a clever person. Who would have imagined you to be such a fool? The Xiongnu would besiege without attacking? Such words flow easily from your lips. Yet you have just stated that reinforcements from Dian are imminent. Why would they squander their efforts with us? If the situation were truly as you describe, I could easily assume the role of the Xiongnu's commander. The Grand Commander remained silent, observing Qin Shao intently. Unfazed, Qin Shao continued. All I need to do is set a fire, incinerating the provisions. This is the northern desert. Once the supplies within the city dwindle, morale will falter. Chapter 7. The death penalty may be avoided, but the living crime is inevitable. How absurd. Who could possibly set fire to the grain? Is it conceivable that the Xiongnu have sprouted wings and infiltrated us? Shen Wantian instinctively retorted. Who says the Xiongnu must sneak in to ignite the flames? Do you not recall that their soldiers can approach the city under the cover of night without our slightest awareness? Qin Shao fixed his gaze intently on the commander. Zhang Yaoguang's pupils constricted slightly. He glanced at Qin Shao, a flicker of barely perceptible malice flashing in his eyes, though he concealed it adeptly. The commander waved his hand and said, Your argument holds merit. Vice Commander Shen, the granary falls under your purview. If any issues arise, you shall be held accountable. The commander spoke with notable authority to Shen Wantian. Understood. Rest assured, Commander, I guarantee with my own life that the granary will pose no problems. Shen Wantian felt a cold sweat trickle down his back, thankful for the moment. Should the granary he oversaw lead to the fall of Dingyuan City, the consequences would be unbearable. Even the third prince could not save him. What do you think we should do in response to the impending assault of the Xiongnu army? Perhaps influenced by Qin Zhao's earlier analysis, and sensing his potential, the commander posed the question. As long as we safeguard the granary, the Xiongnu will inevitably retreat. The cost of a forced siege is too great for them to bear, Qin Shao replied with a slight bow. Yet, he had not voiced an essential caveat, that this would only hold true if the Dian dynasty dispatched reinforcements, otherwise, it was mere idle talk. At that moment, a voice rang out, Commander, this man has attacked a comrade and should be dealt with under military law. Shen Wantian approached Qin Shao with a fierce glare. The commander's brow furrowed. Qin Shao did not appear to be reckless, thus he should not leave himself vulnerable to such a charge. Moreover, it was well known that Shen Wantian had ties to the third prince, suggesting ulterior motives at play. Indeed, I did kill Yang Jitsuan, Qin Shao declared without hesitation, nodding. He was an arrogant bully, taking advantage of the weak. Many have suffered under his hand. Before he could elaborate further, Shen Wantian interjected. That does not justify your actions. Take him away from military punishment. As the words fell, several soldiers from the Black Tiger army moved to seize Qin Shao. It was Yang Jitsuan who attempted to attack me first. I had no choice but to defend myself. Qin Shao asserted vehemently. Am I to simply wait for my death without resistance? Yang Jitsuan bore a grudge against me since the distribution of weapons. He sought to end my life in the early hours, Qin Shao explained. The commander's gaze shifted slightly. Do you have any evidence? It would indeed be a pity for someone like Qin Shao to perish over this matter. However, military law was merciless, and disregarding it for Qin Shao could undermine morale. I am willing to testify for Qin Shao. During the distribution of equipment, he nearly clashed with Yang Jitsuan, and I was the one to intervene, Fei Tao declared. Casting a glance at Shen Wantian, his teeth clenched. Though Shen Wantian was his direct superior, Qin Shao was also his savior. Fei Tao was not one to forget a debt of gratitude. Upon hearing this, Shen Wantian's eyes darkened as he regarded Fei Tao, and he replied coolly, Commander. This merely indicates a conflict between the two. It does not prove Yang Jitsuan intended to kill Qin Shao first, as he was ultimately killed in self-defense. I implore you to see reason. The commander took a sip of tea and said, Your point is valid, yet military law does not accommodate passively awaiting death. Here is what we shall do. Qin Shao's death penalty may be averted, but he cannot escape punishment. For now, I shall spare your life. But you must strive valiantly in battle to redeem yourself. Upon hearing this, Shen Wantian's expression changed dramatically. He opened his mouth as if to protest. But the commander's gaze swept over him, sending a chill down his spine. Continuing to argue would be tantamount to opposing the commander directly. Yes. Shen Wantian could only bow reluctantly. He then cast a resentful look at Fei Tao, thinking if not for him, Qin Shao would have been condemned to death already. Qin Shao remains, the rest may depart, the commander said in a low tone. Once everyone had left, the commander regarded Qin Shao, clearly sensing his dissatisfaction. Qin Shao, are you perplexed as to why, although the fault is not yours, you must face punishment for self-defense? The commander inquired softly. I dare not presume, Commander. Your actions must surely be justified, Qin Shao responded repeatedly, knowing this was the best outcome he could hope for. Do you know why I've kept you here? The commander continued to question. I do not dare to speculate on your intentions, please clarify. Qin Shao replied respectfully. The commander stepped closer to Qin Shao, patting him on the shoulder, and explained gently, Shen Wantian is aligned with the third prince. If I do not assign you a punishment, he will not let this matter rest. At the very least, he will not take covert action against you until you are punished. The commander handed Qin Shao a token from his waist, saying, The reason I have kept you is that I trust you. To be frank, the court will not send reinforcements. not for at least 3 months. Though stationed at the border city, the commander was well informed about the political situation in the court. The current climate was uncertain, and no prince was willing to dispatch their troops to aid, for once they did, they risked losing their own men. They would rather see Dian suffer some losses than relinquish their lofty positions. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhao's expression tightened. If that is the case, then my previous statements no longer hold weight. Without reinforcements, the Xiongnu will not retreat. Dingyuan City cannot withstand their assault for 3 months. The commander nodded in agreement. Indeed, Dingyuan City will surely falter. Therefore, I need you to accompany my elite cavalry unit to intercept the logistical supplies of the Xiongnu army. As long as the Xiongnu lack provisions, internal strife will arise, diminishing their combat effectiveness. He paused before continuing. At the very least, we can buy some time. Perhaps it will allow us to hold out until the court's reinforcements arrive, and we shall all be hailed as heroes. Qin Zhao felt a surge of excitement, but voiced his concern. You could send your elite cavalry alone. I alone cannot sway the outcome of the battle. Why must I accompany them? Though he longed to leave the city and prove himself in battle, agreeing outright would seem strange. As anyone would perceive this as a perilous task. The commander shook his head slightly, his expression complex. Though they possess far greater strength than you, they lack discernment. I fear they might unwittingly fall into an ambush and suffer total annihilation. You are considerably more cunning, and I trust you can buy us more time. Understood. Qin Zhao accepted the mission without further protest. This not only allowed him to enhance his strength but also provided a means to evade Shen Wantian's vengeance. Why not seize the opportunity? When he advanced to the realm of martial spirits, the first to fall would be Shen Wantian, that scoundrel. This is a low-grade spiritual armor with formidable defensive capabilities, capable of negating most attacks below the martial spirit realm, the commander said, handing the armor to Qin Zhao. Remember, keep your wits about you. Do not act like those brutes. With that, the commander continued, there is no time like the present. Prepare well, and we shall depart tonight. Yes. Shen Wantian returned to the tent, where he conveyed the matter to the third prince, who simply issued a command, eliminate Qin Zhao tonight. Chapter 8. Like a hot knife through butter midnight. On the training ground, an array of iron cavalry stood in formation, exuding an air of solemnity. Dismount. At the command of the centurion among the cavalry, the call resounded, bow to the supreme commander. In unison, the soldiers swiftly dismounted, their movements synchronized. The clattering of armor echoed clearly beyond the training ground. The supreme commander ascended the platform, surveying the elite cavalry before him, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. Since the founding of the Great Yin, there has been relentless friction with the northern Xiongnu. The Xiongnu frequently harassed our Great Yin populace, leaving a trail of corpses and barren land in their wake. If we do not resist, our parents, our kin, our friends will perish at their hands. However, we are compelled to counterattack against the Xiongnu, and following the war, every household hangs white silk, with 9 out of 10 homes left desolate. What say you? Should the Xiongnu be slain? The supreme commander spoke with fervent anger. Upon hearing this, many soldiers' eyes glistened with tears. Kill, 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 they shouted in a fury. For the past fortnight, the Xiongnu's right noble king has been battering our gates. If this continues, our city will be lost. Should the Xiongnu invade, their path will resemble one ravaged by locusts, devoid of life. Sensing the fervor among the troops, the supreme commander continued. You are all valiant sons of the Great Yin dynasty. Today, I have a mission for you, one that may lead to certain death. Do you dare to accept? Suddenly, the supreme commander's voice boomed with vigor, resonating clearly in each soldier's ear. Dare, dare, dare. They replied in unison, eager to rend every Xiongnu soldier to pieces. They were not mere soldiers of the Black Tiger Camp or the Xingtu army. They were the true elites under the supreme commander's command, each one a seasoned warrior. Clad in formidable armor, even their steeds bore light armor for protection, while ordinary soldiers typically feasted on meat only once a day. These warriors enjoyed 3 hearty meals of meat daily. Thus, their physiques were not weak compared to the Xiongnu. They were, in fact, more formidable. Excellent. Truly worthy of the elite forces of the Great Yin dynasty. I need you to sever the Xiongnu supply lines. The longer we delay, the more advantageous it will be for Dingyuan City. The supreme commander declared, bowing deeply to them and clasping his hands. Gentlemen, the safety of Dingyuan City rests upon your shoulders. Witnessing this scene, the soldiers felt an unprecedented sense of respect. We vow to complete the mission at all costs. The supreme commander waved his hand, and the supply troops filled the soldiers' pockets with provisions, brimming to the top. Once everyone was prepared, the supreme commander spoke with great resolve. I wish for all soldiers to return triumphantly. The Great Yin dynasty shall be invincible and unstoppable. Many soldiers echoed his words. Invincible and unstoppable. Onward. With a grand gesture, the centurion commanded, leading the mass of cavalry, embodying the spirit of warriors who may never return. Qin Zhao followed closely behind, positioned at the front, directly trailing the centurion. Observing Qin Zhao's departing figure, Shen Wantian displayed a look of discontent. Had it not been for the supreme commander's seemingly prophetic guidance, Qin Zhao might have already met his end. How infuriating. Under the cover of darkness, the group raced deep into the grasslands. A Xiongnu soldier, unable to sleep due to a pressing need, stepped out to relieve himself. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of iron hooves approached from afar. Initially, he assumed it was his own cavalry and wondered which unit was training at such an hour. The next moment, his expression shifted dramatically. In the dim light, he beheld countless riders, donned in fearsome tiger masks, charging towards the Xiongnu encampment. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! He shouted in alarm. Whoosh! An arrow pierced through his chest. Kill a Xiongnu soldier, martial disciple, X1. Acquire 10 points of strength. Qin Shao utilized his hunting bow to strike from hundreds of meters away with deadly precision. Good! Bai Yanyan exclaimed in astonishment, followed by a resounding cheer. At this distance, even the elite archers within the army could not hope to hit their target, yet Qin Shao achieved a perfect shot, a marvel to behold. No wonder the Supreme Commander regarded him with newfound respect. Brothers, let their heads serve as a warning to the Xiongnu that death has arrived. Bai Yanyan knocked his 5-stone bow and was the first to unleash arrows upon the Xiongnu defensive line. An unrelenting storm of arrows followed, transforming the unsuspecting Xiongnu soldiers into a veritable porcupine of death. On the other side, although the previous Xiongnu soldier quickly raised the alarm, most were too deeply asleep to react in time. Many perished in their slumber, while the remaining soldiers were unable to mount an effective defense. Why? Why do they dare to strike? We are the ones on the offensive. They cried out in desperation. Save me. Whoever rescues me, I shall become their servant. They pleaded, realizing they were no match for the Great Yin cavalry. This was merely the first wave of the Great Yin cavalry's assault. It is known that their greatest strength lies not in archery but in close combat. These soldiers, clad in mere leather armor, could not withstand the onslaught of the Great Yin cavalry, who could effortlessly annihilate them. Fight with me. As the Xiongnu soldiers drew near, Bai Yanyan sheathed his bow, unsheathing his crescent blade, and struck down the nearest Xiongnu soldier. Clang! The Xiongnu centurion was cleaved in two, his innards spilling across the ground, blood spraying onto Bai Yanyan, adding a ferocity to his demeanor. The remaining cavalry charged forward like bulldozers, cutting down Xiongnu soldiers with relentless fervor. Should they endure, countless more blades awaited them. Those with worse luck were trampled by armored steeds, their heads crushed beneath the onslaught. Blood and gore splattered everywhere, severed limbs flying through the air, painting a scene reminiscent of hell on earth. The Great Yin cavalry surged forth like demons from the abyss, slashing and slaughtering indiscriminately. Qin Shao was aware of his own limitations. Even with the aid of a steed, he could only contend with Xiongnu soldiers of the martial realm. Thus, he deliberately slowed his pace, using his hunting bow to eliminate the Xiongnu soldiers from a distance. Drawing his bow, he focused intently. Whoosh! A Xiongnu soldier, who had just gained the upper hand and was about to strike down a cavalryman, was instantly struck through the head by an arrow. His body trampled into the mud by iron hooves, dead beyond recovery. Kill a Xiongnu sergeant, martial artist, X1, acquire 20 points of strength. Without a moment's pause, Qin Shao continued to rain down arrows, each one a harbinger of doom for the Xiongnu soldiers. Notably, he specifically targeted those attempting sneak attacks from behind. If one was caught in his sights, their fate was sealed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows were released in rapid succession, claiming 3 more lives. Just as he prepared to continue his assault on the Xiongnu soldiers, a sudden prickling sensation arose from behind him. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Chapter 9. Slaying the Enemy General. A resounding triumph. A colossal iron hammer, reminiscent of a meteor hammer, hurtled towards Qin Shao from behind. If it were to strike true, it would surely shatter his skull. Yet, as if he possessed eyes on the back of his head, Qin Shao evaded the attack with an uncanny agility. Gasping for breath, he turned to face the newcomer, his expression one of astonishment. The Hun general towered over him, exceeding 9 feet in height, with broad shoulders and a massive frame. His arms were thicker than Qin Shao's thighs, and his round eyes were fixed menacingly on Qin Shao. Before he could catch his breath, the general swung the iron hammer once more, charging directly at Qin Shao. The hammer spun with such velocity that it became a blur, forming a cerulean halo that scorched the air with its heat. It resembled a meat grinder, leaving no soldier caught in its path unscathed, including his own men. The general was consumed by a frenzied rage. Desperate, Qin Shao unleashed a flurry of arrows, striving to slow the onslaught. Yet, to his dismay, his relentless attacks were rendered ineffective before they could even reach the foe, snapping in midair. Instinctively, Qin Shao attempted to evade, only to discover that the general's legs propelled him faster than his own horse. He could only watch helplessly as the distance closed between them. Your opponent is me, Bai Yanyan declared, brandishing his crescent blade against the Hun general, leaping into the air to deliver a powerful strike. The blade glimmered with a ghostly blue light, exuding formidable strength. The Han general narrowed his eyes, while he could typically disregard a common foe as a fellow master martial artist. He understood the gravity of the situation and braced himself for defense. One misstep could lead to his demise. He flung the iron hammer towards Bai Yannan's chest, attempting to counter the fierce assault. Bai Yannan, perceiving the danger, withdrew his blade. A direct confrontation would likely result in severe injury or death. Who are you? I, Hu Yinhao, do not slay nameless wretches. Hu Yinhao's voice reverberated like a bell, causing the very air around them to tremble. Bai Yannan scoffed. What need is there to converse with the doomed? With that, Bai Yannan lifted his crescent blade again, aiming for Hu Yinhao's head. He had discerned that although Hu Yinhao appeared immensely powerful, each swing of the hammer drained his considerable stamina. More importantly, His agility paled in comparison to Bai Yinnan's. If he could outlast him, victory was assured. Unfazed by the impending assault, Hu Yinhao stood resolute, betraying no sign of movement. Bai Yinan sensed something amiss. Suddenly, a voice crackled in his ear, "Be cautious." From the ground, a figure clad in tattered leather, coated in dark gray dust, emerged, thrusting a long spear towards Bai Yinan. Reacting swiftly, Bai Yinan executed the 7-star step to evade the attack. The assailant, undeterred, wielded the spear with increasing ferocity, sneering, "Let us see whether your footwork is swifter than my spear." Bai Yinan was already struggling to avoid the spear when Hu Yinhao swung his hammer once more. With a resounding thud, Hu Yinhao stomped the ground, causing fissures to erupt and dust to billow. In an instant, he was upon Bai Yinan, the hammer descending upon him with lethal intent. How foolish of me to underestimate, Bai Yinan thought in despair, realizing he had no means of escape as the hammer bore down upon him. At that critical moment, an explosive sound shattered the air. Boom. The once indomitable Hu Yinhao was abruptly injured, his right arm obliterated and his body drenched in blood, collapsing to the ground like a marionette with severed strings. The hammer vanished from his grasp. "Who?" Bai Yinan exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes wide as he scanned the battlefield. Amidst the chaos, Qin Shao readied another arrow, its tip encased in a mysterious black substance. Whoosh. Qin Shao released the arrow towards the spear-wielding foe. Boom. Upon impact, a brilliant explosion erupted, sending shockwaves that forced Bai Yinan to stagger back. All eyes turned to Qin Shao, who, without a moment's hesitation, leapt from his steed, brandishing his sword as he charged at the spear wielder. With a mighty swing, he struck. "No, I will not accept this." The spear wielder fell, his head rolling to rest beside Hu Yinhao, disbelief etched in his features. Eliminated Hun Centurion, Master Martial Artist, X1. Acquired 30 points across all attributes. And obtained a silver treasure chest. Witnessing the death of his comrade, Hu Yinhao coughed up blood, gasping, "You Yinzhou curs are merely flailing in your death throes. You will ultimately perish beneath our iron hooves." His words were cut short as a flash of steel sliced through the air. Instinctively, Hu Yinhao raised his hand to defend himself. Crack. The blade severed his arm, blood gushing forth. The momentum of the strike continued, carving a crimson line across his abdomen. In the next moment, his insides spilled forth, painting the ground in a gruesome display, blood splattering across Qin Zhao's armor. "Fond of ambushes, are we?" Qin Zhao's lips curled into a smirk. "You." Hu Yinhao's voice trailed off, his eyes losing their luster. Eliminated Hun Centurion, Master Martial Artist, Perfected, X1. Acquired 60 points across all attributes, and obtained a golden treasure chest. The system notification chimed in Qin Zhao's ears. A successful kill. The thrill of victory surged within him. With a swift motion, Qin Zhao impaled the heads of Hu Yinhao and the spear wielder upon his blade, channeling his spiritual energy to proclaim, "The Hun general is dead. Surrender at once. Kill him. Avenge our centurion." The remaining Hun soldiers, enraged at the sight of their fallen leader, charged at Qin Zhao with fervor. Yet, they were mere infantry, lacking Hu Yinhao's prowess, and could only watch helplessly as Qin Zhao, mounted on his horse, unleashed a volley of lethal arrows. With practiced precision, Qin Zhao released arrow after arrow, each one finding its mark, claiming the lives of his foes. Eliminated Hun soldier, Martial Novice, X1. Acquired 10 points of strength. Eliminated Hun squad leader, Martialist, X1. Acquired 20 points of agility. With their numbers dwindling and their centurion slain, the Hun soldiers could not withstand the onslaught of the elite Yin cavalry, helplessly witnessing their comrades fall one by one. With the aid of his comrades, Qin Zhao navigated the battlefield with ease, mercilessly reaping the lives of the enemy like a harbinger of death. What immense power! Such remarkable agility! Despite being besieged by so many elite Hun soldiers, he remains unscathed. It is no wonder the commander entrusted him to me. He is truly a boon. I highly doubt the commander possessed such prowess at his age. Bai Yinan observed Qin Zhao, his eyes shimmering with astonishment. Chapter 10. The Blaze Arrow Technique. Approximately 20 minutes later, the fierce battle had come to a close. A grim scene unfolded before the eyes, blood flowed like rivers, and the ground lay littered with corpses. All 3,000 Xiongnu soldiers had perished, with not a single survivor. A prompt echoed in Qin Zhao's ears, congratulating him on surpassing a total attribute score of 700 points, along with a reward of 3 bronze treasure chests. This battle had been perilous. Yet the defeat of 2 Xiongnu centurions, combined with the elimination of other foes, resulted in a remarkable increase of over 400 in his attributes, significantly augmenting his prowess. With this military achievement and the timely rescue of Bai Yinyan's life, there was a chance he could shed the identity of a mere conscript soldier. The system's notification filled Qin Zhao with joy. His strength had surged immensely, and the accolades earned were sufficient to elevate him from the ranks of the conscript army to a recognized member of the Great Yin Imperial Army. Henceforth, even the third prince would think twice before attempting to take action against him. To act against a member of the Great Yin Imperial Army without just cause would surely incite the ire of the generals, making it a costly endeavor. However, it remained essential for him to relentlessly strive upwards, enhancing his own capabilities to seek vengeance. He opened his attribute panel. Name: Qin Shao age, 1994 years, strength, 839, 1 point of strength equals 1 pound of force, agility, 710, higher agility increases speed and physical coordination, constitution. 780, greater constitution enhances physical defense and recovery, spirit. 700, higher spirit sharpens the mind and accelerates the learning of techniques, technique, Yi Jing, beginner, equipment, stag bao. Spirit tier. Fiery armor, spirit tier. Now, his power was already comparable to that of a martial artist, and with the stag bao. Confronting a martial master was not out of the question. He could now be regarded as an extraordinary talent, if he could experience a few more battles of this caliber. A return to the martial master realm would be imminent. Qin Shao was filled with exhilaration over his dramatic increase in strength. One must ponder. Who could ascend so swiftly from the realm of a martial apprentice to that of a martial artist? It was nothing short of miraculous. Scanning the battlefield, he noticed that the Xiongnu soldiers, pierced by arrows, were primarily the result of his own efforts, strikingly evident. In the midst of chaos, Qin Shao had relied solely on his attributes and the stag bao, combining extraordinary spiritual energy to eliminate his enemies one by one. Alongside the previous 2 bronze chests, he now possessed a total of 5 bronze chests, as well as 2 silver chests obtained from defeating the Centurions. He hoped for good fortune in opening them. Yearning for combat skills that would enhance his already impressive speed in dispatching foes, he opened all the treasure chests. He received 100 taels of gold. He obtained 10 explosive arrows, 10 venom arrows, and 10 incendiary arrows. He acquired 100 low-grade Xian Jade. He obtained 1 blaze arrow technique, spirit tier, low grade. He received 1 purple source giant python muscle and 1 purple source python skin. He obtained 1 pair of low-grade spirit tier wind chasing boots. He received 1 low-grade spirit tier star source blade. A notification flashed in his mind. He had indeed acquired a combat technique that was compatible with his stag bao, allowing him to unleash even greater power. Qin Shao was overwhelmed with excitement, wishing he could embrace the system in gratitude. It felt even closer than kin. Moreover, he had secured materials to further upgrade his stag bao. Most importantly, he had obtained 2 pieces of spirit tier equipment that would significantly alleviate his mobility issues. Had these items been in his possession earlier, he might not have needed Bai Yinyan's rescue at all. With just his own strength, he could have effortlessly slain the 2 Xiongnu Centurions. This was undoubtedly a rare trump card for survival. As for the various arrows, they would prove invaluable. Just imagine. Amidst the throngs of advancing Xiongnu soldiers, if he unleashed explosive and incendiary arrows into their ranks, chaos would ensue. Qin Shao could already envision experience points beckoning him. The absorption of 100 low-grade Xian Jade would significantly bolster his strength. Learn the blaze arrow technique, Qin Shao silently commanded. In the next moment, a golden light enveloped him, and a martial technique was seamlessly infused into his consciousness. The blaze arrow technique was indeed formidable. Arrows loosed with a flick of the wrist could summon heavenly fire to assist him, easily decimating swathes of Xiongnu soldiers when paired with the stag bao. It truly lived up to its reputation as a low-grade spirit tier technique. Stag bao quality, low-grade spirit tier range, 1,000 meters, attributes, armor piercing with a certain probability of ignoring defenses below martial spirit level, complementary technique, blaze arrow technique, upon activation. It inflicts burn damage over a wide area, reducing enemy defense attributes, description, capable of inflicting substantial single-target damage while dealing continuous damage to enemies within the attack range. Gentle reminder, can be further upgraded to unlock attributes, unleashing unimaginable power when paired with techniques. Upon witnessing the effects of the blaze arrow technique, Qin Shao nearly burst into laughter. It was as if he could unleash an endless barrage of incendiary arrows as long as his internal energy remained sufficient. He could hardly fathom just how efficient his acquisition of attributes would become in the future. Regrettably, Qin Shao gripped the stag bao tightly, glancing back to see that the materials for the bao's grip were still lacking. Once he procured those materials, the stag bao could be upgraded in an instant. He donned the low-grade spirit tier wind-chasing boots and infused them with spiritual energy. Instantly, he felt as light as a feather, as if he could soar like a swallow. After a few strides, he leaped several dozen meters high, his speed and jumping ability now several times greater than before. Holding the star source blade, he marveled at the faint blue glow emanating from its edge, exuding a sharpness that was palpable. He casually picked up a Xiongnu curved blade forged from fine steel from the ground and struck down with force. With a resounding clang, the Xiongnu blade shattered neatly, while the star source blade remained unscathed, not a single nick upon its surface. With the enhancement of his spiritual energy, Qin Shao felt as if the star source blade was an extension of his very being. You've amassed quite a collection. Bai Yannian, weary yet intrigued, approached Qin Shao. With his discerning eye, he could not help but notice the exceptional equipment adorning Qin Shao. His gaze filled with envy. All thanks to the commander's generosity. Qin Shao replied nonchalantly, a subtle smile gracing his lips. At this, Bai Yannian plopped down beside him, smiling wryly. You can put on a show for others, but not in front of me. What? Are you afraid I might covet your possessions? If it weren't for you, I would have perished. Rest assured, I, Bai Yannian, am not one to act in such a manner. He patted Qin Zhao's shoulder. Qin Shao chuckled again. Isn't it just being cautious? Bai Yannian, unperturbed, expressed his gratitude. Thank you for saving my life. Should you ever require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to let me know. I will do my utmost to help you return home. Before Qin Shao could respond, Bai Yannian offered a reminder. These items are merely external possessions. Your inherent strength is of utmost importance. I hope you remain mindful of that. Seeing Qin Shao nod in acknowledgement, Bai Yannian mounted his horse. Brothers, take everything we can carry. Burn everything we cannot. From this point onward, the sea is vast for fish to leap. The sky is high for birds to soar. Chapter 11. A bunch of useless fools. The following noon, under the blazing sun, we should have already penetrated deep into the Xiongnu territory. Bai Yannian surveyed the endless expanse of grasslands and yellow sands around him, stifling a yawn as he began to speak. They had marched tirelessly through the night, covering hundreds of miles without rest, and now both horses and men appeared somewhat fatigued. Setting up camp, they began to assess casualties and spoils. With a command from Bai Yannian, the cavalry dismounted in unison, each soldier aware of his designated task. Some set about erecting tents, while others, under Bai Yannian's direction, ventured out to scout the surroundings. Before long, a centurion reported back, last night, we lost 196 soldiers, with over 100 wounded. Approaching Bai Yannian, a 100-man commander clasped his hands in salute. We have seized over 200 low-grade xianyu, 5 vials of qi nourishing pills, and 3 vials of healing pills, along with some provisions. Bai Yannian promptly instructed, distribute all the healing pills immediately, prioritizing the injured brothers. As for the low-grade xianyu and qi nourishing pills, let them remain with me for distribution after the battle based on merit. They had slain thousands of enemies, and yet their own casualties were so few, achieving an astonishing kill ratio of 1 to 15. However, Bai Yannian felt a twinge of sorrow. These were his comrades, his brothers, living men, not mere animals. He ordered that the fallen soldiers be recorded, with compensation set at 3 times the usual amount, and that the news be sent back to Dingyuan City. They were all fine sons of the great Yin dynasty. The court would certainly not neglect them. Bai Yannian raised his arms and called out, "Thank you, Centurion." The soldiers responded in unison. They were unafraid of death on the battlefield, but they dreaded the thought of perishing unnoticed, leaving their wives and children without support or compensation. With Bai Yannian's assurance, what was there left to lose? Moreover, some had never even used healing pills since their enlistment, yet here they were, easily distributed by Bai Yannian, who valued their lives so highly. Who else would they serve if not a general who showed such compassion for his subordinates? Bai Yannian nodded slightly at the scene before him, recognizing the bond of loyalty among the troops. Furthermore, promote Qin Shao to 100-man commander and reward him with a vial of qi nourishing pills. Bai Yannian continued, all those who have rendered service to the great Yin dynasty and bravely fought against the enemy shall be rewarded. As he spoke, Bai Yannian handed the qi nourishing pill to Qin Shao. In that instant, a notification sound echoed in Qin Shao's mind. Observing this, the atmosphere among the gathered soldiers instantly ignited. They looked at Qin Shao with eager eyes, some filled with envy, others with jealousy. Goodness! I heard this fellow was merely a soldier of the Xingta's army at first, but after this battle, he has shed that identity and risen to a 100-man commander. His future knows no bounds. Humph, how come he gets to seize the opportunity while I do not? Don't talk nonsense. If you go up, you might be taken down in an instant. Laughter erupted among them. Ignoring their chatter, Qin Shao accepted the qi nourishing pill and bowed slightly to Bai Yannian, saying, "Thank you, Centurion." He realized that according to the merit from last night's battle, he would have only been able to shed his identity as a soldier of the Xingta's army, and being promoted to 100-man commander was purely serendipitous. This is what you deserve, Bai Yannian replied with a slight smile, then commanded, everyone, rest well, there will be no time for relaxation in the days to come. Understood. The soldiers dispersed, returning to their tents to rest. Meanwhile, within the camp of the Xiongnu's right wise king, the atmosphere was tense. Upon hearing reports of last night's ambush, the right wise king's face darkened, and he slammed his palm onto the table, shattering it. You bunch of useless fools. You boast endlessly about your prowess, claiming that your soldiers can take on 10 foes each. And now look, you have been bested 1 to 10 by the great Yan's official army. His gaze pierced through the gathered generals, simmering with anger. I have repeatedly warned you to stay vigilant and not underestimate the enemy. Must you wait until they are upon us to feel regret? The right wise king clenched his fists, his expression grim, a clear indication of his fury. He had received intelligence that the great Yin court was embroiled in power struggles. Lacking the inclination to dispatch troops to support Dingyuan City, he had initially planned to encircle without attacking, waiting for the garrison to lower their guard before striking unexpectedly. Now, however, this debacle had occurred. It was evident that these elite cavalry had aimed to raid their rear supply lines, wreaking havoc across the grasslands and delaying their offensive. Yet the right wise king had no choice. He must send forces to eliminate Bai Yannian and his men, for if there were issues with their supply lines, all their efforts would come to naught. Have the losses been calculated? The right wise king asked, his expression impassive, his tone flat. However, not a single general dared to utter a word. Those familiar with the right wise king understood this to be the prelude to bloodshed. Replying to your majesty, last night, over 3,000 men from the 3rd Battalion perished, with none surviving. A Xiongnu general cautiously stepped forward to report. Additionally, 5,000 stones of provisions were destroyed, and over 1,000 livestock have fled. The general steeled himself to deliver the full extent of the losses. You are all useless. What good are you to keep alive? The right wise king could no longer contain his rage, cursing vehemently. 5,000 stones of provisions, if rationed, could sustain 5,000 men for 60 days. And now, the livestock meant for meat have fled in such numbers. To lose over 3,000 armored warriors, these are not mere livestock. How could they be so easily slaughtered? Including the Xiongnu soldiers lost in the previous night's attack, their total losses had already exceeded 5,000. Do not be misled into thinking that such a loss is insignificant. A moderately sized tribe on the grasslands would likely have only about 5,000 warriors, or even fewer. This meant that the right wise king had achieved no tangible progress in his siege, while losing an entire tribe's worth of soldiers, whose command was the 3rd Battalion under. Drag him out and behead him, the right wise king shouted, his fury palpable. Within the tent, the Xiongnu generals were silent, fearing for their own lives. If this news were to spread, not only would they be ridiculed by the left wise king, but they would also face suspicion from the Great Khan regarding their capabilities. After a moment, the right wise king managed to regain some composure, looking at the general who was about to be dragged out for execution. Huyanji, the complete annihilation of the 3rd Battalion is your fault. I now grant you an opportunity to redeem yourself. Lead 3,000 light cavalry and annihilate that group of Great Yin cavalry. Thank you, your majesty. I shall ensure their complete destruction. Otherwise, I shall present my head to you. Hu Yanji's eyes burned with vengeance. He was determined to eradicate Qin Shao and his companions. Had it not been for the Great Yin cavalry, how could he have lost his younger brother? And how close had he come to losing his own head? Go, and do not let me down. The right wise king waved his hand. Chapter 12. Annihilation of the Xiongnu tribe, a fortuitous surprise. The sky dimmed, and dark clouds gathered ominously. A moist, heavy air infused with the fragrant scent of grass and earth filled Qin Shao and Appo's nostrils. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Report. Bai Yinyang spoke. 20 miles to the southwest, a small Xiongnu tribe has been located, just as Bai Yinyang intended to retreat. For their objective had never been a mere tribe, but the logistical supplies of the Xiongnu. Qin Zhao's eyes glimmered with insight. The grain and supplies of the Xiongnu were extracted from these small tribes. Annihilating them would sever the very roots of the Xiongnu army. Captain Bai, if we eradicate the Xiongnu tribes completely, their ability to gather food and supplies will be significantly hampered. Moreover, the able-bodied men in their tribe are likely few, most having been dispatched to besiege the gates, Qin Shao remarked. Upon hearing this, Bai Yinyang's eyes flickered with understanding. He was no fool and quickly grasped Qin Zhao's strategy. Your intellect is commendable. Before long, Bai Yinyang commanded, brothers, follow me. Observing that everyone was prepared, he waved his hand decisively. Qin Shao led his cavalry, charging at the forefront. Now was the opportune moment. As the Xiongnu tribe lay vulnerable, they would seize this chance to strike. 20 miles away, within the Lan tribe, revelry reigned. Laughter and music echoed as they feasted heartily. The atmosphere was fervent, with many gathered around the bonfire, boasting and jesting. Ha! With the right noble king besieging the gates, we shall surely leave the Great Yin in tatters. I can only imagine the resources we will plunder. The Great Yin is in such a weakened state. They hardly deserve such vast lands and fertile soil. Their villages serve merely as our winter provisions, others chimed in, dismissing the Great Yin entirely, as if it were already theirs for the taking. I wonder if Moron can bring back some women from the Great Yin. I am weary of the ones in our tribe. A young Xiongnu, barely 7 feet tall, drank deeply from a horn cup, his eyes glinting with mischief. Simultaneously, he brazenly groped the 2 maidens beside him, eliciting pained cries before he erupted into laughter, ceasing his antics. The maidens gazed at him, fear etched in their expressions. I've heard that women of the Great Yin are exquisitely beautiful, with skin as smooth as jade. They would be delightful to toy with. Another Xiongnu, hairy-chested, remarked. In my view, what is so amusing about these 2-legged sheep? They are better suited for consumption, tender and delectable. A man clad in worn leather, gnawing on a mutton leg, scoffed. For them, the men of the Great Yin were mere laborers, while the women were playthings, and in times of urgency, they were provisions. Meanwhile, a mere 20 miles away, Qin Shao and his men arrived swiftly. Spotting the brightly lit tents and smoldering bonfires in the distance, Qin Zhao's spirits lifted. Old Qin, shall we charge straight in? Bai Yinyang inquired, regarding Qin Shao as his wise advisor, as it had become customary to heed his counsel. Let us remain patient. Our enemies are unaware while we are concealed. It would be wiser to wait until they slumber, then they shall be as lambs to the slaughter, Qin Shao suggested. Glancing at the darkening sky. Agreed, Bai Yinyang replied. As time slipped away, darkness enveloped the surroundings, and the camp's noise gradually faded. Suddenly, a torrential downpour began, the rain pelting the ground like small stones. Now is the time. Charge with me, Qin Shao commanded, swiftly drawing his hunting bow, knocking an arrow in one seamless motion. In the next moment, a rain of arrows cascaded toward the Xiongnu tents. The sound of arrows whistling through the air enveloped the scene. Perhaps it was the roar of the storm that masked the sound of galloping hooves, for many Xiongnu perished in their sleep. A few, sensing danger, rushed from their tents, shouting, "Run! The enemy!" However, their words were cut short. Qin Shao swiftly released 4 arrows, eliminating them in an instant. Xiongnu soldier, warrior, slain x1. Acquired 10 points of spirit. Xiongnu soldier, warrior, slain x1, acquired 10 points of strength. Xiongnu, commoner, slain x1, acquired 3 points of strength. Witnessing this, Bai Yin-yang and Apos, S eyes widened in disbelief. This is sheer madness. Over 600 meters away, every shot is a hit. Even the finest archers could not achieve such feats, especially while mounted and in a downpour. The soldiers following Qin Shao mirrored his incredulity. Is this truly within the capabilities of man? Our captain is remarkably skilled. How fortunate I was not to offend him. Yet, despite Qin Shao and Apos' swift actions, the Xiongnu began to react. However, as Qin Shao had anticipated, it was not long before their combat effectiveness was entirely diminished, leaving only the frail and the aged. Faced with the remaining Xiongnu, Bai Yin-yang hesitated. Qin Shao approached them, sheathing his star source blade, and calmly declared, "I do not slay the old and the young." He then turned to depart, just as they believed they had escaped. Qin Shao pivoted once more, brandishing a short knife, his gaze fierce. "I happen to have a smaller blade." With a swift motion, he dispatched one after another of the Xiongnu. These children, once grown, would become soldiers of the Xiongnu, returning to plunder the borders of the Great Yin and torment its people. The elders and women, tending cattle and sheep upon the grasslands, provided supplies to the Xiongnu army. Their deaths were anything but innocent. At that moment, a figure burst forth from a tent, wielding a curved blade, charging into the unarmed Xiongnu with a ferocity akin to a vengeful deity. Time passed, and the remaining Xiongnu were butchered beyond recognition, their bodies reduced to mere pulp. Clattering to the ground, the woman finally paused, discarding her blade as rain cascaded down her hair, washing away the crimson stains. She glanced at Qin Shao and the others, then began to weep softly. After a while, she regained her composure and spoke hoarsely, "I am Lu Xinyu, a woman of the Great Yin. The Xiongnu killed my parents and brothers, abducting me to subject me to their whims. This is a grudge we cannot share the skies with. Please forgive my display before you, esteemed generals." Qin Shao scanned her briefly, confirming her identity. "Bring a set of clothing for this young lady. Can you ride? It is unsafe to follow us. Flee for your life." To Qin Shao and Apos' astonishment, upon receiving the clothing, Lu Xinyu bowed deeply. "I wish to accompany you." Before Qin Shao could decline, she added, "There lies a storage site for Xiongnu grain just 30 miles from here. I happened to overhear it. Moreover, a noblewoman of the esteemed Yin aristocracy has been captured by the Xiongnu." Chapter 13. The accumulation of fortune and titles in distant city within the encampment of the Black Tiger Army. The Grand Commander gazed at the missive brought back by the Falcon, his heart brimming with joy. He had not anticipated that Bai Yannian and his companions would achieve such remarkable feats in less than a day. They had decimated thousands of foes and eradicated a small tribe with minimal losses. "Excellent! Excellent! Excellent!" The Grand Commander instinctively exclaimed. "Summon Qin Shao. Expel him from the ranks of the Xingtu army, and officially enlist him in the Black Tiger camp. I appoint Qin Shao as a centurion, commanding 100 elite cavalry." The Grand Commander stamped his official seal upon the commission before him. Qin Shao had rendered outstanding service in these 2 battles, and he had always been generous in rewarding such valorous soldiers. Beside him, Shen Wannian furrowed his brow slightly. This was entirely at odds with the task assigned to him by the third prince. However, openly contradicting the Grand Commander was not an option. In the military, merit must be rewarded for loyalty to be secured. Should I achieve great deeds for you, yet receive no reward, or worse, face oppression? The other soldiers might well revolt upon discovering such injustice. After all, aside from defending their homeland, the soldiers primarily aspired to rise in rank and wealth. This is the nature of humanity. Infuriating. Zheng Yaoguang sipped his tea, clearing his throat before respectfully addressing the commander. Might the correspondence indicate their location? Perhaps at a critical moment, we could dispatch aid. Such a contingent of elite cavalry, should they perish on the plains, would represent a colossal loss for our Black Tiger army. The Grand Commander cast a sidelong glance at Zheng Yaoguang, his expression unchanged. The letter did not disclose their location. And moreover, we lack the cavalry to assist them. Seeing this, Zheng Yaoguang clasped his hands in apology. "I am remiss. Please forgive my oversight, Commander." The Grand Commander nodded slightly, his gaze drifting to the distance, lost in thought. Location? Shen Wantian appeared to grasp a crucial insight, a faint smile curving his lips. "If it were difficult for us to deal with Qin Shao, might we not use the hands of the Xiongnu to our advantage? In the capital of the Dian dynasty, within the Zhun Nanwang mansion, a solemn atmosphere reigned. Numerous servants and guards gathered in the courtyard, not daring to breathe a word. The reason? The sole daughter of the Zhun Nanwang had mysteriously vanished, along with her personal maid. A pack of useless fools. If you cannot find Yanar today, I shall hold you accountable. The Zhun Nanwang's face was ashen, his gaze sweeping over his subordinates. He could scarcely believe that after a brief visit to the palace, he returned to find his daughter missing. Zhao Yanar was his only offspring. Anyone who dared to harm her was effectively sealing his own fate. At that moment, a figure clad in black descended from the heavens, kneeling before the Zhun Nanwang. My lord, there is news regarding the princess. Speak. A scout has reported that 3 days ago, the princess entered the territory of the Xiongnu tribe, the figure intoned. What? Upon hearing this, the Zhun Nanwang could no longer restrain the tumultuous rage within him. Nearby attendants spat blood, and those with greater strength were flung several meters away. Are you saying Yanar has entered the Xiongnu's domain? The Zhun Nanwang reiterated, and upon receiving confirmation, he uttered a chilling decree. If anything befalls Yanar, you shall all accompany her to the grave. Dispatch the Zhunnan guards to the Xiongnu territory to search for Yanar. The Xiongnu were brutal and ruthless. The people of the Dian dynasty were regarded as mere livestock in their eyes. He could not bear to contemplate the horrors his daughter might endure should she fall into their clutches. The Zhun Nanwang turned away from the mansion, heading towards the palace. The petty squabbles among princes held no relevance to him now. Should anyone dare impede his mission to rescue his daughter, they would face his wrath. On the plains, Qin Shao and his companions galloped through the rain-soaked night, raindrops cascading from the edges of their armor. Under Qin Yusin's guidance, they swiftly located the grain depot of the Xiongnu. This place was utterly distinct from the small tribe they had recently encountered. The prior tribe had not a single guard. Even 1,000 ordinary soldiers from the Black Tiger camp could have easily vanquished them. Hundreds of tightly clustered tents stood within the encampment, with Xiongnu soldiers standing guard at the entrances, torches in hand. Perhaps due to the rain, they remained oblivious to the presence of Qin Shao and his men. However, these Xiongnu soldiers numbered only a few hundred, making them no match for Qin Shao and his elite cavalry. Accumulating the title of Centurion, the enemies slain by your soldiers under your command will bestow 1/10 of their attributes upon you. Commanding over 100 soldiers activates the passive attribute leading your troops, enhancing combat effectiveness by 10% when the host charges into battle. The notification rang in Qin Shao's ears, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Was this not the very definition of invincibility? Initially, he had worried that his solo efforts would be insufficient to swiftly vanquish foes and collect attributes. Yet now that concern was rendered moot. With over 100 elite cavalry at his command, charging into battle would inevitably yield hundreds of slain Xiongnu soldiers, even if he only garnered 1/10 of their attributes. In the face of such overwhelming numbers, the resulting attributes would be prodigious. Moreover, with his soldiers' combat prowess enhanced by 10%, how could his attribute acquisition rate not soar? Furthermore, he was merely a centurion now. Should he ascend to a 1,000-man commander, a general, or even a provincial governor, how splendid would that be? Old Qin, how shall we strike? Bayanian had developed a habit of consulting Qin Shao before battle, for he often delivered unexpected surprises. Qin Shao raised an eyebrow, listening to the neighing of his steed, thinking, how else would we strike? We charge in and conclude the matter. Ha ha ha, splendid. Bayanian responded affirmatively and led the charge. Brothers, follow me. Qin Shao would not be outdone. Over 700 elite cavalry followed closely behind, surging towards the Xiongnu grain depot, while the wounded remained to tend the horses. This time, with the guards on alert, the Xiongnu soldiers quickly detected Qin Shao and his men. They initially mistook them for their own cavalry, only to realize upon closer inspection that they were clad in the garb of Dian warriors. At this revelation, their expressions shifted dramatically. Sound the alarm, they cried, and all Xiongnu soldiers hastily gathered, forming a defensive formation to withstand the cavalry's charge. Whoosh! An arrow pierced through the throat of one Xiongnu soldier, embedding itself in the chest of another behind him, who could only helplessly feel his life ebbing away as his vision faded to darkness. Before the others could react, a deluge of arrows rained down, skewering many of the slower Xiongnu soldiers. Cavalry, mount up and engage the enemy. Infantry, form ranks to fend off the arrows. Murong Chongqing shouted, quickly mounting his steed and brandishing his spear as he charged towards Qin Shao and the others. Hot on his heels were dozens of Xiongnu cavalry. Throughout the charge, Qin Shao remained vigilant. His archery skills, though exceptional, could not pierce the Xiongnu shields. He swiftly drew forth the venomous arrow he had acquired some time ago, nocking it with grace and precision, and released it in one fluid motion. Whoosh! Chapter 14. The Rescue of the Princess. With a swift motion, Qin Shao released 3 venomous arrows in quick succession. Upon striking the shields of the Xiongnu soldiers, the arrows erupted, unleashing a dark green liquid that gradually corroded the shields. The sound of sizzling echoed as the shields succumbed to the corrosive substance. Soon, chaos ensued within the Xiongnu ranks, their focus shattered, unable to defend against the rain of arrows. Help! What is this monstrous thing? It hurts, it hurts. The soldiers cried out in agony, their limbs numbed by the venom. The enemy was akin to demons, merciless in their cruelty. As the soldiers frantically tried to rid themselves of the toxic liquid, it splattered onto their comrades, further eroding their protective leather. Initially mere support troops responsible for safeguarding supplies. They lacked combat experience and were utterly powerless to resist. They could only watch helplessly as their brothers fell, either struck down by arrows or tortured to death by the poison. In stark contrast, Qin Shao and his men were seasoned warriors, unmatched by the Xiongnu. Upon engaging the cavalry led by Murong Changqing, the clash of blades rang out. With a swift sweep, Qin Shao cleaved through his adversary with ease, leaving a gruesome scene of entrails scattered around him. His formidable prowess, accompanied by over 100 elite riders, rendered them unstoppable, even against the formidable Bai Yan'an. The tide of battle was decisively in their favor. After a single charge, only a handful of Murong Changqing's personal guards remained, the rest lay defeated, while Qin Zhao's forces suffered only minor injuries. Charge with me, he urged, recognizing the dwindling enemy numbers. This opportunity to garner strength and attributes was not to be squandered. Murong Changqing, having engaged Bai Yan'an in several exchanges, found himself outmatched and retreated momentarily. However, sensing Qin Zhao's presence, Murong Changqing sneered, "You, a mere fool, dare to seek death?" With a grand gesture, he rallied his guards, knowing their families were at stake within the tribe. Surrendering to Qin Shao would mean certain annihilation for their kin. They had no choice but to fight. Qin Shao, having dispatched 2 Xiongnu cavalrymen, advanced toward Murong Changqing. Despite being a martial master, his higher rank did not guarantee an easy victory over Qin Shao. Drawing his bow, Qin Shao infused it with spiritual energy. The moment he released the arrow, it ignited and multiplied, encircling Murong Changqing. A petty trick, daring to show off. Murong Changqing swung his spear violently, deflecting the arrows effortlessly. Yet, he soon felt dizzy, the sight of a headless figure strangely familiar, before he lost consciousness. With Murong Changqing slain, Qin Shao raised his trophy high. "Brothers, we have triumphed." The fiery arrow technique had merely served to distract Murong Changqing. The true lethal strike had come from Qin Zhao's Star Source blade. While Murong Changqing was preoccupied, Qin Shao infused his wind-chasing boots with energy, enhancing his speed manifold, allowing him to behead Murong Changqing. Witnessing Qin Zhao's valor, the remaining soldiers, led by Bai Yan'an, surged forward, swiftly annihilating the remaining Xiongnu. Even Lu Xinyu, embedded among the elite cavalry, felled numerous enemy soldiers. Bai Yan'an approached Qin Shao, his expression a mix of disbelief and admiration. "Though he means little to me, your ability to confront a martial master at your level is remarkable. Your future is limitless." Qin Shao shook his head, rain cascading down his brow. Had he not underestimated me, defeating him would not have been so simple. Moreover, if it were you, a single exchange would suffice to slay him. Bai Yan'an laughed heartily. Sometimes excessive modesty makes one appear pretentious. To put it bluntly, if I were in your position, no advantage in equipment would aid me in killing that foe. At that moment, a centurion herded the remaining Xiongnu women and children before Bai Yan'an. "Commander, how shall we deal with these captives?" Their eyes brimmed with hatred. Bai Yan'an remained silent, handing his blade to Qin Shao. A smile crept onto Qin Zhao's face. His commander, once sympathetic towards the weak, had now shed any semblance of mercy. They were armed now, and Qin Zhao's tone turned grim as he methodically executed the women and youths before him. Even infants could pose a threat to adults. As he slaughtered these women and youths, none dared intervene. Finally, only one Xiongnu boy remained. Qin Shao exhaled sharply, preparing to behead him when the boy cried out, "Wait, my lord, I would be your loyal servant." Terror filled the boy's eyes, starkly contrasting with the others. To Qin Shao, this boy's death might hold greater value. The boy hurriedly continued, "I know that a princess of your great Yin is being transported to the Xiongnu royal court, having departed just an hour ago to the northwest." Upon hearing this, Qin Shao and Bai Yan'an exchanged a glance, suppressing their astonishment. Clattering his blade to the ground, Qin Shao remarked nonchalantly, "Regardless of your name, you shall henceforth be known as Qin Yi. Should I find you betraying me, I will hunt you down without fail." Having slain hundreds of foes since joining the army, Qin Zhao's murderous intent radiated from him, chilling the air around. Qin Yi trembled, perceiving a sea of corpses. "Yes, you are my master. I shall never betray you. Lead us to rescue the princess." Qin Zhao's eyes glimmered with anticipation. This unexpected turn of events presented a golden opportunity. Rescuing the princess would provide him with a powerful ally. Retaining Qin Yi, he thought, might yield unforeseen benefits, as no one understood their own people better than one of them. With Bai Yan'an's approval, Qin Shao and his elite cavalry sped off towards their objective. Chapter 15. The request of the Prince of Southern Town in the imperial capital, within the royal palace, the imperial study. How audacious! The Xiongnu dare to plot against the daughter of my esteemed minister. Someone, draft an edict. Whoever rescues the daughter of the prince of southern town shall be promoted 3 ranks, awarded 100 acres of fertile land, and richly rewarded. The Emperor Yin sat upon a mahogany stool, his complexion ashen, fury barely contained. Nearby, a eunuch diligently recorded his words. The prince of southern town was a staunch ally. Should this matter not be handled well, the prince's heart might grow cold. Most importantly, he was the principal commander in the defense against the 100 Yu. Your Majesty, permit me to dispatch troops to personally rescue Yinner, the prince of southern town responded, respectfully clasping his hands, unmoved. In his eyes, only by relying on himself could he maximize the chances of bringing Zhao Yinner back unharmed. Upon hearing this, the emperor sighed. Should you go to rescue Zhao Yinner? I fear the 100 Yu may take the opportunity to launch a surprise attack, throwing the borders into chaos. Only you can lead the troops to defend against the 100 Yu. Seeing the prince still refuse, the emperor spoke again. 3 days. If I do not bring Zhao Yinner back safe and sound within 3 days, I shall allow you to lead an assault against the Xiongnu. Thank you, your majesty. I take my leave, the prince of southern town said, bowing before exiting the grand hall. Watching the prince's retreating figure, the emperor's gaze flickered. He needed to prepare several contingencies, ordering Qin Wudao to lead the Zhuge guard to the border with the 100 Yu to fend off external threats. He commanded the cities of the northern domain to spare no effort in rescuing Zhao Yinner, promising to dispatch reinforcements shortly. The emperor took a sip of tea beside him, speaking in a low voice. Also inform my wayward sons to keep a low profile lately. Whoever rescues Zhao Yinner shall possess the military token of the Zhuge guard. Yes, your majesty. The red-robed eunuch respectfully acknowledged before departing. The emperor's gaze flickered. The Zhuge guard was one of the armies historically controlled by the Yin kings. Only mobilizable by those in possession of the Zhuge military token or the previous Yin kings themselves, they were the true elite of the great Yin. The lowest ranked among them were already masters of martial arts. In the depths of the Xiongnu grasslands, upon the yellow earth, a prisoner carriage moved slowly. Surrounded by over 20 Xiongnu soldiers, Qin Shao, under the lead of Qin Yi, had pursued closely behind. Qin Shao surveyed the scene, noting that the strongest among the escorting soldiers was merely at the peak of the martial artist realm, not a worthy opponent for him. Do not shoot arrows. Charge with me, he commanded, unwilling to hide any longer. With a whoosh, Qin Shao held his breath, nocked an arrow, and aimed directly at the leader of the small Xiongnu squad. Just a moment ago, the small leader had been laughing and joking with his comrades. The next moment, an arrow pierced through his chest, pinning him to the ground, resulting in his demise. Enemies, prepare for battle, his deputy exclaimed, initially stunned, before quickly reacting and shouting a warning. They looked around in terror, but found only darkness. Not a hint of life could be seen. The sound of hooves trampling the yellow earth was perfectly muffled by the rain, and they were oblivious to the direction from which Qin Shao and his men approached. Moments later, Qin Zhao's forces charged upon them, and against those who raised their weapons in resistance, he struck down with a swift blade. With the advantage of superior equipment and his own strength, none of the enemies stood a chance against him. Many were left disemboweled by Qin Shao and his men. The mingling scent of rain and blood filled the air. In the blink of an eye, the Xiongnu soldiers had been completely annihilated. This was not a battle between two armies. It was a one-sided massacre. Qin Shao reached the prisoner carriage and struck down the chains with a single blow. Your Highness, I am from the Black Tiger Army of Dingyuan City. With a clank, the chains fell apart. Inside the carriage was a beautiful young woman clad in a brocade robe, drenched and curled up, her gaze like water as she looked at Qin Shao. Upon hearing his words, Zhao Yinner leapt towards Qin Shao, instinctively embracing him. A wave of inexplicable grievance swelling within her. They are dead. Wanner is dead. They have all died. Zhao Yinner's eyes reddened, her voice trembling with tears. Had she not stubbornly insisted on sneaking out to the Xiongnu territory, her personal maid and guards would not have perished. Feeling the softness in his embrace, Qin Shao found himself at a loss for words. He could only pat Zhao Yinner on the shoulder. It is in the past. Do not blame yourself. The blame lies solely with those damned Xiongnu. At his words, Zhao Yinner tightened her grip around Qin Shao, wishing to fuse with him entirely. No one knew the torment she had endured in recent days. She had witnessed her guards slaughtered like cattle, and her maid Wanner had been subjected to the humiliation of the Xiongnu men, ultimately taking her own life out of despair. Yet, these Xiongnu savages did not even spare her corpse, desecrating it after their vile acts, akin to demons in this world. Will you take me away? After a long pause, Zhao Yinner spoke slowly, her eyes filled with hope. Only after Qin Shao nodded did she gradually loosen her embrace, yet she remained at his side, inseparable. Only Qin Shao could provide her with a shred of security. Zhao Yinner even mounted the same horse as Qin Shao, clinging tightly to his waist. In her eyes, Qin Shao was her heroic figure riding on a rainbow. Without him, she could scarcely imagine the depths of her suffering. Let us join the captain. With the battlefield cleared, Qin Shao waved his hand and led his over 100 subordinates away. Including Qin Shao, none noticed the eagle circling above in the sky, following them closely. Before long, Qin Shao led his team to Bayani's side, dismounting and clasping his hands. I have not disgraced my mission. I successfully brought the princess back. Good. Bayani's eyes brightened as he looked at Zhao Yinar closely following Qin Shao, his gaze flickering slightly. Qin Shao draped a piece of enchanted armor over Zhao Yinar, not allowing her to speak. This armor is worth 1,000 taels of silver. Remember to return it to me later. Zhao Yinar blushed and nodded. This place is not safe. Our original plan was to disrupt the Xiongnu supply lines. We should first escort the princess back and then devise our next move, Qin Shao stated. Bayani wiped the blood off his blade with tattered clothing, his expression fraught with concern. This place is hundreds of miles from Dingyuan City. Compounded by the Xiongnu besieging it, it may not be easy to return. Qin Shao smiled slightly. Who said we must return to Dingyuan City? There are other border cities along the frontier between Great Yin and the Xiongnu. Bayani realized. Indeed, then let us depart. 2 hours later, when Huyanji led the Xiongnu cavalry to the Lan clan tribe, all that met their eyes were corpses strewn across the ground and destroyed provisions, with livestock running in chaos. They also saw the remains of women and children brutally slain. Huyanji was nearly overwhelmed with rage. This is simply cutting off the roots of the Xiongnu. Just then, an eagle descended onto Huyanji's shoulder. Muttering to himself, Huyanji's eyes glinted as he commanded, "Follow me. I will slay every last one of these yin dogs." Chapter 16, Strengthening Power. Cavalry assault. Qin Shao and his companions wandered relentlessly across the grasslands, their path erratic as they alternated between heading east and west. Upon encountering small to medium-sized tribes, they would charge in, ruthlessly slaughtering every inhabitant. They seized all the resources they could carry, adhering to the principle of annihilation, plunder, and incineration, inflicting significant losses upon the Xiongnu. After sweeping through 4 or 5 tribes, they each averaged over 3 spare war horses. These steeds alone would be a considerable achievement upon their return, sufficient to reconstruct a cavalry of 3,000 in Dingyuan City, or could be sold for a substantial sum of low-grade Xinjade. However, their traces became increasingly evident, and their pace of march had notably diminished. Qin Shao had not anticipated that their initial plan to escort Zhao Yinar away would be thwarted by the frequent encounters with the Xiongnu tribes, ultimately succumbing to the temptation to eradicate them completely. No one foresaw the rich bounty they would reap. This expanse of grassland had enjoyed a prolonged period of tranquility, nearly devoid of invasion from Dian. Furthermore, with the right noble king having conscripted the majority of the able-bodied from the tribes, they were utterly incapable of mounting any effective resistance. Consequently, they had suffered fewer than 20 casualties while amassing such a wealth of spoils. As night fell, darkness enveloped the land. Qin Shao and his comrades took refuge on a hill, feasting on sizzling lamb and beef alongside the bread they had brought, each soldier brimming with satisfaction. It was nearly time to send the princess away. Bayanian opened the envelope from the hawk, taking a deep gulp of water to moisten his parched lips. He had reported Zhao Yinar's discovery to the chief commander on the day she was found, which led to the order to escort the princess to safety. Qin Shao sighed lightly, glancing at Zhao Yinar, who was closely nestled beside him. Had it not been for her presence, they could have inflicted even greater damage upon the Xiongnu. Zhao Yinar tugged at her clothing, casting a pitiful gaze at Qin Shao. He nodded slightly, indicating that they would rest for half an hour before departing. After speaking, Qin Shao closed his eyes to take a brief respite. Congratulations, host, for breaking through to the Martial Master realm. Reward, Golden Treasure Chest X1. After consecutively raiding 6 or 7 tribes and claiming countless lives, including 3 formidable foes at the Great Martial Master level, Qin Shao had achieved a breakthrough. He opened his attribute panel. Name, Qin Shao. Fortune title, Centurion. 1/10 of the attributes from enemies slain by your soldiers will be attributed to you. Leading the charge can enhance soldiers' combat power by 10%. Age, 1994. Years, Strength, 1222. 1 point of strength equals 1 gene of force. Agility, 1198. Higher agility results in increased movement speed and body coordination. Constitution, 1200. Higher constitution enhances body defense and recovery ability. Spirit, 1092. Higher spirit leads to clearer thinking and faster learning of martial arts. Martial techniques, Yijin Jing, beginner. Liao Yuan arrow technique, beginner. Equipment, Stag Bow, spirit level. Blazing Flame armor, spirit level. Windrunner boots, spirit level. Star Source blade, spirit level. At this moment, equipped with the Stag Bow and his gear, even a great martial master would find it challenging to contend with him. He had surpassed the strength he possessed before his downfall. Qin Shao was filled with vigor and hope, determined to one day avenge himself against the third prince. Next, Qin Shao focused entirely on the golden treasure chest. He had been unable to upgrade the Stag Bow previously and wondered what treasures it might yield this time. This was a golden treasure chest. He fervently wished for something remarkable to emerge. Upon opening the golden treasure chest, he received Purple Source Wood X1, Martial Technique Attribute Point X1, and Martial Skill Attribute Point X1. A prompt flashed through his mind, and Qin Shao rejoiced. The Purple Source Wood would aid in upgrading the Stag Bow. It was noteworthy that the Stag Bao was already at the spirit level before the upgrade. With another enhancement, it could unlock new features. Qin Shao retrieved the Stag Bao and clicked the illuminated plus sign at the back. A flash of white light enveloped the Bao, and a mysterious purple glow appeared, revealing intricate inscriptions reminiscent of stars. Qin Shao fixed his gaze on the Stag Bao. Stag Bao, quality, mid-grade spirit level range, 1,500 meters, features, armor piercing, certain probability of ignoring defenses below martial spirit level. Tracking, certain probability of tracking the target. Associated martial skill, Liao Yuan arrow technique. Once activated, it inflicts burning damage on a wide range of enemies, reducing their defensive attributes. Description, capable of inflicting significant single-target damage while causing sustained damage to enemies within the attack range. Friendly reminder, further upgrades possible. Unlocking features and synergizing with martial skills to unleash unimaginable power. Qin Zhao's eyes lit up. As expected, a bug-like feature had emerged, the ability to automatically track targets. It was known that only those at the martial spirit level could possibly infuse spiritual energy into arrows, slightly affecting their trajectory, albeit to a limited extent. The more powerful the arrow, the harder it was to alter its path. As if struck by inspiration, Qin Shao gripped the Stag Bao tightly, swiftly drawing the bow and knocking an arrow, then shooting it skyward. Whoosh! The arrow vanished into the clouds, leaving no trace. Haha, splendid. The bowstring of the Stag Bao had also undergone significant enhancement. Even Qin Shao found it challenging to draw. Yet, the reward was unparalleled range and power. Witnessing this, Bai Yan'an exclaimed, "That arrow must have flown several miles. How did you achieve that?" Even he, with all his strength, could barely manage a range of under 1,000 meters with a 5-stone bow. Zhao Yan'er gazed at Qin Shao with sparkling eyes, filled with admiration. "You are truly impressive." "Perhaps I'm just lucky," Qin Shao replied modestly, recognizing that his current power rendered him nearly invincible against adversaries below the martial spirit level. He allocated the martial technique and martial skill attribute points to Yi Jinjing and Liao Yuan arrow technique, respectively. Yi Jinjing advanced from beginner to proficient, raising its training ceiling, while Liao Yuan arrow technique saw significant enhancements in both power and range. For Qin Shao, converting all resources and rewards into his current strength was the wisest choice. As dawn broke, the leader of the Murong tribe, under the command of the Right Noble King, led 30,000 Xiongnu soldiers to besiege a city. As the battle progressed, both sides deployed martial spirit level experts, clashing fiercely in the skies for an hour, with neither side gaining the upper hand. After leaving behind 10,000 corpses, the Murong tribe leader retreated. Observing the withdrawal of the Murong tribe, the commander felt an inexplicable unease, unable to pinpoint the source. He could only silently pray that Qin Shao and Bai Yan'an would safely escort the princess away from the grasslands. On the grasslands, a centurion reported, "Scouts have informed us of a cavalry approaching from 5 miles behind." A centurion shook Bai Yan'an awake, his voice tinged with urgency. "About 3,000 riders." Bai Yan'an's expression darkened. "Qin Shao, you take the princess and leave. I will handle them." Chapter 17. The trap. It may already be too late. Qin Shao gazed at the encroaching Huns surrounding him, his expression darkening. Alone, he might have had a chance to escape, but with Zhao Yan'er riding with him, their speed was significantly hampered. "Then let us fight to the last man." Bai Yan'an unsheathed his crescent blade, rallying his troops to mount their horses and prepare for battle. The morale of both armies was of utmost importance, especially since they were all cavalry. They needed to enhance their steed speed to avoid being at a disadvantage. Seeing this, Zhao Yan'er clung tightly to Qin Zhao's waist, her eyes filled with fear. "Do not be afraid. At worst, it's just a scar the size of a bull. And I'll bow my head to the ground," Qin Shao whispered reassuringly in her ear. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yan'er's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she looked at him reproachfully. "Is this how you comfort someone? Brothers, those damned Hunnic cavalry are charging at us. Are you afraid?" Bai Yan'an infused his voice with spiritual power, urging his soldiers. The soldiers, filled with fervor, responded in unison, "Kill." Throughout their journey, they had discovered that the Hunnic soldiers were not as formidable as they had imagined. Each of them had claimed at least 2 or 3 Hunnic lives. They were all human, bearing the same burden of a head upon their shoulders, and none were inherently superior. Moreover, the strength displayed by Bai Yan'an and Qin Shao had instilled immense confidence in them that victory was within their grasp. Excellent. Truly the finest warriors of the great Yin dynasty. Bai Yan'an nodded in satisfaction, then entrusted the tactical arrangements to Qin Shao. With only 800 riders, facing the 3,000 Huns head-on would be exceedingly challenging. They had to adopt a cunning approach. Qin Shao commanded his men to place cattle and sheep along the Huns' charging path to impede their advance. Taking advantage of the Huns' uncertainty about their numbers, he divided his forces into 2 groups, one to confront the Huns directly, and the other, a selected band of archers, to dismount and crouch nearby. He himself joined the archers. As the Hunnic cavalry's speed was hindered by the livestock, the archers would unleash a barrage of arrows, inflicting maximum casualties. At the opportune moment, the cavalry would then charge forth, minimizing their own losses. In the depths of the grasslands, every fallen rider represented a significant loss of combat power. Hu Yanji observed the cattle, sheep, and horses ahead, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. After days and nights of relentless travel through swirling sands, he had finally found this detestable pack of yin dogs. Anger flared within him as he recalled his deceased brother. Warriors, these yin dogs have ruthlessly slaughtered our wives and children, annihilated our tribe, and even spared not the helpless infants. They seek to eradicate our very roots. Charge with me. Annihilate them. Hu Yanji bellowed, dismissing Qin Shao and the others entirely. According to the information from his scouts, there were at most 800 cavalry before him. Historically, the cavalry of the Great Yin could never match that of the Huns, who had been raised on horseback from a young age. Kill. The Hunnic cavalry surged forward, gripping their reins tightly, their eyes filled with righteous fury as they fixed their gaze on the Great Yin riders. Qin Shao and his men stood resolutely, as if the 3,000 Hunnic iron riders posed no threat. Sons, charge with me. Let their heads be the offering for the souls of our fallen tribe. Hu Yanji shouted, his blood surging as he led the charge, followed closely by thousands of Hunnic riders. However, they soon encountered the cattle, sheep, and horses that had surrounded the Great Yin cavalry. Hu Yanji was forced to slow his horse's charge. If he charged recklessly, his forces would be thrown into disarray by the livestock. Shoot down these. Hu Yanji began, but before he could finish, a hail of arrows whistled through the air, striking down the Hunnic riders without pause. Many fell, pierced like hedgehogs, while only Hu Yanji managed to withstand the onslaught through sheer strength. His gaze turned to Bai Yin and his men with fury. Despicable scoundrels. He shouted as he watched his men fall one by one. Were Qin Shao to hear his words, he might have laughed aloud. Despicable? In battle, any means that leads to victory is permissible. What is there to be deemed despicable? How Navi? Seeing the Hunnic cavalry caught off guard by the arrows, Qin Shao did not hesitate. He drew forth all remaining explosive arrows and incendiary arrows, releasing them without a moment's pause. He even took special care to target Hu Yanji, for it seemed unfair for him to remain unscathed while others were turned into hedgehogs. Boom, boom. As explosive and incendiary arrows rained down upon the Hunnic cavalry, flames erupted, and countless Hunnic riders were either blown apart or reduced to flaming figures dancing alongside their horses. The Great Yin cavalry looked on in awe at Qin Shao's prowess. These Hunnic riders had unwittingly marched into his trap and suffered tremendous losses. Hu Yanji was thrown from his horse by the blast shockwave, his armor singed. He shouted in fury, astonished that the Yin dogs could be so treacherous, turning ordinary arrows into devastating weapons. As he exhausted his special arrows, Qin Shao remained unfazed. With veins bulging on his forehead, he drew the Zhu Lu Bao, knocking an arrow. With a thought, he unleashed the wildfire arrow technique. The moment he released, the Zhu Lu Bao emanated a ghostly purple light, its powerful string endowing the arrow with unparalleled penetrative strength. The arrow split into countless projectiles in the air, each igniting with purple flames. The Hunnic riders, who had just managed to shield themselves with their shields, were caught off guard. In the next moment, their shields, once impenetrable to ordinary arrows, were pierced, and the arrows struck true, igniting them into charred remnants. After several rounds of attack, only about 1,000 Hunnic riders remained. While the Great Yin cavalry had suffered no losses, the two forces were now nearly equal in strength. Follow me. Exterminate these beasts. Bai Yinyang urged his men, charging forward as the rain of arrows began to wane. Damned Yin dogs, I will kill you. Hu Yanji, disheveled and charred, looked like a madman. His gaze locked onto the Great Yin cavalry. Chapter 18, Total Annihilation. The cattle, sheep, and horses had already fled in terror from the recent storm of arrows. Bai Yinan, leading the valiant cavalry of Dian, surged forward with undiminished momentum, raising his mighty blade to strike at the stationary Xiongnu soldiers. The horses galloped like the wind, and the bows sang like thunder. Without any surprise, these Xiongnu warriors fell like sheep before the slaughter, each meeting their demise beneath the sharp blades. All mount up. Steady yourselves. Hu Yanji, with an arrow embedded in his arm, snapped the shaft in fury as he witnessed his men being slaughtered. He roared, at this rate, we shall be utterly vanquished within half an hour. Then, Hu Yanji, fixating on Bai Yinan, charged forward with intent to eliminate him, perhaps hoping this act would turn the tide in their favor. Kill. Hu Yanji yanked the reins with determination, his gaze fierce as he drew his curved blade and leaped into the fray, channeling all his might into a single strike aimed at Bai Yinan. He was determined to slay Bai Yinan in one fell swoop to uplift his troops' morale. Upon witnessing this, Bai Yinan raised an eyebrow and grasped his crescent blade to counter the attack. Clang! The sound of clashing weapons echoed as both men staggered back a few paces. Bai Yinnan's expression darkened. Despite being exhausted and wounded, Hu Yanji, a martial spirit, proved to be a formidable opponent. Just then, a remarkably swift arrow shot forth from afar, aimed directly at Hu Yanji's chest. With an impassive face, Hu Yanji summoned a protective shield of spiritual energy, believing he could easily deflect it. However, to his astonishment, this arrow was peculiarly potent, piercing through his shield and embedding itself in his chest, forcing him off his horse. Hu Yanji fell to the ground, coughing up blood, his eyes wide with horror as he prepared to flee. Yet, Qin Shao, who had been watching closely, would not let such an opportunity slip away. Seizing his star source blade, he swung it fiercely at Hu Yanji's head, and in an instant, Hu Yanji's head rolled away, tumbling several times. Bai Yan'an, witnessing this, was taken aback. It was known that Hu Yanji was a martial spirit. Even in his injured state, Bai Yan'an had not dared to guarantee his own victory over him. Yet, Qin Shao had accomplished this with ease. With your commander slain, dismount and surrender. Qin Shao raised Hu Yanji's severed head high, commanding with a voice filled with authority, his eyes gleaming with a hint of relief. The special properties of the hunting bow had fortuitously activated. Otherwise, another bloody battle would have ensued. And even if they emerged victorious, the losses would have been staggering. The Xiongnu soldiers, already demoralized, were struck with terror upon seeing their martial spirit commander beheaded. In stark contrast, the cavalry led by Qin Shao, upon witnessing the decapitation of their enemy's leader, surged forward with renewed vigor, as if invigorated by a potent elixir. With a single, decisive charge, the Xiongnu cavalry, already slowed by the loss of livestock, deflated further by the ambush of archers, and now bereft of their leader, lost all morale. Before long, the remaining Xiongnu warriors, fighting desperately, were all slain, with over 400 surrendering. The setting sun cast a sanguine glow over the battlefield, where unclaimed steeds grazed upon the blood-soaked grass, while the cries of livestock echoed across the plain. In comparison to the prior battle, the ground now lay strewn with countless corpses, the stench of blood saturating the air, painting a vivid and grotesque tableau upon the parched earth. Brothers, we have triumphed, Qin Shao declared, raising his blade high with a beaming countenance. The dying cavalry, previously engulfed in the chaos of battle, suddenly realized their victory and erupted in exuberance. They had indeed achieved the impossible through their own prowess. Each soldier understood that their success was entirely due to Qin Shao. Had it not been for his strategic command, their annihilation would have been inevitable. Now, they each found themselves awarded honors previously unimaginable. Qin Shao, Qin Shao, Qin Shao. Bai Yan'an was the first to raise his arms in celebration, lifting Qin Shao in joyous exultation. The other soldiers, aside from tending to the battlefield, soon joined in the revelry. After a prolonged moment of celebration, Qin Shao was finally set down. Zhao Yan'er, observing Qin Shao's spirited demeanor, felt a stir of admiration, her expression revealing a trace of affection. In the capital, she had encountered countless young talents, yet none could compare to Qin Shao, who, at such a young age, could command a force to victory against such overwhelming odds, who could transcend several realms to slay a martial spirit. Even her father, the Southern Guardian King, had not achieved such feats at this age. Are you unhurt? Zhao Yan'er approached with concern, preparing to lift Qin Shao's armor to inspect for injuries. Qin Shao subtly shifted away, bowing slightly as he replied, I appreciate the concern, Princess. It is merely the blood of the Xiongnu. He sought to gain the Southern Guardian King's backing, but had no desire to deepen his relationship with Zhao Yan'er. Given her status, it was likely her future had already been arranged by her father, a path he could not intrude upon. Close ties would only invite endless complications. Without waiting for Zhao Yan'er to respond, Qin Shao continued, quickly attend to the wounded and distribute all healing elixirs. Despite the overwhelming victory, casualties were unavoidable. They had lost over 300 cavalrymen and sustained hundreds of injuries during the battle. After all, the Xiongnu cavalry possessed superior hardiness. This was even after they had suffered significant losses due to the ambush. Had Qin Shao and Bai Yan'an not fought with desperate vigor, the casualties would have been unimaginable. Bai Yan'an's centurions began organizing efforts to tend to the injured soldiers, who, with the aid of healing potions, would soon recover. As for the fallen comrades, they could only be buried on the spot. Report. Over 400 Xiongnu cavalrymen captured. A centurion approached Bai Yan'an and Qin Shao, clasping his hands respectfully. There are thousands of cattle, sheep, and horses, along with over 2,000 sets of armor. How shall we handle these captives and spoils? Bai Yan'an turned his gaze to Qin Shao. Qin Shao raised an eyebrow slightly, ordering the collection of armor and weapons from the captives, loading them onto other horses. Let our cavalry form a wedge and escort them swiftly to the nearest Dain settlement. Our immediate priority is not to continue our mission, but to secure our spoils and ensure the princess's safety. We shall proceed as you suggest, Bai Yan'an nodded, gesturing with a wave of his hand. After this battle, he had come to regard Qin Shao as an equal. While many in the army possessed great personal strength, they lacked a leader of Qin Shao's strategic brilliance. Shortly after their departure, a contingent of Xiongnu cavalry clad in crimson armor arrived. Each soldier among them was of the Grand Martial Master realm, with their commanding officer being a martial general. The Xiongnu cavalry leader surveyed the field littered with corpses, his expression darkening. Damn it, How could this detachment of Dayan cavalry be so formidable? The Dayan princess has also been taken. Saner, return to the royal court and report this matter to the great Chanyu. The cavalry captain continued. The rest, follow me in pursuit. Understood. Chapter 19. I only trust you outside of Dingyuan City, at the camp of the right virtuous king. Within the main general's tent, a messenger entered, reporting, Your Majesty, Hu Yenji has located the Yen cavalry infiltrating our rear. The right virtuous king relaxed his brow slightly, relieved to receive some good news. With Hu Yenji leading 3,000 cavalry, it was inevitable that the Yen cavalry squad would be annihilated, alleviating a considerable burden. Congratulations, Your Majesty, for the complete annihilation of the Yen cavalry. The generals exclaimed in unison. They had suffered significant losses on the front lines, given that the enemy was entrenched within the city. Despite the valiant efforts of their Han soldiers, they could not mitigate the extent of their losses. Gentlemen, our forces inside Dingyuan City are fully prepared to set fire to their grain supplies. At dawn tomorrow, once their granaries are ablaze, they will have no choice but to abandon their defense. We will only need to besiege the city thereafter, the right virtuous king stated with a smile. His recent offensives were merely a ruse to create confusion, allowing Zheng Guangyao to act within the city. After sacrificing tens of thousands of soldiers, it had finally borne fruit. Truly, Your Majesty is brilliant. If it weren't for your clever placement of spies, breaching Dingyuan City would have been an impossible dream. Indeed, Your Majesty, you embody both strength and wisdom. Even if the left virtuous king were here, he could not compare to your prowess. I once questioned your motives for deploying agents within the city, but now it is clear that you were merely preparing for unforeseen circumstances. The Hun's generals flattered, well aware of the right virtuous king's inclinations after years of loyalty. Upon hearing the right virtuous king specify the time for setting fire to the grain storehouses, one Hun general, while verbally praising him, exhibited a flicker of unease in his gaze. After a brief interval, as the others departed, only the right virtuous king and his strategist remained within the tent. Tu Gu, do you believe there might be Yen spies among my subordinates? The right virtuous king inquired, sipping his tea nonchalantly. This is uncertain, Tu Gu replied, bowing respectfully. However, your successful infiltration into Dingyuan City indicates that the enemy might also have the opportunity to place informants among us. The right virtuous king was not one to be trifled with. Should he suspect any of his generals to be enemy spies, he would swiftly eliminate them without hesitation. Let us wait and see. The corners of the right virtuous king's mouth lifted slightly. The actual timing for igniting the grain stores would be this very night. Frankly, he did not believe any of his generals harbored enemy spies, yet it was always prudent to exercise caution. Dingyuan City. The Black Tiger Army camp. Inside the tent of the Supreme Commander. The Supreme Commander summoned Zheng Guangyao. Supreme Commander, you summoned me in such haste. What is the matter? Zheng Guangyao's heart raced as he met the Supreme Commander's gaze, fearing his covert actions had been discovered. However, his movements had been so discreet that they should not have been detected. After some time, the atmosphere within the tent grew increasingly tense. The Supreme Commander merely gazed at Zheng Guangyao in silence. Just as Zheng Guangyao was about to flee, the Supreme Commander stepped forward, placing a hand on his shoulder. I have concerns regarding others. Reliable intelligence indicates that there will be Hunnic spies attempting to set fire to the grain supplies tomorrow night. You must bolster defenses near the granaries. Upon hearing this, Zheng Guangyao felt a weight lift from his chest and secretly sighed in relief. Rest assured, Supreme Commander, no malevolent spirits will succeed in incinerating our granaries under my watch. I trust your judgment. You may leave, the Supreme Commander replied with satisfaction. After exiting the tent, Zheng Guangyao felt a shadow of unease. What was the right virtuous king up to? It was fortunate that he had alerted the right virtuous king, otherwise, he might have been apprehended by the Supreme Commander. Yet, a smirk crept across his face. The Supreme Commander had actually entrusted him, a thief, with guarding the granaries. Was this not akin to letting a weasel guard the henhouse? Clearly, the previous discord had proven effective. Midnight would be the true moment for igniting the grain supplies. Mahuang City. On the city walls. Stay alert, everyone. Who knows if those Huns will launch a surprise attack? Our defenses here in Mahuang City are not as strong as in Dingyuan City. A Hunnic ambush would spell disaster. A heavily armored centurion patrolled the sentry posts. Seeing the surrounding guards perk up, he nodded in satisfaction. Report. A voice rang out, announcing an unidentified force ahead. Instinctively, the centurion tensed, barking, all personnel, stand ready. He then ascended the city tower to loudly inquire of Qin Shao and his entourage. Who goes there? 1st Cavalry Unit. 1,000-man leader Bayani. Bayani's voice resonated clearly. The centurion scrutinized the approaching figures, confirming their armor belonged to the Yen cavalry, and relaxed his vigilance slightly. What is the matter? The centurion continued. We have rescued the princess from the Duke of Jinnan's residence and require entry into the city for her safety. Additionally, we need to regroup. Bayani replied, advancing towards Mahuang City while raising his insignia. Upon seeing the multitude of war horses, herds of cattle, and sheep, and the official insignia behind Qin Shao and his group. The centurion waved his hand, permitting their passage. Once inside Mahuang City, Bai Yani and Qin Shao were promptly disarmed of their weapons and armor. An unkempt 1,000-man leader approached, brimming with regret, and clasped his hands, saying, "1,000-man leader Bai, forgive our rudeness. Your identities still require verification by our city lord. We ask for your understanding. After confirmation, all belongings will be returned in full." The 1,000-man leader's gaze shifted to Qin Shao and his companions, his legs trembling slightly. The armor and weapons they had just worn were stained with blood and marred with cuts, and coupled with the spoils of war they had brought back, they bore the unmistakable air of elite warriors who had fought through a sea of corpses. Bai Yani nodded in understanding. "Please expedite the process. Dingyuan City requires our support. We must depart shortly after a brief rest. Kindly arrange a space for my subordinates to recuperate." "Of course," the 1,000-man leader replied. "I will escort you to the city lord's residence." As they spoke, several soldiers from Mahuang City, led by Yani, Qin Shao, and Zhao Yin, are away. Before long, they arrived at the city lord's residence. The city lord was a portly middle-aged man, clad in resplendent robes and appearing quite immaculate. Upon spotting Bai Yani, he exclaimed with excitement, rushing forward to embrace him warmly, "My dear nephew, what brings you here?" Bai Yani sighed helplessly. "Uncle, I was pursued here by the Huns." As the city lord prepared to reminisce, Bai Yani gestured towards Zhao Yin'er, standing behind Qin Shao, saying, "This is the princess of the Duke of Jinnan's residence, Princess Zhao." Upon hearing this, the city lord, Yu Qiansheng, was taken aback, quickly bowing, "I pay my respects to your highness." Chapter 20. Zhao Yin'er seeks to repay kindness. It is essential to note that he had recently received an imperial edict mandating him to spare no effort in locating the offspring of the Southern Town King and ensuring their safe return. Concurrently, this was also a directive from his powerful patron, the Crown Prince. Zhao Yin'er stood quietly behind Qin Shao, giving a slight nod. Bai Yanan, with a hint of exasperation, spoke up. "Your Highness, the monarch has been frightened amidst the Xiongnu tribes and has yet to fully recover. Please forgive him." Yu Qiansheng nodded, then turned his gaze toward Qin Shao, inquiring, "And who might this be?" Bai Yanan stepped forward and patted Qin Shao on the shoulder, stating, "This is Qin Shao, a captain under my command. Do not underestimate him. It is thanks to him that your nephew has returned from the grasslands, and he also rescued Miss Zhao. He has even slain a formidable Xiongnu warrior of the martial spirit realm." Upon hearing this, Yu Qiansheng was taken aback. One must understand that a warrior of the martial spirit realm could serve as a deputy commander within his city guard, showcasing terrifying strength. Even he was merely a great martial master on alert. Yet, before him stood the youthful Qin Shao, possessing such power and having successfully saved the young lady. Furthermore, it was evident that Miss Zhao relied heavily on him. Yu Qiansheng was convinced that Qin Zhao's future was boundless, far surpassing his own. Without any heirs, Yu Qiansheng approached Qin Shao, exclaiming in admiration, "Indeed, a remarkable talent. Heroes emerge in youth. Protecting the young lady is a matter of duty for me." Qin Shao slightly cupped his hands in acknowledgement, replying, "The defeat of a martial spirit warrior was merely due to Lord by drawing their attention. I was fortunate. Rest well. We shall hold a banquet tonight to welcome the entire army," Yu Qiansheng remarked, casting a look of appreciation at Qin Shao. "Attend to arranging accommodations for Miss Zhao and Captain Qin." Zhao Yin'er softly interjected, "One room will suffice. I wish for him to be nearby." Hearing this, Qin Shao immediately protested, "Your Highness, you are of noble birth. It would not be proper for you to share a room with me, for I fear it may tarnish your reputation." As he spoke, Yu Qiansheng's admiration for Qin Shao deepened. Others might have reveled in such reliance from Zhao Yin'er, but Qin Zhao's discretion marked him as a rare talent. Yu Qiansheng waved his hand. "If that is the case, then let us arrange for a room next door." After Qin Shao and Zhao Yin'er departed, Yu Qiansheng sipped his tea and gently remarked, "Yinan, you must cultivate a good relationship with Captain Qin. His future is indeed promising. I have already conveyed news of Miss Zhao to the court. It won't be long before Captain Qin rises to prominence." Bai Yinan nodded slightly, warmth swelling in his heart. "Rest assured, I am no fool. By the way, I heard from the commander that Qin Shao seems to have a conflict with Shen Wantian of the Black Tiger Camp. Shen Wantian is aligned with the third prince, which may indicate a deeper rivalry." Upon hearing this, Yu Qiansheng's eyes flickered with interest. "Oh, is that so? However, that is hardly a concern. Lord Southern Town will not turn a blind eye. Moreover, the Crown Prince would likely relish seeing the third prince face adversity. Adding to one's fortune is nowhere near as valuable as providing timely assistance." Yu Qiansheng intended to report the discord between the two to the Crown Prince and Lord Southern Town, a simple matter of seizing the opportunity. Once Qin Shao grew even stronger in the future, he would undoubtedly remember this kindness. Bai Yinan nodded again. "Very well, I shall take my leave to rest." In the western guest room of the city lord's estate, Qin Shao sat upright, sipping tea. "Brother Shao, I am so grateful for your rescue. Without you, I truly would not know what to do." Zhao Yin'er expressed her thanks. "It was merely my duty. Your Highness need not be so formal," Qin Shao replied coolly. "To you, It may have seemed a duty, but for me, it is a matter of life and death. Zhao Yinar gazed at Qin Shao and continued, whatever you desire, I can procure for you. Lord Southern Town will surely reward me. There is no need for your highness to worry. Qin Shao shook his head slightly. He is he. I am I. Zhao Yinar pressed on. Then how about marrying me? Zhao Yinar could never forget the scene of Qin Shao bravely battling foes to rescue her from captivity. Even when confronted with Xiongnu cavalry, he had shielded her from a lethal arrow, sustaining significant injuries in the process. Thus, in her eyes, Qin Shao was a hero descended from heaven. Such a debt of gratitude could not simply be repaid by her father's rewards. Her heart felt insufficient. I only wish to fight on the battlefield and serve my country, Qin Shao replied. Matters of romance do not occupy my thoughts. Power and wealth hold no allure for me. At these words, Zhao Yinar grew somewhat anxious. The young man before her, appearing to be of similar age, exhibited such composure. Do you truly desire nothing? Or perhaps, you think little of me? She was not ready to concede. Qin Shao raised an eyebrow slightly. Your highness is indeed peerless in beauty. I am unworthy. However, if I were to express a desire, there is one thing. What is it? Zhao Yinar asked eagerly. I wish for the entire family of the third prince to perish. Can you accomplish this? Qin Zhao's gaze bored into Zhao Yinar with expectation. He found it hard to believe she could undertake such a task, intending only to dissuade her from pursuing it. What? Zhao Yinar gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. You wish to kill the entire family of the third prince? I know not of your grievances with him, but do you realize the implications of what you are suggesting? You would be inciting rebellion. While your strength is not insignificant, opposing the court is tantamount to courting death. Zhao Yinar continued. Even my family's steward is a powerful warrior of the martial king realm. The court is filled with experts far exceeding that. I am aware, Qin Shao replied nonchalantly, picking up a pastry to eat. If your highness cannot fulfill this, then please take your leave. After finishing his snack, Qin Shao lay down on the bed, closing his eyes to rest. Witnessing this, Zhao Yinar had no choice but to depart. However, as she exited the guest room, a peculiar light flickered in her eyes, quickly transforming into determination. In the imperial capital of the Great Yin dynasty, within the palace, the emperor's study was filled with urgency. Your Majesty, I have pressing matters to report. The chief eunuch's voice rang out from outside. Enter, and speak. The Yin emperor commanded gravely. Your Majesty, it is indeed cause for celebration. Princess Zhao Yinar has been safely rescued. The chief eunuch bowed slightly, presenting a letter as he reported. What? Excellent, excellent, excellent. The Yin emperor's eyes sparkled with joy. Who was responsible for her rescue? None other than Captain Qin Shao, a subordinate of Commander Yi Wujing from Dingyuan City in the northern region. Chapter 21. The Emperor's favorite Qin Shao has successfully rescued Princess Zhao from the hands of the Xiongnu and has delivered her safely to Barbarian City. The city lord, Yu Qiansheng, has already begun preparations for the princess's return. The Emperor of Yan nodded in satisfaction, his gaze filled with appreciation, affirming, I shall not go back on my word. A decree was proposed. Qin Shao is to be rewarded for his valor in saving Zhao Yinar, with a promotion of 3 ranks and a gift of 100 acres of fertile land. Upon hearing this, the Grand Eunuch hesitated momentarily. Noticing his uncertainty, the Emperor raised an inquisitive brow. What else is there? The Grand Eunuch slowly replied. Moreover, the commander of Dingyuan City, Yi Wujing, has reported that his subordinate, the 1,000-man commander by Yan'an, has slain over 5,000 enemies within 3 days with his elite cavalry. The Emperor's brow furrowed slightly. Matters such as these should be left to their own rewards. Killing 5,000 foes is certainly a remarkable achievement, yet it hardly warranted a report to him. Were it not for the Prince of Southern Town, he would hardly concern himself with the affairs of Dingyuan City and Barbarian City. What was most significant, however, was that Qin Shao was also involved, having dispatched over 400 enemies himself, predominantly elite Xiongnu cavalry, including formidable martial masters and those at the martial spirit level. Furthermore, it was Qin Zhao's strategic counsel that led to Bai Yinnan's overwhelming victory over the Xiongnu. Without Qin Zhao's guidance, they would have perished without a trace. The Grand Eunuch, steeling himself, recounted how he had verified the battle report several times upon receiving it. What? Qin Shao single-handedly killed over 400 Xiongnu soldiers, including those at the martial spirit level? Their survival depended entirely on Qin Zhao's strategies? The Emperor could no longer maintain his composure. His eyes widened in astonishment. Your Majesty, this matter is indeed true. The city lord of Barbarian City, Yu Qiansheng, has also confirmed the news from Yi Wujing. Before he could finish, the Emperor snatched the 2 battle reports from the Grand Eunuch's hands, scrutinizing them intently. The Emperor's expression grew increasingly complex. If memory served him correctly, the 100-man commanders of the border troops were typically at the martial master level, yet this young man had managed to slay those of 2 higher realms. Moreover, he hailed from the Xingdian. It was astonishing that the Great Yin could boast such a valiant warrior. In terms of military merit, how many ranks could Qin Shao be promoted? The Grand Eunuch pondered briefly before responding. Aside from his origins in the Xingdian, he should be promoted 2 additional ranks, along with further rewards. The Emperor contemplated, his gaze flickering. If he were to promote Qin Shao by 5 military ranks consecutively, Would this not elevate him to a position where he could no longer be contained even by Dingyuan City? In the Great Yin, killing enemies and achieving merit naturally warranted promotion and titles. The higher the military rank, the greater the command over soldiers. Titles were intrinsically linked to status. Thus, a decree was drafted. Qin Shao shall be promoted 2 ranks, granted 100 acres of fertile land, and bestowed the title of third-class baron. Additionally, he would receive 1,000 pieces of low-grade Xian Jade, 1 dragon blood pill, and 1 shattered mirror pill. The emperor spoke slowly, having deliberated carefully. It was unacceptable to assign someone at the martial master level to command an army of over 10,000. Other deputy commanders were at least at the martial spirit level, and Qin Shao must not fall short, even if it required the use of medicinal elixirs to elevate his standing. The Grand Eunuch's face displayed shock, feeling somewhat parched. It was essential to recognize that although this increase in rank was merely 2 levels, it positioned him just beneath the highest echelons of power. Ascending directly from a 100-man commander to the level of a deputy commander was a dream cherished by countless lower-ranking soldiers. Most significantly, the emperor had directly granted a noble title. It was well known that even the lowest-ranking baron was difficult to attain, only to be conferred by the emperor himself. One could not achieve such status without extraordinary merit. Once bestowed a title, one became a noble. Ordinary laws of the Great Yin could no longer touch them. Only the emperor could administer justice. Is there no decree yet? The emperor raised an eyebrow. Yes. The Grand Eunuch, roused from his astonishment, clasped his hands in reverence. The following morning, in the training grounds of Barbarian City, a vast assembly of cavalry had gathered, their eyes filled with admiration as they gazed upon Qin Shao and Bai Yinan atop the platform. Soldiers, we shall set forth to assist our comrades at once. Bai Yinan declared in a commanding tone. Are you prepared? Would you like to return to the battlefield and fight valiantly? Kill, kill, kill. The soldiers responded in unison. They were an elite force forged from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Returning home in glory was the fervent wish of every warrior. To die wrapped in horsehide was their honor. Only by going to battle could they realize their aspirations and prove their worth. Observing the fierce resolve radiating from the soldiers, Bai Yinan nodded in satisfaction. Such spirit would undoubtedly serve as a sharp blade, piercing the very heart of the Xiongnu. Xiao Gu, why not join my father's command? He would certainly treat you well, Zhao Yinar said with concern in her eyes as she addressed Qin Shao. During these days, she had remained by his side each time he led his troops into battle. The brutality of the battlefield was vividly etched in her memory. Qin Shao gently shook his head. I appreciate your concern, princess, but this is where I truly belong. You are of noble birth. You should hasten to leave this barbaric land with your escort. Should you return with Zhao Yinar to serve under the Prince of Southern Town, you would not enjoy the same freedom as you do now. After all, the 100 Kingdom is quite different from the Xiongnu, and their attitude towards the Great Yin is significantly more restrained. This greatly hinders my growth. Well, very well, I shall wait for you. Do ensure your safe return, Zhao Yinar replied, somewhat disappointed yet unsurprised, her gaze lingering on him with reluctance. Onward, Bai Yinan proclaimed, waving his hand as the soldiers surged out of the city without a trace of hesitation. On the city wall, Yu Qianxing watched as Bai Yinan and Qin Shao departed, murmuring, may you all return safely. After this farewell, who knows how many will make it home. In the distance, the desolate desert smoke rose straight, while the setting sun cast its glow upon the great river. In less than an hour, Qin Shao and his companions had once again maneuvered into the heart of Xiongnu territory. As the warhorses rested, Bai Yinan approached Qin Shao, patting him on the shoulder. Old Qin, how are you faring? What else can be done? We continue to operate behind enemy lines. Qin Shao replied, his eyes betraying no fear. If one cannot handle a mere Xiongnu, how can one seek vengeance for the third prince? No, I mean for Princess Zhao, Bai Yinan chuckled, shaking his head with a grin. Well, that might be a bit tricky, Qin Shao admitted, his expression faltering as he struggled to find the right words. Ha! Bai Yinan erupted into laughter, unable to contain himself. I never imagined that the bloodthirsty Qin Shao would have such moments of hesitation. Truly amusing. Before Qin Shao could respond, Bai Yinan continued, in my opinion, you might as well yield to her. Once you become the son-in-law of the Prince of Southern Town, everything will be resolved. Qin Shao sighed, feigning profundity as he declared, how can one establish a home while the Xiongnu remain unvanquished? At that moment, a voice thundered, Yin dogs, die. A squadron of Xiongnu cavalry clad in red armor charged towards Qin Shao. The leader glared fiercely at Qin Shao and Bai Yinan, filled with rage. For had it not been for these Yin dogs, they would not have had to endure days of hardship, even facing the ire of the Great Khan himself. Their pent-up fury demanded release. Chapter 22. Desperate Straits. Military formation. As Bai Yinan gazed at the Huns charging towards him, he initially dismissed them as mere adversaries. However, upon noticing their distinctive armor, unlike that of other Hun soldiers, his pupils dilated. Old Qin, these are the personal guards of the Great Khan of the Huns. The leader among them is at least a martial spirit. By heavens, a martial commander? Just as Bai Yinan's thoughts trailed off, he witnessed the leading Hun cavalryman, along with his steed, soar into the air. In a moment of urgency, Bai Yan'an shoved Qin Shao aside and exclaimed, "Run! Back to the wild city. In the future, I shall seek vengeance upon the Huns." Resolute in his determination, he raised his hand and charged forth with the elite cavalry of Dian, undeterred by the imminent danger. Hope for survival had all but vanished. If the leader of the cavalry was indeed a martial spirit, perhaps they could have resisted through sheer numbers. But he was a martial commander. Such a powerful figure could not be contended with by anything less than a martial commander. Yuan Hongdu regarded the advancing Dian cavalry with disdain, casually wielding his blade. A visible wave of blade energy swept toward the Dian riders. Not a single warrior who came into contact with the blade energy escaped unscathed. In a mere instant, dozens fell, all seasoned veterans, yet under Yuan Hongdu's onslaught. They had no chance to resist. Before anyone could react, the remaining Hun cavalry surged forward. Among the Dian riders, only Bai Yan'an and a few centurions could offer slight resistance. The rest were utterly powerless, forced to watch as the blade energy claimed their lives in an instant. Damn it! Bai Yan'an's forehead throbbed with veins as he grasped his crescent blade and charged directly at Yuan Hongdu. If he allowed a few more strikes, all of his loyal soldiers, who had followed him for years, would surely perish. Meanwhile, Qin Shao had no intention of fleeing. Witnessing his comrades, with whom he had shared drinks and camaraderie the day before, fall one by one, an indescribable fury surged within him. However, an enemy of martial commander caliber was simply beyond his current capabilities. Just as he grappled with his helplessness, a flash of inspiration struck him. Perhaps there lay a glimmer of hope. Open the diamond treasure chest. Qin Shao silently urged within his mind. He acquired a superior grade spiritual formation, the Dragon Guard formation. His gaze fixated on the formation details. Dragon Guard formation, quality, superior grade spiritual, function. 1. Gathers the strength of 100 warriors to shield one individual from martial spirit attacks. 2. Gathers the strength of 300 warriors to shield one individual from martial commander attacks. 3. Gathers the strength of 500 warriors to shield one individual from a fully realized martial commander. Available combatants, 612 warriors, 13 martial masters. Current status, not activated. Note, the stronger the individual receiving the gathered power, the greater the combat effectiveness, with a maximum of 2,000 participants. Upon realizing this, Qin Zhao's eyes sparkled with hope. They had a chance. Yuan Hongdu, regardless of his prowess as a martial commander, could be contended with once the formation was activated. Unperturbed by Yan'an's assault, Yuan Hongdu merely used one hand to deflect his strikes, while the other continued to unleash blade energy, slaughtering the Dian cavalry. Such arrogance. I shall make you witness the demise of your soldiers at my blade. Yuan Hongdu sneered. Had Bai Yan'an and Qin Shao not rescued Zhao Yan'er, he would not have pursued them here, his anger fueled by the Great Khan's reprimands and the harshness of the journey. Bai Yan'an, completely suppressed by Yuan Hongdu, could only watch helplessly as his men were slain by the martial spirits and great martial masters under Hongdu's command. No, he cried out, watching his comrades fall one by one. In that moment, a voice rang in everyone's ears. Follow me. Following the sound, Qin Shao, who should have retreated long ago, had inexplicably returned to the battlefield. He gathered the remaining troops and brandished the newly acquired formation. Holding the scroll high, he declared, activate. In the next instant, all remaining Dian cavalry were enveloped in a blue light. Once the light dissipated, they appeared to merge with Qin Shao, forming a singular force. Observing this formidable presence, Yuan Hongdu's demeanor shifted. He began to take the situation seriously. A military formation? However, as he beheld Qin Shao, a mere martial master, he burst into laughter. If he were a martial spirit, I might have some reservations. But a martial master commanding a formation? What use is that? Other Han cavalrymen scoffed at the Dian forces led by Qin Shao, deriding them as worthless. Even with the formation, they remain useless. The formation only enhances the strong. It cannot elevate the weak. Why not surrender instead of struggling in vain? Even Bai Yan'an felt a twinge of doubt. After being casually repelled by Yuan Hongdu, he approached Qin Shao, exasperated. Old Qin, you were wise all your life, yet foolish in this moment. Returning now will render the sacrifice of our brothers in vain. I know not where you acquired this formation, but it will not stand against a martial commander. Qin Shao, however, merely smiled faintly. Whether it can withstand him, we shall see. Without further ado, he harnessed the energy surging within him, feeling as though a single punch could rend space itself. Grasping the stag bow, he swiftly knocked an arrow and, with blinding speed, released 9 arrows aimed at Yuan Hongdu's remaining subordinates. In the blink of an eye, they were struck down before they could even react, their heads pierced through. Even those of martial spirit caliber were instantly obliterated, their blood staining the ground. In their final moments, their faces were frozen in expressions of mockery aimed at Qin Shao. Killed a Han cavalryman, martial spirit, X1, acquired 300 attribute points. Gained 1 golden treasure chest. Killed a Han cavalryman, martial spirit, X1, acquired 800 points in strength, gained 1 golden treasure chest. Killed a Hun cavalryman, great martial master, X1. Acquired 400 points in agility, gained 1 bronze treasure chest. A series of notifications echoed in Qin Zhao's mind. In the next moment, the Dayan cavalry, including Bai Yinan, erupted in cheers, Qin Xiao, Qin Xiao, Qin Xiao. In their eyes, Qin Xiao appeared as a celestial being, effortlessly vanquishing what had seemed like insurmountable foes. Yuan Hongdu's forehead throbbed with veins as he tightened his grip on his curved blade, his expression shifting drastically. What? This youth possesses such formidable power. Had I been in his place, I could not have slain my subordinates so effortlessly. In stark contrast, Qin Xiao wore an air of ease, fully aware that he was not Yuan Hongdu's equal. In an instant, Qin Xiao infused all his spiritual energy into the arrow, focusing intently as he shot it towards Yuan Hongdu. Yuan Hongdu felt a chill run down his spine, and without a moment's hesitation, he crushed the teleportation scroll. In the blink of an eye, he found himself 5 kilometers away, finally allowing himself to exhale. However, what Yuan Hongdu did not anticipate was the sudden flash of a cold light before him, followed by a chilling sensation in his chest. The next moment, his vitality began to dissipate. Chapter 23. Slaying the martial commander and gaining hidden rewards. Bai Yan's gaze was intensely fixed upon Qin Xiao. This was simply. However, before he could finish his thought, Qin Xiao interrupted him with a wave of his hand. Centurion, please take a moment to regroup. I shall return shortly. With that, Qin Xiao dashed off in the direction from which the arrow had been shot. The onlookers watched his retreating figure, their excitement palpable and lingering. Who could have imagined that a mere martial artist could transcend so many realms, effortlessly slaying a martial spirit and sending the martial commander into disarray? Assess the losses. Ensure we collect the heads of these Huns, Bai Yin commanded in a low voice. Let these marauders know we are not to be trifled with. Yes, replied a centurion nearby, accepting the order. The losses they had suffered in this battle were staggering, unprecedented in their experience, yet their achievements were remarkable, having slain several elite Hunnish guards of the royal court. Upon returning, they would undoubtedly be rewarded handsomely. Meanwhile, several kilometers away, Qin Xiao followed the trajectory of the arrow and eventually discovered the traces left by Yuan Hong. Ahead, he saw Yuan Hong unsteadily riding his warhorse, seemingly attempting to flee. Yet, Qin Xiao had no intention of granting him that mercy. Da Yuker. Qin Xiao drew his hunting bow and, without hesitation, unleashed a blazing arrow technique. The arrows rained down upon Yuan Hong, piercing him instantly and setting him ablaze, transforming him into a fiery pincushion. Slain Yuan Hong, martial commander, X1. Collected full attributes, 600. Obtained hidden title unmatched combat power. Received a black gold treasure chest. The notification chimed in Qin Zhao's ears, and he finally exhaled in relief. Until the martial commander was dead, who could know what combat prowess he might still unleash? This was precisely why Qin Xiao had refrained from engaging him in close combat. Qin Xiao approached and removed the commander's badge from Yuan Hong's waist. He recalled hearing the commander mention that only Hunnish generals possessed such badges. Observing the characters Hongdu engraved upon it, Qin Xiao could not suppress a smile. If he presented this token to his commander, perhaps a reward awaited him. Opening his information panel, he found name, Qin Xiao, fortune rank, Centurion. 1/10 of the attributes from enemies killed by soldiers under your command will be bestowed upon you. Leading the charge enhances the combat strength of your troops by 10%. Title, unmatched combat power. Wearing this title increases all attributes by 10%. Age, 1994. Years, strength, 2322. 1 point of strength equates to 1 pound of force. Agility, 2398. Higher agility enhances movement speed and physical coordination. Constitution, 2109. Greater constitution improves bodily defense and recovery. Spirit, 2095. Higher spirit results in clearer thinking and accelerated learning of techniques. Techniques, martial arts, Jin Jing, proficient. Blazing arrow technique, proficient. Equipment, hunting bow, spirit level. Fiery armor, spirit level. Windrunner boots, spirit level. Star source blade, spirit level. At this moment, Qin Zhao's fundamental attributes alone had already granted him the battle prowess of a great martial artist. Coupled with his various pieces of equipment, he could reliably unleash the strength of a martial spirit. With a stroke of luck, defeating a martial commander was well within reach. Qin Zhao's attention was drawn to the title, a glimmer of joy in his eyes. Wearing the title of unmatched combat power granted a 10% increase in all attributes. It was simply extraordinary. Presently, as a novice great martial artist, donning this title would augment each attribute by over 200. The potential for enhancement as he ascended to martial spirit, martial commander, and even martial king would be monumental. It could be said that his daring decision to eliminate Yuan Hong was already justified by the mere acquisition of this title. He opened the black gold treasure chest. Congratulations. You have obtained the high-grade spirit level martial technique, wave-cutting blade technique, along with 2 points of technique attributes and 2 points of martial skill attributes. As he absorbed the wave-cutting blade technique, a surge of immense information flooded into his mind. A miniature figure appeared in his consciousness, demonstrating the essence and intricacies of the technique until it was firmly etched in his memory. When he opened his eyes once more, Qin Zhao's gaze had sharpened, as if he could slice through the very air before him. He drew the Star Source blade, took a deep breath, and swung it fiercely at the empty space ahead. With each strike, by the fourth cut, a trench spanning 3 to 4 meters emerged, carved by the sheer force of his blade. Such destructive capability was sufficient for Qin Zhao to challenge martial spirits. Gazing at the Star Source blade, his determination solidified. Star Source blade, quality, high-grade spirit level, traits, armor piercing, has a certain probability of ignoring armor defenses. Poison infusion, has a certain probability of inflicting a deadly infection on the wounded. Associated martial technique, wave-cutting blade technique, upon activation, allows for 4 consecutive strikes, each dealing double damage, up to a maximum of 10 strikes. Description, capable of inflicting substantial single-target damage. Challenging stronger foes is as easy as pie. Friendly reminder, can be further upgraded to unlock traits, and when paired with martial techniques, can unleash unimaginable power. Without hesitation, Qin Zhao allocated his martial skill attribute points directly to the wave-cutting blade technique, elevating it to proficiency. As long as his internal energy was sufficient, he could unleash the 6th strike of the wave-cutting blade technique. The power of the 6th strike surpassed the 4th by more than 3-fold, enabling Qin Zhao to engage in battles beyond his current level. As for the technique attribute points, they were all devoted to Yi Jing Jing. While Yi Jing Jing might not be the most profound technique, it was the only one that allowed Qin Zhao to steadily enhance his attributes on a daily basis. Should others discover that Qin Zhao, at the early stage of a great martial artist, had elevated a high-grade spirit-level martial technique to proficiency, their jaws would undoubtedly drop in astonishment. Many martial commanders would struggle to achieve mastery of a high-grade spirit-level technique as effectively as Qin Zhao had. He pondered whether he could withstand a direct clash with a martial commander if he unleashed his full strength. Quickly dismissing such unrealistic thoughts, Qin Zhao reminded himself that his victory over Yuan Hong was facilitated by the military formation, compounded by Yuan Hong's underestimation, which prevented him from deploying his martial techniques. If he recklessly sought out a martial commander now, he would surely meet a swift demise. With no lingering attachments, Qin Zhao mounted his horse and rode towards the main force. Unbeknownst to him, shortly after his departure, a figure approached Yuan Hong's lifeless body. It was unimaginable that a prodigy of the Yuan clan had perished at the hands of an unknown miner, clad in a luxurious fur coat. The figure gazed in the direction Qin Zhao had taken and coldly declared, "This boy must not be allowed to live." With that, he sped off towards the Hunnish royal court. Chapter 24. The overjoyed Prince of the South disguised assault on the camp. In the imperial city, within the Prince of the South's residence, the main hall was filled with an air of urgency as the prince sat in the central seat. Should Zhao Yan'er remain missing, he would have no choice but to lead troops to rescue her from the Xiongnu. Yet, the emperor had shown him immense favor and trust. At that moment, the voice of the chief steward resonated. "Your Majesty has sent word. The princess has been found and is currently on her way back." "What? Splendid news." The prince rose abruptly, his face alight with joy. If Zhao Yan'er was returning, he would be spared the arduous journey to the Xiongnu for a rescue, and he would not feel indebted to the emperor. Did the emperor send someone? He inquired. "I must express my gratitude in the palace." The chief steward responded. It was a centurion under General Yi Wujing of the northern city of Dingyuan who saved her, named Qin Zhao. Moreover, the princess is expected to return in approximately 3 days. His Majesty wishes you not to worry and to maintain the defense of the southern border. Excellent. The prince nodded. Then his tone shifted. Since Qin Zhao rescued my daughter, he must not be treated poorly. Investigate his background. If there are no significant issues, transfer him to my command. I shall ensure his life is filled with glory and wealth. Yes, the chief steward replied, secretly envying the man named Qin Zhao. Gaining the favor of the Prince of the South was akin to soaring to great heights. In the entire Yan dynasty, he could walk with pride. As long as he did not offend the emperor, even a death sentence could be overturned with the prince's influence. Furthermore, Qin Zhao's rise would far surpass anyone's expectations. He might become the youngest general in the history of the Yan dynasty. On the Xiongnu grasslands, under a blazing sun, the battlefield had been cleared. As Bai Yan'an gazed upon the mountain of corpses of his fallen brothers, tears welled in his eyes. He had witnessed countless enemy deaths and had taken many lives on the battlefield, yet seeing the bodies of his former comrades weighed heavily on his heart. If given the choice, he would have preferred to die alongside them. Report, my lord, 287 men perished, with none sustaining injuries. A centurion saluted Bai Yan'an, his voice filled with sorrow. Perhaps due to the overwhelming disparity in strength, all their foes had been killed in a single blow. Document the fallen brothers' names and inform the supreme commander upon our return, Bai Yan'an instructed solemnly. Understood. The centurion promptly replied, surveying the surroundings. Bai Yan'an noted that fewer soldiers and horses remained than when they first set out. At that moment, Qin Zhao called out, "Brothers, to kill the enemy is our duty as patriots. To die on the battlefield wrapped in horsehide, is our destiny and our honor. His voice resonated with sorrow, thumping his chest in anguish. Yet, we have survived. Our survival is not due to greater courage, but rather sheer luck. The departed are gone. We must carry forth their legacy and avenge our country by exterminating these inhumane Xiongnu. Qin Zhao's fervor intensified, his eyes ablaze with rage as he yearned to dismantle the enemy's corpses. However, he restrained himself, knowing that venting anger upon the dead was a sign of weakness. True strength would be demonstrated on the battlefield. Kill, kill, kill. The surviving soldiers transformed their grief into a fierce motivation, their spirits soaring. The collective fury lowered the temperature around them. Well said. Bai Yinan could not help but echo. Qin Shao seized a bag filled with the ears of Xiongnu soldiers and threw it into the midst of the crowd. Brothers, our victory over those Xiongnu foes was not solely my achievement. It is our shared glory. Without you, I could never have accomplished this. The honor belongs to us all. Qin Shao, Qin Shao, Qin Shao. The soldiers surrounded him, shouting his name. It was important to note that the martial spirit realm no longer belonged to the lowest ranks of the Xiongnu military. Slaying enemies of that caliber would yield substantial rewards. Yet, Qin Shao, without a flicker of hesitation, distributed the credit among his comrades. Such selflessness was commendable. Bai Yinan's eyes glistened with tears as he addressed the crowd. Brothers, this military merit should rightfully belong to Captain Qin. The formation was his design. We merely contributed a fraction. Without him, we would have perished here. However, in honor of our fallen brothers, we dare to accept this credit. We must remember Captain Qin's kindness. Upon hearing this, the crowd chorused, "Thank you, Captain Qin." Qin Shao slightly shook his head, his voice a touch hoarse. "Do not thank me. Rather, express gratitude to those fallen brothers. They fought for our chance to live. Let us slay more Xiongnu in vengeance. Surely, they shall rest in peace." Bai Yinan nodded, raising his hand. "Let us march forth and seek vengeance upon those wretched Xiongnu." Bai Yinan failed to notice the token hanging from Qin Zhao's waist. Had he been aware, he would have been utterly astounded, even with the support of the military formation. To defy a martial commander while at the martial spirit realm? Such a feat had not been heard of even 500 years prior. In the following 2 hours, they encountered no Xiongnu supply troops on their journey. Finally, through the scouts' inquiries, Qin Shao and his men discovered a medium-sized Xiongnu encampment. The sight of hundreds of tents and countless cattle and horses outside stirred Qin Zhao's desire, for this was their intended target. "Old Qin, do you wish to seize this?" Bai Yinan observed the thousands of Xiongnu soldiers guarding the tents and was inwardly astonished. It appeared that there were no fewer than 2,000 soldiers within, not to mention a number of cavalry. Should conflict arise, their group would have fared better before their losses, but now they had already diminished by a small fraction. Qin Shao nodded. "Of course, why not? But we cannot charge in recklessly." "Then what do you propose?" Bai Yinan inquired, puzzled. "Let us first incite chaos from within." Qin Shao replied with a subtle smile. Bai Yinan continued to question, "What method do you suggest? We cannot just become invisible." Qin Shao responded, "It is quite simple." Before long, Qin Shao led the cavalry of the Great Yin, donned in the Xiongnu cavalry's leather armor, directly approaching the medium-sized encampment ahead. Chapter 25, Ambush Encounter, Burning Granaries. As Qin Shao and his contingent of over 100 cavalrymen approached the entrance of the medium-sized tribe, the leader of the Xiongnu guards spotted them and inquired. Qin Shao exchanged a glance with Qin Yi, who stepped forward and struck the guard leader with a whip, commanding, "Open your eyes and see who we are. Kneel before us." The guard leader instinctively reached for his weapon. But upon noticing the blood-red armor worn by Qin Yi and Qin Shao, he promptly knelt, exclaiming, "I greet the royal envoy." The other Xiongnu soldiers followed suit and knelt, not only out of respect for the representation of the Xiongnu royal court, but also due to the evident superiority of their strength. Humph. Qin Yi nodded slightly and returned to Qin Zhao's side. "The great Chanyu has important matters to discuss. Lead us to the tribe's leader," Qin Shao stated. "Please follow me." The leader replied respectfully, gesturing for them to proceed. Thus, Qin Shao and his entourage confidently entered the central tent. Inside sat a corpulent middle-aged man adorned in a bear skin, with a scruffy beard, while a woman from Dian knelt submissively before him. "I see the royal envoy has arrived. May I inquire what brings you here?" The man's coarse voice boomed as he kicked the maidservant beside him. "Why are you still standing there? Quickly pour wine for our esteemed guests." The maid trembled as she approached Qin Shao and Qin Yi, filling their cups. Suddenly, Qin Shao smashed his horn cup on the ground and bellowed, "The great Chanyu ordered your troops to deliver provisions to Wang Yuxian promptly. Why has this not been done? Are you seeking death by reveling here?" Qin Shao advanced and slapped the middle-aged man. The latter, stunned and irritated, struggled to suppress his anger. But the fiery armor Qin Shao wore forced him to restrain his fury. With gritted teeth, he managed to utter, "May I ask, royal envoy? I dispatched men with provisions to Wang Yuxian's camp just yesterday. Why the unjust accusation?" Qin Zhao's expression remained unyielding as he coldly replied, "Are you questioning the great Chanyu and Appo's orders?" The middle-aged man awkwardly smiled, deterred from further protest. "Then what are you waiting for? Hurry and deliver the provisions." Qin Shao commanded sternly, "If Wang Yuxian encounters any issues due to insufficient supplies, I shall hold you accountable." Upon hearing this, The middle-aged man dared not delay and led Qin Shao to the storage area. Along the way, he spoke, "My lord, some of these provisions are our tribe's reserves. We cannot send them all." Qin Shao remained silent, following with an impassive expression. After approximately 5 minutes, having traversed dozens of tents, the middle-aged man suddenly waved his hand. Numerous Xiongnu soldiers appeared around them. He glared coldly at Qin Shao. "Speak. Who are you? Why do you possess my brother's waist token?" His brother, Yuan Tianxiong, was the sibling of Yuan Hongdu. He had noticed Qin Zhao's token upon his entry into the tent, but had feigned ignorance due to the latter's status. Qin Zhao's gaze darkened, and without hesitation, he unsheathed his star source blade. "Go ask your brother yourself." With a leap, he struck at Yuan Tianxiong. Capture the king by seizing the thief. However, Qin Shao evidently underestimated Yuan Tianxiong's strength. The latter brandished his dual axes, absorbing Qin Zhao's strike. "You will pay for killing my brother." Yuan Tianxiong growled, his forehead veins bulging. In his eyes, Qin Shao was but a mere martial artist, weaker than himself. Yet, Qin Shao was no lamb for slaughter. With his right hand gripping the star source blade, his muscles tensed as he prepared to counter Yuan Tianxiong's dual axes. Riding the waves blade technique, Qin Shao unleashed his most formidable attack without hesitation. Clang, clang, clang. Each strike sparked intense friction between their blades, showcasing formidable power. Initially, Yuan Tianxiong dismissed Qin Zhao's attacks, but as the confrontation progressed, he found himself increasingly challenged. At the final blow, Qin Shao delivered a decisive strike, cleaving the once mighty Yuan Tianxiong in two, severing his axes in the process. His innards spilled onto the ground. "Kill him. Avenge the chieftain." The remaining soldiers, witnessing Yuan Tianxiong's demise at Qin Zhao's hands, erupted in fury and charged at him. Yet, fresh from his victory, Qin Shao, emboldened and undaunted by the soldiers, merely martial artists, fought fiercely alongside Qin Yi, cutting through them as if they were mere vegetables. With each swing of his blade, a life was extinguished. "Kill." Bai Yannian, seeing Qin Shao besieged, led his elite cavalry into the fray. Most of the Xiongnu soldiers had focused their attention on Qin Shao, leaving them vulnerable to the onslaught of the Dayan cavalry. In less than half an hour, the entire tribe was decimated, leaving not a single Xiongnu alive, while their own casualties remained minimal. "Old Qin, you truly are remarkable. Slaying martial artists is like cutting through vegetables." Bai Yannian marveled at the corpses surrounding Qin Shao. "Fortune favors the prepared." Qin Shao replied with a faint smile, then commanded his men, "Take everything that can be carried, burn the rest. Leave nothing for the Xiongnu." "Understood." His subordinates responded. In Diding City, at the southern granary, the area was heavily guarded, with soldiers stationed every 5 meters and martial artists patrolling. Cloaked figures in black, their faces obscured, stealthily entered the granary while the guards were distracted. "Deputy leader, are you certain we will be accepted by Wang Yuxian?" One of the 1,000-man leaders inquired quietly. "Indeed, if we can burn these provisions, we will surely be welcomed," Zheng Guangyao affirmed, then directed, "You all, act separately and quietly. Pour the oil evenly over the supplies. I will ignite it in a quarter of an hour. Once ignited, retreat swiftly. After we burn the granary, wealth and glory will belong to us," Zheng Guangyao concluded. Just as he finished speaking, a familiar voice emerged from behind the stacks of provisions. "A bunch of traitors. Still dreaming of wealth and glory? You will meet your end." Chapter 26, Astonishment. 1,000 cavalry annihilated my 3,000. Outside Dingyuan City, in the camp of the Right Noble King, the campfires had all extinguished, presenting an appearance of a night devoid of activity. However, the Xiongnu soldiers lurking in the shadows had long been prepared, awaiting the Right Noble King's command to breach Dingyuan City. Within the general's tent, the Right Noble King, with an impassive expression, sipped tea and addressed his generals. "You have all been instructed to remain here since this afternoon, prohibited from leaving. Is there any doubt among you?" One general promptly responded, "Since His Majesty has commanded us thus, we trust that there are reasons behind it." Pleased by this remark, the Right Noble King nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, a messenger from outside the tent spoke up. "Your Majesty, we have just received news from the royal court regarding Hu Yanji." "What is it? Has Hu Yanji returned?" "If he has failed to deal with the cavalry of Dayan after such a long time, I shall have his head." The Right Noble King stood, snatching the letter from the messenger's hand. Upon reading it, his countenance turned ashen, and he fell back into his seat. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Hu Yanji was annihilated along with the entire army?" He threw the letter to the ground in disbelief. A general picked up the letter and, upon reading its contents, was rendered speechless. Hu Yanji was utterly defeated with 3,000 cavalry? The other generals' faces were painted with incredulity. They knew that under normal circumstances, even 5,000 cavalry from Dayan could hardly contend with Hu Yanji. Yet now, he had been completely obliterated by merely 1,000 cavalry from Dayan. Did this imply that the strength of Dayan's cavalry far surpassed that of the Xiongnu? This seemed unlikely both logically and emotionally. Hu Yanji is truly incompetent. He must have fallen into a trap. Dayan's cavalry must certainly number more than 1,000. Otherwise, they could never match my cavalry. Ultimately, The right noble king had to come to terms with this grim reality. The pressing matter was to coordinate with Zheng Yaoguang to assault Dingyuan City. As long as they captured the city, the loss of 3,000 cavalry could be deemed acceptable. Exiting the tent, the right noble king gazed at the sky and solemnly declared, "When the flames rise from Dingyuan City, it will be your signal to attack. Do you understand?" "Yes." After receiving their affirmative response, the right noble king exhaled deeply. If he were to lead hundreds of thousands and fail to capture Dingyuan City while sustaining such a loss, the great Chanyu would not easily forgive him. Today, they must conquer Dingyuan City. In the southern part of Dingyuan City, within the granary, Zheng Guangyao trembled at the sight of the supreme commander before him. Struggling to maintain composure, he pleaded, "Commander, may I have a chance? I can assist you in easing the right noble king's vigilance, enabling a better defense of Dingyuan City." No one understood the supreme commander's strength better than he. Despite being a martial spirit, a casual strike from the supreme commander could easily spell his demise. Only by demonstrating his worth could he hope for survival. The supreme commander remained expressionless, silent as ever. Meanwhile, Shen Wantian harshly rebuked, "I never expected it would be you, a traitor, colluding with the Xiongnu. You even wished to slander Commander-S subordinate, Captain Wang. You deserve to die 1,000 deaths." Zheng Guangyao retorted, "Shen Wantian, you are no better. You are both equally vile." Before he could finish, he felt a rush of wind from a punch. Alarmed, he instinctively recoiled, but the Supreme Commander's attack, being a level above his own, was not so easily evaded. Zheng Guangyao was struck in the chest and sent flying several meters, landing amidst the piles of grain. He felt his insides churning painfully. When he regained his bearings, he noticed that several of the captains who had set the fire with him had already lost their heads. A wave of despair washed over him, and with a fierce glare, he smashed an oil barrel, spilling its contents over the dry grain. "Night Wujing, grant me a path for survival. I promise never to return to Dian." Zheng Guangyao brandished a torch, threatening the Supreme Commander. "Otherwise, I shall set all this grain ablaze, taking us all down together." Night Wujing approached him step by step, his expression devoid of emotion, his gaze fixated on Zheng Guangyao's eyes. "Do not come any closer. If you take another step, we all perish," Zheng Guangyao exclaimed in panic. Finally, Night Wujing halted about 3 meters away, just as Zheng Guangyao sighed in relief. In the blink of an eye, he was cleaved into countless pieces. The torch he held was seized by Night Wujing. "His death is of no consequence." Night Wujing coldly glanced at Zheng Guangyao's remains and waved his hand, "Remove the refuse. This granary of Dingyuan City must remain pristine." At these words, even the bloodied Shen Wantian felt a chill run down his spine, especially when Night Wujing patted his shoulder as he passed by. "The matters of the granary are now your responsibility. If anything goes awry, I will hold you accountable." Shen Wantian nodded repeatedly. Returning to the Black Tiger camp, Night Wujing felt a surge of irritation. The crisis of the granary was averted, yet the looming threat of the Xiongnu army remained. An attack could materialize at any moment. Just then, a hawk swooped down and perched on his arm. Night Wujing extracted a message from the bamboo tube, revealing a smile that was difficult to conceal. "Disrupt the Xiongnu's foundation, rescue the princess, directly defeat the military commander, annihilate the Xiongnu royal squad." Excellent. Most importantly, Qin Shao and Bai Yani and their companions had circled behind the Xiongnu army. A flash of brilliance illuminated Night Wujing's mind as he pinned a few lines in the envelope, resealing it in the bamboo tube before releasing the hawk into the sky with a gaze full of anticipation. "Deputy Commander Shun, please prepare some aged grain mixed with straw and unwanted wood, and pile it in the open space to ignite. The greater the commotion, the better." Night Wujing instructed Shen Wantian beside him. "Understood." Shen Wantian nodded without hesitation. Although he did not grasp the reasoning, he was acutely aware that the blood of Zheng Guangyao still stained Night Wujing's blade, and he had no desire to meet a similar fate. A quarter of an hour later, a towering inferno erupted in the open space south of Dingyuan City, as the townsfolk were organized to toss in unwanted refuse. Thick black smoke billowed into the sky. The right noble king, observing the rising smoke from outside his tent and the chaotic soldiers atop the city walls, felt a surge of joy. He gestured towards the tent, commanding, "Gather my troops and launch a full assault." The outcome rests upon this moment. Chapter 27. The Inferno on Earth. The martial king's assault at the command of the right virtuous king. Hundreds of Xiongnu soldiers manned their catapults, hurling massive boulders soaked in oil and wrapped in coarse hemp toward the walls of Dingyuan City. Each stone, with a staggering radius of half a meter, exploded upon impact, unleashing devastation upon the defending troops. The projectiles streaked across the sky like falling stars, illuminating the night as bright as day, the air thick with scorching heat. The defenders of Dingyuan scrambled in panic, suffering grievous losses. "Charge!" roared the Xiongnu commanders. "Those who breach the walls shall be promoted 3 ranks, rewarded with 1,000 taels of gold, and granted 100 heads each of cattle, sheep, and horses." Tempted by such riches, countless Xiongnu soldiers surged toward the city. To seize such fortune would mean never again worrying about survival. After all, who would willingly risk their lives in war if not for the promise of wealth. Siege towers, battering rams, scaling ladders. Every instrument of war was deployed in an instant. Yi Wujiang observed the tide of Xiongnu warriors flooding toward Dingyuan, his brow furrowing slightly. Hold the outer walls briefly, then retreat and conceal yourselves. Do not engage prematurely. Lure them into the Barbican, then strike from both sides. He knew his Black Tiger army stood little chance in a direct confrontation. Despite their recent losses, the Xiongnu still vastly outnumbered the defenders. Only by trapping them within the Barbican and attacking from both flanks could they minimize casualties and preserve strength for the battles ahead. At his command, the Black Tiger captains on the outer walls barked orders. Loose your rusted, worn arrows, then withdraw to the hidden chambers. Once the enemy is fully within the Barbican, unleash hell upon them. A sparse volley of arrows arced from the battlements, most harmlessly deflected by enemy shields. A Xiongnu general laughed uproariously as his forces reached the base of the walls, a feat that normally cost thousands of lives, now achieved with mere hundreds lost. The right virtuous king's wisdom prevails. Dingyuan is in chaos. These Yin dogs cannot resist. Turning to his men, he roared, brothers, the women of Yin are tender beyond your wildest dreams. Our king decrees 3 days of plunder once the city falls. All you see shall be yours. The already frenzied Xiongnu soldiers howled like wolves, their eyes alight with greed. Kill. Soon, the outer gates were shattered, the walls overrun. The right virtuous king could scarcely contain his triumph. So much for their impregnable Dingyuan. Congratulations, my king. His lieutenant bowed. The city falls within moments. Even the great Chanyu will marvel at your victory. With a wave, the king dispatched his elite royal cavalry, each warrior at least a martial master, with 2 marshals leading them to ensure swift conquest. As the Xiongnu flooded the Barbican, Yi Wujiang's eyes gleamed. He took a deep breath and bellowed, close the gates. The outer portals slammed shut, sealing the Barbican. From hidden chambers along the walls, the Black Tiger soldiers erupted in ambush. Xiongnu warriors who had moments ago reveled in their triumph were cleaved apart mid-celebration. None had expected blades to materialize from thin air in their secure rear. Within moments, the walls ran red, the stench of blood thick in the air. Fei Tao strode across corpses, his boots sloshing through gore. Pour the oil. Light the fires. Loose every arrow, drop every stone, spare nothing. Die, beasts. Boiling oil cascaded into the packed Barbican, searing flesh from bone. Screams and curses filled the air. Mercy. Damned Yin dogs. I'll slaughter you all. Don't push. It burns. Treacherous cowards. Face us honorably. The Black Tiger soldiers remained stone-faced, continuing their lethal deluge. When the oil was spent, boulders and logs rained down, crushing even those who raised shields in futile defense. With the Barbican now a charnel house, Yi Wujiang grinned. Ignite it. 20,000 Xiongnu packed the killing ground, half the enemy force. Their destruction would cripple the right virtuous king's campaign. Torches tumbled into the oil-drenched pit. Whoosh. The inferno erupted instantly, setting leather armor ablaze, transforming men into writhing, shrieking torches. The Barbican became a literal hellscape, the air vibrating with agony and hatred. Too hot. Tingri, save us. Yin filth. Fight us fairly. Spare me. I just want to herd sheep. Curse you all. The heavens will avenge us. To Yi Wujiang, their wails were a symphony. His soldiers, noting survivors, cheerfully dumped more boiling oil. Seeing the gates seal and flames engulf the Barbican, the right virtuous king paled. Ambush. He turned desperately to an elderly man meditating nearby. Elder Tuoba, I beg your... Before he finished, space rippled as the old man vanished. This is undoubtedly a power unique to those of the realm of the King of Warriors. Chapter 28. The Ambush, the right virtuous king's trap 2 miles behind the Hun's camp. Gazing at the desolate Hun stronghold and the flames erupting from Dingyuan City, Qin Zhao's eyes gleamed with determination. Old Bai, hold on, do not act in haste. We must douse the supplies with oil and set them ablaze. If we can incinerate their provisions, even if the right virtuous king wishes to continue his assault, it will be impossible. Qin Zhao exhaled warm breath into his hands as the temperature continued to drop. Agreed. Bai Yin nodded. You and I shall each lead an elite squad, infiltrate the camp, and eliminate the guards. The rest will respond to the signal of the flames. Once the supplies are ignited, the entire army will advance. Is that understood? If anyone falters, do not blame my ruthlessness. Bai Yin surveyed the surroundings. Understood. Without delay, Qin Zhao and Bai Yin left their horses behind, charging forth with 2 elite teams toward the Hun camp. With a swift motion, Qin Zhao notched an arrow and released it, striking down a Hun soldier. Eliminated Hun soldier, warrior, gained 20 power points. Eliminated Hun soldier, martial apprentice, gained 10 agility points. One by one, the Hun soldiers were pierced through the skull. As the guards finally reacted, they were met with swift death. This scene of carnage unfolded repeatedly within the Hun encampment. Before long, Qin Zhao and Bai Yin met up, exchanging a knowing nod. Without hesitation, Qin Zhao drew the stag bow, inhaled deeply, and focused his energy into the arrow, pulling back the string with grace. Blazing arrow technique. In an instant, the arrow split into countless smaller arrows, shimmering with a ghostly blue flame. In that moment, fueled by the ignited oil, the Hun camp's supplies erupted into flames, illuminating the night sky and reflecting against the fires at the city. Your Majesty, trouble approaches. A panicked voice reached the right virtuous king's ears. His heart sank as he grasped the shoulder of his attendant. What has occurred? Your Majesty, our supplies have been set ablaze, and all the guards are dead. The attendant, drenched in sweat despite the cold, stammered. What? Repeat that. The right virtuous king's eyes widened in disbelief. Who could have dared to launch a surprise attack from behind? Even though his army had fallen into an ambush by the defenders of Dingyuan City, it was inconceivable that they would divert forces to assault him at this moment. The disparity in troop strength was too great. Wait. The right virtuous king's eyes widened as a thought struck him. The great Yin cavalry that eliminated Hu Yinji? Mobilize everyone at all costs to return for support. He could not afford to hesitate. If the supplies were depleted, he would abandon any hope of conquering Dingyuan City. Even if the great Shan Yu sent reinforcements, without provisions, it would be futile. Follow me. He waved his hand, leading his loyal guards determinedly toward the location of the supplies. However, upon arrival, a chill gripped his heart. The scene before him was beyond salvage. The provisions, already dry, were now engulfed in flames, accompanied by waves of scorching heat. Surrounding him lay the corpses of guards, all silenced by a single cut to the throat. Infuriating. A worthless bunch. What use is it to keep you alive? The right virtuous king's face darkened as he kicked the surviving guard. Kill. At that moment, the sounds of battle echoed in his ears. Following his gaze, a squad of cavalry charged toward their camp. The right virtuous king's expression hardened. What audacity! Do they truly think my camp is unguarded? Leading the charge were Qin Shao and Bai Yinan. Upon joining forces with their cavalry, they had spotted the right virtuous king. If they could eliminate him, the glory would be beyond their imagination. Yet, the conditions were evidently not in their favor. Old Bai, the individual surrounded by Hun soldiers, is likely their commander. Hold back his guards while I deal with him, Qin Shao declared, his voice deliberately loud for the right virtuous king to hear. Bai Yinan hesitated. Those Hun soldiers are at least martial artists, and the strongest among them rivals me. The right virtuous king is a formidable foe. We cannot match their strength. Should we withdraw and plan again? What nonsense are you spouting? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Failing to seize it would be foolish. Follow my lead, Qin Shao shouted, his voice resolute. Engage. With a fierce battle cry, Qin Shao surged forward. Kill. The elite cavalry of the great Yin followed suit, charging fearlessly into the fray. Seeing this unfold, the right virtuous king's eyes blazed with fury. Kill these Yin dogs. I shall witness what gives them the audacity to launch an assault against me. As Qin Shao and his team charged, the inherent advantage of cavalry over infantry was nullified by the presence of the right virtuous king's elite guards, all martial artists. Protect the king. His loyal guards met the great Yin cavalry head-on, determined to defend their leader. In the ensuing clash, neither side gained the upper hand, both suffering losses. However, it was evident that the great Yin cavalry had the advantage, as most of their opponents were merely martial artists. After a fierce engagement, Qin Shao chose not to pursue further. Grabbing Bai Yinan, he led the great Yin cavalry away toward Dingyuan City without looking back, leaving behind a triumphant shout. Ha ha ha. Until we meet again. What audacity. The right virtuous king was taken aback, realizing that from the very beginning, Qin Shao had no intention of facing him head-on. It was merely a ruse to escape. Drawing his sword, he disregarded the pleas of his guards and charged after Qin Shao. His camp had been breached, and if Qin Shao managed to flee, he would have no face left to remain in this world. As the right virtuous king closed in, Qin Shao suppressed his excitement. With one command, he reformed his battle formation. The energy of all the great Yin cavalry converged upon Qin Shao, who now floated in the air, wielding the Star Source blade. His hair disheveled, resembling a divine specter. He fixed his gaze upon the right virtuous king. The preceding chaos had merely been a tactic to shake off his guards. Escaping had never been Qin Shao's intention. Chapter 29. Trapped in Despair. Upon the walls of Dingyuan City, Yu Wujing observed as the Xiongnu soldiers within the inner city were slaughtered to near extinction, a sigh of relief escaping his lips. Brothers, if we repel this wave of attacks, we shall have secured our defense. He seized a nearby boulder and a rolling log, hurling them down upon the Xiongnu soldiers ascending the ladders. With a thunderous crash, the Xiongnu warriors struck the ground like dumplings tossed into water, their bodies sprawled out. Gasping for breath, the remaining soldiers of the Black Tiger camp followed suit, launching all manner of objects within reach towards the enemy. Die, beasts. As the rain of logs and boulders descended, countless Xiongnu soldiers were left battered and bloodied, and before they could react, arrows fell like rain, piercing their vital points. If this continued, they would perish before breaching the city. Did not the king say that chaos reigned within Dingyuan City? How could they still possess such resilience? A Xiongnu commander, after deflecting a volley of arrows, was filled with dread. Despite his status as a great martial master, he knew he too could fall beneath the onslaught of boulders, logs, and arrows. After all, no matter how strong one may be, facing 100 or even 1,000 foes, one would ultimately succumb if faced with 10,000 or even 100,000 soldiers. This was the arena where armies clashed. In large-scale battles, only those at the martial spirit level had a reasonable chance of survival. Just as despair enveloped the Xiongnu soldiers, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky. His expression indifferent as he gazed down at the defending soldiers. The Black Tiger Camp soldiers unleashed their attacks upon him, yet their once infallible arrows shattered upon nearing him. A great martial master of the Black Tiger Camp, refusing to accept defeat, gathered his strength and hurled a boulder at this figure. However, with just a glance, the boulder, and the great martial master himself, was obliterated into pieces, blood spilling across the ground, chunks of flesh flying through the air. Before the soldiers of the Black Tiger Camp could comprehend the situation, the elder wielded his blade, sending forth waves of cutting energy towards them. In an instant, every soldier that came into contact with the blade's energy was neatly cleaved in two, and the seemingly indestructible city wall was severed as well. Everything in sight was annihilated. The Black Tiger Camp soldiers suffered devastating losses. Not far away, Yu Wujing's pupils constricted slightly. Even he would have to exert every ounce of his strength to induce spatial fluctuations. Yet, this elder did so with such ease. It was clear he was no match for him. He was likely a powerful warrior at the martial king level. Seeing the heavy casualties among the defending soldiers, a Xiongnu commander rallied his troops. Lord Tuoba is a martial king. Brothers, charge with me. The city is within our grasp. The Xiongnu soldiers were filled with renewed vigor, fearlessly rushing towards the city. They understood well that such an opportunity was rare, with a martial king providing cover in the void. It was their best chance to breach the city. Should they succeed, a life of luxury awaited them. Tuoba Hongtian hovered in the air, ready to strike down any Black Tiger soldier attempting to close the gap. Kill those accursed Xiongnu. Yu Wujing's voice rang out. This one is mine. Though he was not a match for Tuoba Hongtian, he could not allow the city he had defended for so long to fall. Dingyuan City was the gateway for Dian in the northern regions. If breached, it would lead to devastation for countless villages and small towns, leaving nothing in the wake of the Xiongnu's rampage. He too would be deemed a traitor to the Dian dynasty. Upon hearing these words, countless Black Tiger soldiers charged forth, swords drawn, intent on driving the Xiongnu from the walls. Yu Wujing produced a high-grade blood fury pill without hesitation, consuming it in one gulp. The pill would grant him a temporary elevation to the martial king level, albeit at the cost of subsequent weakness. There was no time for contemplation now. Tuoba Hongtian regarded Yu Wujing with a raised brow, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. Were he merely a martial commander, he could be effortlessly dispatched. Yet, against another martial king, even one who had achieved great perfection, he had to exercise caution. In the blink of an eye, Yu Wujing ascended to the martial king level. With a thunderous roar, he lunged forward, steel blade in hand, aiming for Tuoba Hongtian with lightning speed. Yu Wujing's body radiated with an orange-red spiritual energy, his eyes blood-red and filled with fury. With a fierce shout, as he swung the steel blade, a tiger's roar echoed forth, and a phantom of a tiger king appeared beside him. Tuoba Hongtian, witnessing this, chose not to confront him directly but instead employed agile movements to evade each of Yu Wujing's strikes, merely slicing through his afterimages. He understood that Yu Wujing's prowess as a martial king would not endure for long. There was no need for a direct confrontation, simply delaying would ensure victory. Realizing his attacks were ineffective, Yu Wujing felt a tightening in his chest, prompting his strikes to grow more desperate. Yet, as time slipped away, he found himself unable to graze even the edge of Tuoba Hongtian's garments. The spiritual energy within him waned rapidly, causing his movements to slow. Gradually, despair flickered in Yu Wujing's eyes. In the next moment, he retrieved the dragon snake pill. His resolve steeled. While the blood fury pill would leave him weakened, consuming the dragon snake pill would render him a complete invalid, leading to his demise within 3 months. However, it would allow him a fleeting rise to the pinnacle of the martial king level. Tuoba Hongtian sneered, I admire your bravery. If you submit to the Xiongnu, I can assure you of wealth and nobility. The citizens within the city shall remain unharmed. What say you? Yu Wujing roared in defiance, instinctively reaching for the pill. A long, resonant horn sounded from the rear, ancient and full of gravitas. Tuoba Hongtian's expression shifted to one of alarm. Damn it. Unless a significant event has transpired, the retreat signal would never sound. Something must have occurred at the main camp. Without a moment's hesitation, Tuoba Hongtian sped away towards the main camp, followed by the retreating tide of Xiongnu soldiers, leaving behind a field strewn with corpses. Seeing this, Yu Wujing let out a sigh of relief. It appears Qin Shao has succeeded. Clear the battlefield. Assess the losses. Yu Wujing commanded as he returned to the city walls. He had long requested assistance from powerful warriors at the martial king level, yet no word had come. With Tuoba Hongtian's assault, he had no recourse but to fight with all his might. The Right Prince regarded Qin Shao with astonishment. The power of military formations? Yet I have never heard of a formation capable of elevating a great martial master to the level of a martial commander in an instant. Could it be an inheritance of an ancient formation? With this thought, the Right Prince's eyes blazed with fervor, greedily fixating on Qin Shao. Boy, if you hand over the secrets of the military formation to me, I may yet spare your life. The Right Prince produced his Fa Tian Huaji, pointing it menacingly at Qin Shao. Haha, you may be a fool, but do you think I am similarly foolish? Qin Shao retorted with scorn. At this, the Right Prince's expression darkened. The aura of a martial commander at its peak erupted forth. Prepare to meet your end. Chapter 30. The Great Explosion. Reaping Life. As the soldiers of the Black Tiger camp tidied the battlefield in Dingyuan City, a fox, approximately half a meter in length, weaved through the piles of corpses. Each time it encountered a soldier still clinging to life, it approached, pausing momentarily before they succumbed, their flesh withering into skeletal remains, entirely devoid of vitality. Yet, this spectacle went unnoticed by anyone. Suddenly, the fox's gaze took on a more human-like quality as it cast a curious glance towards the direction of Yi Wuqiao, seemingly lost in contemplation. However, it was quickly drawn away by the fierce battle erupting nearby. Without a moment's hesitation, it narrowed its eyes and vanished from sight. Shortly after its disappearance, an elderly man clad in a gray-blue Taoist robe, sporting a white goatee and wielding a dust whisk, arrived at the scene. The soldiers of the Black Tiger camp appeared utterly oblivious to his presence. The old man surveyed the mountains of corpses, sighed, and murmured, "Blessings of the infinite heaven." However, before he could finish his thought, his gaze fell upon the desiccated bodies. His eyes widened in anger. "You vile sorcerer." With a swift calculation using his fingers, his eyes narrowed, his expression peculiar, and he flicked his dust whisk, vanishing instantly. As the right Prince Wushuang unleashed his formidable aura, a 3-meter-tall ethereal blue shadow emerged behind him. In an instant, the blade of the right prince descended upon Qin Shao, poised to strike. The fierce wind whipped across Qin Shao's face, sharp and biting. Yet, his expression remained unchanged, with a casual lift of his hand. He effortlessly blocked the seemingly intimidating blade without even taking a step back. The right prince's eyes flickered with an unusual glint. Could it be that I have not fought in so long that my strength has waned? Witnessing the slight smirk on Qin Shao's lips, a hint of derision, the right prince could no longer endure it and abandoned any pretense of testing his opponent. Fiery Sun Blade Technique. Flames of deep crimson erupted along the edge of his blade, sending waves of heat surging forth. "Child, dying beneath this blade shall be a fitting end for your arrogance." With that, the right prince unleashed a series of intricate sword strikes, poised to cleave Qin Shao in two. "Now's my chance." Seizing the opening presented by the right prince in midair, Qin Zhao's eyes gleamed with delight as he drew his hunting bow. Focusing intently, he infused all his spiritual energy into the arrow, seamlessly knocking it and drawing back the string. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows shot forth in a straight line, aimed directly at the right prince's abdomen. In an astonishingly bizarre maneuver, the right prince evaded the arrows. However, before he could fully react, a flash of ethereal blue blade light struck him, leaving him disoriented. Before him lay a headless corpse. "Congratulations, you have slain the right prince, Wushuang, great perfection. Reaped 1,000 in all attributes, gained 1 year of lifespan, and obtained 1 platinum treasure chest. You have completed the hidden quest Slay the Right Prince, earning an additional platinum treasure chest and 1,000 attribute points to distribute at will. What a windfall." Among these rewards, the one that intrigued Qin Shao the most was undoubtedly the additional year of lifespan. According to the norms of this world, warriors, martial masters, and even great martial masters enjoyed lifespans akin to ordinary humans. A martial spirit could live for 150 years, a martial commander for 200 years, and a martial king for 300 years. Beyond that, details were murky. It was rumored that martial gods might live for 10,000 years. Even at the level of great martial master, he could kill foes to gain additional lifespan. Did this imply that, should he vanquish enough enemies in the future, Qin Shao might attain an endless lifespan? Surely, even martial gods would envy him. Turning his attention to the other rewards, he pondered how many ordinary Xiongnu soldiers he would need to slay to amass 1,000 points in all attributes. There were even 2 platinum treasure chests, a tier above the black gold treasure chest, from which he had previously drawn the superior spiritual technique, wave-cutting blade. He wondered if the platinum treasure chests might contain earth-grade martial skills. The 1,000 free attribute points were a delightful surprise. Qin Shao planned to allocate all of them to his spirit, as most rewards from defeating enemies typically enhanced strength and agility, while his spiritual attribute was a notable weakness. A glimmering ring caught Qin Zhao's attention on the right prince's right hand. Qianquan ring, space, 10 cubic meters, cracking progress, 0 goodness. Such a treasure. Alas, it seemed it required unlocking. Unlike the fantastical tales where one could claim ownership through a drop of blood, it appeared this ring would not yield so easily. Qin Shao carefully stowed the Qianquan ring away. Before long, his body grew exceedingly weak, his complexion pale, as though he were on the brink of death. The exertion of harnessing the energies of so many individuals through military formations twice was beyond even the capacity of martial spirits or martial commanders, let alone that of a mere great martial master like Qin Shao. General Qin is invincible. Even a martial god would be naught but a shadow in his presence. Nearby, the elite cavalry of Dine marveled at Qin Shao's victory over the right prince, their expressions a mixture of shock and admiration. Who could challenge a martial commander of great perfection in 1,000 years, especially from the level of great martial master? By heavens, old Qin, your strength is truly profound. Bai Yan'an exclaimed, delivering a hearty punch to Qin Zhao's shoulder, secretly reveling in his foresight for having recognized Qin Shao's potential early on. Had he treated Qin Shao unfairly, he would now be drowning in regret. The path of one can uplift the many. As Qin Shao ascended to greater heights, any benefit he might bestow would undoubtedly be of immense value. Retreat. Before Qin Shao could respond, he sensed an overwhelmingly powerful aura approaching from outside Dingyuan City. Swiftly, He severed the right prince's head, clutching his insignia, and fled with great haste. Bai Yan and the elite cavalry followed suit, not daring to lag behind. Shortly after their departure, the right prince's personal guards arrived, only to be greeted by the sight of a headless body that appeared all too familiar. The captain of the guard stood frozen, trembling as he approached the corpse, kneeling beside it to confirm the grim reality, his lips quivering. He knew the right prince better than anyone and was certain that the corpse before him belonged to him. Yet, at that moment, he would have preferred to be blind than to accept such a truth. Alas, the right prince has passed. The captain's voice trembled, filled with disbelief and sorrow. Upon hearing this, a wave of grief washed over the surroundings, first manifesting as sorrow, then giving rise to fury, and finally culminating in sheer terror. With the right prince dead, they had lost all reason to live. Even their families would face execution at the hands of the great Shan Yu. After what felt like an eternity, the captain regained his composure and addressed the others. The right prince has fallen, and we have no cause to survive alone. Let us avenge our lord by slaying those Yanzhou curs. The captain unsheathed his sword and charged forth. Kill. The guards followed suit, racing toward Dingyuan City. Their only hope for survival lay in their lives, hoping that the great Shan Yu would spare their families, recognizing their loyalty. Just then, a figure of formidable presence obstructed their path. Where is His Excellency, the right noble king? Chapter 31. The right virtuous king has passed away. Deep within the vast expanse of the grasslands, a magnificent city rises majestically. Upon its towering walls, the banners of the Xiongnu flutter in the wind, evoking a sense of pride. Countless dark yellow tints cluster together, stretching as far as the eye can see. Various livestock are herded into the city by passing nomads. Within the city, elite Xiongnu patrols move about incessantly. Inside the inner court of the Xiongnu royal palace, an atmosphere of opulence prevails. Dozens of songstresses sway and sing, their graceful bodies captivating the onlookers. The great Khan reclines lazily upon his throne, his demeanor relaxed. A beautiful maiden, clad in sheer silk, cradles his feet, her delicate hands gently massaging them. Another maiden nestles in his embrace, occasionally feeding him fresh fruits. The leaders of various tribes sit cross-legged on the floor, attended by their maidens. My Khan, intelligence has arrived. The internal strife within the great Yin dynasty is relentless. They are certainly no match for us. Indeed. You need only await the triumphant return of the right virtuous king. There is no cause for concern. Perhaps he will even bring unexpected pleasures for you. This time, the right virtuous king is likely to present you with countless beauties from the great Yin. Please take care of your health, my Khan. The tribal leaders spoke respectfully to the great Khan, confident that the waning great Yin dynasty could not contend with their empire's elite warriors. After all, their aim was merely to plunder the border towns. How could formidable foes be found among them? The great Khan laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. I shall take your auspicious words to heart. He suddenly thrust his foot into the maiden's embrace, pressing firmly upon her soft form. He then buried his face in the bosom of the maiden beside him, inhaling deeply with an expression of intoxication. What bliss! This is the pinnacle of life. Just then, a robust and resonant voice broke the revelry. My Khan, the right virtuous king's advance has been thwarted. He is besieged from all sides, and his supply lines have been severed. Over 30,000 men have perished at the border town of Dingyuan. As this proclamation rang out, all eyes turned toward the speaker, and silence enveloped the gathering. The great Khan forcefully pushed aside the maiden in his arms, his pupils dilating in disbelief. What? Are you certain of this intelligence? He stepped forward, veins bulging on his hands as he grasped the shoulder of the messenger, his voice a thunderous roar. Before Hublai could respond, the other tribal leaders expressed their incredulity. General Hublai, this is no matter for jest. How could it be? The right virtuous king commands our elite Xiongnu forces numbering in the hundreds of thousands. How could a mere border town of the great Yin withstand our might? Absurd. Hublai, do you realize the consequences of deceiving the Khan? Amidst the rising doubts, Hublai stood resolute, hands clasped in respect. I have witnessed it with mine own eyes. This matter is indisputable. Moreover, the right virtuous king was ambushed by a small contingent of 1,000 great Yin cavalry led by a young officer. The 3,000 cavalry dispatched by the right virtuous king were nearly annihilated. This young officer commands the formation, surpassing the martial prowess of our own commanders. At this declaration, the atmosphere became tumultuous, akin to a stone dropping into a still pond, provoking laughter and scorn among many tribal leaders. Ha ha ha. Hublai, do you comprehend the absurdity of your words? 1,000 great Yin cavalry defeating our 3,000 elite riders? Preposterous. Do you not find your own statements ludicrous? The border town of Yin should not have held out against the right virtuous king for so long, even if they fielded 1,000. It is improbable that they could decimate our forces. Have you ever heard of such a tale in a millennium? If what you say is true, I would gladly leap into a pile of horse dung and end my life. As laughter echoed through the hall, the great Khan's countenance darkened, and he bellowed in rage. Silence. The sudden shift in tone silenced every tribal leader present. After a prolonged moment, the great Khan gradually regained his composure, his lips trembling slightly. Hublai's words bore truth. Not long ago, a subordinate of Yuan Hongdu returned to report pursuing a young officer of the Yin army. Under normal circumstances, he should have returned by now. Yet, he remained unaccounted for. Coupled with Hublai's disposition, the likelihood of this being true was substantial. though others had initially doubted upon hearing the Great Khan's words. They could not help but alter their stance. The Great Khan sipped tea, forcing down his rising agitation, his forehead veins slightly protruding as he gritted his teeth. What has transpired? Are our Xiongnu warriors too feeble, or are the soldiers of the Great Yin too formidable? The tribal leaders hastened to reassure him. My Khan, this cannot be attributed to the valor of our Xiongnu warriors. The Great Yin merely stumbled upon a fortunate opportunity, deploying all their elite forces from the city to achieve this victory. Perhaps the Right Virtuous King has already seized the chance to conquer the Yin border town amid their internal turmoil. The Right Virtuous King is no fool. Our warriors will undoubtedly reclaim the border town and plunder it thoroughly. Indeed, please remain calm, my Khan, until the final outcome is known. We cannot ascertain who the true victor will be. Upon hearing this, the Great Khan's demeanor softened slightly, color returning to his face. However, Hublai did not share in the comforting sentiments. He stepped forward, hands clasped. My Khan, I implore you to send someone with me to eliminate that young officer of the Yin army. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire. He is already capable of countering our commanders. What will happen when he reaches their level? Before Hublai could finish, the Great Khan's eyes sparkled with determination. Despite the heavy losses they faced, hope remained. If they could eliminate such a gifted young officer from the Yin army, they would diminish a formidable enemy. Moreover, this would bolster the Right Virtuous King's efforts and increase their resources for the siege of Dingyuan. The Great Khan raised an eyebrow, glancing around the room. Zhao He, Qingjiu, accompany Hublai. Make certain to eliminate that young officer of the Yin. If the border town has not yet fallen, assist the Right Virtuous King. Understood. Two towering Xiongnu warriors entered, bowing in response. Observing this, Hublai felt a sense of relief. These two were among the top 10 commanders of the royal court's elite cavalry, both having attained the rank of seasoned martial kings. In just a few days, Qin Shao would be no match for them. At that moment, an overwhelming aura surged toward the Great Khan. Soon after, a powerful warrior of the Xiongnu, cradling a familiar corpse, strode into the chamber. His face was marked by grief and indignation. My Khan, the Right Virtuous King has fallen. Chapter 32. What? You killed the Right Virtuous King? At the top of the city wall of Dingyuan City, Yi Wujing gazed at the rapidly approaching Qin Shao and Bai Yani, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He had initially thought they were doomed, as the ability to force the Xiongnu soldiers to retreat undoubtedly indicated a remarkable feat. The Xiongnu soldiers would never allow them to escape. Open the city gates, Yi Wujing commanded with exhilaration. As the gates swung open, Qin Shao, Bai Yani, and the elite cavalry of Dian entered the city, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Good lad, you certainly did not disappoint me, Yi Wujing remarked, stepping forward to appraise Qin Shao with a faint smile. However, upon noticing the token at Qin Shao's waist, he stuttered, Where did you get this token? After years of guarding the frontier city, he understood that only Xiongnu warriors above the martial commander rank bore such tokens. Qin Shao presented the token to Yi Wujing and replied, reporting to the commander, my subordinates encountered an elite squad from the Xiongnu royal court. By sheer luck, we annihilated them all. This token belonged to the squad leader, whose name seems to be Yuan Hongdu. At this revelation, Yi Wujing was left speechless. If memory served, the previous commander of Dingyuan City, Guan Hao, had been slain by Yuan Hongdu. At that time, Yuan Hongdu had only just entered the martial spirit realm. While Guan Hao was a seasoned martial commander, anyone would have assumed Yuan Hongdu would be defeated in their clash. Yet, Yuan Hongdu had managed to vanquish Guan Hao in a direct confrontation and kill him. This battle had cemented Yuan Hongdu's reputation as a prodigious talent. Indeed, some of the world's top experts asserted that Yuan Hongdu possessed the bearing of a martial saint. However, this renowned young genius had met his demise at the hands of Qin Shao, an indirect testament to the latter's extraordinary combat prowess, perhaps even surpassing Yi Wujing himself. With a complex expression, Yi Wujing looked at Qin Shao and asked, Do you know what kind of genius Yuan Hongdu was? Wiping the blood from his blade, Qin Shao smiled slightly and replied, I was merely fortunate, relying on the formation of our troops to barely achieve the kill. Upon hearing this, Yi Wujing's eyebrows shot up, followed by a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. A military formation? What level of formation must it be to allow you to unleash such power against a martial commander? If the Black Tiger camp could acquire such a formation, our strength would ascend to new heights. Before Yi Wujing could voice his thoughts, Bai Yani interjected with a resentful gaze, Old Qin, you didn't merely kill him, you pursued him to take his life. Commander, at first, I thought he was scouting the enemy, only to discover he had taken down Yuan Hongdu, a martial commander, Bai Yani continued, still in disbelief. Qin Shao waved his hand dismissively and said softly, You didn't ask. Bring forth the head of the Right Virtuous King. With a swift motion, Qin Shao commanded. At this proclamation, not only Yi Wujing, but even the soldiers of the Black Tiger camp nearby were left dumbfounded. Wait, did I just hear correctly? You said the head of the Right Virtuous King? Even Yi Wujing, who considered himself seasoned in battle, trembled at the thought. He had been fretting over how to withstand the impending assault of the Right Virtuous King, only to find that his subordinate had decapitated him and returned unscathed from the midst of a myriad of soldiers. It was utterly astounding. Qin Shao received the severed head of the Right Virtuous King and handed it to Yi Wujing, stating confidently that this head was indeed that of the Right Virtuous King. It was unmistakable. Simultaneously, Qin Shao produced a black gold token embossed with a wolf motif. Yu Wujing brushed aside the hair from the head to reveal its true face, his eyes widening in disbelief. My goodness! This is truly the right virtuous king, Yu Wujing exclaimed instinctively. Having seen the right virtuous king before, he recognized him immediately. Coupled with the dark golden token, a symbol of identity, it confirmed that the right virtuous king had indeed been slain by Qin Shao. As this revelation sank in, all the soldiers of the Black Tiger camp fell silent for a brief moment, only to erupt in a cacophony of astonishment. What? Captain Qin went out and killed the Xiongnu's commander. Am I dreaming? My heavens! Captain Qin must be a martial deity descended from the heavens to take the enemy general's head amidst a sea of soldiers? Oh my! If I possess such ability, wouldn't my rise to nobility be just around the corner? Yu Wujing's eyes brimmed with excitement, and he pinched himself hard enough to draw blood, confirming he was not dreaming. He approached Qin Shao and enveloped him in a hearty embrace. After a brief moment, Yu Wujing stepped back, suppressing his exhilaration, and declared, You are the foremost hero of Dingyuan City. You are the greatest contributor to Dian. At this moment, Yu Wujing thrust the head of the right virtuous king into Qin Shao's right hand, raising it high, exclaiming, Qin Shao is invincible. His voice resonated with spiritual power, echoing across the training grounds. Qin Shao is invincible. Qin Shao is invincible. The gazes of the soldiers were fixated on Qin Shao, their voices filled with adoration and yearning. As soldiers, who would not aspire to achieve unparalleled feats like Qin Shao at this moment? Enemy attack. The voice of a Black Tiger camp soldier rang out from the city wall. Upon hearing this, the soldiers' eyes gleamed with hunger, akin to ravenous wolves, radiating an eerie green light as they rushed toward the city wall, eager to slay more enemies, if only to match Qin Shao's remarkable accomplishments. Yet, their movements could not match the speed of Qin Shao. He lightly sprang onto the city wall, observing the right virtuous king's personal guards in the distance without a moment's hesitation. Drawing his hunting bow, he fixed his gaze and, in one fluid motion, knocked an arrow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A flurry of arrows flew forth, skewering the Xiongnu soldiers like candied hawthorns on a stick. Kill Xiongnu soldier, Martial Master, X1. Acquire 10 points to all attributes. Kill Xiongnu soldier, Great Martial Master, X1. Acquire 30 points to all attributes. The sound of notifications reached Qin Zhao's ears. He nodded slightly. Had it been the old him, killing so many Xiongnu soldiers with a bow would have required tremendous effort. Yet now, it was effortlessly within his grasp. However, what Qin Shao did not anticipate was that this display of prowess left the nearby soldiers of the Black Tiger camp in a state of shock. Is this truly the strength of Captain Qin? The arrows he casually looses are terrifyingly powerful. The Xiongnu soldiers seem to be mere playthings in his hands, ruthlessly slaughtered. Before long, the remaining Xiongnu soldiers were completely annihilated. In the Black Tiger camp, Yu Wujing was about to report the news of Qin Zhao's killing of the right virtuous king and Yuan Hongdu when a sharp, piercing voice broke through. The commander of Dingyuan City, Yu Wujing, is to take orders. The emperor has decreed. Chapter 33, The Hidden Assassination of Qin Shao in the grand capital of the Great Yin Dynasty, within the opulent residence of the Crown Prince. A path paved with exquisite marble tiles unfurled before the eyes, flanked by an array of perennial, exotic flora and stately cypress trees, all meticulously tended to by dedicated gardeners. At the heart of this splendid estate stood a pavilion adorned with a roof of glazed tiles, where a strikingly handsome young man clad in resplendent robes engaged in a game of chess with an elderly gentleman. Alas, I have lost again, Your Highness. Your skill is unparalleled, the old man exclaimed, gazing at the dashing youth before him. The Crown Prince, lifting a chess piece, shook his head slightly. Master, you are clearly indulging me. Your flattery leaves me feeling quite embarrassed. The elder chuckled heartily, responding, I assure you, I do not flatter. It appears you have merely made a single move, yet you have anticipated every subsequent step. Compared to the past, Your Highness has made remarkable progress. Had I realized this sooner, I would not find myself in such a predicament. At that moment, a man clad in black appeared outside the pavilion, cupping his hands in greeting. Lord Yu Qiansheng of Wild City sends urgent intelligence. Present it, the Crown Prince replied nonchalantly. Upon unsealing the cowhide envelope, he meticulously examined its contents. From Dingyuan City, the soldier Qin Shao of the Xingdian led 1,000 elite Yin cavalry to annihilate 3,000 Xiongnu horsemen, effortlessly overcoming a warrior of the Martial Master realm. A total of over 5,000 enemies were vanquished, and Princess Zhao Yin'er was successfully rescued. Qin Shao harbors enmity with the third prince, who has plundered the commercial establishment founded by him, relegating him to the border city of Xingdian. As the Crown Prince perused the sparse yet alarming details, astonishment gripped him. How could a mere soldier from Xingdian, Qin Shao, lead 1,000 Yin cavalry to vanquish 3,000 elite Xiongnu riders? This was nothing short of extraordinary. It was well known that often only 3,000 Yin cavalry fell to a mere 1,000 Xiongnu elite. Yet the tides had turned dramatically. Moreover, Qin Shao had not only triumphed over a martial master, but had likely dispatched more than one, a feat that could only be described as formidable. Qin Shao had even rescued the heir of the southern prince, Zhao Yin'er, from the Xiongnu encampment. Just recently, the Crown Prince had received an edict from the Emperor of Yin, promising rewards should he return Zhao Yin'er unscathed, thereby enhancing his standing in the Emperor's eyes. Most importantly, The bitter feud between Qin Shao and the third prince mirrored his own interests, suppressing his elation. The crown prince exhaled deeply and relayed the contents of the intelligence to the elder. The old man's eyes widened in shock, disbelief etched upon his face. You mean to say that this individual led 1,000 Yin cavalry to annihilate 3,000 Xiongnu elite and managed to rescue Princess Zhao Yinan along the way? He even confronted a martial spirit enemy? Seeing the elder's astonishment, the crown prince nodded solemnly. This is the report from my subordinate, Yu Qianqing. The details have been meticulously verified and are accurate. Even the mightiest warrior of Yin, Bai Qi, would struggle to confront a martial spirit in such a manner. Would he not? The elder, momentarily speechless, felt as though he were trapped in a dream. As the national master of the great Yin dynasty, he prided himself on having witnessed countless grand events, yet he found himself utterly astonished by the news. After a prolonged silence, the crown prince finally spoke. Master, I intend to recruit this individual. What are your thoughts? If he could draw Qin Shao into his camp, it might earn him the favor of the emperor and simultaneously vex the third prince. The elder pondered briefly. Lord Yu Qianqing has aided him. Perhaps you could approach from that angle. The enmity between this man and the third prince could be of great use to you. However, your approach must be gentle. Do you understand? The crown prince sipped his tea, moistening his parched lips before nodding. In our great Yin, a prince is held to the same standards as the common folk. Tomorrow, during the morning court, I shall ensure the third prince faces consequences. As if struck by inspiration, he tossed aside his identity token. The border troops are impoverished. Send the armors from my treasury's room 3 to Qin Shao. Understood. Came a voice from the shadows behind him. Meanwhile, in the formidable residence of the third prince, a storm was brewing. What? That worthless Shenhuanian allowed Qin Shao to live until now? And even facilitated his grand achievements, leading to royal rewards? The third prince's voice was filled with ire, his complexion darkening with fury, shedding his earlier composure. In his eyes, Qin Shao was merely an ant easily crushed, yet under his scrutiny, he had grown to such an alarming stature. If given a chance to start anew, he would not have considered tormenting Qin Shao, but rather would have eliminated him outright. Zhu Bo bowed his head, tense and silent, too fearful to utter a word. Incompetent fool, did you not say that Shenhuanian could dispose of Qin Shao at will? Now you have nothing to say? The third prince glared at his steward, frustration boiling within him, and advanced to deliver a few kicks. Zhu Bo was sent sprawling several meters, blood spilling from his mouth as he knelt, his head lowered in submission. Your Highness, the urgent matter at hand is to stifle this rising threat. Just as the third prince was about to unleash more fury upon his steward, a confidant intervened. Taking a deep breath to quell his anger, the third prince asked, what do you suggest we do to curb this threat? Qin Shao had already caught the attention of the Emperor of Yin and the southern prince. If he were to eliminate Qin Shao outright, it could easily be detected by them. Even if he succeeded, the aftermath would bring him considerable trouble, potentially derailing his future plans. The advisor, unperturbed, replied, Your Highness has a long-standing vendetta with Qin Shao. The only course of action now is to eliminate him completely. You could publicly reconcile with him, sending Shenhuanian to seek his forgiveness. Once Qin Shao lets his guard down, dispatch your men to strike decisively. This way, should the Emperor of Yin or the southern prince investigate later, they would find room for mitigation. Had anyone glimpsed the face of this advisor, they would be astounded. He was renowned as the foremost strategist of the great Yin, leaving one to ponder how the third prince managed to retain such a mind for his schemes. The third prince's eyes gleamed with realization as he nodded. Very well, I shall follow your counsel. You fool, contact the hidden assassination tower. Within 3 days. I want to see Qin Zhao's head. The third prince barked at Zhu Bo. Should you fail again, your existence will no longer be warranted. The Hidden Assassination Tower is a completely neutral organization of assassins, feared for their prowess. They have successfully eliminated even those at the Marshal Saint level. As long as one can afford the price, they can assist in the assassination of anyone, from the Emperor of Yin to a mere beggar. Most crucially, they guarantee the confidentiality of their clients. Understood. Zhu Bo nodded fervently. As he departed, the third prince's gaze flickered with intrigue. Qin Shao, let us see how you will navigate this perilous situation. Chapter 34. The shock of eunuch Huang, confronting the Yin Emperor. Captain Qin Shao, a valiant warrior, had rendered great service to the nation, bravely slaying foes with unmatched prowess. Furthermore, he successfully rescued the Prince of Southern Town, Princess Zhao Yinan, which merited substantial rewards. The red-robed eunuch paused, his voice resonating with fervor. Today, Qin Shao is appointed to the Black Tiger camp to command troops as a valiant officer. His rank is elevated by 2 levels, making him the vice commander of the Black Tiger camp, leading an army of 10,000. Qin Shao is also bestowed the title of third-class baron. He is granted 1,000 low-grade Xian jade, 1 dragon blood pill, 1 mirror break pill, and 100 acres of fine land. His military salary, baronial stipend, and allocated land are all contingent upon his military achievements and will be conferred upon him after the war. Upon hearing this decree, all the surrounding soldiers wore expressions of astonishment. His Majesty values Qin Shao so greatly that he is promoted by 2 ranks and even granted a title. Such generosity is indeed monumental. With such remarkable contributions, a mere 2-level promotion pales in comparison to the honor of a baron, a privilege once thought unattainable. The last person rewarded with the title by His Majesty was the commander who annihilated the Xiongnu Helan tribe, reducing their chieftain to mere fragments. The Mirror Break Pill. If I were to obtain it, I would be firmly established on the path to becoming a martial spirit. Many generals marveled quietly. A 2-level promotion was expected. Yet the elevation in title was beyond their wildest dreams. Both the Mirror Break Pill and the Dragon Blood Pill were coveted treasures. The former significantly enhances the probability of a Grand Martial Master breaking through to martial spirit, nearly guaranteeing success. The latter greatly improves physical attributes and has a slight chance of awakening divine abilities. Upon being promoted to Vice Commander, the attributes of the enemies slain by the soldiers under your command will grant you 1/8 of their attributes. Commanding over 10,000 soldiers activates the passive attribute of the title, Commanding Troops, allowing the host to lead the charge and enhance the soldier's combat power by 30%. Achieving the feat, reward from the Yin Emperor, grants 1 platinum treasure chest. Qin Zhao's expression was one of exhilaration, as several notifications echoed in his mind. With his promotion to Vice Commander, he now commanded an army of 10,000, allowing him to accelerate his own strength. Moreover, he had already amassed 2 platinum treasure chests, and he wondered what treasures they might hold. Qin Zhao, do not delay in accepting the decree, Knight Wujing said with a gentle smile. I, Qin Zhao, humbly accept the decree. Thank you, Your Majesty. Qin Zhao stepped forward, bowing slightly as he received the royal edict from the red-robed eunuch. He then stowed away the Dragon Blood Pill and the Mirror Break Pill, both of which were exceptional items. Commander Yi, do not hesitate to retrieve the Vice Commander's uniform, the red-robed eunuch said with a smile. However, Knight Wujing and the surrounding generals exchanged glances, revealing an air of hesitation as if burdened by unspoken concerns. The red-robed eunuch inquired, Commander Yi, is there something amiss? Knight Wujing presented the head of the Right Noble King, saying helplessly, Eunuch Huang, this is the head of the Xiongnu Right Noble King. Additionally, Qin Zhao, with the strength of a Grand Martial Master, has defeated 2 martial generals. At this revelation, Eunuch Huang was immediately struck dumb, disbelief evident in his eyes. As the personal eunuch of the Yin Emperor, he had witnessed countless spectacles. Yet Qin Zhao repeatedly defied his understanding of the possible. After a prolonged silence, he stammered, let me see. With trembling hands, he accepted the severed head of the Right Noble King, scrutinizing it closely. He had encountered the Right Noble King before, even standing against him, but had refrained from attacking due to the formidable guardians surrounding him. Now, from any angle, it was unmistakably the head of the Right Noble King. This is the Right Noble King's insignia, Knight Wujing said, handing the insignia to Eunuch Huang, who felt a surge of delight. Just moments ago, the generals had also struggled to reconcile the news of Qin Zhao's triumph over the Right Noble King. Eunuch Huang, initially skeptical, found all doubt dissipated upon seeing the insignia. His chest heaved with excitement, betraying his inner fervor. Eunuch Huang spoke with a complex expression, Commander Yi, no wonder you hesitated earlier. It seems we have made quite the blunder. However, I wonder why such a significant matter was not reported sooner? Knight Wujing chuckled heartily and bowed to Eunuch Huang, explaining, we too have only just learned of this news, and our astonishment is no less than yours. Eunuch Huang approached Qin Zhao, examining him closely. Pondering how someone of Qin Zhao's cultivation could have slain the Right Noble King. It was common knowledge that the Right Noble King was a martial general a decade prior, and he would only be stronger now. Surely, it could not be mere luck that propelled Qin Zhao to such a feat. To challenge a martial general with the strength of a Grand Martial Master was a tale reserved for legends. Under normal circumstances, if someone had claimed that a Grand Martial Master could defeat a martial general, he would have dismissed them with scorn. Yet now, the evidence lay before him, undeniable. Bai Yin stepped forward respectfully, explaining, Eunuch Huang, Vice Commander Qin, utilized the military formation technique to vanquish the Right Noble King, who had reached the pinnacle of martial general. We, the cavalry of Great Yin, bore witness to it all. After a lengthy pause, a glimmer of realization sparked in Eunuch Huang's eyes as he clapped Qin Zhao on the shoulder. The first time I laid eyes on you, Vice Commander Qin, I sensed you were no ordinary person. It seems my judgment has proven correct. In the next moment, Eunuch Huang drew the Qianquan mirror from his waist and cast it into the sky. The mirror expanded exponentially, revealing the visage of the Yin Emperor. Observing this, all the soldiers present immediately knelt and bowed, exclaiming, we pay our respects to your majesty. The authoritative voice of the Yin Emperor resonated, rise. He then turned his gaze toward Eunuch Huang, who promptly reported, your majesty, after verification, Qin Zhao. Meanwhile, within the Xiongnu royal court, chaos reigned as tribal leaders erupted in disbelief. What? The Right Noble King has perished? Surely, I must be dreaming. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The Right Noble King led an army against Dingyuan City, which is only a garrison of over 30,000. It is already unfathomable that they have held out for so long. How could they possibly kill the Right Noble King? It is preposterous. The Right Noble King is a pinnacle martial general. Even the strongest defenders of Dingyuan City could not slay him. Patriarch Tuoba, are you certain? Simultaneously, Tuoba Hongtian placed the headless corpse before the great Chanyu. With a hoarse voice, he replied, I too wish to disbelieve. But this was conveyed by the Right Noble King's personal guard, and I have verified it repeatedly. It is indeed the corpse of the Right Noble King. Despite this, the great Shan Yu slowly approached, his steps heavy. The sound of his movement resonated like a drumbeat upon the hearts of all present. As he reached the corpse, he bent down to examine it closely. The more he scrutinized, the more fear surged within him, from every angle. It was evident that this belonged to the Right Noble King. With a sudden gasp, he spat blood and collapsed backward. Khan! Khan! Cries of urgency filled the air. Chapter 35. Renowned throughout the realm, manifesting glory before all. Qin Shao decapitated the Right Sage King of the Xiongnu, a martial commander of transcendent prowess. The atmosphere in the Grand Hall was charged as the venerable Huang Gonggong spoke with utmost reverence. His words left even the Yin Emperor momentarily speechless. While the demise of an ordinary martial commander might not warrant much attention, the Right Sage King held the esteemed position of the third most powerful figure within the Xiongnu Empire. Typically, he would be surrounded by at least one martial king protector, and possibly even a martial venerable guardian, accompanied by legions of soldiers in formation. The likelihood of dispatching a martial emperor to slay him would be exceedingly rare, with even the strongest potentially falling in the attempt. Thus, the shocking news of such a figure's death at the hands of an inconspicuous individual was utterly astonishing. A wave of astonishment swept through the Grand Hall, as ministers and nobles exchanged incredulous glances. What? The Right Sage King of the Xiongnu is dead? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Huang Gonggong, could it be that you have been deceived by some petty trickster? The Right Sage King is the unequivocal ruler of the Xiongnu Empire. How could he fall so easily? The Yin Emperor did not intervene in the minister's inquiries, for he too found the news hard to believe. Huang Gonggong produced the Right Sage King's severed head and token, presenting them before the Qian Kuan mirror. Your Majesty, I have confirmed the truth of this matter repeatedly, he declared. The elite cavalry of the Great Yin, led by Bai Yinan, echoed an agreement, stating, Your Majesty, we witnessed Vice Commander Qin slay the Right Sage King with our own eyes. There is no possibility of deception. The Yin Emperor's gaze lingered upon the head and token. After a moment, a smile crept onto his lips. Ha ha ha, Right Sage King, your schemes have come to naught. The Yin Emperor laughed heartily. Having confirmed the authenticity of the head and token, the courtiers in attendance exchanged knowing glances, realizing that Huang Gonggong's report was indeed credible. Your Majesty, did Qin Shao truly vanquish the Right Sage King? Inquired the Minister of Revenue, stepping forward tentatively. Indeed, I can confirm it. This head and token belong to the Right Sage King. With his demise, the threat of Xiongnu forces to our border cities is significantly diminished, the Yin Emperor proclaimed. His spirits lifted. Congratulations, Your Majesty. The eradication of the Xiongnu threat is within reach. The court ministers chorused in unison. The Minister of War extended his congratulations, stating, Your Majesty is fortunate to have such a capable general. The Yin Emperor beamed with satisfaction, acknowledging Qin Shao as indeed his fortuitous general. Rescuing Zhao Yan'er. Slaying the Right Sage King, each of these deeds bears tremendous significance for the Great Yin dynasty. The Yin Emperor suddenly appeared contemplative, his expression shifting as he addressed Huang Gonggong. Huang Gonggong, let us not overlook any of Qin Zhao's merits. Please present them all. Huang Gonggong, having received the battle reports from Yi Wujing, formally stated. In the battle at Dingyuan City, Qin Shao was the first to detect the Xiongnu's nighttime assault, fighting bravely and fearlessly, slaying countless foes, thus granting respite to the soldiers of the Black Tiger camp. Subsequently, he led 3,000 elite cavalry into the heart of Xiongnu territory, annihilating numerous Xiongnu tribes, with over 8,000 enemies defeated, and successfully rescuing the Zhao princess unharmed. He vanquished many formidable enemies, including martial venerables, the mid-level martial commander Yuan Hong, and the fully realized Right Sage King. With each word Huang Gonggong spoke, it struck like a hammer upon the hearts of the assembled ministers and warriors. They exchanged astonished glances, grappling with the reality of such extraordinary accomplishments. What kind of prodigy was this? At their age, they could hardly imagine being on the battlefield, let alone achieving such feats. Even the renowned Bai Qi paled in comparison. Many gazes turned toward Bai Qi, who remained unfazed, instead fixating intently on Qin Shao. Lost in thought. Suddenly, Bai Qi queried, Your Majesty, I observe this young man is merely of the martial commander level. How could he achieve such remarkable results? As his words echoed, all eyes turned toward Huang Gonggong. Huang Gonggong gestured for Qin Shao to step forward to demonstrate. Vice Commander Qin, please take the stage. He urged with a hint of reluctance. Qin Shao, neither humble nor arrogant, clasped his hands and slightly bowed, addressing the assembly. Your Majesty, esteemed ministers, it is the unwavering support and bravery of my comrades that has enabled such achievements. Together, we have united as one to vanquish our enemies. As for the slaying of martial venerables and commanders, it was merely a matter of employing the formation techniques. Upon hearing this, the court erupted in murmurs of disbelief. Many exchanged skeptical glances. The Yin Emperor raised an eyebrow, inquiring softly, Qin Shao, demonstrate the formation technique. Practice against Huang Gonggong. Qin Shao respectfully replied, Your Majesty, I have utilized the formation's power twice consecutively and am currently fatigued. I cannot demonstrate at this moment. Huang Gonggong promptly offered Qin Shao a Tiger Mang Dan, a potion to restore his strength. Without hesitation, Qin Shao consumed it, quickly regaining his peak condition, his complexion radiant with vigor. Turning to Bai Yan'an and the others, he requested, "I ask for your cooperation." The next moment, Qin Shao raised the scroll inscribed with the formation, proclaiming loudly, "Commence." A blue light enveloped Bai Yan'an and the other elite cavalry, and as the light faded, they seemed to merge with Qin Shao, forming a cohesive force. The officials, including the Yin Emperor, gazed in astonishment, unable to fathom how such a formation could elevate a martial commander to the pinnacle of martial prowess. The Yin Emperor's brow furrowed in intrigue. He possessed countless rare treasures yet had never encountered such a formation. Could it be an ancient military formation? Yet still, Qin Shao felt it was insufficient. Sensing his strength plateauing at the pinnacle of martial commander, he turned to Yi Wujing and urged, "Commander, please allocate another 1,000 troops to me." Yi Wujing wasted no time, ordering 1,000 soldiers from the Black Tiger camp to position themselves behind Qin Shao, fully merging with him. In the next moment, veins bulged on Qin Shao's forehead, muscles taut, as he gritted his teeth, declaring, "Huang Gonggong, I beg your pardon." Feeling the overwhelming aura emanating from Qin Shao, Huang Gonggong's expression tightened, and he could no longer afford to underestimate him. With a thunderous clash, Qin Shao lunged forward, akin to a cannonball, striking at Huang Gonggong. Chapter 36, the commander of a city's forces, third rank Earl. With a resounding clang, the treasured blade that had been fastened to the waist of the esteemed eunuch Huang shattered completely. His countenance shifted dramatically, for this was a spiritual-grade superior weapon. Even a formidable warrior at the martial sovereign level would find it exceedingly difficult to damage such a blade. Yet, the current Qin Shao had managed to break it with a single strike. Eunuch Huang's voice erupted in a booming exclamation. "Hey!" He summoned his protective aura, barely managing to withstand Qin Shao's onslaught. Not wishing to press his luck further, he waved his hand dismissively, declaring, "No more fighting. Who knows how many of my treasures you might destroy if this continues." Just moments ago, Qin Zhao's attack had already rivaled that of a typical martial king. Were it not for his subsequent use of martial sovereign strength, he might have found himself in dire straits. Qin Shao nodded slightly, exhaling a sigh of relief as he hurriedly withdrew his military formation. His words brimmed with apology. "Eunuch Huang, I apologize for my inability to restrain my strength. It was truly unintentional." Before he could finish, Eunuch Huang chuckled and shook his head. "This is fundamentally our own oversight. If we had regarded your strength earlier, we would not have suffered such damage to a treasured blade. In fact, we owe you thanks for the reminder to not underestimate our opponents." Having said that, Eunuch Huang turned to the Emperor Yin and the assembled ministers, bowing respectfully. "Your Majesty, I must report that just now, the attack from Vice Commander Qin was exceptionally fierce, exhibiting destructive power that has reached the martial king level, making it easy to eliminate a martial commander." On the other side of the Qianquan mirror, including Emperor Yin, the entire court was momentarily struck dumb. They could hardly fathom that someone could traverse the military formation, instantaneously bridging several realms of power, even putting a martial sovereign at a disadvantage. It was simply unfathomable. After a brief moment, the assembly began to regain their composure, their gazes towards Qin Shao filled with astonishment. Indeed, Vice Commander Qin possessed extraordinary strength. As a matter of fact, if it were the elder among them, it would require significant effort to make Eunuch Huang suffer, yet Vice Commander Qin accomplished this with ease. Bai Qi spoke up directly. "Qin Shao, would you be willing to join my White Tiger army and serve as a commander?" If he could acquire such a military formation in conjunction with his own 30,000 troops, would he not easily defeat enemies several times stronger? "Wang Anjuan, your forces are already robust. Why not yield this talent to me?" At Bai Qi's side stood a robust middle-aged man with graying temples. Had he not previously recognized Qin Zhao's talent, he would have let the opportunity slip away. Now, failing to recruit him would be foolish. "In my view, both of you should cease your contention. Qin Shao has saved my daughter. It would be better to assign him directly to the southern garrison, thereby relieving my inept daughter from her constant musings about him." The southern king's eyes gleamed with newfound intent. Initially, he had thought to bring Qin Shao under his banner, ensuring a life of comfort and splendor for him. Yet, upon realizing Qin Zhao's strength, his thoughts shifted entirely. If possible, he would prefer to take Qin Shao as his son-in-law, thus ensuring the southern king's lineage would not falter and alleviating his daughter's incessant chatter. At that moment, the Emperor Yin cleared his throat softly, prompting the gathering to gradually quiet down. The Emperor spoke solemnly. "Let Qin Shao remain within the Black Tiger Guard for the time being." The Black Tiger Guard, in many respects, serves as his personal guard, being one of the armies entirely under my command. He continued, "What do you all believe would be an appropriate reward for Qin Zhao's remarkable contributions?" Upon hearing this, the court fell silent. Despite their envy of Qin Zhao's formidable prowess and numerous accomplishments, it was evident that the Emperor intended to incorporate him into his ranks. The rewards would be announced by the Emperor himself, which could not be more favorable. Noting the silence, the Emperor surveyed the room and, satisfied with the lack of dissent, declared, "I bestow upon Qin Shao an elevation to the rank of third rank Earl. He shall command a city's military forces, be granted 1,000 acres of fertile land, and a noble residence within the capital." The moment these words left his lips, even those who had prepared mentally for such a proclamation could not help but murmur among themselves. The reward was indeed exceedingly generous. His Majesty truly favors Qin Shao. Since the founding of the Great Yin, no one had ever ascended directly from a viscount to an earl. It was undeniable. An earl belonged to the true nobility of the Great Yin and could even inherit their title. Even the elder among them, having served the Great Yin diligently for years, had only attained a mere second-rank viscount, with aspirations of becoming an earl still far out of reach. Meanwhile, Emperor Yin seemed oblivious to the murmurs, continuing. I grant Qin Shao a set of low-grade Earth-tier equipment. I hope you will serve the Great Yin well. Meanwhile, in Qin Zhao's mind, a series of notifications rang out. Your luck official rank has risen to commander. A seventh of the attributes of enemies killed by your soldiers will be attributed to you. Commanding over 10,000 soldiers activates the passive ability leading your troops, enhancing their combat effectiveness by 40%. Congratulations on your elevation in rank. You are awarded 3 platinum treasure chests. Achieving the title Who in the World does not recognize you grants you a bonus of 500 points to all attributes. Qin Shao was brimming with joy and felt immense gratitude towards Emperor Yin. Were it not for the emperor, he would not have received such bountiful rewards. What intrigued him most was the enhancement of his luck official rank to commander, as it meant that the soldiers under his command would possess a combat effectiveness far superior to that of other soldiers in the Great Yin. Most importantly, this would lead to greater efficiency in slaying enemies, signifying that his own strength would increase at an unprecedented pace. Upon hearing the emperor's words, Eunuch Huang's eyes widened in astonishment. He had previously overestimated what the emperor would grant Qin Shao, but this far exceeded his expectations. Eunuch Huang quickly urged Qin Shao, hasten to express your gratitude to His Majesty. Qin Shao stepped forward, kneeling on one knee, his expression a mix of excitement and reverence. I am willing to risk my life for your majesty, enduring any hardship without hesitation. Given the emperor's generous bestowals, failing to express gratitude would be a grave oversight. Emperor Yin nodded slightly, then waved his hand, announcing, you shall set forth in 3 days to assume the position of commander of the Black Tiger Camp in the city of Demon Suppression. The remaining rewards will be delivered within 5 days. You may leave now. Yes. Qin Shao replied respectfully, nodding in acknowledgement. As Eunuch Huang stowed away the Qian Kuan mirror, the crowd in the training grounds collectively exhaled in relief. Many among them had never before seen the emperor, and it was through Qin Zhao's fortune that they were granted this opportunity. Night Wujing regarded Qin Shao with mixed emotions. I always believed you were destined for greatness. Now you have risen to stand alongside me, your rank even surpassing mine. Truly, heroes emerge from the young. To be honest, Night Wujing felt a tinge of envy towards Qin Shao. At such a young age, he had achieved what many soldiers in the Great Yin could only dream of throughout their lives. If he could attain such a feat, he would have no regrets in death. Qin Shao merely shook his head. Without the guidance of my commander, there would be no today for me. I am profoundly grateful to my commander. Meanwhile, within the Great Yin Imperial City in the Royal Palace, after the court session in the Imperial Study, the voice of the Crown Prince echoed from outside. Father, the Crown Prince seeks an audience. Come in, said the Emperor Yin. He cast a perplexed glance at the Crown Prince, inquiring, what is the matter? The Crown Prince stepped forward and replied slowly, in response to Father. It has come to my knowledge that the third brother has forcefully seized the commercial enterprise established by Qin Shao, relegating him to the outskirts as a mere military convict. What? Such a thing has transpired? Chapter 37. The desire to kill Xin Wantian. From this day forth, you shall no longer hold the position of 100 households. Instead, you are appointed as the commander of the demon-subduing city. The gravity of this responsibility must be clear to you, cautioned Eunuch Huang with a serious tone. Understood. Qin Shao replied earnestly. His Majesty places great importance on you and anticipates that you will continue to excel, achieving new merits for the Great Yin. You must not disappoint His Majesty. Eunuch Huang smiled faintly and patted Qin Shao on the shoulder. Afterward, Eunuch Huang glanced at the soldiers of the Black Tiger Camp standing at attention. Qin Shao, you have repeatedly distinguished yourself as a member of the Xingtu army, with your name reaching the ears of His Majesty. This reward conferred upon you is a manifestation of imperial grace. Your promotion and accolades are numerous, and you can inform the entire Great Yin army that the military merit system of the Great Yin is in effect. Those who slay enemies will be rewarded. Those who contribute to the nation will be promoted. In the Great Yin, military merit is valued above all else. It is the measure of one's ability, not one's background. Even a prisoner or a member of the Xingtu army can achieve amnesty through merit. With your current appointment, any soldier in the Great Yin army has the opportunity to rise. We hope that each of you will display bravery on the battlefield, annihilating all the Xiongnu soldiers. At that time, we shall present you with rewards from His Majesty. Eunuch Huang infused his words with spiritual energy, ensuring that his message resonated throughout the training grounds. His gaze was filled with expectation and hope for each soldier. Upon hearing these words, the soldiers looked at the spirited Qin Shao, newly clad in the commander's armor. The warriors on the training grounds were filled with longing and aspiration, each one wishing to take Qin Shao's place. It was evident that they were overwhelmed with the desire to slay enemies, gain merit, and be promoted, yearning for the day they could receive an audience with the Emperor of Yin and earn his praise and rewards. Is this to establish me as a role model to inspire the entire army? Qin Shao immediately grasped Eunuch Huang's intent. While the sentiment of patriotism existed, it felt too abstract for most of the grassroots soldiers. Only through slaying enemies could one gain promotions and riches. which would embolden these soldiers to fight fiercely on the battlefield, unafraid of death. The power of role models is indeed profound. The likes of Qin Shao, who ascended so rapidly, had not been seen since the founding of the Great Yin. This solidified the understanding within the entire army that the military merit system was not merely for show. As long as one fought bravely and achieved merit, they could attain status and wealth. Every soldier knew they had the chance to live a good life, thus fueling their determination to engage in battle. In truth, what Qin Shao desired was not promotions or titles, but rather to bide his time, secretly slay enemies, and enhance his strength. He hoped that one day, with absolute power, he could eliminate the third prince entirely. Now, however, he was thrust into the public eye, making it difficult to remain inconspicuous. He had likely become a thorn in the third prince's side, a target for elimination. The stronger he grew, and the more merit he earned for the Great Yin, the more the third prince would wish to see him gone. Perhaps it was for the best. He would no longer have to lurk in the shadows, discreetly killing enemies without satisfaction. Once he entered the demon-subduing city, commanding the soldiers, he could actively lead them to battle and enhance his strength. One day, when his power was sufficient, he would eliminate the third prince. Nevertheless, he needed to find an opportunity to eliminate Shen Wantian, the dog raised by the third prince. Qin Shao mused inwardly. In confrontations ahead, he would not be at a disadvantage. His overall strength now rivaled that of the martial spirit realm, and there was no reason to let Shen Wantian escape. Yet, to ensure success, Qin Shao planned to open all his treasure chests and consume the pills gifted by the Emperor of Yin, transforming them into his own power before striking with lethal precision. With this thought, Qin Shao's gaze shifted slightly toward Shen Wantian. Shen Wantian seemed to sense Qin Shao's scrutiny and returned the gaze, a glimmer of murderous intent in his eyes. As their eyes locked, a voice rang out, "Commander Qin, as I am a few years your senior, would you allow me to call you Brother Qin?" Qin Shao, having elevated his strength severalfold within a month, now held a position and rank far superior to that of his interlocutor. A touch of politeness would not go amiss. "Brother Yi?" Qin Shao nodded slightly, smiling. Though he might surpass Yi Wujing in terms of military formation, the latter's experience was something Qin Shao could not rival. He hoped to learn much from Yi Wujing. Indeed, Yi Wujing replied with a smile, but his expression turned grave. "Brother Qin, since you call me brother, I must offer you a word of caution. To the north of the demon-subduing city lies the Xiongnu Yuan clan, and not far to the west is the Myriad Beast Mountain Range. Besides fending off the Xiongnu, we must also prepare for beast tides every few years. In many ways, the situation is even more precarious than that of Dingyuan City." Pausing for a moment, Yi Wujing cleared his throat and continued, "I believe His Majesty appointed you to guard the demon-subduing city because he recognized your capabilities. The Yuan Hongdu you defeated was a prodigy of the Yuan clan. Once they learn of your identity, they will undoubtedly launch an unprecedented assault on the demon-subduing city. Furthermore, according to previous patterns, the next beast tide is expected to strike in a month. You must be thoroughly prepared and never underestimate the enemy." Upon hearing this, Qin Shao responded earnestly, "Thank you, Brother Yi, for your invaluable advice. I am truly grateful. If I were to discover these matters on my own, it would take considerable effort." Yi Wujing shook his head slightly, advising, "These are minor matters. The threat of the Xiongnu in Dingyuan City relies on your resolve. As your elder brother, I have nothing of value to offer, but I entrust you with the elite cavalry under Captain Bai Qian. I hope you can lead them to slay enemies on the battlefield and achieve great accomplishments." Hearing this, Qin Shao repeatedly cupped his hands in gratitude. "Brother Yi, I owe you a favor." He was unfamiliar with the demon-subduing city. If he were to go alone, the enemy might not regard him highly. After all, strength commands respect in the army. Why would they value someone who was merely a great martial master? With the elite Yin cavalry from Bai Yan's division, he now had the confidence akin to having his own loyal troops. Afterward, he bid farewell to Yi Wujing and returned to his quarters. Closing the tent, he placed his armor and weapons aside. Qin Shao took out the dragon blood pill awarded by the Emperor of Yin. A faint blue glow emanated from it. Dragon blood pill, effect, directly increases all attributes by 500, with a minimal chance of awakening the bloodline of the Flood Dragon. Note: consuming 5 dragon blood pills cumulatively guarantees the awakening of the Flood Dragon bloodline. Upon reading the description, Qin Shao's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he consumed the pill. In an instant, an exceptionally pure energy surged into Qin Shao's limbs. He felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, significantly enhancing his strength. However, the bloodline did not awaken. Yet, Qin Shao was undeterred and turned his attention to the 5 platinum treasure chests he had accumulated, filled with eager expectation. He proceeded to open all the treasure chests. Chapter 38. The Complete Puppet of the Martial King. A significant enhancement in power acquired from the Dragon Muscle, Martial Emperor Realm, X1, Millennium Purple, Sandalwood X1. Acquired Human-Grade Mid-Quality Hemostatic Pill Recipe X1. Acquired Earth-Grade Lower Quality Great Recovery Pill X1. Acquired Celestial Cannon X2. Acquired Complete Puppet of the Martial King X1. As all the platinum chests were opened, Qin Shao was immediately dazzled. His gaze was first drawn to the Complete Puppet of the Martial King. It is worth noting that even after he activated the military formation, his maximum explosive attack was merely at the Martial King realm. Yet now, he possessed a puppet of the same level that would absolutely obey his commands. This was simply unbelievable. One could say that if Qin Shao wished, he could command the complete puppet of the martial king to act, erasing Sun Wantian in an instant, unbeknownst to anyone in the entire city of Dingyuan. However, Qin Shao was not prepared to expose this martial king puppet too early, as it was one of his trump cards. Manifesting the puppet, Qin Shao silently intoned in his heart. In the next moment, a puppet with hollow eyes, approximately 1.8 meters tall and suffused with a dense aura of death, appeared before him. Please name the puppet. Shadow 1. Qin Shao opened the information panel on the upper right corner of the puppet. Name, Shadow 1. Durability, 100, requires materials for repair upon damage. Realm, complete martial king. Cultivation technique, Dragon Elephant technique, minor accomplishment, martial skills, Sky-breaking divine fist, earth grade lower quality, shadow kill of 3000, spirit grade upper quality, equipment, Xingtian battle armor, spirit grade lower quality. Upgrade materials, Heart of the Martial Emperor X1, Celestial Iron X10. The panel was succinct yet informative. What delighted Qin Shao was that this puppet came equipped with various martial skills and gear, allowing it to fully harness its complete martial king strength. Moreover, as long as he gathered the necessary materials, Shadow 1 could be upgraded, ensuring that its power would remain adequate to meet Qin Shao's needs in the future. Depart now. Do not reveal yourself unless I encounter a life-threatening situation, Qin Shao instructed Shadow 1. In an instant, Shadow 1 vanished from view. Next, Qin Shao turned his attention to the Celestial Cannon, clicking to open its description. He was almost overwhelmed with joy. Celestial Cannon, quality, spirit grade upper quality durability, 100 function, 1. Insert 1 lower grade Xian Jade to instantly unleash a full force strike equivalent to that of a martial master. Insert 10 lower grade Xian Jades to unleash a full force strike of a great martial master. 2. Insert 1 mid-grade Xian Jade to instantly unleash a full force strike of the martial spirit realm. Insert 10 mid-grade Xian Jades to unleash a full force strike of the martial commander realm. 3. Insert 1 upper grade Xian Jade to instantly unleash a full force strike of the martial king realm. Insert 10 upper grade Xian Jades to unleash a full force strike of the martial sovereign realm. Gazing at the Celestial Cannon's introduction, Qin Zhao's eyes gleamed with excitement. This indicated that as long as he possessed sufficient Xian Jade, the Celestial Cannon would serve as a formidable city defense weapon. Just imagine, whether under the relentless assault of the Huns or during a beast tide, the moment the Celestial Cannon fired, the entire battlefield would tremble. It could even play a surprising role during clashes between high-level experts, as it required no preparation time and could be activated instantaneously. If one were to point out a disadvantage of the Celestial Cannon, it would be that Qin Shao currently lacked Xian Jade. Shaking his head, Qin Shao picked up the stag bow. Without hesitation, he pressed the adjacent plus sign. In a flash of light, the bow's grip emanated a dark glow, while the bowstring transformed into a fiery red, radiating a certain heat. Stag bow, quality, spirit grade upper quality, range, 3000 meters, characteristics, armor piercing, certain probability of ignoring defenses below martial commander, tracking, certain probability of tracking the target, instant kill, extremely small probability of instantly killing targets below martial king. Accompanying martial skills, scorching arrow technique, upon activation, it inflicts burning damage over a wide area, reducing enemy defense attributes. Description, capable of inflicting high single target damage while dealing continuous damage to enemies within the attack range. Warm reminder, can be further upgraded to unlock characteristics, and when combined with martial skills, it can unleash unimaginable power. Qin Zhao's eyes flickered slightly. This time the stag bow's quality had risen a level, its range doubled, and the enhancement in power was evident. Most importantly, it gained an instant kill characteristic. This meant that as long as Qin Zhao's luck was favorable, or he fired enough arrows, there would always be a chance to instantly eliminate enemies below the martial king realm. Suddenly, Qin Shao pulled back the bowstring, noting that its resilience had improved significantly. Despite exerting all his strength, he still could not fully draw the stag bow. Extracting the hemostatic pill recipe, Qin Shao focused his mind. The recipe clearly detailed every ingredient required for crafting the hemostatic pill, along with the necessary time and temperature for refining. Most importantly, these ingredients were all quite common and could be purchased with silver. Qin Shao had previously noted that in the Dayan army, many soldiers succumbed to excessive bleeding rather than infection. After all, only those above the great martial master realm could control their own blood flow. The hemostatic pill would greatly reduce the mortality rate for the frontline soldiers. Today, fortune was truly on his side. After consuming the great recovery pill, Qin Shao closed his eyes and practiced the easy muscle technique. When he opened his eyes again, it was already midnight. Qin Shao exhaled a breath of turbid air. Compared to before his cultivation, his attributes had increased by 2,000 points. The effects of the great recovery pill were indeed remarkable. His luck was extraordinarily good this time. Among the 5 platinum chests, 3 were obtained from the Yen Emperor. The promotion of his fortune, rank, and nobility had yielded rewards. It seemed that to rapidly grow stronger, one must ascend the ranks. Before long, the third prince would see him as an insignificant insect before the bright moon. How exhilarating! Qin Zhao's gaze burned with fervor as he opened his attribute panel, silently reciting in his heart. Name, Qin Zhao. Fortune rank. Commander, 1/7 of the attributes from enemies killed by soldiers under your command will be attributed to you. Leading the charge enhances soldiers' combat effectiveness by 40%. Title, Peerless Warrior. While wearing this title, all attributes increase by 10%. Age, 19,161. Years, Strength, 7214. 1 point of strength equals 1 pound of force. Agility, 5521. The higher the agility attribute, the greater the movement speed and bodily coordination. Constitution, 5103. The higher the constitution, the greater the body's defense and recovery ability. Spirit, 5002. The higher the spirit, the clearer the mind, and the faster the progress in learning martial arts. Cultivation techniques, martial skills, easy muscle technique, minor accomplishment, scorching arrow technique, minor accomplishment, wave cutting blade technique, minor accomplishment, equipment, stag bow, spirit grade, blazing flame armor, spirit grade, wind chasing boots, spirit grade, star source blade, spirit grade. With this set of equipment, Qin Zhao now possessed the power to effortlessly crush Shen Wantian. Earlier, Qin Zhao had learned from Yi Wujing that Shen Wantian had merely just entered the martial spirit realm. Were it not for his position as a subordinate to the third prince, this commanding role would not have fallen to him. It was time to send him to the afterlife. Just then, footsteps echoed from outside. Is Commander Qin able to rest? Shen Wantian's voice resonated from beyond the tent. Chapter 39. Shen Wantian's Invitation, the Assassin of the Martial King Realm. Qin Zhao's gaze sharpened as he donned his battle armor and equipped himself before stepping out of the tent. Deputy Commander Shen, may I inquire what brings you to my quarters at this hour? Qin Zhao spoke with a calm demeanor, his eyes as tranquil as water. Commander Qin, I have come to congratulate you on your recent promotion, Shen Wantian replied, bowing slightly with a faint smile. Before Qin Zhao could respond, Shen continued. I hope you might grant me the honor of your company tomorrow evening at Yushi, in Wanbao Tower, for a gathering. I wish to extend my apologies for any previous offenses. Qin Zhao raised an eyebrow, suspicion flickering within him. What was Shen's ulterior motive? The conflict between himself and the third prince was irreconcilable, and he was undoubtedly viewed as a thorn in their side. Noticing Qin Zhao's silence, Shen stepped forward earnestly. I implore you, Commander Qin, grant me this opportunity. I assure you it will be worth your while. In tandem, Shen presented a vial of qi gathering pills to Qin Zhao. His heart ached at the thought. This vial could fetch at least 100 low-grade Xian Jade coins and significantly enhance the cultivation speed of martial artists below the Martial King realm. Were it not for the need to lure Qin Zhao out, he would never have spent such a fortune. With this thought, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent passed through Shen Wantian's eyes. In that case, I shall respectfully comply, Qin Zhao said, patting Shen Wantian on the shoulder as if he were an elder encouraging a younger brother. Shen Wantian clenched his jaw, filled with a desire to eliminate Qin Zhao right then and there. Yet, recalling the third prince's orders, he suppressed his rage. I shall await your arrival, he said, watching Qin Zhao's departing figure with a glint of malice. Qin Zhao's gaze flickered as he pondered Shen Wantian's proposal for an apology at Wanbao Tower. It was hard to believe it was not a trap. However, even if it were a gathering of martial spirit realm warriors, Qin Zhao felt confident he could handle them. As for the puppets of the Martial King, even several of those would pose no threat to him. Meanwhile, Shen Wantian entered the first private room of Wanbao Tower. My lord, Qin Zhao will arrive here tomorrow evening, he reported respectfully to a shadowy figure in black robes. The figure, an assassin dispatched by the third prince, nodded slightly. You may leave. I will take care of it tomorrow. With that, the black-robed man vanished as if he had never been there. Shen Wantian's pupils contracted momentarily. Wasn't such an ability reserved for those of the Martial King realm? Elation surged within him. Haha. Qin Zhao, you wretched creature, let us see how you escape this time. He envisioned the moment when Qin Zhao, having achieved great merit, would grovel before him like a dog, only to be ruthlessly slain. The next day, under the brilliant midday sun, Qin Zhao ceased his night-long cultivation. Clad in his battle armor and wielding a blade, he presented himself as a leader, distinctly separate from the ordinary soldiers of the Black Tiger camp. Upon exiting the tent, he encountered Bai Yinyang, who led over 100 men awaiting his arrival. Reporting to the commander, Bai Yinyang proclaimed, bowing deeply. 100 loyal guards are here to serve you. The 100 guards knelt on one knee in unison. This was the power of authority. Observing this scene, Qin Zhao felt a surge of emotion. Once merely an unremarkable soldier, he now commanded respect and reverence. Rise, Qin Zhao commanded solemnly. Thank you, Commander. The guards replied in unison. Bai Yinyang stepped forward to explain, Commander, this is arranged by Knight Commander. He believes that as you have been promoted, you require loyal guards. He handed over a roster of the guards to Qin Zhao, who accepted it with a nod. At that moment, footsteps approached, accompanied by Knight Wujin's warm voice. Brother Qin, are you satisfied with the arrangements? Qin Shao smiled and replied, "Your considerations are truly thoughtful, sparing me much trouble." Knight Wujian surveyed by Yin Yang and the others, his tone turning serious. "As the commander's loyal guards, do you understand your responsibilities?" In response to the commander, "As loyal guards, we are sworn to protect the commander's safety with our lives," Bai Yin-yang declared loudly. "Exactly," Knight Wujin affirmed. Scanning the room, the responsibility of a loyal guard is intrinsically linked to the commander. On the battlefield, you are there to shield him from harm. Should anything happen to the commander, you cannot survive. His words carried a weight of warning. The term loyal guard was not a mere title. It signified that their lives were no longer their own. They were to protect Qin Shao at all costs. This was a special assurance granted by the current Emperor Yin to the leaders of the military. In the chaos of battle, an exceptional leader could sway the tide of war. The purpose of loyal guards was to protect their leader, should their charge fall while they survived. It would be their disgrace, leading inevitably to their demise. Sworn to protect the commander with our lives, Bai Yin-yang led the guards in resolute unison. Indeed, as loyal guards, your pay is higher than that of soldiers of the same rank. This is your due reward, Knight Wujian added. After discussing these matters, Knight Wujian turned to Qin Shao. "Let us converse inside the tent." As he spoke, he pulled Qin Shao back into the tent. Knight Wujian's expression turned grave as he inquired, "Brother, did Shen Wantian seek you out last night?" Qin Shao nodded. "Indeed, he invited me to Wanbao Tower to extend his apologies." Knight Wujian coughed, cautioning. "Shen Wantian may not genuinely wish to apologize. He is a cunning pawn of the third prince. You must exercise caution. If necessary, I can accompany you for a meal." Qin Shao and Appo's gaze flickered thoughtfully. Knight Wujian had discerned there was something amiss, and his offer was a kind gesture he would not forget. "I appreciate your concern, but there is no need for you to accompany me. Should any insurmountable trouble arise, I will certainly reach out." Qin Shao declined. If Knight Wujian were to accompany him and Shen Wantian attempted anything, it would provide him justification to retaliate. However, if Shen refrained from action in Knight Wujian's presence, it would render all efforts futile. "Very well, do not hesitate to call upon me if needed," Knight Wujian agreed, though he resolved to investigate the situation himself. Time swiftly approached Yushur. Qin Shao arrived punctually at Wanbao Tower, entering the first private room. Upon entering, he beheld a lavish spread of exquisite food and wine. "Commander Qin, you have finally arrived. Please, indulge in our signature dishes," Shen Wantian exclaimed, pouring wine into both their cups. Without further hesitation, he raised the wine cup and downed its contents in one gulp. Observing that Qin Shao also consumed his drink, Shen Wantian addressed him, saying, "Captain Qin, I acknowledge my prior transgressions in daring to act against you. Allow this 1,000 low-grade Xianyu as my apology." Shen Wantian opened a nearby chest, revealing it brimming with low-grade Xianyu. Qin Shao stepped forward to collect the chest, remarking, "The grievances between us are settled." He then proceeded to walk straight out. Shen Wantian slightly cupped his hands in acknowledgement, making no attempt to impede him, while a flicker of brilliance flashed in his eyes. "Today marks your demise." Chapter 40. The final kill of Shen Wantian, Earth-level techniques, and martial arts. The setting sun cast its golden rays upon the cobblestone alley, the stones worn unevenly by the passage of time. Lanterns hung from the eaves on either side, their soft, yellow glow swaying gently in the breeze. This alley was deep and tranquil. Upon closer inspection, a figure could be seen strolling through the passage, cradling a box. Qin Shao had deliberately chosen this secluded path to facilitate Shen Wantian's ambush. He truly did not believe that Shen Wantian would go to such lengths merely to earn his forgiveness. Suddenly, a chilling aura crept up behind him. Qin Zhao's eyes widened in surprise as he instinctively dodged and turned to look. A shadowy assassin, clad in black and obscured in anonymity, lunged towards him. The blade less than a meter away. Knight Wujian, observing from the shadows, felt a surge of alarm. He had initially thought that Shen Wantian would be the only one to confront Qin Shao, hence he had maintained a considerable distance. However, the aura of the assassin before him was far stronger than his own. There would be no time to rescue Qin Shao. He could only retreat stealthily and report to the court, seeking vengeance for Qin Shao. Yet, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. With a thunderous roar, the assassin who had just held the upper hand was sent flying backward, as if he were a mere vessel losing air. A somewhat stiff figure appeared before Qin Shao, having just struck the black-clad man away. The assassin's eyes revealed disbelief. He had believed that the organization had dispatched him to eliminate a mere ant of the martial master realm, akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Now, he realized he had underestimated his opponent. Sensing the formidable aura emanating from Qin Shao's ally, the assassin instinctively sought to flee. As a killer, one failure necessitated vanishing and seeking another opportunity. "Do not let him escape," Qin Shao stated calmly. "If a martial king-level assassin slips away, I shall not find solace in slumber." With that, the shadow vanished in an instant, reappearing to incapacitate the assassin's limbs. Driving a blade through his shoulder and pinning him firmly to the ground, Knight Wujian covered his mouth, nearly gasping aloud. What had he just witnessed? A martial king assassin was effortlessly subdued by Qin Zhao's companion? No wonder they had not regarded Shen Wantian with any seriousness. Had it been him, Shen Wantian would likely have already seen his last sunrise. "I am The assassin began, but Qin Shao swiftly silenced him with a slash to his throat. It matters not who you are. If you wish to kill me, you must be prepared to embrace your own demise. With the assassination of Huo Wuguang initial stage of Martial King, Qin Shao collected 2,000 points across all attributes and acquired a platinum treasure chest. As he rummaged through the assassin's belongings, he spotted a ring that caught his eye. Next to the ring, a faint blue light materialized. Qian Kuan Ring, space, 1 cubic meter, unlock progress, 0 indeed. Much like the right virtuous king, this assassin possessed a similar storage ring. Unfortunately, it too had a progress requirement for unlocking. This indicated that Qin Shao could not access its contents at present. However, he felt no urgency. The ring was now in his possession and would not sprout wings and fly away. He could later seek a key from the treasure chest to unlock it. At that moment, the shadow shifted slightly. When it returned to Qin Zhao's side, it was holding Night Wujian. Brother Qin, do not worry, I saw nothing. And no nothing, Night Wujian stammered, fearful of Qin Zhao's wrath. Qin Shao smiled gently. Brother Knight, what do you take me for? I am grateful for your concern. And how could I harm you? Hearing this, Night Wujian's apprehension dissipated, and he clasped his hands in gratitude. Brother Qin, with such a formidable ally, I feel reassured. Farewell. As Night Wujian departed, Qin Shao returned to the Wanbao building, forcefully pushing open the door to room 1. Inside, he found Shen Wantian surrounded by 2 enchanting maidens, laughing in his embrace. Upon seeing Qin Shao, Shen Wantian's expression shifted to one of shock. He had anticipated the news of the assassin's success, believing there was no way a martial king could fail to eliminate Qin Shao. Yet, here stood Qin Shao unfazed. After a brief moment, Shen Wantian masked his surprise, approaching with feigned innocence. Commander Qin, I did not expect you to return so soon. With a subtle smile, Qin Shao stepped forward and suddenly drew his blade. In a flash, the glimmers of steel illuminated the room. The necks of all 3 individuals, including the maidens, were swiftly marked with crimson lines as blood gushed forth. Shen Wantian's eyes widened in disbelief as he clutched his throat, but the thick, warm blood seeped through his fingers. At this moment, Qin Shao spoke softly, I bid you farewell to this world. Before long, a notification chimed in Qin Zhao's mind. Elimination of Shen Wantian, initial stage of martial spirit, collected 400 points across all attributes. Acquired a golden treasure chest. Completed hidden mission revenge 1. Reward, 1 platinum treasure chest, 2 martial arts attribute points. After disposing of Shen Wantian and the maidens' bodies, Qin Shao exhaled deeply, feeling a weight lift from his heart. Killing Shen Wantian was merely the first step in avenging the 3rd prince. He would spare none who conspired against him. Take me back to the camp, Qin Shao commanded. In the next instant, their figures vanished from the Wanbao building. Night had fallen. Open all the treasure chests. Anticipation gleamed in Qin Zhao's eyes. The previous platinum chest had rewarded him with the formidable Yutian Divine Cannon. He wondered what treasures awaited him this time. Gained 5 universal keys. Acquired Thunderbolt Fist, Earth level, inferior, X1. Acquired Stellar Body Refining Technique, Earth level, inferior, X1. Qin Shao nearly gasped in excitement. This time, the platinum chest had bestowed upon him Earth level martial arts techniques. In recent days, he had combined elixirs to cultivate the Easy Muscle Scripture, enhancing all attributes by over 600 points, nearing his limit. The Stellar Body Refining Technique addressed his immediate needs. Would you like to learn the Stellar Body Refining Technique? Qin Shao hesitated not a moment before pressing the learning button. In the next instant, a surge of vast memories flooded his mind, resonating with the earth and the stars, guiding the celestial energies to temper his body. Before long, he comprehended the essence of the Stellar Body Refining Technique. A faint blue light appeared before him. Technique, Stellar Body Refining Technique, grade, Earth level. Inferior, description, each day of cultivation increases all attributes by 1,000 points. Friendly reminder, current grade allows for a maximum enhancement of 500,000 points across all attributes. Qin Shao grinned widely. His rate of improvement surpassed all previous measures. Even without slaying enemies daily, he could still achieve such significant enhancement. Most importantly, the upper limit is exceedingly high. However, just as Qin Shao was eager to continue mastering the Thunderbolt Fist, an instinct warned him that his body could not endure it. Consequently, Qin Shao shifted his focus to the Universal Key. His eyes suddenly brightened. What on earth? Chapter 41. Unlocking the Universe Ring, the Earth Character Assassin. A faint blue light curtain appeared before Qin Shao. Universal Key, description, capable of unlocking any item. The implication of this description was clear. Both Universe Rings he had acquired could be opened. Without hesitation, Qin Shao retrieved the Universe Ring, taken from Huo Wuguang. He brought the Universal Key close and pressed the unlock button. A flash of white light enveloped him. Upon glancing at the Universe Ring again, he noted that the unlocking progress had reached 100%. Qin Shao could hardly contain his excitement. The treasures hoarded by a martial king assassin were beyond imagination. He held his breath, focusing intently on the Universe Ring. In the next moment, images from within the ring flooded his mind. Before his eyes lay 2 wooden chests, filled to the brim with mysterious jade. Beside the chests was a translucent jade vial and a parchment scroll. With a mere thought, Qin Shao summoned all the items. He took a look at the elixir within the vial and the scroll. Water avoidance pill, quality, low-grade Xian. Effect, after consumption. The user can breathe freely underwater for 5 minutes. Thunder scroll, quality, mid-grade Xian. Effect, capable of summoning thunder to annihilate enemies. Although both items were indeed valuable, their quality was merely Xian level. Most importantly, the latter might prove useful during future city defenses, while the former held little significance. Qin Shao furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. A martial king should possess more than just these items. Had he perhaps expended all his resources to enhance his own strength? Nonetheless, Qin Shao quickly adjusted his mindset and began counting the mysterious jade in the chests. To his delight, aside from the low-grade jade in the first chest, the second chest contained 500 pieces of mid-grade jade and 100 pieces of high-grade jade. For Qin Shao at this moment, it was akin to striking gold. He envisioned the scene of the Xiongnu army attacking, crying out in despair as they were bombarded by the divine cannon. Qin Shao stored all the items into his system's storage space. What he failed to notice was that at the bottom of the chest containing the high-grade jade lay a fist-sized, antiquated mirror, subtly shimmering. Soon, a mid-grade spirit stone vanished into it without a trace. Qin Shao took out the universe ring belonging to the right virtuous king. Unfortunately, even after utilizing all 4 remaining universal keys, the unlocking progress barely reached 40%. By this estimation, at least 6 more universal keys would be required to unlock the right virtuous king's universe ring. However, Qin Shao felt no disappointment. Rather, he was increasingly filled with anticipation. After all, the internal space of the right virtuous king's universe ring was significantly larger, and given his status as the king of the Xiongnu, the variety and quality of treasures within were bound to be exceptional. With a few more chests opened, he would surely unlock this universe ring belonging to the right virtuous king. 50 miles east of the imperial city, within a seemingly ordinary courtyard, a figure clad in black, obscuring his face, questioned Zhu Bosun with evident anger. Did you not claim that Qin Shao was merely a lowly great martial master? Even relying on military formations, he should only be able to withstand a martial commander. Had it not been for the zealous assurances regarding Qin Zhao's information, they would not have suffered the loss of Huo Wuguang, a martial king. Most critically, Huo Wuguang was the beloved child of the second elder of the Hidden Kill Tower. This mission was merely a formality for Huo Wuguang. To their shock, he met his demise. This left him in a state of anxiety, fearing that the second elder would come to exact vengeance. What does this mean? Has the mission failed? You couldn't even eliminate a mere great martial master after all the commission I provided. Zhu Bo's eyes widened in disbelief as he instinctively rebuked. He had spent 3,000 pieces of low-grade mysterious jade to eliminate a mere Qin Shao, and yet it had failed? In the next moment, the black-clad figure seized Zhu Bo by the throat, lifting him effortlessly. The black-clad man's voice was laced with fury, because of your erroneous intel. We have lost a martial king assassin. Upon hearing this, Zhu Bo froze in shock, incredulity washing over him. What? Qin Shao is merely a great martial master without any background. How could he possibly kill a martial king? The black-clad man fixed his gaze intently on Zhu Bo's eyes. After a moment of scrutiny, confirming Zhu Bo's sincerity, he released him. With a heavy sigh, he revealed. The fallen martial king assassin was the second elder's child from our organization. You must raise the bounty to eliminate Qin Shao, otherwise, we are all doomed. Only by eliminating Qin Shao can we appease the second elder. Should Qin Shao survive, even if Huo Wuguang perished unexpectedly, the second elder would not spare you. At these words, Zhu Bo's legs trembled, his lips quivering. How much more do you need? The black-clad man replied. At least a Earth-level assassin must be dispatched, a cost of 3,000 mid-grade mysterious jade. This will ensure Qin Zhao's elimination. The assassins of Hidden Kill Tower were classified into 3 ranks: Heaven, Earth, and Human. Human-level assassins could eliminate martial commanders, while those of higher rank could even target martial kings. Earth-level assassins could take down martial kings and even martial emperors. Heaven-level assassins had no limits. As long as one could afford the price, even the top-tier assassins could eliminate martial saints. Hearing this exorbitant price, Zhu Bo instinctively protested. Even if you sold me, I couldn't possibly raise that much. Yet before he could finish, the black-clad man struck him across the face, sternly stating, I am notifying you. Confronted with the black-clad man's palpable intent to kill, along with the looming threat from the second elder of Hidden Kill Tower, Zhu Bo gritted his teeth and replied, By tomorrow, I will bring the mysterious jade. You must ensure Qin Shao is eliminated. After receiving a firm response, Zhu Bo departed. Within Dinyuan City, Qin Shao, accompanied by Bai Yan'an and a host of elite cavalry, prepared for departure. Brothers, with the right virtuous king of the Xiongnu slain by us, their morale is low. For our army, this is an opportunity. Do you all wish to join me in avenging our nation? Qin Shao inquired of the elite cavalry of Dian, his voice steady yet commanding. We shall follow our leader to the death. The Dian cavalry, including Bai Yan'an, chorused in unison, their eyes resolute. Each was clad in armor, unflinching in the face of death. With the biting cold piercing through their iron attire, Qin Shao nodded in satisfaction and led his troops out of the city, charging toward the Xiongnu encampment. Watching their fearless silhouettes, Yu Wujuan atop the city wall took a deep swig of strong liquor. May you all return triumphant. Chapter 42. The Slaughter at the Hun's Camp. The Qingqiu Fox tribe in the Hun's camp. Chaos reigned supreme, with countless wounded soldiers. The faces of every Hun soldier were etched with exhaustion, their morale plummeting. Their expedition had not only failed to conquer Dingyuan City, but they had also suffered grievous losses. With more than half their forces decimated, including the right noble king, the toll was indeed catastrophic. Aguting, why did we leave the tribe to attack Dian? A young man, who had lost both legs, inquired. Of course, it was for. A nearby youth, missing an arm, instinctively responded, but quickly fell silent. He had intended to say it was to plunder Dian's resources to ensure their tribe could survive the harsh winter, yet the current circumstances hardly resembled a plundering expedition. They had been beaten down like dogs. What are you two fools discussing? A Hun Shirchong approached, attempting to rally them. This is merely a temporary setback. The heavens will surely bless us. Just then, whoosh. An arrow flew through the air, piercing the Shirchong's throat, causing half his head to droop grotesquely. His eyes widened in terror as he instinctively grasped his neck, desperate to cry out for help, but no words escaped his lips. Two youths, drenched in blood, screamed in panic, enemy attack. Numerous Hun soldiers on guard duty were abruptly awakened, their eyes drawn to the approaching horde of elite Dian cavalry racing toward the camp. It's the Dian cavalry. They are coming to slaughter us. How dare they come out here? Quickly report to the commander. Prepare for defense, or we are doomed. The Hun soldiers were thrown into disarray, the situation descending into utter chaos. At that moment, fear gripped everyone. Panic was palpable. Kill. A low growl resonated at the entrance of the Hun's camp. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of swords slicing through the air echoed. The Hun shield bearers blocking the Dian cavalry were methodically pierced through the chest. They died without comprehending why their shields, raised in defense, could not thwart the arrows. Kill a Hun soldier, warrior, X1, collect 20 points of strength. Kill a Hun soldier, martial disciple, X1, collect 10 points of physique. Kill a Hun soldier. A series of prompts rang out, as Qin Zhao's archery prowess displayed its might. Following this was a torrential downpour of arrows, forming a lethal curtain that descended upon the Hun soldiers. Many were impaled while still in slumber, and even those who managed to awaken were swiftly dispatched by the Dian cavalry, unable to mount any effective resistance. Release arrows. Quickly, fire to stop them. Are these beings human or specters? By the heavens, I do not wish to die. The remaining Hun soldiers atop the watchtower, panicked, fought back desperately. However, just as they loosed a few arrows, their heads were pierced in return. Warriors, follow me to annihilate these Hun dogs. Qin Shao unsheathed the Xingyuan blade, leading the charge. I will follow the commander to the death. Bai Yan'an and the elite Dian cavalry followed closely behind. As they charged, they drew their bows and released arrows with pinpoint accuracy at every Hun soldier. Get lost. Qin Shao brandished the Xingyuan blade, inhaling deeply, and with a thunderous roar, the blade flashed. The sound of splintering wood echoed as the barricades at the camp's entrance were obliterated. Before him stood several Hun spear wielders, with the wave-cutting blade technique. Qin Shao tightened his grip on the Xingyuan blade and unleashed a flurry of strikes. Kill a Hun soldier, martial master, X1, collect 10 points of all attributes. Kill a Hun soldier, warrior, X1, collect 20 points of spirit. The formation of the spear wielders shattered instantly, their ranks disintegrating into chaos and bloodshed. Yet, the Dian cavalry, much like a pack of wolves, detected the scent of blood and grew ever more exhilarated, with Qin Zhao's passive luck as a general enhancing their abilities. Each Dian soldier unleashed unparalleled combat prowess. The cavalry charged into the Hun's camp, akin to wolves among sheep, wreaking havoc and slaughter. Qin Shao continued to slash, each stroke imbued with unmatched force. The Huns before him fell like mere ants, their bodies dismembered in the wake of his onslaught. His strength was sufficient to rival that of a martial commander. Slaying these ordinary Huns was akin to chopping vegetables. Brothers, let us eradicate this pack of beasts. Kill. Qin Shao raised his bloodied blade, effortlessly cleaving through several heads like a demonic entity. His voice thundered across the night sky. Kill. Annihilate these beasts. Countless Dian warriors roared, attacking any Hun they encountered, regardless of whether they bore weapons or were wounded. All were mercilessly slain. Suddenly, a voice boomed. You dare? Following the sound, a Hun right lieutenant, gripping a steel blade, glared fiercely at Qin Shao, flanked by several Hun commanders and captains. Qin Shao remained undeterred, shifting his focus toward them as he charged. Bai Yan'an followed closely behind with hundreds of loyal guards. With a fierce gaze, Qin Shao drew the Xingyuan blade and leaped toward the Hun right lieutenant, swinging down with ferocity. Clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing echoed as Qin Zhao's strikes grew increasingly powerful, while the Hun right lieutenant's resolve faltered with each blow. He could not fathom how Qin Shao, merely a martial spirit, could unleash such formidable power that even he could not withstand. No, Watch as my captains are slaughtered by Yan'an and the others. The Han Right Lieutenant shrieked. Fight with me. Do not be distracted. Lightning Thunder Fist. Qin Shao wasted no time, channeling all his energy into his fists. Blue and purple lightning crackled around them, sizzling with power. Now, Qin Shao thrust his fists toward the Han Right Lieutenant. The lieutenant sensed the force and instinctively raised his blade in defense. Clang! The blade shattered, and a deafening sound erupted. The Han Right Lieutenant was propelled half a meter into the ground, blood gushing from his 7 orifices, lifeless and electrified. Kill a Han Right Lieutenant, Warrior Commander. X1. Collect 500 points of all attributes, and obtain a black gold treasure chest. Qin Shao marveled silently. Indeed, the Earth-grade martial arts held a power beyond his expectations. Seeing this, Yan'an shouted, the Han Right Lieutenant is dead. Our commander is invincible. The remaining Dian cavalry, fueled by this declaration, rampaged, slaughtering every Han soldier in their vicinity. In the Wanyao mountain range, the undulating peaks resembled slumbering dragons spanning the heavens. A breathtaking spectacle. Expansive tracts of primeval forest thrived here, shrouded in thick mist. Within this realm lay the territory of the Qingxiu Fox tribe. With an air of urgency, a beautiful woman inquired of her maid, has the little princess been located yet? The maid swallowed hard and replied softly, esteemed elder. The last known whereabouts of the little princess were in the human territory, specifically in the demon-beseeching city of the Great Yin dynasty. Suddenly, the temperature around them seemed to drop several degrees. What? The demon-beseeching city? Could it be that those detestable human wretches have captured the little princess? The woman's countenance darkened, her gaze filled with murderous intent. She understood all too well the nature of humanity. If the princess had fallen into their hands, the consequences would be dire. I shall seek the demon emperor at once and implore him to launch an assault on the demon-beseeching city, compelling them to surrender the little princess. With that, the woman hastened towards the royal court of the demon clan. Chapter 43. The Secret of the Demon City. Qin Shao attacked. In the majestic palace of the demon clan South Royal Court, a handsome young man sat upon the throne, his eyes gently closed, breathing steadily. Clad in an opulent dark purple robe intricately embroidered with dark golden runes and peculiar demon totems, he suddenly seemed to sense something. He slowly opened his eyes, and in the next moment, a beautiful woman appeared before him. Your Majesty, our clan's little princess is suspected to be trapped in the demon city of the Great Yin dynasty and may already be in grave danger, the woman said anxiously. I implore your Majesty to initiate the beast tide in advance. Upon hearing this, the demon emperor's expression remained as calm as water, and he replied. The timing for the attack was foretold by the Grand Priest over a year ago. It is not something a mere Qingxiu Fox clan can influence. The woman felt a heaviness in her heart. It was the tradition of their demon race that before launching a beast tide, the reigning Grand Priest would determine the date. Though the Grand Priest's power was not particularly strong, his predictions were remarkably accurate. The longevity of the demon clan could be attributed in large part to his contributions. Disregarding the prophecy could lead to dire consequences, inflicting losses upon the demon race. However, if the Qingxiu Fox clan could fully align with the emperor, a discussion on the matter might still be feasible. The demon emperor's gaze fixed on the woman, Fox Dream, as he continued. However, your clan's leaders, including the chief, should currently be within the ancestral secret realm and cannot emerge in a timely fashion. By the time they return to consult with you, your clan's little princess may well. The emperor paused, casting a meaningful glance at Fox Dream. She trembled slightly, unable to fathom the wrath that would ensue if the chief discovered the little princess had been captured by the human race. The punishment she would face was unimaginable. Most importantly, the little princess bore the bloodline of the nine-tailed celestial fox, a lineage of utmost nobility. She was the future hope of the Qingxiu Fox clan. Should anything happen to her, the clan could very well face extinction. Fox Dream's eyes flickered as she weighed the pros and cons. The demon emperor yawned, watching her intently. He was not in a hurry. Only he could command the demon army to attack. Should Fox Dream refuse, the little princess would be in grave peril. After a brief moment, Fox Dream gritted her teeth and declared, I can agree to your terms. But the beast tide must be launched swiftly to exert pressure on the demon city. Otherwise, if anything happens to our little princess, the Qingxiu Fox clan will never align with your Majesty. The demon emperor smiled and nodded. Congratulations on making a wise decision. Rest assured, within 3 days, the demon army will sweep over the demon city. Upon hearing this, Fox Dream finally exhaled in relief and bowed her way out. Once she departed, the voice of the Grand Priest suddenly echoed beside the Emperor. Your Majesty, is it truly worth it for a mere Qingxiu Fox clan? This might lead our demon race to suffer significant losses. The Grand Priest, holding a red wooden staff, spoke in a hoarse voice. The demon Emperor's eyes flickered. The Great Yan's power was waning, and Yan Wudao was nearing his end. His offspring were preoccupied with vying for the throne, rendering them incapable of resisting the might of the demon army. Beneath the demon city, the formation was on the verge of being broken by blood sacrifice. It would be advantageous for the sealed individual to emerge early. Though you boast of accurate predictions, it appears to me that this time, a mistake has likely been made. The Demon Emperor added. The Grand Priest fell silent. Despite his high status, he could not surpass the Emperor of Yin. The Demon Emperor continued. The little princess of the Qingxiu Fox clan possesses the bloodline of the nine-tailed celestial fox. Should I unite with her, it would aid me in breaking through. Once I surpass the martial emperor, even the national master of the Great Yin will not be able to contain me. Coupled with her, the entire Great Yin shall become our territory. Furthermore, her bloodline can unlock a treasure trove within the ancestral land of the demon race. Upon hearing this, the Grand Priest let out a faint sigh, hoping all would proceed smoothly. In the capital of the Great Yin, the Jinnan Wangfu stood solemnly. Father, please take me with you. I promise I will not hinder the task entrusted to you by His Majesty, Zhao Yin'er implored. Clinging to the arm of the Jinnan Wang. Before the Jinnan Wang could respond, Zhao Yin'er pressed on, I assure you, I will not cause you any trouble. The Jinnan Wang pondered. If he did not take this girl with him, she might sneak out again. It would be safer to keep her under his watchful eye. Besides, he could use this opportunity to meet Qin Shao and discern what made him worthy of such favor from the Yin Emperor. He also wished to understand how Qin Shao had managed to captivate his daughter's very soul. For days, Zhao Yin'er had incessantly mentioned Qin Shao, to the point where he felt as though his ears were about to develop calluses. Zhao Yin'er, who had never asked him for anything before, was now beseeching him to resolve the feud between Qin Shao and the third prince. I can take you along, but you must adhere to my instructions. The Jinnan Wang said with a serious expression. We must bring guards with us wherever we go. Thank you, father. You are the best, Zhao Yin'er exclaimed. Rushing off to prepare, the Jinnan Wang gently stroked her head and said softly, Yin'er, your mother has met with misfortune. You are my only kin now. Zhao Yin'er nodded in agreement. After she left, the Jinnan Wang took a sip of tea, his gaze flickering slightly. A day prior, the Yin Emperor had approached him, requesting his accompaniment of the Crown Prince and the Zhuke guards to the Demon City to reinforce the seals below. It seemed a thought struck him as he turned to speak to those outside. You must ensure Yin'er's safety on this journey. If any danger arises, withdraw her immediately. Understood, came the response from outside. Outside Dinyuan City, within the Xiongnu camp, a resounding crash echoed as Qin Shao kicked out, sending a nearby Xiongnu soldier flying several meters, crushing a multitude of Xiongnu warriors beneath him. No matter how they pondered, they could not comprehend the source of Qin Shao's immense strength. With their right general and countless leaders slain, the Xiongnu troops, already disheartened, now watched in horror as Qin Shao and his comrades rampaged through their ranks. The right general is dead. The 1,000-man commander has perished as well. They are demons. Run. Retreat. The remaining thousands of Xiongnu soldiers, bereft of the will to fight, discarded their armor and fled, leaving behind a grim scene of corpses and severed limbs. After the battle concluded, Qin Shao surveyed the aftermath, his expression darkening. General Baijan died in battle, and brave men return after a decade. We set forth with 3,000 riders, yet now less than half remain. Even if he single-handedly slaughtered nearly all of the formidable Xiongnu warriors, and despite the demoralization of their troops, he still inflicted considerable casualties on his side. Nevertheless, annihilating nearly 20,000 enemies with losses exceeding 10-1 marked an unprecedented victory for the Great Yin against the Xiongnu. Brothers, we have triumphed, Qin Shao bellowed. Victory for the Great Yin. The elite cavalry of the Great Yin erupted in cheers, releasing the fervor within their hearts. However, at that very moment, an unforeseen turn of events unfolded. From the distance approached a contingent of Xiongnu cavalry clad in fiery red armor. Although their numbers were merely 100, each warrior possessed formidable strength with at least a mastery of the great martial arts. The three leaders among them were all at the pinnacle of the martial king realm, and one even exhibited signs of impending ascendance to the martial sovereign level. You treacherous dog, Qin Shao, prepare to meet your demise. Chapter 44, System Enhancements. Another great explosion. Suddenly, Tuoba Hongtuan's forehead throbbed with veins, his muscles tense as he swiftly swung his blade towards Qin Shao. With each strike, countless blades of energy coalesced into a dense, brilliant blue web, hurtling towards Qin Shao, radiating a menacing sharpness. If struck, would he not be reduced to mere fragments? Even if Qin Shao possessed 9 lives, they would prove insufficient. Tuoba Hongtian observed Qin Shao standing motionless, devoid of any intent to resist. A cold smile crept across his face. Just a useless fool. Were it not for your escape back to Dinyuan City, I would have ended you long ago. This task originally belonged to Hubei Lin. Yet he was consumed by a seething rage, compounded by the death of the right prince, which he deemed a failure. Moreover, having confirmed that the young general of the Yin army mentioned by Hubei Lin was indeed the culprit behind the right prince's demise, he eagerly volunteered to ensure Qin Zhao's death. Beside him, Helan Qingjiu and Helan Zhao regarded Qin Shao with disdain, dismissing him as a mere fool of the martial spirit realm. Could he truly have defeated both Yuan Hongdu and the right prince? It was laughable. If such a weakling could have vanquished them, was this some kind of dream? If he could best Tuoba Hongtian, I would willingly leap into a dung pit and lick it clean. The two exchanged jibes, showing no regard for Qin Shao. However, just as the blade's aura was about to make contact with Qin Shao, a figure, seemingly stiff in movement, suddenly emerged before him. Yingyi effortlessly deflected Tuoba Hongtian's assault. The expressions of Tuoba Hongtian and his companions turned solemn. Brother, As long as you do not aid him, we shall hold no grudge. Tuoba Hongtian cautiously stepped forward, cupping his hands and pointing at Qin Shao. Yet, Yingyi merely stood there, coldly observing the three. Are you certain you wish to oppose us? Tuoba Hongtian threatened. Noting Yingyi's lack of response. Enough of this nonsense, let us just kill him. Helan Zhao's gaze flickered with coldness. This man was at the peak of the martial king realm, just like himself. No wonder he could bring down the right prince and Yuan Hongdu. Their deaths were well-deserved. Kill. With that command, Tuoba Hongtian and his two companions, without hesitation, surged towards Qin Shao and Yingyi like lightning. The remaining Xiongnu cavalry followed suit, charging towards Bai Yan'an and the other Great Yan cavalry. The trio positioned themselves in a triangular formation, encircling Qin Shao and Yingyi, intent on exterminating them in one fell swoop. They unleashed their lethal techniques, the air thick with murderous intent. They were determined to grant Qin Shao no opportunity. It was too late. Brothers, kill. Qin Shao's eyes suddenly snapped open, a dazzling light flashing within. He had quietly activated the military formation. With the enhancement of 1,000 elite cavalry, the spiritual energy within him compressed and underwent a qualitative transformation, his aura surging explosively. At that moment, he had reached the pinnacle of the martial king realm. Seeking death, Helan Zhao, witnessing Yingyi injure Helan Qingqiu, roared in fury. Your opponent is me. The Zhulang Blade technique. Qin Shao's expression hardened as he concentrated, channeling all his spiritual energy to its utmost limit, a fiery halo enveloping him, radiating intense heat. He swiftly drew the Star Source blade, conjuring a mesmerizing dance of blades, accompanied by indistinct yet lethal blade auras. As the blade passed, the space around them seemed distorted by an unseen hand. Qin Shao advanced towards Helan Zhao, determined to eliminate this peak martial king. The rest would pose no threat. In the instant their blades clashed, a fierce sharpness erupted. The ground beneath them cracked under their weight. Alas, despite delivering the final strike of the Zhulang Blade technique, Qin Shao could not inflict even a scratch on Helan Zhao. Instead, he found numerous small cuts appearing on his own body, blood flowing freely. Observing this, Helan Zhao remarked coolly, you possess a realm without the corresponding mastery of techniques and martial skills. A waste is ultimately a waste. Seeing Yingyi overpowering Tuoba Hongtian and Helan Qingqiu, he shook his head slightly. If this is all the strength you possess, then you may as well perish. As his words fell, Helan Zhao swiftly lunged towards Qin Shao's throat. A glimmer of cold light. System, enhance. Qin Shao instantaneously allocated his 2 remaining martial skill attribute points to the Lightning Thunder Fist. In an instant, an influx of boundless insights regarding the Lightning Thunder Fist surged into his mind, as if he had practiced it countless times before. His understanding of the technique ascended several levels. Thus, the Lightning Thunder Fist was perfected. The once clear sky became ominous as Qin Shao unleashed a punch. A thunderous roar echoed. Turning his gaze towards Helan Zhao, who stood frozen, spear in hand, disbelief filled his eyes. How is this possible? In the next moment, his body turned charred and exploded, flesh scattering everywhere. Killing Helan Zhao, peak martial king, gaining 2,000 all attribute points, acquiring 2 platinum treasure chests, and gaining 1 year of lifespan. Helan Qingqiu and Tuoba Hongtian, witnessing this scene, were engulfed by despair. Could a mere human truly achieve such victory? They exchanged glances and fled in separate directions, their figures becoming streaks of light, leaving only afterimages. Yet, how could Qin Shao allow his prey to escape? He brandished the Star Source blade and struck twice. In an instant, both were cleaved in half, their innards spilling onto the ground. Killing Helan Qingqiu, mid-martial king, gaining 1,500 all attribute points, acquiring 1 platinum treasure chest, and gaining 6 months of lifespan. Killing Tuoba Hongtian, mid-martial king, gaining 1,500 all attribute points, acquiring 5 black gold treasure chests, and gaining 6 months of lifespan. Qin Shao secured the 3 Min's Qianquan rings and charged towards the oncoming Xiongnu cavalry. Bai Yan'an, witnessing this, called out, the enemy generals are dead, Commander Qin is invincible. Brothers, eradicate these beasts. Kill. The Great Yan elite cavalry, who had been suppressed by the 100-strong Xiongnu cavalry, felt a surge of courage upon seeing the deaths of the 3 Xiongnu leaders. They were suddenly filled with energy, their blood boiling. They had been overpowered due to their significantly lower realm. Yet with Qin Shao joining the fray, the tide turned instantly. It became a one-sided massacre. Spare me. Don't kill me. I surrender. I surrender. Spare me. The remaining Xiongnu cavalry desperately pleaded for their lives. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Qin Shao made his intentions clear. Drawing his bow and knocking an arrow in one fluid motion, he infused it with spiritual energy and released it. The once mighty Xiongnu cavalry now appeared as mere candy, strung together like skewered treats. Killing Xiongnu cavalry, martial spirit, X1, gaining 200 all attribute points, acquiring 1 golden treasure chest. Killing Xiongnu cavalry, peak martial spirit, X1, gaining 1,000 strength points, acquiring 1 golden treasure chest. Killing Xiongnu cavalry. Chapter 45, the deployment of the heavenly cannon. The beast tide approaches. The alert sounds incessantly. Before long, Qin Shao leads his soldiers and slays all incoming Xiongnu cavalry. We have triumphed. Qin Shao roars with fervor. Victory to the Great Yan, commanders of divine might. The soldiers echo in unison, their excitement palpable. A quarter of an hour later, the tally reveals 3 martial kings and 107 martial spirits slain. Bai Yinan strides forth, exhilarated, to deliver the news. The surrounding soldiers are equally invigorated, their gazes toward Qin Shao filled with deep admiration. Many among them had followed Qin Shao through dire straits, consistently astonished by his remarkable prowess. Just days ago, they vanquished martial commanders, and now martial kings. In time, would not the Xiongnu be utterly eradicated by him? Such monumental achievements, such victories. They had never fathomed that all of this was wrought by Qin Zhao's leadership. Qin Shao nods slightly, yet a heaviness settles in his heart. This foray of Xiongnu cavalry has cost his ranks nearly 400 men. This, even with the passive enhancement from his fortune officer title. Though the elite cavalry of the Great Yin possess formidable fighting spirit, their tangible strength is ultimately lacking. When faced with true elite forces, they fall short. A future opportunity to bolster his soldiers' capabilities must be sought. Beneath the setting sun, the ground is strewn with corpses and severed limbs, blood soaking the yellow earth. Blood stains the battlefield in autumn, the cold sun shines azure. Yet, seasoned by countless battles, Qin Shao quickly regains his composure and commands, tend to the wounded and gather the spoils. We shall return home. A glimmer of determination flashes in Qin Zhao's eyes. Tomorrow marks the journey to the city of Demon Control, a place far more perilous than Dingyuan City. He wonders how many treasures might emerge from the multitude of chests just acquired. Half a stick of incense later, a figure clad in black arrives at the spot where Qin Shao had stood. Observing Qin Zhao's departing silhouette, a glint of malice emerges. Had I been a fool, perhaps I would have fallen for your ruse. He then smirks coldly, activating his military formation. To slay a martial king? Without the formation, what can a martial sovereign achieve? In the next instant, he vanishes from sight. In Dingyuan City, Yu Wujing gazes upon Qin Shao and the returning elite cavalry of the Great Yin. His eyes alight with joy. He approaches Qin Shao and the soldiers who follow, deeply bowing. Brothers, you have worked hard. On behalf of Dingyuan City and the people of the Great Yin, I thank you. It is they who have shattered the offensive of the Xiongnu's right virtuous king, allowing Dingyuan City and its neighboring towns to weather this calamity, free from Xiongnu harassment. Qin Shao does not intervene. They have earned it. I have arranged a celebration banquet to welcome you. Yu Wujing continues. That night, the entire Dingyuan City is engulfed in jubilation. Aside from the necessary watchmen, everyone, including Qin Shao, is inebriated. Do not mock a lord who sleeps on the battlefield. How many return from wars of old? They are, after all, soldiers of the frontier, unaware of when they might succumb to the battlefield. Perhaps this is the last chance for revelry. Each person cherishes the moment. In the dead of night, Qin Shao returns to his tent, channeling energy to dissipate the effects of alcohol. His eyes flicker briefly as he opens all the treasure chests. Acquired. 100 superior spirit nourishing pills, 1000 inferior qi nurturing pills, 100 superior Xin jade, 3 heavenly cannons, 20 universal keys, 1 inferior earth scroll earthquake. A series of notifications resound. Fortune smiles upon him this time. Most of the items are indeed useful. Seeing this, a smile graces Qin Zhao's face. The qi nurturing pills and spirit nourishing pills may not benefit him directly, but they can significantly enhance the strength of his soldiers. With the 2 previously acquired, he now possesses 5 heavenly cannons, sufficient to elevate the defenses of the city of Demon Control to a new level. The inferior Earth Scroll Earthquake can also serve as a trump card during the city's defense. Qin Shao retrieves the right virtuous king's universe ring, bringing the universal key close and clicking to unlock it. A flash of white light envelopes him, and the unlocking process reaches completion. Qin Shao immerses his spirit within, his eyes suddenly brightening and his breath quickening. The treasures inside ensure that even amidst a beast tide, should it harbor demon lords, the city of Demon Control remains secure. By noon, Qin Shao sets forth with Bai Yinan and 1,000 elite cavalry of the Great Yin toward the city of Demon Control. Along the way, he distributes the elixirs obtained the previous night, with Bai Yinan receiving a grand restoration pill. Thanks to the enhancement of the pills, the ordinary soldiers under his command have all ascended to the martial master realm, while Bai Yinan is on the verge of breaking through to martial commander. Their powers have surged. Should they encounter the Xiongnu cavalry led by Helan Zhao again, Qin Shao is confident he could annihilate them within 5 minutes. The city of Demon Control lies adjacent to the Wanao mountain range, its walls towering and formidable. Every meter is manned by an armored sentry, the defense is strict. Inside, at the Black Tiger Camp's headquarters, Qin Shao arrives, bowing deeply. I pay my respects to His Highness the Crown Prince and Lord of the South. Upon entering the camp, he is met by these 2 figures. A reminder catches him off guard, and he hastily bows again. Commander Qin, no need for such formality. Indeed. One glance reveals your extraordinary demeanor. The Crown Prince's eyes shine as he steps forward and pats Qin Shao on the shoulder. The Lord of the South nods in agreement. Indeed. Well done. Before Qin Shao can respond, the Lord of the South continues. His Majesty has dispatched us for a matter of utmost importance. You must ensure the city of Demon Control is well defended in the coming days, leaving no opportunity for the demon tribe. I shall not fail in my mission. Qin Shao replies earnestly. By the way, Yenner is also in the city of Demon Control. If you have the time, do visit her. The Lord of the South says, watching Qin Shao nod before adding, you may leave. My lord and I have matters to discuss. Qin Shao departs, not seeking Zhao Yenner, but instead ascends to the city walls. Commander, I have arranged everything meticulously. You need not worry. Vice Commander Zhang Qinglong boasts to Qin Shao. Previously, he had overseen the city's defenses and is confident there will be no issues. Surveying the area, Qin Shao nods in satisfaction. The defenses of the city of Demon Control are far more robust than those of Dingyuan City. With at least 10 Black Tiger Camp soldiers stationed at each signal tower, some even reaching the Martial Master realm. It is worth noting that within Dingyuan City, the Martial Master rank is sufficient to serve as a 100-man commander. Here, they are merely squad leaders. Qin Shao retrieves the heavenly cannons, accompanied by several crates of various qualities of Xian Jade. Old Bai, relocate these cannons to the designated positions, Qin Shao instructs, pointing out several locations, and have our troops stationed there. Although Bai Yinan gazes at the heavenly cannons with curiosity, he does not inquire further, promptly dispatching trusted aides to execute Qin Shao's orders. With the heavenly cannons now deployed, Qin Shao breathes a sigh of relief. Under the ample supply of Xian Jade, each heavenly cannon can unleash unparalleled power. The destruction wrought by their full force surpasses even that of martial sovereigns. Even if the beast tide approaches now, it will undoubtedly be unable to breach the defenses of the city of Demon Control. At that moment, the ground begins to tremble. Qin Shao instinctively gazes into the distance. A multitude of dark shadows emerged on the horizon, resembling a surging tide, rushing towards the demon-slaying city. This is dire. The beast horde is approaching. All troops, prepare for battle, Qin Shao exclaimed in alarm. Chapter 46. The Siege of the Demon Beast Army in the Terrifying Conspiracy. The somber sound of horns reverberated throughout the city of demon suppression. Countless armored soldiers from the Black Tiger Camp streamed out onto the battlements, fully armed to the teeth. Their equipment was far superior to that of the soldiers from Dingyuan City. Quickly, move faster. Do you intend to wait until the demon beasts are upon you before you act? Hurry. Do you wish to engage in hand-to-hand combat with the beasts? Under the command of their respective squad leaders and team leaders, they swiftly took their positions. Shield bearers, spear soldiers, and archers each fulfilled their roles, standing ready for battle. Their eyes were fixed on the approaching tide of beasts, their resolve unwavering. Fear did not grip any of them. For over a decade, under their fearless protection, the city of demon suppression had never been breached. This time would be no different. Behind them were the citizens of the city. Should the city fall, none would escape unscathed. The tide of demon beasts would flood forth, threatening the heartland of Dian. On the battlements, boiling oil and wooden barrels were prepared. Countless massive crossbows were aimed at the approaching wave of beasts, ready to unleash their volleys at a moment's notice. Every 15 meters, colossal catapults were set to hurl firestones. Even the serrated blades 2/3 up the wall began to stir, poised to slice the beasts into pieces upon impact. Aside from the occasional clatter of weapons and armor, the air was eerily silent. Commander, there is no need for concern. The tide of beasts is not to be feared. The stockpiled arrows, crossbow bolts, and firestones within the city are ample, and provisions are sufficient for a month's sustenance. Zhang Qinglong confidently assured Qin Shao, asserting that the assault would last only a few hours at most. Afterward, they will retreat as they always do, leaving behind countless carcasses of demon beasts. Qin Shao nodded slightly, whether in belief or skepticism. In his position, he was tasked with the duty of safeguarding the citizens of the city. Above all else, the city of demon suppression must not fall. Raising his identity token high, he infused his voice with spiritual energy and declared, "All soldiers, heed my command. I am the Emperor's appointed commander, your leader henceforth. Salute the commander," roared the soldiers of the Black Tiger Camp in unison, their voices echoing to the heavens, deafening in its intensity. These soldiers were not merely for show, they were seasoned warriors, battle-tested and true. Warriors. The city of demon suppression serves as the sole barrier between Dian and the myriad demon mountains. Should any misfortune arise, the citizens within Dian will become fodder for the demon beasts, suffering untold horrors. Among them may be your wives, children, and parents. Tell me, do you wish to witness your loved ones being devoured by these beasts? Kill, kill, kill. Countless soldiers' eyes blazed with fury. As they envisioned their families falling prey to the beasts, their voices booming like thunder. The desire for vengeance soared to the skies. As soldiers, they should take pride in falling on the battlefield. Should any man dare to retreat even a step, this commander will show no mercy. Today's battle, I shall fight alongside you, to live or die together. Qin Shao continued to shout. Sworn to defend the city, the soldiers of the Black Tiger Camp responded with fervor. Warriors have no thoughts of survival. To live is to face death with resolve. The morale was soaring, and the hearts of the troops were united. As seconds ticked by, the tide of beasts became increasingly visible to Qin Shao. This wave of demon beasts bore fierce faces and sharp fangs, resembling mutated black wolves. Except that each beast was as large as a full-grown tiger. Their speed was astonishing. To come close would spell disaster. Now that the beasts are within range, launch the attack, Qin Shao commanded. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of war drums thundered. In an instant, this colossal war machine sprang into action. Countless 3-meter-long crossbow bolts were unleashed, mingling with a veritable storm of arrows, alongside hundreds of fire stones that shot forth like meteors, all aimed at the tide of beasts. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless arrows pierced the bodies of the demon beasts, transforming them into living pincushions. Yet, as if oblivious to pain and undeterred by death. They continued their charge toward the city of demon suppression. Only the massive crossbow bolts could fully penetrate and slay them. Boom. With hundreds of firestones raining down, violent explosions erupted, incinerating all demon beasts within a 5-meter radius to ash. However, these losses were but a trifle to the tide of beasts. Qin Shao seized the deer hunting bow, infusing it with spiritual energy, and in one fluid motion, he knocked an explosive arrow and released it. Whoosh. The arrow struck a demon beast and exploded, sending flames shooting forth. Because Qin Shao had imbued it with spiritual energy, the power of the explosion was magnified 100-fold. Nearby demon beasts were torn apart, their innards scattered across the ground. Kill a wolf demon, 2nd tier, X1. Gain 20 points of strength. Kill a wolf demon, 2nd tier, X1. Gain 20 points of constitution. First time kill of a demon beast. Reward. 1 extraordinary treasure chest. The notification sounded repeatedly in Qin Shao's ears. Upon hearing extraordinary treasure chest, his eyes sparkled with excitement. If a platinum chest could yield items like the heavenly suppression cannon, what wonders could an extraordinary chest contain? Shaking his head to refocus, he glanced at the densely packed tide of beasts. With one hand, he grabbed 4 explosive arrows and knocked them to the bowstring, releasing them instantly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before the first 4 arrows even touched the ground, Qin Shao had unleashed over 100 explosive arrows. In an instant, boom. A series of unprecedented explosions erupted within the tide of demon beasts. The previously dim sky lit up as brightly as day. In the Black Tiger camp, listening to the prolonged sound of horns and the continuous wails and explosions, the Southern King's expression shifted slightly as he solemnly remarked, "Your Highness, it seems the demon beasts are attacking the city. Could it be that the demon clan has learned of your arrival in demon suppression?" The crown prince waved his hand to interrupt, shaking his head. "No, that is impossible. Only Father knows of this journey. And even the Zhuge guards were summoned at the last moment." He then took a sip of tea and continued, "In my view, we need only to follow Father's orders and have the formation masters strengthen the seals below. The city of demon suppression was built over countless precious resources by our ancestors and has stood firm on the borders of the myriad demon mountains for hundreds of years. The tide of beasts cannot breach it. Moreover, you and the Zhuge guards are here, so there should be no problems." The Southern King pondered briefly before nodding. "Your Highness, please hasten to reinforce the seals with the formation masters. I shall take my guards to the city walls to observe. Should anything unexpected occur, it would be prudent to evacuate you first." "Very well," responded the crown prince. Dozens of kilometers away, the demon emperor and the high priest gathered with dozens of demon generals behind them. Behind them loomed millions of demon beasts of various forms. Haha. Once the one sealed within breaks free, the city of demon suppression will be nothing to us. At that time, the entire Dian will become our paradise. The demon emperor laughed heartily, gazing at the ground stained red with blood. "Your Majesty, while the seal is weakening, the blood alone is insufficient to break it." The high priest, with a hint of concern, cautioned that it is imperative to have a formation master coordinating from within the city of demon suppression. The demon emperor and Apos' gaze flickered slightly, urging all to await the unfolding events. Chapter 47. Slaughtering the Beasts, Defending the City. On the battlefield outside the city of Beastmasters, an instantaneous eruption of brilliant blue flames formed a scorching wall of fire, effectively separating the tide of beasts. In that moment, countless wolf demons perished beneath the explosive force. Qin Shao had forcefully created a vacuum zone amidst the beast tide. Kill count, wolf demon, 2nd tier, X1, acquired 20 points of strength. Kill count, wolf demon, 2nd tier, X1, acquired 20 points of agility. Kill count, wolf demon, 3rd tier, X1, acquired 10 points in all attributes. Cumulative kills exceeding 100 beasts awarded a golden treasure chest. Cumulative kills exceeding 1,000 beasts awarded a diamond treasure chest. All attributes surpassed 10,000 points. Rewarded with an extraordinary treasure chest. The notifications rang out incessantly. At that moment, Qin Shao stood alone, rivaling an army of 10,000. Many soldiers around him were momentarily struck dumb by his ferocity. By the heavens, is the new commander truly this formidable? They wondered. The beast seemed like mere toys in his hands. If the commander could maintain this pace, it felt as though they would hardly need to lift a finger. Could he be a martial sovereign? Initially, they had thought him weak, a mere beneficiary of connections, but now it was evident they had underestimated him. The soldiers atop the city walls were in an uproar. In all previous beast tides, such a scene had never manifested. As Qin Shao halted his bow-drawing motion, the explosion ceased. They understood that the tremendous destruction had been wrought by him. However, their reverie was short-lived. For the vacuum zone was soon filled with countless beasts once more. Their numbers were overwhelming. The few wolf demons Qin Shao had slain were but a drop in the ocean. If these beasts amassed, it would surely exhaust any warrior to the brink of collapse. Continue firing arrows. Do not hold back. Annihilate these brutes. Qin Shao commanded with authority. Kill. The soldiers roared in unison. The archers and the soldiers of the Black Tiger camp, operating the catapults, moved with remarkable speed. They maximized every weapon at their disposal, drawing bows and loosing arrows in a frenzy. The density of the beasts rendered aiming unnecessary. They merely repeated their motions. Arrows, crossbow bolts, and firestones fell like rain upon the beast's tide. Simultaneously, Qin Shao tirelessly drew and released arrows. With the explosive arrows expended, he resorted to venomous and incendiary arrows. These specialized projectiles were ineffective against powerful foes, but against the mindless beast tide, they proved exhilaratingly effective. Swish, swish, swish. The venomous arrows detonated mid-air, splattering dark green liquid indiscriminately upon the surrounding wolf demons. The sizzling sound reminiscent of roasting flesh echoed, as even the fearless wolf demons could not endure the agony. Contorting in pain, the venom acted like corrosive acid. Even a slight contact would lead to rapid dissolution. The venom on the ground significantly slowed the wolves' movements. As for the incendiary arrows, while they did not inflict as much damage as the venom, the discomfort they caused was undeniable. As each fiery arrow exploded, flames and intense heat engulfed the surroundings. The wolves at the center were obliterated, while those nearby had their skin charred and crisped, some shedding flesh as they attempted to flee, revealing their tender insides. This led to a scene of numerous beast carcasses littering the ground, the very air thick with the stench of blood. Severed limbs bled into the earth, staining it a deep red. "How goes it, Qin Shao?" The voice of the Southern King reached Qin Shao's ears. Turning, he saw a squad of soldiers clad in orange-red armor approaching. Upon closer inspection, these guards were all at least martial masters, with a significant number being martial spirits and martial commanders. The two imposing figures standing beside the Southern King exuded an immensely powerful aura, hinting they were at least martial sovereigns. While continuing to shoot arrows, Qin Shao responded, "For the moment, I can hold back the beast tide. Rest assured, the city of beast masters will not falter under my watch." The Southern King gazed into the distance, noting the thick layer of wolf demon corpses. After taking a deep breath, excitement flickered in his eyes. He had heard tales of the ferocity of the beast tide at the city of beast masters, and witnessing it firsthand confirmed its reputation. The Southern King produced his prized bow, channeling spiritual energy into the arrows. With a fluid motion, he drew, knocked, and released. Whoosh! As his arrow struck, a thunderous explosion reverberated, scattering flames in every direction. The surrounding wolf demons were instantly turned to ash. Qin Shao looked on with envy at the Southern King. If only he could reach such a level. His arrows would explode with similar force. The efficiency of slaying beasts and enhancing his strength would be monumental. Haha, this is exhilarating. The Southern King laughed heartily. These beasts may appear fierce, but they are, in fact, even more foolish than the savages in the south. With a grand gesture, he declared, "What are you all waiting for? Let us slay together." Yes. The soldiers of the Vermilion Bird Guard responded with fervor. Those who entered the Vermilion Bird Guard were not only formidable but were also battle-crazed, itching for combat if a day passed without slaying enemies. Aside from the two commanders beside the Southern King, the rest dispersed, finding optimal positions for battle. With the arrival of the Southern King and his men, the tide of battle tilted further in their favor, and the wolf demons were being decimated at an accelerated pace. As time elapsed, the wolf demons never even reached the city walls before being completely eradicated. "Commander, I was right, wasn't I? This mere beast tide poses no threat at all," Zhang Qinglan remarked, sweat beading on his forehead as he smiled at Qin Shao. "Even if their numbers multiplied tenfold, they could never breach our defenses." Qin Shao nodded slightly, affirming Zhang Qinglan's words. The siege engines and crossbows had not ceased firing, their supplies remaining abundant. Indeed, the wolf demons had not even been afforded the chance to utilize the massive stones and boiling oil before being annihilated. Not to mention the serrated defenses halfway up the walls, which had remained entirely unused. The city of Beastmasters was indeed fortified. However, at that moment, the ground trembled. Another wave of beasts surged forth, more overwhelming than before. This time, two new types of beasts emerged, mingling with the wolf demons. In addition to the wolf demons, the other type resembled rhinoceroses, with blunt horns atop their black bodies and two massive gray wings. Qin Shao felt an unsettling premonition. These lower-tier beasts were mindless, obedient only to orders. Yet, the higher echelons of the beast race could not be devoid of intellect. The beasts before him seemed destined for annihilation. Whoosh! Qin Shao released an arrow. Clang! The moment the arrow made contact with the monstrous beast, it unexpectedly unfurled its enormous wings, causing the arrow to be deflected with ease. "This is bad." Qin Zhao's expression changed. Even the arrows he loosed could not penetrate their defenses. Chapter 48. The Unbreakable Defense. The Southern King in distress. "Cease fire, archers. Do not waste your arrows. Accelerate the launch speed of the ballistae and catapults. At all costs, eliminate these monstrous beasts." Qin Shao commanded loudly. The priority was to eradicate the rhinoceros-like creatures first, leaving the remaining wolf demons easier to deal with. Understood. The soldiers of the Black Tiger camp responded in unison. "Move swiftly. This is a battlefield, not a leisurely stroll. Inform logistics immediately. We are running low on firestones and crossbow bolts. Why are you standing there in a daze? Move quickly." Countless squad leaders and centurions from the Black Tiger camp began issuing commands to their subordinates, urging them into action. The atmosphere was palpably tense. Every soldier operating the catapults and ballistae summoned every ounce of focus and vigor to launch relentless attacks upon the surging tide of beasts, panting heavily and drenched in sweat. In a spectacular display, meteoric firestones and thousands of crossbow bolts hurtled toward the monstrous horde. Boom! The dense barrage of firestones exploded upon impact with the ground, leaving the surrounding wolf demons grievously injured and on the brink of death. The rhinoceros-like beasts curled up at the moment of detonation, the shrapnel from the explosion failing to inflict any harm upon them. As for the crossbow bolts, they merely pierced the skin, barely leaving a mark. Once the initial volley of arrows and firestones was expended, the beasts rose again, continuing their slow advance. Move faster. Do not let them approach the city gate, Qin Shao ordered. These beasts were 3 to 4 times the size of the wolf demons. If they neared the city gate in sufficient numbers, their formidable horns could potentially breach it. At that point, even the most elite soldiers of the Black Tiger camp would stand no chance against them. You are indeed formidable. Yet, facing hundreds or thousands of these beasts alone is tantamount to a death sentence. The increased speed of firestone launches and crossbow fire significantly impeded the beast's advance. Simultaneously, Qin Shao held his breath and nocked an arrow. Whoosh! This arrow triggered an armor-piercing effect, penetrating the highly defensive beast. Slain. Xian Wing Armored Beast, Tier 3, X1. Collected 30 attribute points. However, this was merely a drop in the ocean for the approaching horde. The situation had reached a stalemate. Deputy Commander Zhang, have you encountered such beasts before? Do you know their weaknesses? Qin Shao inquired. Understanding their vulnerabilities was crucial to defending against the beast tide. Otherwise, no amount of firestones or crossbows stored in the demon suppression city could withstand such attrition. Zhang Qinglan's expression darkened as he replied, reporting to the commander in the past. These beasts would appear in numbers of no more than a few dozen within a horde. Their weakness lies in the abdomen, where their eyes are located. We would dispatch elite teams composed of martial spirits to eliminate them. He paused. However, I've never seen thousands appear at once like this. Qin Zhao's heart sank. While dozens or hundreds could be dealt with by elite teams, the sight of thousands made it clear that even the entire Black Tiger camp might not suffice. At that moment, a peculiar and prolonged shrill sound echoed. All the beasts seemed to have received a signal. Groups of 10 Xian Wing armored beasts clustered together, spreading their wings to form a low protective barrier, while the wolf demons, no longer reckless, dove into the shelter. They maintained this formation as they slowly advanced toward the demon suppression city. Concentrate fire on that turtle shell, Qin Shao shouted. Should they approach the city wall, the soldiers of the Black Tiger camp would be forced to fill the line with their flesh and blood. Qin Shao believed in the soldiers' courage, yet the cost was exorbitant. Instantly, countless firestones were launched at their makeshift shell. However, due to the imprecise targeting, it often took dozens of firestones to hit the target even once. Despite the few hits, they failed to inflict significant damage, merely slowing the beast's advance. Misfortune compounded. Commander, catapult number 13 has run out of firestones. Number 15 is also depleted. Commander, catapult number 20 has only 3 firestones left. The voices of Black Tiger camp soldiers echoed with urgency. Qin Zhao's heart sank. Did this mean he had to resort to the divine cannon of heavenly suppression and expend the earth-tier scrolls? The Southern King wiped the sweat from his brow and lowered his bow. Kid, I shall bring my men to assist you for as long as I can. You are the commander of this battle. Think of a solution swiftly. Qin Shao was about to refuse when he saw the Southern King wave his hand, summoning the previously scattered Zhuge guards back into formation. Let them witness what true elite forces of Dian are. Follow me. Let us eradicate this horde of beasts. The Southern King stated, excitement shining in his eyes as he pressed forward against the whipping sands. In the next moment, the Southern King led over 1,000 Zhuge guards, leaping from the city walls like a fiery dragon, charging headlong into the beast tide. In no time, they were engaged in fierce combat with the beasts within their defensive formation. The Southern King and his 2 martial generals moved as if they were divine beings, unleashing a variety of martial techniques that inflicted considerable casualties upon the beasts. However, as time passed, casualties among the Zhuge guards began to mount. Even the Southern King and his 2 generals bore deep, bone-exposing claw marks. Witnessing this, Qin Shao grew increasingly anxious, yearning to unleash the divine cannon of heavenly suppression to blast apart the accursed shells. After all, no matter how sturdy, they could not withstand the full force of a martial king or martial sovereign. Yet, Qin Shao was reluctant to waste the divine cannon here. It felt akin to using a cannon to kill a mosquito, a tremendous loss. Once the durability and stored Xian Jade of the cannon were depleted, how would they contend with potentially even more terrifying foes lurking ahead? Suddenly, an idea struck Qin Shao. Following the eerie and sharp sound from behind the beast tide, the beasts had begun to adjust their formations to counter the assault. This indicated that there were intelligent creatures commanding them from behind, not too far from the battlefield. This was an opportunity. If he could eliminate the commanding beast, the wolf demons and Xian Wing armored beasts would likely fall into disarray, allowing him to stabilize the situation in the demon suppression city. Bai Yin Yin. Gather all brothers above the great martial master realm and follow me. Qin Shao bellowed. Not far behind the battlefield, a towering beast resembling a monkey with green wings observed the chaos, a faint smirk playing on its lips. It raised a horn to its mouth and blew forcefully. The shrill, eerie sound resonated, causing the wolf demons and Xian Wing armored beasts to once again shift their formations, encircling the southern king within a mysterious array, effectively trapping him. The king of Zhennan, alongside his two generals, exerted every ounce of their strength but found themselves ensnared in an inescapable predicament. Cursed be their negligence. With a single strike, the king vanquished the ravenous wolf demons that surged towards him. Yet, despite their levels far surpassing those of these beasts, the relentless tide of monsters seemed inexhaustible. If this continued, they would inevitably deplete their spiritual energy and face demise. Chapter 49. The formation's subtle manipulations and the grueling defense of the city. 10 kilometers away, the demon emperor gazed upon the trapped king of southern town amidst the beast tide, raising an eyebrow in disdain. This individual possesses considerable strength. Yet beneath the might of my demon army, he is but a triviality. It shall not be long before he is devoured by my kin. Upon uttering these words, numerous demon generals promptly responded with reverence, acknowledging the emperor's foresight in procuring secret techniques specifically designed to counter human warriors from the treasury. Otherwise, the losses we would have incurred would have been substantial. They extolled, under this formation, his power is suppressed by 90%. He is destined to perish within. Your wisdom is unparalleled, your majesty. That man is the king of southern town from the great Yin dynasty, who once thwarted my ambitions, resulting in grievous losses for my clan, exclaimed a demon general with a fearsome visage, exuding an aura of malice. In his past, while serving as a demon commander, he had led an assault on the borders of the great Yin, seeking to pillage its populace for sustenance. Had it not been for the king's timely intervention, he would have surely met a dire fate. To kill him here would indeed be a delightful surprise. The demon emperor's eyes gleamed at this revelation. The eradication of a mere martial emperor-level human would merely embellish his campaign. However, the annihilation of the king of southern town would inflict significant pain upon the great Yin. For beings of such stature are scarce within the realm. Eliminating him here would facilitate the unimpeded advance of the demon army into the great Yin, rendering them invincible. Congratulations. Your Majesty, this is surely the will of the heavens. You will capture the great Yin with the utmost ease. The demon generals showered their accolades upon the emperor. Save for one. The high priest sighed, casting a worried glance towards the battlefield. A voice resonated among the demon generals, tinged with confusion. High priest, what troubles you? Our warriors are all exceptionally valiant. This mere city is but a stepping stone in our conquest of the great Yin. The high priest gently shook his head, offering no reply. Observing this, the demon emperor paid him little mind, smiling faintly. Once the next wave of the Cold Crow clan's assault concluded, the amassed energy should suffice. At that juncture, the one would surely break free from the seal, beneath the very center of the demon city. The Crown Prince addressed the array masters with utmost respect. I entrust this task to you. Please fortify the formation swiftly to prevent the demon lord within from escaping. Though these array masters were not particularly powerful, they were indispensable members of each empire. Beneath every significant city, defenses against enemies were designed by them. They were esteemed guests of the empire. Even the Yin emperor approached them with caution. This is our duty. Rest assured, your highness. They replied with deference. Subsequently, they dispersed, armed with compasses and parchment, diligently inspecting their surroundings. Adjust the 4th array flag 3 centimeters southeast and insert it an additional centimeter deeper. Move the 9th array flag half a meter east. The 13th flag has been corroded by demonic energy and must be replaced. Insert 3 more flags in the southwest corner, aligning them with the formation structure. Witnessing this, the Crown Prince nodded subtly. Given the current pace, barring unforeseen circumstances, the formation would soon be fortified. There was no need to worry about the demon lord escaping to threaten the great Yin. His own mission would be fulfilled, thereby enhancing his standing in the eyes of the Yin emperor. Initially, this opportunity was intended for the third prince, however. Due to his prior counsel and the king of southern town's subtle mentions, the task fell to him. In essence, this was also a reprimand for the third prince. Your highness, we have dire news. A dusty and bloodied Zhuke guard rushed before the crown prince, kneeling breathlessly. What is it? The crown prince furrowed his brow, a surge of alarm coursing through him. The lord of southern town is besieged by the beast tide and is in grave peril. The guard replied urgently. What? The crown prince's pupils dilated. Take me there at once. With that command, all but the necessary guards remained to assist, as the rest followed the crown prince to the city walls. Unbeknownst to him, shortly after his departure, a female array master wandered through the formation site, subtly altering the positions of various flags with each step. Upon the city walls, nearly all the catapults had run out of ammunition. On the battlefield, only the crossbows and arrows wielded by the archers continued to rain down. Yet these were but mere inconveniences to the formidable Xian-winged armored beasts. With the cover of these beasts, the wolf demons charged directly towards the city wall, intent on scaling it. Brothers, hold the line. Zhang Qinglan gritted his teeth. lifting a boulder and hurling it down upon the approaching wolf demons. Die, you beasts. All of you, get off my wall. I'll burn you alive. The soldiers of the Black Tiger camp poured down barrels, boulders, and scalding oil. In an instant, the ground was littered with the mangled forms of wolf demons, their anguish cries echoing as they fell. Yet as the boulders, barrels, and oil were depleted, the only recourse was to activate the massive teeth embedded midway up the wall. With a series of clanks, the Xian Jade was continuously fed into the mechanism, causing the great teeth to whirl into action. Any beast unfortunate enough to come into contact was cleaved into pieces. However, witnessing this scene, Zhang Qinglong felt no joy. The stored Xian Jade would only sustain the operation for half an hour. Should it exceed that time, the beasts would surely breach the walls. Captain Qin. Where is Captain Qin? The Crown Prince arrived atop the walls, his expression fraught with anxiety, with Zhao Yen'er closely trailing behind, equally tense. Upon hearing the Crown Prince's voice, Zhang Qinglong promptly approached, kneeling before him. Your Highness, Captain Qin departed 15 minutes ago to rescue the Lord of Southern Town. At this revelation, the Crown Prince's gaze shifted to the battlefield. With the suppression of the catapults lost, and under the cover of the Xian-winged armored beasts, a throng of demon warriors surged towards the city. Before the Crown Prince could utter a word, Zhao Yen'er spotted the besieged king of Southern Town amidst the horde, calling out, Father. Meanwhile, Captain Qin, facing an ever-growing swarm of demons, retrieved a stealth talisman. Upon activating it, he commanded, Brothers, stay close to me. Ignore the demons around us. Evade them. The stealth talisman is an exquisite high-grade talisman acquired from the right virtuous king's Qian Kuan ring, capable of enveloping 100 individuals in a state of concealment. In this state, they seamlessly merge with their surroundings, rendering them undetectable to all beasts of lower rank than the demon commander. With a nod of affirmation, Qin Shao led his team headlong into the midst of the beast tide. Chapter 50, The Death of the Greenwood Spirit Ape, a reunion with assassins. Before long, Qin Shao cautiously led a group through the beast tide, maneuvering to the rear flank of the chaotic horde. As a sharp, piercing sound echoed once again, Qin Shao turned his gaze toward the source of the noise. Suddenly, his eyes brightened as he spotted a beast commander wielding a horn. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Shao raised the scroll inscribed with military formations, the Dragon Command Formation. The instant the formation activated, a blue light enveloped his loyal guards. When the azure glow dissipated, they appeared to merge seamlessly with Qin Shao, forming a formidable force. Their spiritual energies converged upon Qin Shao, causing his skin to flush red as his aura surged rapidly. It continued to rise until it stabilized at the initial stage of the martial sovereign realm. Although he had not brought many subordinates, this particular group was arguably the strongest among his loyal guards, which accounted for Qin Zhao's significant elevation in power. Clenching his fists, Qin Shao felt as if he could shatter space itself with a single punch. The wave-sweeping blade technique. Qin Shao drew the Star Origin blade, and, with a powerful stomp, charged toward the grotesque beast before him like a cannonball. Come forth. The Greenwood Spirit Ape's eyes glinted with excitement as it unsheathed the bone blade from its waist. Showing no intent to retreat, and charged directly at Qin Shao. The Greenwood Spirit Ape had long been aware of their presence, and the reason it had refrained from intervening was that Qin Shao was merely at the martial commander level, a full 2 realms beneath it. Even with the enhancement of the military formation, it did not perceive Qin Shao as a threat. Clang, clang, clang. The clash of blades and flashes of light dazzled the eyes. After several exchanges, even with Qin Shao pushing the Star Origin blade to its limits, he found himself at a disadvantage. Conversely, the Greenwood Spirit Ape grew bolder with each encounter, steadily pressing Qin Shao back. The wounds Qin Shao managed to inflict healed completely within mere seconds, rendering the Greenwood Spirit Ape akin to an immortal warrior. Child, press on. The Greenwood Spirit Ape taunted, giving a beckoning gesture. Enraged, Qin Shao felt a surge of indignation. Since acquiring the system, no one had ever made him feel so beleaguered. Thunderous lightning fist. Qin Shao tightened his fists, raising them above his head, summoning the wrath of the heavens. Boom. In the next instant, lightning coursed into Qin Shao's fists. His muscles tensed as he gritted his teeth, seemingly enduring immense pain. Now, Qin Shao lunged at the Greenwood Spirit Ape with blinding speed. What? The high-level martial skill of a minor realm? The Greenwood Spirit Ape was momentarily stunned. It had assumed Qin Shao was merely a brash novice devoid of combat prowess, but now realized it had underestimated him gravely. Even it had never mastered such high-quality martial techniques with such finesse. A blow from him would surely inflict grave injury. Yet, a fool is still a fool. I shall see how long you can maintain this state. The Greenwood Spirit Ape waved its hand, its gaze intense. The ground trembled, and countless vines erupted, forming a semicircular barrier that shielded it completely. Qin Shao's summoned thunderclouds darkened the barrier, but failed to inflict any substantial harm upon the Greenwood Spirit Ape. Witnessing this, Qin Shao's expression grew grave. If his strongest attack could not breach the opponent's defenses, did that not imply he was utterly powerless to vanquish it? Save your energy. This shield can withstand even the full might of a peak demon sovereign. You cannot break it. The Greenwood Spirit Ape advised. Before long, the demon city will fall to the beast horde. If all else fails, you are quite the talent. Why not submit to me? Suddenly, an idea struck Qin Shao. If you can manipulate the vines to counter my lightning, then I too can counter you. He retrieved the stag hunting bow. Blazing arrow technique. Qin Shao drew the bow and knocked an arrow in one fluid motion, channeling his full power into the arrow. Whoosh! The arrow shot forth and instantly split into countless projectiles, igniting with brilliant blue flames. The protective sphere formed by the vines was pierced, transforming it into a hedgehog of thorns. As the flames continued to consume it, the once protective barrier became an inferno, roasting the Greenwood spirit ape from within. You seek death. The Greenwood spirit ape could no longer endure the heat, violently breaking free from the vines. Suspended in midair, it closed its eyes slightly, and the symbols on its forehead emitted a dark green light aimed at Qin Shao. Qin Shao's expression changed as he quickly dodged. Simultaneously, he drew back his bow, unleashing arrows at the Greenwood spirit ape. However, the beast adeptly conjured vines to deflect them. Yet, Qin Shao did not relent, persistently firing arrows to harass it. Observing that it could not harm Qin Shao, the Greenwood spirit ape smirked coldly. I shall no longer indulge you. With that, it directed the symbols on its forehead toward Bai Yannian and the others. It had no interest in prolonging the engagement with Qin Shao. Eliminating Bai Yannian would undoubtedly force Qin Shao to plummet in power. At that moment, he would be at its mercy. Now, the instant Qin Shao and Apos' voice fell, Shadow 1 appeared beside the Greenwood spirit ape. Shadow kill 3000. Qin Zhao's relentless assault had lulled the Greenwood spirit ape into a false sense of security, causing it to lower its guard. Unbeknownst to it, Shadow 1, a puppet never before revealed, struck. In an instant, the Greenwood spirit ape's limbs were severed, and a significant portion of its head was obliterated. It fell to the ground, gravely wounded, teetering on the brink of death. You. The Greenwood spirit ape gazed at Qin Shao, its eyes filled with regret. Before it could utter a word, Qin Shao dispatched it with a single stroke, severing its head. Kill the Greenwood spirit ape. Initial stage of Martial Sovereign. Collect 5,000 attribute points and acquire the mid-tier Earth-grade Greenwood technique. Qin Shao exhaled deeply, dispelling the military formation's enhancement, fatigue evident in his eyes. The desire to strengthen his own abilities intensified at this moment. Without Shadow 1, the outcome could have been dire. Learning the Greenwood technique. Greenwood technique. Quality. Mid-tier, Earth-grade. Effects. 1. Entry level. Increases recovery speed by 20. 2. Proficient level. Increases recovery speed by 50. 3. Minor completion level. Doubles one's recovery speed and increases allies' recovery speed by 20. Qin Shao did not linger to examine further, as he currently lacked the attribute points for the technique. However, even the initial levels offered him considerable promise. It was no wonder the Greenwood spirit ape had seemed like an immortal warrior, healing at such an astonishing rate. Most importantly, the minor completion level could even enhance the recovery speed of nearby allies, making this technique immensely advantageous for Qin Shao. At that moment, a figure clad in black appeared in the air behind Qin Shao, exuding a menacing aura. Hee. In this state, let us see how you defend yourself. Prepare to meet your end. Chapter 51. The Moment of Life and Death. The burning Yuan Dan time ticked away relentlessly. The Zhuge guards surrounding King Zhen Nan had almost all been annihilated by the onslaught of beasts. Any attempt from the outside to breach the beast formation and rescue King Zhen Nan's Zhuge guards ended in failure, as none survived. Alone and unsupported, my lord, let old Chun and I detonate ourselves. You take advantage of the moment the formation breaks to escape, spoke a scarred general beside King Zhen Nan. Rest assured, I will avenge you, and I shall also take care of your families, King Zhen Nan replied, nodding, fully aware that this was not the time for idle chatter. The more they spoke, the more they risked wasting the opportunity created by his two generals. Just as the two generals prepared to self-destruct, they suddenly noticed that the beasts, which had previously surrounded them, began to disperse, charging fearlessly towards the city of beast control. Retreat, King Zhen Nan commanded, leading the two generals away from the battlefield, followed closely by the remaining Zhuge guards. Each of them was smeared with the stench of blood, their faces weary, and their blades, forged from fine steel, now dulled and chipped. Good. The crown prince, far atop the city wall, exclaimed upon witnessing this. King Zhen Nan was the backbone of the great Yin. Should he fall, the barbarians from the southern frontier would undoubtedly launch a massive assault, plunging the great Yin Empire into chaos. Zhang Qinglan also sighed in relief. If King Zhen Nan were to perish in the city of beast control, it would be catastrophic. Even though Qin Shao was up there holding the fort, he was merely newly appointed, and the brunt of the emperor's wrath would ultimately fall upon Zhang Qinglan. King Zhen Nan returned to the city wall. Zhao Yan'er rushed forward, embracing him tightly. Father, as King Zhen Nan had mentioned, he had only Zhao Yan'er as his daughter, and she had but him as her father. If something were to happen to King Zhen Nan, she could scarcely imagine how she would carry on. After calming his daughter, King Zhen Nan turned to the crown prince with gratitude, thanking him for using the secret treasure to save him. The crown prince shook his head slightly, indicating that it was Commander Qin who had somehow managed to disperse the beasts encircling him. What? King Zhennan gasped, surprised. It was that lad Qin Shao? Zhang Qinglong nodded, gesturing towards the direction where Qin Shao had departed. Commander Qin was frantic upon seeing you trapped. He charged into the beast tide with his soldiers and vanished within it. Hearing this, King Zhennan looked towards the direction Zhang Qinglong indicated, but could only see an endless sea of beasts, with no sign of Qin Shao or his men. Damn it! He cursed, swinging his blade into the beast tide, the azure blade energy slicing through countless beasts. It appeared that Qin Shao had risked himself to save him and had become ensnared in the beast horde, possibly even perishing there. Father, you must go and save Qin Shao, Zhao Yinar exclaimed, nearly in tears. Qin Shao had once saved her in the territory of the Xiongnu and had shielded her from lethal arrows at the risk of his own life. Truly, Qin Shao was the most important person to her aside from King Zhennan. King Zhennan nodded, assuring her, I will rescue Qin Shao. To be cautious, I have dispatched some of the Zhennan army to assist. They should arrive today. Ever since receiving the emperor's orders, King Zhennan had harbored an ominous premonition, prompting him to select 30,000 elite soldiers from the Zhennan army for reinforcements. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yinar looked anxiously towards the beast tide but ultimately held her tongue. The crown prince, with admiration in his eyes, remarked, Commander Qin is a hero of our great Yin. He faces death without fear, charging into the fray. I shall certainly report to His Majesty and recommend rewards for Commander Qin. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qin Shao fixated intently on the faceless assassin before him. Speaking in a low voice, you truly possess remarkable composure. An impressive strategy indeed. Sensing the aura of the assassin, Qin Shao discerned that this foe was even stronger than the Qingmu spirit monkey he had faced earlier. The assassin had evidently done extensive preparation for this assassination attempt. Zhang Qianqiu had no intention of engaging in idle conversation. He instantly teleported beside Qin Shao, aiming a blade at his neck. Qin Shao was already exceedingly weak and could not evade in time. Ying Yi, too far away to intervene, could only watch helplessly as Zhang Qianqiu launched a surprise attack on Qin Shao. With a sickening sound, the blade pierced flesh. White Yanni clutched the blade lodged in his shoulder, turning to Qin Shao and spitting blood, run. Commander, avenge us in the future. Brothers, it is time to show our loyalty to the commander. In the next moment, Qin Shao's loyal guards surged toward Zhang Qianqiu, each unafraid of death. Kill. Brothers, the commander has treated us well. The time for repayment has come. We vow to protect the commander at all costs. Commander, you must escape. We will hold him off. Zhang Qianqiu attempted to withdraw his blade, but it was firmly held down by White Yanni, rendering him unable to pull it out. You wretched cur, get lost. Zhang Qianqiu shouted, kicking White Yanni several meters away. Yanni felt his meridians shatter, spitting blood in agony. Yet, the remaining guards, undeterred by this, displayed expressions of fearless resolve. Qin Shao could only watch as his most loyal soldiers fell one by one to Zhang Qianqiu, as easily as chopping vegetables. Qin Shao's eyes reddened, his jaw clenched. Feeling a swell of despair, how could he allow himself to escape with Ying Yi now? Would that not make him a coward? Yet, in his current condition, he was no match for Zhang Qianqiu. What to do? Suddenly, Qin Shao recalled the extraordinary treasure chests he had obtained. Perhaps they held a means to confront Zhang Qianqiu. Desperate, he opened 2 extraordinary treasure chests. He acquired the Earth Tier Upper Grade Dan, Burning Yuan Dan. He also obtained the Earth Tier Upper Grade Magic Concealment Mask. Holding the Burning Yuan Dan and the Magic Concealment Mask, 2 faint blue light screens appeared before him. Burning Yuan Dan. Effect. Below the Martial Emperor realm, consuming 50 years of lifespan can enhance 3 major realms. Magic Concealment Mask. Effect. 1. Once worn, it conceals the wearer's form, undetectable by those 3 major realms above the wearer. 2. It can summon an otherworldly demon to possess you, annihilating formidable foes. Caution, the longer the otherworldly demon remains, the greater the risk of losing oneself within. Neither of these items seemed notably advantageous to Qin Shao at this moment, as they both carried the risk of harming himself while harming the enemy. But with no other options available, he immediately consumed the Burning Yuan Dan. Compared to summoning the otherworldly demon, this felt more stable. After all, he could slay powerful enemies to gain back his lifespan. Although losing 50 years was painful, it was the best choice available. The moment the Burning Yuan Dan was swallowed, Qin Shao felt as if he had become a vacuum, drawing in the boundless spiritual energy from the heavens and earth into his being. Breath quickened, and bones resonated with a thunderous roar. Moments later, Qin Shao's prowess had firmly ascended to the realm of the Martial Emperor, feeling an extraordinary affinity with the spiritual energies of heaven and earth. Is this the Martial Emperor realm that countless individuals strive for their entire lives, yet fail to attain? Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Shao charged towards Zhang Qianqiu, executing the Lightning Thunder Fist. Chapter 52, a stunning counterattack, unbelievable power. With a thunderous roar, Qin Shao summoned the heaven's wrath, channeling 9 bolts of lightning into the apex of his fists, crackling with energy. Should an outsider witness Qin Shao in this state, they might readily mistake him for a deity descending from the skies. He charged fiercely towards Zhang Qianqiu, leaving no room for evasion. Zhang Qianqiu had long sensed the transformation in Qin Shao, Yet he found himself ensnared by the relentless assault of Qin Zhao's fearless guards, who were undeterred by the specter of death. No matter his prowess, he could only hope to fell a few with each strike. Suddenly, Zhang Qianqiu's expression shifted dramatically. He vanished from sight, employing his agile form to attempt a desperate escape. He sensed that if Qin Zhao's strike landed, there would be no surviving remnants, only annihilation. But Qin Zhao would not grant him the luxury of escape. Having slain so many of his brethren and grievously wounded by Yanni, how could Zhang Qianqiu dare to flee? Such thoughts were but the ravings of a madman. Boom. In an instant, Zhang Qianqiu, who had clung to a fleeting hope, could do nothing but watch in terror as Qin Zhao's colossal, lightning-infused fist obliterated him, leaving not a trace behind. He could not fathom how Qin Zhao had achieved the realm of martial emperor. Zhang Qianqiu was slain, early martial sovereign, and Qin Zhao collected 5,000 points across all attributes, along with a transcendent treasure chest, with his total attributes surpassing 20,000. He was rewarded with 5 points in martial techniques and 5 points in martial arts attributes. Qin Zhao retrieved the remaining Qiankuan ring from Zhang Qianqiu without hesitation, allocating all the martial attribute points to the Qingmu technique. In the next moment, his mind was inundated with countless esoteric teachings regarding the Qingmu technique, the essence of nature, concealed vitality, unblocking meridians, nurturing the soul, engraved in his heart. Thus, his mastery of the Qingmu technique reached its zenith. A vibrant aura of life enveloped Qin Zhao, and the previously gravely wounded guards began to regain their color. However, as he surveyed the remaining guards, his expression bore a hint of sorrow. Initially, there had been 97 of them. Now, fewer than 10 remained standing, most severely injured and difficult to heal. Many would bear lifelong disabilities, even if they miraculously recovered. Brothers, this is my personal vendetta, and I have dragged you into it. Qin Zhao bowed deeply to his guards. His eyes reddened. We vow to defend our leader with our lives. The guards responded with unwavering resolve. Take these 2 pills, one for each of you, and consume them promptly. Qin Zhao distributed the blood-stanching powder and vitality pills to each guard. With these 2 remedies, combined with his perfected Qingmu technique, their lives would be temporarily secure. I will not abandon any of you, Qin Zhao declared fiercely. Brothers, help the incapacitated to their feet and follow me. I will lead you out. 10 kilometers away, behind the tide of beasts. What is Qingmu doing? How could he allow the Southern King to escape? What kind of work is he doing? Has he lost his senses? To let such a significant advantage slip away. I warned you that Qingmu was unreliable. He is unworthy of the trust placed in him by the emperor. The beast generals were furious upon seeing the Southern King evade capture. The beast emperor observed Qin Zhao's position with a slightly grave expression, distinctly sensing the disappearance of the Qingmu spirit ape's aura. Then, without warning, a powerful presence of a martial emperor emerged. Your Majesty, might it be that? The high priest inquired, as if anticipating this development. Before the other beast generals could grasp the situation, the beast emperor raised an eyebrow, dismissively stating, it's merely a human martial emperor, and an early one at that. What can he possibly contend against me? Just wait and see. Once that one breaks free, he will ally with me. Even if it were a martial sovereign, it would not matter. The high priest sighed at the beast emperor's confidence. In the imperial city, within the third prince's residence, the third prince sipped his tea and inquired, Sir, do you think our leader will survive this venture? The aide waved his feather fan, responding with a faint smile. Your Highness, shouldn't you already have the answer in your heart? A flicker of resentment crossed the third prince's gaze. Why did our leader suddenly reappear? I had no intention of killing him. And that Southern King, why must he oppose me? Is a mere Qin Zhao worth it? At this, the third prince took another sip of tea before continuing. That old man in the palace won't last much longer either. Why does he treat me this way and delay naming an heir? What is he thinking? The aide refrained from a direct response, quietly warning, Your Highness. One must tread carefully when dealing with a tiger. Rest assured, I am no fool. The third prince nodded, grinning wickedly. Regardless, Qin Zhao is as good as dead. A martial sovereign assassin cannot fail. With that, the third prince turned to leave, unaware that the aide watched his retreating figure, eyes flickering. Outside the demon beast city, on the battlefield, taking advantage of his martial emperor status, Qin Zhao unleashed the heaven's fury, striking down the surrounding beasts. Boom. He felled a wolf demon, tier 2, X1, gaining 20 points in strength. He defeated a Xian Wing armored beast, tier 3, X1, collecting 10 points across all attributes. He vanquished a wolf demon, tier 3, X1, acquiring 10 points across all attributes. He dispatched another wolf demon, tier 2, X1, earning 20 points in constitution. The notification sounds echoed incessantly in Qin Zhao's ears. Countless beasts perished beneath his fists, utterly defenseless. The already decimated tide of beasts was now stymied by Qin Zhao's relentless assault. My heavens, is that Commander Qin? A soldier from the Black Tiger camp, poised to shoot another arrow, suddenly caught sight of Qin Zhao emerging from the beast tide. Upon hearing this, the Southern King and the first prince followed the soldier's gaze. They beheld Qin Zhao, effortlessly dispatching a multitude of beasts with lightning strikes, leaving no remnants behind. A vacuum formed around him. Any beast daring to approach would not survive 3 seconds. Exchanging glances, both men recognized the horror reflected in each other's eyes. They understood well that to command the forces of nature as Qin Shao did required mastery of a high-level martial technique and the attainment of the martial emperor realm. Your Highness, if memory serves, Qin Shao previously only reached the martial king realm by leveraging the military formation, correct? The southern king inquired, puzzled. The first prince nodded silently, adding, he has now ascended to the martial emperor realm, having mastered a high-level technique. Before long, once Qin Shao ensured the wounded guards were settled, he ascended the city walls. Welcome back to the city, Commander. The soldiers of the Black Tiger camp gazed at Qin Shao with immense admiration, their voices resonating through the air. Chapter 53, Concealed Talents, Dark Clouds Approaching. Xiao Gu, I'm so relieved you are safe. Zhao Yan'er, disregarding everything else, rushed to Qin Shao's side and embraced him tightly, her heart finally at ease. Qin Shao, feeling the softness in his embrace, momentarily froze. Apart from his mother, no girl had ever shown him such concern. Suddenly, an inexplicable sensation blossomed in his heart. Ahem. Young man, well done. The king of Zhun approached Qin Shao, patted his shoulder, and discreetly pulled Zhao Yan'er away from Qin Shao. He continued, it was not in vain that I helped you hold back the beast tide. It is a relief that you are unharmed. For it was my negligence that placed you in danger due to the situation in Yuyao City. Please, punish me as you see fit. Qin Shao cupped his hands, filled with remorse. The king of Zhun shook his head slightly and responded, we are both soldiers of the Great Yin Army. There is no distinction of rank when facing external threats. It would not be fitting for me, as a high-ranking general, to cower in the rear. What would the soldiers think of me? Moreover, as long as we can defend the territory of Great Yin, any sacrifice is worthwhile. Upon hearing this, Qin Shao's gaze filled with admiration. Such noble integrity. How many people lose their initial courage once their rank rises? On the battlefield, they become fearful and hesitant, only knowing to send their subordinates to charge into battle. In contrast, the king of Zhun fights alongside his soldiers, disregarding life and death, earning deep respect. The crown prince also looked at Qin Shao with glimmering eyes and softly said, Commander Qin's combat prowess is unparalleled, sacrificing himself to rescue the king of Zhun and resist the beast tide. I have reported this to father. He will undoubtedly reward you handsomely. This is merely a matter of convenience, and it also serves to win Qin Shao's favor. Why not take advantage of it? Furthermore, forming an alliance with Qin Shao was one of his objectives. Thank you, Your Highness. Qin Shao expressed his gratitude. The crown prince waved his hand and inquired, how long can Commander Qin maintain the realm of martial emperor? Upon hearing this, everyone's attention turned to Qin Shao. The scene of his recent display of power was still vivid in their minds. What kind of treasure could elevate Qin Shao from the realm of martial commander to martial emperor? At that moment, however, Qin Shao's aura rapidly diminished, becoming exceedingly weak. His once black hair now bore several strands of white. Xiao Gu, Zhao Yan'er gasped, rushing forward to embrace Qin Shao again, her face filled with worry. What is happening? The king of Zhun and the crown prince's expressions shifted dramatically, and they hurriedly approached with concern. Commander Qin, are you injured? I will request father to send precious healing medicines immediately. They will surely restore you. Young Qin, I have several thousand-year-old ginseng here. Take them for now and refine them into healing pills to hold on. I will bring some healing supplies from my family as treasury later. Qin Shao sighed, waving his hand with a wry smile. Your Highness, as you can see, I can only maintain this state for about half an hour. No healing items will have much effect on me. I consumed the burning origin pill, forcibly elevating 3 great realms, which cost me 50 years of lifespan. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Hiss. The king of Zhun and the crown prince both gasped, their gazes towards Qin Shao, filled with reverence. They had never imagined that Qin Shao had paid such a tremendous price to rescue the king of Zhun and hold back the beast tide. To be aware, if it were them, they could never achieve what Qin Shao did, sacrificing 50 years of one's lifespan to save others and defend a city. Zhao Yan'er even broke into tears, her tears soaking Qin Shao's garment. Xiao Gu. Qin Shao maintained a calm expression, pursing his lips. It's nothing. I am still young and can improve quickly. As long as I can elevate my martial arts realm swiftly, lifespan will not be an issue. The king of Zhun and the crown prince exchanged glances, interpreting Qin Shao's words as a form of consolation. They nodded in agreement, affirming that indeed, though they spoke thus, they had already resolved to seek treasures that would prolong Qin Shao's life. Seeing this scene, a slight smile crept onto Qin Shao's lips. His earlier words had been deliberate, aiming to convey that his lifespan had been compromised and his potential significantly affected. This way, both the Emperor of Yin and any potential adversaries would lower their guard against him. His past extraordinary achievements and brilliance had already made him a thorn in many people's sides. Why should Qin Shao, at such a young age, receive such accolades and the Emperor's generous rewards? Initially, the Emperor might have found it acceptable, but if this continued, it could lead to suspicions of being too accomplished, ultimately resulting in his downfall. Most importantly, Qin Shao would inevitably confront the third prince, positioning himself against the entire Great Yin court. His current prominence was merely a necessity driven by his desire to rapidly enhance his strength and acquire superior equipment. At that moment, dark clouds loomed over the city. Qin Shao instinctively looked up at the sky, realizing the gravity of the situation. These were not mere clouds. They were a gathering of flying beasts heading towards Yuyao City. All troops, stand ready. Qin Shao commanded loudly. Yes, all soldiers of the Black Tiger camp responded in unison. Archers immediately took their positions, knocking arrows and gazing solemnly at the approaching beasts. Shield bearers stood in front of the archers, raising their shields to guard against any ranged attacks from the beasts. Meanwhile, the logistics team frantically transported crates of arrows, crossbow bolts, and fire stones into the city. The air was thick with a chilling sense of impending battle. Commander Qin, given your condition, perhaps you should rest momentarily? The crown prince spoke with concern in his eyes. Zhao Yin'er tightened her grip around Qin Shao, unwilling for him to continue defending the city. Qin Shao shook his head slightly. With war on the horizon, how could the leading general flee? That would be a joke. Your Highness, you are of invaluable worth. Please withdraw quickly. Without giving the crown prince and the others a chance to respond, Qin Shao turned to the soldiers on the city wall and proclaimed loudly, everyone, you are all exceptional. You are the pride of the Great Yin dynasty. You are the guardians of the Great Yin people. At this point, Qin Shao paused, acknowledging that the impending defense would be a grueling battle. The worst outcome, including myself, would be total annihilation. The best outcome would still leave us with only a fraction remaining. Tell me, are you afraid? Qin Zhao's voice grew increasingly fervent, resonating with every soldier in the Black Tiger camp. Not afraid, not afraid. To kill the enemy and serve the nation is every man's duty. If we do not eliminate these beasts, how can we face our elders and fellow countrymen? The soldiers of the Black Tiger camp felt their blood boiling. Qin Shao, their commander, despite being physically and mentally exhausted and having lost 50 years of his lifespan, still chose to stand firm in defense of the city. How could they possibly admit to fear? Good. Qin Shao nodded in satisfaction, willing to face death alongside you all. As the dark clouds in the sky drew nearer, a spark of determination ignited in Qin Shao's eyes. He approached a divine cannon of the heavens, inserting 10 superior-grade Shin Jade into it. Boom. The cannonball, comparable to the full force of a martial sovereign strike, was instantly launched. Chapter 54. The Divine Cannon of the Heavens Unleashed, the Emergence of the Demon Sovereign. Within the confines of the Demon City, at the Black Tiger camp, a figure clad in the unremarkable attire of a soldier furtively scanned the surroundings. Ensuring he was not observed, he slipped into the makeshift hospital. The atmosphere inside the tent was heavy with despair. Do not fret. It won't be long before you regain your vitality, he assured, addressing the patient on bed number 3. Bring him 2 more doses of hemostatic powder. Do not move. If the wound is not properly bandaged, he will continue to bleed, and no miraculous elixir will save him. Leave the brother on bed number 2 undisturbed. He's exhausted and deserves rest. Take the soldier who has already breathed his last outside for burial. Only a handful of medics scurried about, attending to the injured, applying dressings, and offering bitter medicine to comfort them. Those who found themselves here were all grievously wounded, missing limbs, with injuries so severe that even if they were fortunate enough to receive treatment, they would ultimately be left disabled, their futures bleak. 2 military doctors conversed quietly outside the tent. Among this group, I fear barely 1 in 10 will survive. It is beyond our control. We have done all we can. With our supplies stretched thin, we are running low on even bandages, let alone healing potions. Who knows when this ordeal will end? Do not complain. Our defensive forces in the Demon City are formidable. Perhaps by tomorrow, we shall have vanquished the beast tide. Fox Qing furrowed her brow and exhaled into the tent. Suddenly, all within succumbed to slumber. She approached the gravely injured soldier, moistened her parched lips, and placed her soft, boneless hand upon his heart, focusing her energy. Waves of extraordinary power surged into his body, and his complexion visibly brightened. Yet, inexplicably, the next moment, flesh and blood vanished, leaving only a skeleton. Unfazed, Fox Qing moved to the next injured man. The same phenomenon occurred. He too became a skeleton. She surveyed the remaining dozens of soldiers in the tent, her expression resolute, as if she had resolved upon something significant. With eyes closed, a vast and vibrant energy flowed into the wounded. Before long, most of the injured had transformed into skeletons, except for Bai Yanyan and the personal guards of Qin Shao, who not only survived, but had even regrown their severed limbs. Witnessing this, Fox Qing smiled, exhaled a sigh of relief, and departed. Not long after her exit, an elder clad in a gray-blue robe, with a white goatee and a mystical bearing, re-entered the tent. Observing Bai Yanyan and the others restored to vitality, his gaze flickered with astonishment. Could it be I have misunderstood her? In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a wisp of green smoke and vanished, unnoticed by anyone, save for the slight movement of Bai Yanyan's brow. Upon the walls of Demon City, with Qin Shao unleashing the divine cannon of the heavens, a thunderous roar erupted. The sky was instantly ablaze, radiant as day. Kill a soul-devouring raven, Tier 3, X1. Acquire 10 points in all attributes. Kill a soul-devouring raven, Tier 4, X1. Acquire 30 points in all attributes. Kill a soul-devouring raven, Tier 2, X1. Acquire 20 points in agility. Countless notifications echoed. The majority of the soul-devouring ravens in the sky were merely martial masters. How could they withstand the full force of a martial sovereign strike? They fell like raindrops, creating a torrential blood rain that stained the earth a dark crimson. Seeing such results, Qin Shao commanded that all divine cannons be moved closer to him. He frantically fed them high-grade Xian Jade as if it were of no consequence. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, all the divine cannons unleashed a relentless barrage, creating immense gaps in the dark clouds above. At this rate, the onslaught of the soul-devouring ravens could not hope to breach the defenses of Demon City. Commander Qin is mighty. The commander sweeps all before him. The soldiers of the Black Tiger camp marveled at the pyrotechnics in the sky, overwhelmed with awe. Who had ever witnessed such a spectacle? Even now, the hundreds of trebuchets in Demon City, given ample firestone, could never replicate the effect of the divine cannon. If a few more were added, they would not merely defend the city, but would launch a counteroffensive into the demon territories. The Crown Prince and the King of Southern Town, who had yet to retreat, stood frozen in place. They had believed that under the current circumstances, Demon City would likely fall, descending into a living hell. The King of Southern Town had even prepared to reclaim Demon City with his forces. Yet now, they beheld this scene. Was this truly a defense against the beast tide, rather than an act of slaughter? Your Highness, have you ever encountered such a weapon? The King of Southern Town stammered, astonished. The attacks launched by the divine cannon were comparable to those of a martial sovereign. Most notably, the frequency of fire was astonishing. Once Qin Shao inserted the Xian Jade, it would instantly discharge. This implied that the firing rate was contingent upon how swiftly Qin Shao placed the jade. The faster he acted, the higher the rate of fire. It was utterly preposterous. Even a martial emperor could not endure such a relentless onslaught. The Crown Prince, his expression a mixture of emotions, replied, I have never seen such a formidable weapon. If our great Yin possessed such equipment, we would not be so bullied by De Zhou and De Tang. Commander Qin continues to astonish me with each turn. Then, as if struck by inspiration, the Crown Prince produced the Qianquan mirror from his waist, aimed it at the battlefield, and activated it. Far 10 kilometers away, the demon sovereign felt a jolt of shock upon witnessing this scene. Even he, under the continuous assault of the divine cannons, would need to steer clear of their ferocity. However, shaking his head, he quickly regained his composure. Observing the blood cascading to the ground, saturating the earth, a smile crept upon his face. The time was nigh. The demon sovereign would soon break free from his seal. Beneath Demon City, at the location of the sealing formation, the lead master of formations urged, everyone, exert yourselves further to expedite the fortification of the formation. The soldiers of Demon City are currently engaged in a bloody battle, buying us precious time. Rest assured, Master Tang, His Majesty has such trust in us. We shall not disappoint his expectations. Indeed, even if we must forego sustenance, we shall see our task fulfilled. Before he could finish, the ground trembled violently, and a resounding dragon's roar echoed. Roar. Chapter 55. Shock in the court. Does Qin Shao harbor treasonous intentions? All the formation masters exchanged uncertain glances. Master Tang exclaimed, Esteemed colleagues, something is amiss. Has anyone overlooked a formation node or misplaced a flag? The crowd looked at one another, none daring to respond. With little time to spare, Master Tang withdrew a simple formation plate bestowed by the Emperor, fixing his gaze resolutely. He placed it directly over the core of the formation and infused it with his energy. Gradually, the tremors beneath them began to subside. Master Tang let out a slight sigh of relief. Although this rudimentary formation could not compare to the one used to suppress the Demon Lord, it would suffice for a time. As long as they could identify the issues with the seal within that time frame, the Demon Lord would remain imprisoned. Seeing this, the other formation masters wiped the sweat from their brows. Should the Demon Lord escape, they would all be deemed traitors of Great Yin, and the realm would suffer immeasurable devastation, with its people displaced. Everyone, swiftly inspect the formation for faults, Master Tang commanded. We must reinforce it within 2 hours, no matter the cost. But before he could finish, a sudden crash echoed. The formation was shattered in an instant, and the figure of a dragon surged forth. It glared at the formation masters, its eyes ablaze with fury. A chilling beam of light shot from its mouth, sweeping towards them. The masters, including Master Tang, had no time to react, and were instantly frozen into statues, their life force rapidly waning. The dragon, seemingly unsatisfied, struck at them with its claws until the icy figures shattered into fragments. With a triumphant roar, it reveled in its victory. Upon the walls of the Demon Suppression City, through the Qianquan mirror, the Emperor and the officials witnessed the battlefield's brutality. Countless wolf demons and armored beasts, shielded by the soul-eating crows, charged relentlessly towards the city. In such dire circumstances, no matter how robust the city's defenses were, a great price would be exacted to withstand the onslaught. Brothers, while we have men, we have a city. If we fall, the city falls. Slay these beasts. Qin Shao continued to feed the divine cannon with Xin stones, rallying his troops with fervor. The walls of the demon suppression city stood as their strongest shield. Should they falter now, the beast tide would sweep through unchecked. Let us swear to defend the city. He roared. These vile creatures, I shall confront them head-on. 2nd Battalion, follow me to bolster the western wall. Logistics, where are you? Quickly replenish the fire stones and crossbow bolts. Bring me a fresh batch of equipment. Our blades are dulled. The soldiers of the Black Tiger Battalion, inspired by Qin Shao, fought with increasing valor, even as blood soaked their bodies and exhaustion weighed heavily upon them. Any beast that dared to scale the walls was cut down within moments. The ground was littered with severed limbs, both human and beast alike. Witnessing their leader, Qin Shao, fighting valiantly at the front lines, unafraid of death, how could they retreat? Even the emperor was momentarily taken aback by this scene. He recognized the immense hardships faced by the border soldiers, whose casualty rates were alarmingly high. Thus, the treatment and pensions for these soldiers were 2 to 3 times greater than those of other military branches. Yet, it now seemed insufficient, even woefully inadequate. Which other army could achieve such valor, if not the border forces? Just moments ago, he had seen a squad of Black Tiger soldiers rush to the walls, only to meet their demise within half a minute. The subsequent waves of soldiers showed no hesitation, charging forth as if oblivious to the specter of death. Such a casualty rate would have instilled dread in any other battalion. I propose that the pensions for the fallen soldiers of the Black Tiger Battalion be doubled. Bai Qi stepped forward, bowing slightly. This was not merely due to his own forces defending the borders, but because the scene before him had touched his heart. In previous battles, he had viewed his soldiers as mere pawns, neglecting their humanity. Furthermore, I request that His Majesty reward Qin Shao handsomely. Without him, these soldiers would never have displayed such fighting spirit, Bai Qi continued. Without hesitation, the emperor decreed, approved. Your Majesty's wisdom is unparalleled. The military leaders echoed in unison, including Bai Qi. At that moment, the voice of the crown prince rang out. Everyone, behold. In the next instant, the divine cannon before Qin Shao unleashed a barrage. The earth trembled as fiery explosions ripped through the ranks of beasts, creating a vacuum amidst the tide. The beleaguered soldiers of the Black Tiger Battalion seized the chance to catch their breath. Witnessing this, the emperor's eyes widened in disbelief, while the court officials gasped in astonishment. What is this? Such tremendous power. Each explosion rivaled that of a martial sovereign. How could these beasts possibly withstand it? Could this be a secret weapon dispatched to repel the beast tide? Truly, heaven had favored Great Yin. The military leaders, unreserved, addressed the emperor, Your Majesty. You must not show favoritism. We of the Black Tiger Battalion are also part of Great Yin, part of your army. Should our fighting spirit wane, it would be a slap to your face. Bai Qi further assured, Your Majesty, if you grant me 50, no, 30 of these weapons, I pledge to expand the borders of Great Yin by 200 li within a year. A burly man beside Bai Qi scoffed, addressing the emperor, Your Majesty. Grant me 10, and within 3 months, I shall annihilate the barbarian tribes. Should I fail, feel free to take my head. At this, the emperor cleared his throat, and the clamor gradually subsided. His expression shifted. Not only were the officials unaware of the weapon Qin Shao possessed, but he himself had also been oblivious until now. This weapon was not conferred by me. It belongs to Qin Shao. If you desire it, seek him out, the emperor stated. This revelation sent shockwaves through the court. What? This weapon is not bestowed by Your Majesty, but is Qin Shao's own possession? Where did he procure such a marvelous artifact? I find myself quite envious. The military leaders exchanged glances, understanding each other's thoughts. At that moment, an incongruous voice interrupted. Qin Shao conceals such a lethal weapon. He must harbor treasonous intentions. I implore Your Majesty to dispense justice. Chapter 56. Lowering the guard. The Southern Army rallies. Emperor Yin cast a penetrating gaze towards the minister who had spoken, capturing the attention of all the civil and military officials present. The minister, undeterred by the scrutiny, continued. Previously, General Qin Shao possessed a military formation but failed to report it proactively. Now, with such a formidable weapon in his arsenal, who can assure us that he has not concealed other contrivances? Upon hearing this, another civil official echoed his sentiment, asserting, what Lord Zhang says is not unfounded. I too suspect that Qin Shao harbors treasonous intentions. Otherwise, why would he not report these matters himself, waiting instead for us to uncover them? Your Majesty, we must remain vigilant. The emperor surveyed the room, his expression inscrutable, lost in contemplation. While these officials might be indulging in alarmist rhetoric, the actions of Qin Shao in hoarding weaponry indeed warranted caution. However, it was clear that this was not the opportune moment to scrutinize Qin Shao's actions too closely. Provoking his ire could lead to far graver issues. Your Majesty, General Qin has achieved countless victories against the enemy at the borders, even defeating the Right Noble of the Xiongnu. He now fights valiantly against the beasts, unflinching in the face of death. Rather than casting suspicion upon Qin Shao, might we instead question the motives of those present, who seem eager to plunge our great Yin into turmoil and despair? Bai Qi interjected fiercely, rebuking the civil officials who had spoken previously. You, who do nothing of worth, dare to criticize a man who has rendered such great service to our nation? Are you intent on disheartening our military leaders and sowing discord among the ranks? Before the officials could respond, another general, who had previously clashed with Bai Qi, stepped forward, glaring at them. You sycophants! Instead of attacking others, perhaps you should examine your own shortcomings. While Qin Shao battles the beasts at the front lines, you stand idly by and scathed. If you truly wish to contribute to the great Yin, why not take Qin Zhao's place and defend the city yourselves, regardless of their personal rivalries? Bai Qi and the other military leaders understood the necessity of unity in the court. Should they fail to support Qin Shao now, they too could find themselves unjustly accused in the future, risking their lives in battle without reward. Thus, they must present a united front to secure what was rightfully theirs. Even the crown prince, upon hearing the words of the civil officials, erupted in anger. You fools! Let us not forget the immense damage Qin Shao has inflicted upon the Xiongnu. Now he has sacrificed 50 years of his life to rescue the Southern King. If he harbors treasonous thoughts, then you are all the real traitors. The crown prince's furious voice echoed throughout the hall, resonating long after he had spoken. Upon hearing this, many of the civil officials breathed a sigh of relief, their spirits lifted. Even those who had previously spoken out found themselves falling silent, recognizing that Qin Shao no longer posed a threat to them. Only Bai Qi and the military leaders remained visibly troubled. They understood better than anyone how significantly a loss of 50 years of life could affect Qin Zhao's potential. General Qin has sacrificed 50 years of his lifespan to protect the backbone of our great Yin. I implore your majesty to allocate elixirs that can extend his life, one official urged. Indeed, the Southern King is a pillar of our army. Qin Zhao's actions deserve substantial rewards. The third prince also chimed in, pleading with the emperor to grant Qin Shao life-extending elixirs. The emperor, his face clouded with worry, finally waved his hand. Bring forth the 1,000-year ginseng and the longevity elixir from my treasury to be delivered to General Qin. Yes. Eunuch Huang stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Your majesty is wise. The military leaders responded in unison. The crown prince also bowed in agreement. Father, you are indeed wise. Yet, the emperor's brow remained furrowed with concern. General Qin fights for our great Yin, and his sacrifice of 50 years is a loss to us all. I cannot allow such a warrior, who has fought so valiantly, to feel disheartened. I implore you all to rally behind General Qin and support him. The emperor then turned his gaze to the military leaders. Yes. Bai Qi and his comrades immediately affirmed. A flicker of unnoticeable joy crossed the emperor's eyes. What ruler would not favor a general who completes his mission and dies in the process? Not only would it alleviate the need for direct action, but he could also posthumously grant Qin Shao titles, ensuring unwavering loyalty from the military leaders. At the Demon Beast City, as time wore on, Qin Shao had exhausted his supply of Xianjade. The durability of the heavenly cannon was also nearing its limit. Fortunately, the tide of beasts was not as dense as it had been at the onset. In fact, at certain points along the city walls, thanks to the valiant efforts of the Black Tiger Battalion, no demonic beasts could breach their defenses. Just as Qin Shao allowed himself a moment of respite, a fearsome roar echoed through the air. No, the seal has been broken. Both the Southern King and the Crown Prince instinctively turned their gazes upward, gasping in alarm. They beheld a gray-white dragon soaring above the city, coiling through the sky. Qin Zhao's expression darkened as he stared intently at the dragon, which had evidently reached the level of a demon sovereign, nearing the pinnacle of its power. Within the city, the strongest human warrior was merely the Southern King at the initial stage of martial sovereign, utterly incapable of contending with such a foe. Even if the Great Yin were to dispatch a martial sovereign or royal ancestor, it might already be too late. Once the city fell, a deluge of beasts would pour forth. On the other side of the Qian Kuan mirror, the civil and military officials could no longer maintain their previous composure. Their faces filled with panic. Your Majesty, how has the seal of the Demon Beast City been broken? Did you not send someone to reinforce it? This is disastrous. A demon sovereign has emerged. The city cannot withstand such a threat. Your Majesty, please summon the royal guardians to subdue this beast, or our great Yin will be in peril. The emperor's expression darkened, his mood shifting erratically. You ask me, but how should I know? Truly useless. How could you allow this beast to break free? Bai Qi interjected. Please, everyone, remain calm. The Southern King is currently at the Demon Beast City, and I understand that his elite forces of 30,000 are nearing the city. The Southern Army has formed the Blazing Heaven Formation, reputed to withstand even a demon sovereign. Upon hearing this, relief washed over the emperor and the officials. Thank goodness for the Southern King's presence. Otherwise, our great Yin would indeed be in peril. It was rumored that the Southern King had previously decimated a martial sovereign-level barbarian using the Blazing Heaven Formation. Surely this demon sovereign would not pose a lasting threat. However, One individual remained unconvinced. The third prince, observing the unfolding scene, allowed a slight smile to grace his lips, though it was quickly suppressed. At that moment, a formidable army of over 30,000 appeared behind the demon beast city. Each soldier donned standard gray armor gleaming with a cold metallic sheen under the sun. They were well equipped, their expressions resolute, marching in perfect unison with strength and stability. The banners fluttered in the wind, emblazoned with the words Southern Army. Stop! The commanding general waved his hand, causing the entire army to come to a halt. By the decree of Lord Jinan, hastened to provide support. He received the falcon, unrolling the parchment with a grim expression, urging his forces to advance at full speed. Yes, the soldiers' response resounded like thunder. Upon the walls of Yuyao City, Lord Jinan entrusted Qin Shao with a solemn charge. You shall withstand the beast tide. The elite of the Jinan army has arrived. The demon sovereign is mine to confront. Before Qin Shao could utter a word, Lord Jinan charged directly towards the dragon. Chapter 57. Opening the treasure chest, a grand explosion. Qin Shao, undeterred by other matters, observed the relentless onslaught of beasts outside the city. He swiftly retrieved the 2 scrolls he had previously acquired, and, seizing the opportune moment, hurled them into the fray. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted. Dark clouds gathered ominously in the sky, accompanied by flashes of lightning and resounding thunder. Bolts of lightning cascaded down like raindrops, striking the advancing beasts. Mere mortals stood no chance against the forces of nature. In the blink of an eye, countless beasts were reduced to charred remains, turning to ash. The ground trembled violently, waves rippling towards the tide of beasts. Numerous fissures appeared on the earth, devouring the creatures whole. This significantly alleviated the pressure on the defenders of the beast control city. Witnessing this, Qin Shao breathed a sigh of relief. He then sought a secluded spot to enhance his own strength. He had discerned that the power of the King of the South was formidable, yet it paled in comparison to the recently unsealed beast sovereign. Even if there were hidden cards to play, it was highly unlikely that the king could contend with the beast sovereign. Ultimately, he would have to take matters into his own hands. Otherwise, the city would be in peril. Opening his attribute panel, Qin Shao intoned in his heart. Name: Qin Shao. Fortune title: Commander. 1/7 of the attributes from enemies slain by soldiers under your command will be transferred to you. Leading the charge boosts soldiers' combat power by 40%. Title: Unmatched combat power. While wearing this title, all attributes increase by 10%. Age: 19, 157 years. Strength: 27374. 1 point of strength equals 1 pound of force. Agility: 25167. Higher agility means greater movement speed and physical coordination. Constitution: 25832. Higher constitution results in better physical defense and recovery capability. Spirit: 22930. Higher spirit leads to a clearer mind and faster learning of martial arts. Martial arts: Yi Jingjing, minor achievement. Liao Yuan arrow technique, minor achievement. Zhilang blade technique, minor achievement. Lightning thunder fist, minor achievement. Qing Mu skill, major achievement. Star refinement body technique, beginner, equipment. Zhilu Bao, spirit rank. Qi Yan armor, spirit rank. Zhifeng boots, spirit rank. Xing Yuan blade, spirit rank. Moen mask, earth rank. Glancing at his information panel and recalling his previous combat experiences, Qin Shao estimated that the attributes of a martial commander ranged between 10,000 and 50,000. The attributes of a martial king spanned from 50,000 to 200,000, while those of martial sect and martial emperor ranged from 200,000 to 500,000 and from 500,000 to 1 million, respectively. He had yet to encounter a martial sovereign of higher rank. The distinction between martial commander and martial king was substantial. Upon reaching the martial king stage, one could awaken divine abilities through various means. However, those below the martial commander level would not be able to withstand the awakening even with the rare treasures and materials. Awakening divine abilities required precious items and multiple attempts. Most individuals lacked the qualifications to awaken such powers. The martial kings and sect masters Qin Shao had encountered had never awakened their divine abilities. Had they done so, even 10 Qin Shaos would not suffice to defeat them. Merely based on attributes, Qin Shao had already entered the mid-tier of martial commander. With his array of equipment and martial techniques, his actual combat strength rivaled that of an average martial king. If he were to employ military formations, even martial sect experts would have to steer clear. Open all treasure chests. Qin Shao fervently wished in his heart, hoping for exceptional rewards. In the next moment, notifications rang out. Acquired fragment of Divine General Huang Zhang X1. Acquired Earth Rank Low-Grade Movement Technique, Cloud Dragon 9 Transformations. Acquired Earth Rank Middle Grade Formation 8 Fiends Mysterious Fire Formation. Acquired Dragon Blood Pill X4. Acquired Earth Rank Low Grade, Binding Scroll. Acquired Earth Rank Low Grade, 100 Birds Facing the Phoenix Spear. Acquired Mystic Rank High Grade, Roaming Dragon Spear Technique. And more. A succession of prompts echoed. A fragment of the Divine General Huang Zhong? Could it be that once assembled, it would summon Huang Zhong to fight alongside me? The Cloud Dragon 9 Transformations? Excellent. I now possess both fist and blade techniques. This will enhance my agility in movement. Once learned, I will have no weaknesses. The emergence of a middle-grade military formation will fortify the defenses of the Beast Control City, making it virtually impregnable. Such fortune. Even dragon blood pills have manifested. Combined with those previously consumed, I am certain to awaken the bloodline of the dragon, which is often said to contain divine abilities. I wonder what my luck will yield. Additionally, a binding scroll. This could prove invaluable in critical moments. The fact that I have also acquired an Earth-rank spear and its corresponding technique suggests I am destined for combat with polearms. With every inch of length comes greater strength. Upon reviewing the treasures extracted from the numerous chests, Qin Shao felt immensely satisfied. Undoubtedly, the Cloud Dragon 9 transformations would enhance his agility, freeing him from reliance solely on his agility attribute. The 8 Fiends' mysterious fire formation could assist in defending against the Beast Tide. With a thought, the 100 birds facing the Phoenix spear manifested in Qin Zhao's hand. A weapon of exquisite craftsmanship. Grasping it filled him with an exhilarating sense of power. Its blade gleamed coldly, sharp as a razor. At the junction of the spearhead and shaft were intricately carved phoenixes, their eyes brimming with ferocity, seemingly poised to pierce through the enemies. At that moment, a faint blue light enveloped the 100 birds facing the Phoenix spear. 100 birds facing the Phoenix spear, quality, Earth rank middle grade, characteristics, sharpness, possesses a chance to ignore armor defenses, speed. While wielding the spear, agility increases by 50%. Great strength. While wielding the spear, strength increases by 50%. Courage. While wielding the spear, bravery increases by 50%. Frost possesses a chance to reduce the target's agility by 50%. Corresponding technique, Roaming Dragon Spear Technique. Upon activation, unleash 13 thrusts per second. As swift as a dragon. Description: before the person arrives, a glimmer of cold light precedes. Kind reminder, the wielder of this spear can easily engage in battles beyond their rank. What an extraordinary spear! Holding the long spear and examining its attributes. A smile illuminated Qin Zhao's face. With the 100 birds facing the Phoenix spear and the Roaming Dragon Spear Technique, his combat prowess would soar exponentially. Grasping the scroll of the 8 Fiends' mysterious fire formation, Qin Zhao began to examine its attributes. 8 Fiends' mysterious fire formation, quality, Earth rank low grade, function, 1. Gather the strength of 5,000 warriors to summon a beast of the martial sect realm to annihilate enemies. 2. Gather 10,000 warriors and 1,000 martial masters to summon a beast of the martial emperor realm to annihilate enemies. 3. Gather 1,000 martial masters, 100 grand martial masters, and 100 martial spirits to summon 2 beasts of the martial sect great perfection realm to annihilate enemies. 4. Gather available combatants, 13,421 warriors, 1,242 martial masters, 305 grand martial masters, 94 martial spirits, 8 martial commanders. Current status, unactivated. Kind reminder, the more soldiers participating in the formation, the stronger and longer lasting the summoned fire dragon will be. Seeing this, Qin Zhao's eyes gleamed with excitement. In succinct terms, the greater the number of troops under his command, the stronger the summoned beasts would be, and the more formidable they would become. This formation has the capacity to summon up to 8 fierce beasts of the martial emperor realm to annihilate foes. The only regret lies in its inability to summon beasts of the demon sovereign realm. Nevertheless, despite this limitation, the Beast Tide no longer poses a threat to the city of beast taming. As he delves into the Cloud Dragon 9 transformations, a glimmer of enlightenment illuminates Qin Zhao's eyes in the next moment. Chapter 58, The Fragments of the Divine General Huangzhong, Awakening the Gifted Divine Ability. Cloud Dragon 9 transformations, grade, low earth tier, description. Upon activating Cloud Dragon 9 transformations, the first transformation increases movement speed by 50%, the second by 100%, and so forth, stacking up to a maximum of 9 times. A vast and overwhelming memory surged into Qin Zhao's mind. The clouds rose, the dragon soared. Energy gathered in the Dantian, the dragon's claws reached out, and the energy surged through his arms, leaping through the clouds, propelled by an immense force. Simultaneously, a small figure appeared in Qin Zhao's mind, continuously demonstrating the Cloud Dragon 9 transformations, 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, even 10,000 times. With intent guiding the energy, he directed the internal spiritual energy to weave and flow like a cloud dragon, following the specific meridian routes. Each transformation corresponding to different circulatory patterns and methods of breathing. Qin Zhao's eyes gleamed with brilliance. Each transformation of the Cloud Dragon 9 transformations was far from the simplicity suggested by the description. With each increase in movement speed, it contained distinct techniques and footwork. Beyond the third transformation, it even enhanced evasion abilities. Truly a martial art worthy of the Earth tier. Allocating points. Qin Zhao invested 3 martial skill attribute points into the Thunderbolt Fist, elevating it to perfection. Lightning crackled and fizzled around his fists, and even his eyes flashed with the hue of thunder. If he was akin to the thunder god before, he was now completely fused with the essence of lightning. With every movement, he emanated formidable thunderous power. In his current state, Even without wielding any weapon, he could easily dispatch a martial king with just a few punches. Few martial sovereigns could achieve the pinnacle of Earth-tier martial skills. The remaining 4 martial skill attribute points were evenly distributed between the wave-cutting blade technique and the wandering dragon spear technique. As adversaries grew stronger, the efficacy of the wave-cutting blade technique increasingly fell short of Qin Zhao's needs. It was time for an enhancement. Before long, Qin Zhao's eyes sparkled with determination as he swung his blade toward the beast tied not far away. A brilliant blue blade light instantly cleaved through a multitude of demonic beasts. Then, wielding the 100 birds facing the phoenix spear, he leapt into the air and pierced countless holes into the soul-eating black crow that had dared to break through the thunderstorm. Taking a deep breath, Qin Zhao focused his gaze upon the fragment of the divine general Huang Zhong. This fragment was composed of a unique crystalline material. At its center revealed the figure of an elderly man with graying hair, whose piercing gaze was filled with vitality, bearing a long bow on his back. Huang Zhong Fragment, Divine General. Description: collect 3 fragments of the Divine General Huang Zhong to summon him to fight on your behalf. Note: Huang Zhong's battle prowess is influenced by the host. A splendid find. Qin Zhao lamented the lack of competent allies. Once he gathered the fragments and summoned Huang Zhong, he would gain a formidable general among his ranks. This would lay a solid foundation for his ambitions to ascend the great Yin dynasty and vie for supremacy in the world. Most importantly, if the fragments of Huang Zhong could be obtained from treasure chests, did this imply that, given time, he might also procure the fragments of legendary warriors like Guan Yu, Xiang Yu, and Dian Wei, or even astute strategists like Zhuge Liang and Guejia? The more Qin Zhao pondered, the more exhilarated he became. If that were true, dominating the world would soon be within reach. However, he quickly shook his head. Now is not the time for such thoughts. He must first enhance his own strength. He needed to resolve the immediate peril, or there would be no future. Qin Zhao took out a dragon blood pill and, without hesitation, consumed it. An incredibly pure energy surged from his dantian, enveloping him, and he immediately felt a comprehensive enhancement of his attributes. Soon, his blood surged, and his skin flushed red. A notification sounded. Congratulations! You have awakened the dragon bloodline, increasing all attributes by 10,000 points and gaining the gifted divine ability, Dragon 9 Transformations. As this is your first awakening of a bloodline, you are rewarded with an ancient bloodline pill. Qin Zhao's face lit up with joy. Awakening the dragon bloodline and acquiring a gifted divine ability at the martial commander level was unprecedented. He then turned his attention to the ancient bloodline pill. Ancient bloodline pill, quality, high heaven tier, description. Consuming this pill will elevate your bloodline. Without a moment and Apos' hesitation, he swallowed it whole. In the next moment, the sound of a dragon's roar echoed. The dragon bloodline evolved into the divine dragon bloodline, granting him the gifted divine ability, Divine Dragon 9 Transformations. All attributes increased by 50,000 points. Total attributes exceeded 80,000. Thus, you are rewarded with 6 extraordinary treasure chests. Hearing the notification, Qin Zhao was nearly overcome with excitement. He had now broken into the martial king realm, his overall strength rivaling that of a typical martial sovereign. Qin Zhao focused on the gifted divine ability. Divine Dragon 9 Transformations quality, high heaven tier, upgradable, description. Upon activation, the first transformation doubles all attributes, the second quadruples them, the third octuples them, and so forth, up to a maximum of 9 transformations. Currently, the first 3 transformations can be activated. Note: consuming those with the same bloodline can enhance bloodline purity. Qin Zhao's eyes nearly bulged with amazement. If he activated the Divine Dragon 9 transformations now, his attributes would increase 8-fold, nearly reaching the martial emperor level. Should he fully activate all 9 transformations, his attributes would soar by a staggering 512 times. Even in his current state, he could effortlessly annihilate a multitude of martial sovereigns with a single blow. Is this the essence of a gifted divine ability? No wonder it is said that those endowed with divine abilities can slay foes of higher tiers with ease. The quality truly befits a high heaven tier. Unbeknownst to Qin Zhao, only top-tier bloodline gifted divine abilities possess such effects. While other divine abilities are formidable, they cannot compare to the Divine Dragon 9 transformations. He also noticed that in this world, others possess the dragon bloodline as well. This signified that he should strive to keep his bloodline concealed as much as possible. After all, he was not particularly strong at the moment. If discovered by other powerful bloodline wielders, it could spell doom for him. However, simultaneously, Qin Zhao could remain vigilant for those with the dragon bloodline. Should he find any weaker than himself, he could consume them to advance. Meanwhile, the king of Southtown led 30,000 troops directly against the dragon. By my decree, form the blazing inferno formation. We must reduce this beast to ashes. The king of Southtown gazed sternly at the rampaging dragon in the sky. Understood. The messenger bowed respectfully. Shortly thereafter, the war drums beat rhythmically. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the 30,000 troops of Southtown moved in perfect unison, as if they had practiced this countless times, advancing to their designated positions. Charge. The soldiers of Southtown surged with killing intent. The dragon's eyes revealed disdain, even too lazy to intervene. To him, the presence of these insignificant ants was futile. Attack. The king of Southtown commanded loudly. In an instant, a fire dragon erupted from the formation, hurtling towards the dragon. raising the temperature in a radius of several kilometers to an unbearable heat. Seeing the dragon neither dodge nor evade, the king of Southtown felt a surge of excitement. He had previously used the Blazing Inferno formation to directly slay a mid-tier martial sovereign. Surely, this dragon was doomed. Boom. With a deafening roar. The fire dragon was utterly extinguished, while the dragon remained unscathed. In the next moment, the dragon dove towards the troops of Southtown. Chapter 59, The Fall of the Southern Army, Terror in the Court on the Other Side of the Qianquan Mirror. The civil and military officials of the court beheld the formation of the blazing flames burning heaven array and the ferocious fire dragon charging toward the aquatic dragon, letting out a collective sigh of relief. In my opinion, this demon lord is surely doomed. Everyone may rest easy. Had this fool disrupted the Southern King's arrangements before the formation was completed, there might have been a glimmer of hope, but now it is too late. The power of this fire dragon indicates that the Southern Army's formations have been further refined and enhanced. Initially, one might have thought that the demon lord, sealed by the great Yan's first emperor for so long, possessed terrifying strength, but it appears to be nothing extraordinary. Your Majesty, we should contemplate how to present the slain demon lord to the Southern King after his defeat. Ahaha. The Yan emperor nodded in agreement, observing, this fire dragon's might even causes my heart to tremble. The demon lord is surely about to be reduced to ashes. Only the third prince's eyes flickered, a slight smile gracing his lips. If this is all the attack consists of, then the demon race need not go to such lengths to unleash it. Bai Qi felt an unsettling disquiet, his gaze fixed intently on the demon lord before him. At that moment, an unbelievable scene unfolded. The officials watched in disbelief as the aquatic dragon emerged unscathed from the fire dragon's assault, even counterattacking the blazing flames burning heaven array constructed by the Southern Army. Their eyes widened in astonishment. What? Impossible. Am I dreaming? Could it be that this demon lord has attained perfection? Otherwise, how could it possess such terrifying power? No. The rumors were true. This demon contains a trace of true dragon blood. Otherwise, there would be no reason for such formidable strength. Bai Qi exclaimed. Upon witnessing this, the Yan emperor solemnly remarked, Gentlemen, do not be hasty. The Southern King is still present. He may yet have a way to resist this demon. The Southern King fixed his gaze upon the aquatic dragon and bellowed, Defend. The war drums began to sound rhythmically. The Southern troops shifted their formation, responding in unison, Defend. In the next moment, a shield made of flames enveloped all the Southern soldiers, rising to the heavens. Roar. The aquatic dragon, far from being intimidated, exhibited even greater excitement. Accelerating its charge, seeking death, the Southern King looked at the aquatic dragon, allowing himself a moment of relief. The defensive formation of the blazing flames burning heaven array possesses a backlash effect. As long as it is not breached in one fell swoop, it will inflict multiplied damage in return. This time, the aquatic dragon is surely doomed. Whether it can breach the formation in a single charge was never a consideration for the Southern King, as the blazing flames burning heaven array can withstand even the full might of a perfected demon lord. The demon before him evidently lacks such strength. Meanwhile, the civil and military officials in the court felt a pang of anxiety for the Southern Army, their hearts silently praying. Should the Southern King retreat, the city of demon subduing would surely face obliteration. In an instant, the aquatic dragon collided with the flame shield. To everyone's astonishment, in the blink of an eye, the blazing flames burning heaven array was shattered by the aquatic dragon with unstoppable force, as if it had encountered no resistance at all. The once valiant Southern Army, imbued with fervor, now fell victim to the aquatic dragon's merciless slaughter, utterly powerless to resist. The scene resembled a hellish battlefield, drenched in blood. No, the Southern King could only watch helplessly as his elite forces were annihilated, unable to intervene. He cried out in horror. Conversely, the aquatic dragon had noticed the Southern King, excitement flickering in its enormous eyes. It aimed to let the Southern King witness the complete destruction of the elite soldiers he had painstakingly trained over the years, right before his very eyes. Upon witnessing this, including the first prince, the civil and military officials were rendered speechless. In the next moment, a wave of despair spread throughout the court. The Southern Army, elite forces of the Great Yan, was no match for this aquatic dragon. What could be done? This was utterly catastrophic. With the Southern Army's demise, the city of demons subduing would undoubtedly fall. Once the city is breached, a tide of beasts would surge forth, endangering even the heartlands of our Great Yan. Your Majesty, please issue a directive for all counties within our borders to enter a state of military readiness, lest we find ourselves defenseless against the oncoming beast tide. This demon's strength is alarmingly formidable. We implore your Majesty to prepare swiftly and request the royal family to send forth offerings to eliminate this demon. The court officials beseeched the Yan Emperor, all expressing their lack of faith in the defenders of the city of demon subduing. The Yan Emperor, upon hearing this, harbored no illusions. Even the blazing flames burning heaven array formed by the Southern King's 30,000 elite troops had been breached by the demon lord. Who then could subdue this demon? Without hesitation, the Yan Emperor proceeded to the ancestral tomb, where the powerful members of the royal family and royal offerings resided. He could no longer afford to worry about whether they would be displeased with him. it was imperative to summon those capable of subduing the Demon Lord. Or else the Great Yin Empire would be in peril, 10 kilometers outside the city of demon subduing. Numerous demon leaders looked on as the aquatic dragon wreaked havoc, their excitement palpable, as though the Great Yin had become their territory. Truly, the Demon Emperor orchestrates from the shadows, achieving victory from afar. The High Priest rarely miscalculates, and the strength of the Kanglan Elder seems even greater now. Despite being sealed for so long, the Demon Emperor gazed at the aquatic dragon, his eyes glimmering. According to his estimates, once the Kanglan Elder emerged, he would need time to recuperate and regain his strength before launching an assault on the Great Yin Empire. However, it now appeared that no extensive preparation was necessary. They could directly lead an all-out assault to completely subjugate the border city of Great Yin. The Demon Emperor commanded in a serious tone, "Advance the entire army." Yes. The demon leaders responded, bowing, transforming into streaks of light as they returned to their respective tribes, preparing for a full-scale attack on the city of demon subduing. Before long, a million-strong demon beast army approached. Observing their retreating figures, the Demon Emperor licked his dry lips and remarked to the High Priest beside him, "High Priest, what say you?" The High Priest did not respond, merely closing his eyes, muttering indistinctly. The Demon Emperor paid it no mind, laughing heartily as he surged forward alongside the beast tide toward the city of demon subduing. This city would surely fall. After some time, the High Priest slowly opened his eyes, a look of confusion crossing his face. On the surface, it appeared that the demon race held the upper hand, and defeat was utterly inconceivable. Yet the result of the divination indicated. Atop the city of demon subduing, Qin Shao exhaled deeply, stretching his limbs. With a thunderous roar, he gazed at the southern army being relentlessly slaughtered not far away, a fleeting look of compassion crossing his features. However, he forcibly suppressed the impulse to rush to their aid. His current strength was insufficient to contend with the Demon Lord. He must continue to improve. Qin Shao retrieved the ring of the right virtuous king, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. With a thought, a vision appeared before him. Chapter 60, The Fusion of the Ancient God's Arm, the left virtuous king of the Xiongnu. A bronze arm, exuding a faint golden glow, floated in midair. Qin Zhao's gaze fixated upon it, as a pale blue light curtain appeared before his eyes. Ancient God's Arm quality? Description. Merging with this arm will significantly enhance your strength. Until now, the Ancient God's Arm was the first item of unknown quality that Qin Shao had encountered. If not for necessity, he would prefer not to merge with it. Compared to the Ancient God's Arm, Qin Shao harbored greater trepidation towards the Demon Veil Mask. The system prompt did not indicate that the Ancient God's Arm would be uncontrollable. In contrast, should an outer celestial demon possess him through the mask, Qin Shao could easily fall into a state of confusion, facing life-threatening peril. However, a pressing question loomed. Qin Shao glanced at his own arms. How would he merge with the Ancient God's Arm? Surely, he could not simply sever his original arms to accommodate it? If he were to gather other parts of the Ancient God later and replace them all, would he still remain himself? At that moment, before Qin Shao could react, the Ancient God's Arm seemed to sense something and quivered with excitement. Subsequently, it directly merged into Qin Zhao's right arm. A prompt rang out, merging with the Ancient God's Arm, Strength Attribute 100,000, Constitution Attribute 100,000. Gained Bloodline Enhancement, acquired the innate divine ability, God Burial Dragon Fist. Completed the hidden task The Lament of the Ancient God Phase 1, awarded 10 extraordinary treasure chests. A single attribute exceeding 100,000, awarded 5 additional extraordinary treasure chests. Qin Zhao's eyes sparkled with delight. Remarkably, he had effortlessly acquired 200,000 attribute points and even gained an innate divine ability. If he were to merge with other parts of the Ancient God, the enhancement would be unimaginable. Furthermore, he had unlocked a phase task, with rewards to be granted upon completion of each stage. In the future, he would have an additional task, aside from conquering the world, to seek the bloodline inheritors and uncover the secrets of the Ancient God's demise. Shaking his head, Qin Shao realized that it was still too early to contemplate such matters. He focused his attention on his right arm, which appeared unchanged in appearance. A slight movement revealed no discomfort whatsoever. Observing this, Qin Shao finally sighed in relief. If merging with the Ancient God's Arm rendered him unable to control his arm perfectly, it would yield more harm than good. God Burial Dragon Fist. Tier. Celestial Mid-Grade Description. A punch infused with the full power of one's bloodline. Though the description was brief, Qin Shao did not underestimate it. The reason being its tier and the significance of its description. He had already felt the power of the bloodline. Merely awakening had granted him such formidable attribute enhancements and innate divine abilities. This punch would undoubtedly surpass all expectations. With his strength now at its peak, Qin Shao steadfastly directed his gaze towards the location of the Demon Sovereign. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from his original position. On the vast grasslands, within the Xiongnu royal court, the furious voice of the great chieftain echoed, "Useless. A bunch of worthless fools. To think a mere grand martial master could slay the right virtuous king with a military formation is one thing. How could the 3 martial kings also be defeated by him? Are our so-called warriors merely ornamental? Even if they are just 3 headstrong boars relying on elixirs to reach the martial king realm, they should still be capable of facing the martial spirits. What are you all doing? If this continues, our clan's annihilation is imminent. Listening to the great chieftain's furious outburst, the Xiongnu officials and generals bowed their heads in silence, afraid to utter a word. At this moment, any misstep could result in severed heads. The great chieftain, seeing them cower, grew even angrier. Why are you all bowing your heads? Wasn't it promised that the right virtuous king would surely conquer the borders of Dian and bring victory? Now look, not only did he fail to conquer the Dian border, but he, along with our 3 esteemed elders, has all ascended to the heavens. You all stand here like ostriches, silent as tombs. Upon hearing the great chieftain's words, the Xiongnu officials fell prostrate, pleading, "Please, Lord Khan, quell your anger." At that moment, a voice rang out from outside. "I have come to pay respects to the left virtuous king." In the next instant, a robust figure appeared before everyone, his eyes sharp as an eagle's, scanning the surroundings. He then clasped his hands before the great chieftain, saying, "I have successfully occupied 13 cities along the Daxiao border, driving back the Daxiao army by 3,000 miles. We have seized 100,000 bushels of grain, over 50,000 sets of armor and weapons, and various other supplies, totaling 2,000 carts. We have annihilated over 500,000 of the enemy and captured over 100,000. The left virtuous king's resounding voice echoed within the hall, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. Such accomplishments were unprecedented for the entire Xiongnu clan. Upon hearing this, the anger in the great chieftain's eyes gradually subsided. On the surface, the right virtuous king's failed assault on the Dian border had resulted in great losses. However, the left virtuous king's campaign against Daxia had achieved unparalleled success, plundering an immense amount of resources. The Xiongnu clan not only suffered no losses, but even gained. Yet, if one were to account for the ancient god's arm, which was crucial to the survival of the Xiongnu, the loss would indeed be catastrophic. The ancient god's arm had been procured from ancient ruins at great expense by the Xiongnu. It was originally intended to suppress the clan's fortunes, yet now it was lost. Taking a deep breath, the great chieftain addressed his ministers. "Look at the left virtuous king. He is truly worthy of being our clan's sovereign, unlike the right virtuous king, who is nothing but a waste, commanding an army many times that of the Daxia, yet suffering repeated defeats, leading to our clan's heavy losses, not to mention the loss of 3 martial kings." The ministers, witnessing this scene, quickly echoed in agreement. Indeed, only the left virtuous king can be deemed a great hero of our Xiongnu clan. Truly, the left virtuous king is deserving of praise, having driven the Daxiao army into retreat in just 3 months. His deeds shall be recorded in the annals of our clan. If only our warriors were as valiant as the left virtuous king, the entire world would have been brought under Xiongnu rule. O Khan, for this remarkable achievement, please bestow grand rewards upon the left virtuous king. At this moment, they were willing to say anything to appease the great chieftain's wrath. They vaguely remembered that the last time the great chieftain had been this furious, a significant number of officials in the royal court had lost their heads, resulting in a river of blood. Hearing these praises, the left virtuous king remained silent, though his eyes glimmered with sharpness. Subu Howran had long stated that he was not suited to lead troops. Wouldn't it have been better to remain within the clan? Now, he had lost his reputation and even his life. However, we are both rulers of the Xiongnu. Your death brings dishonor upon me as well. With that thought, the left virtuous king's face darkened with murderous intent. He was determined to eliminate the beast that had slain the right virtuous king. The great chieftain proclaimed loudly, "Qiolin Shihong, you have achieved countless remarkable feats in this campaign against Daxia. Yet, our Xiongnu clan is shamed. I hope you will lead 1,000,000 warriors to attack Dian and wash away the disgrace upon our clan. Upon your triumphant return, you shall be richly rewarded. I am willing to lead the army to Great Yin, and I shall not fail the trust bestowed upon me by the Khan." The left virtuous king slightly bowed, his gaze resolute as he replied. Chapter 61. A Call for Aid. Qin Shao takes action. In the outskirts of the Great Yin Imperial City, a pristine path paved with white marble tiles stretches straight ahead, flanked by intricately carved warrior statues, each gripping weapons and gazing resolutely towards the direction of the Imperial City. Within the royal ancestral tomb, in the ancestral hall, an elderly man wields a broom, sweeping fallen leaves from the courtyard, when suddenly he hears a voice. Unworthy descendant Ji Wudao requests an audience with the esteemed ancestors. The old man raises an eyebrow and responds nonchalantly, "Come in." As Ji Wudao enters, his face betraying anxiety, the old man furrows his brow. "What troubles you?" Reporting to father, at the border of Great Yin, the demon lord beneath the city of demon suppression has broken free. The king of the south has been defeated, and it won't be long before the city falls. Great Yin is in peril. Ji Wudao hastily bows, feeling a sense of relief upon seeing his father, the former Yin emperor. At least this ensures that their efforts won't be in vain, sparing the people of Great Yin from calamity. He had never doubted that the offerings and ancestors in the ancestral hall were no match for the demon lord. Yet, he was concerned that his actions might leave a negative impression on the members of the ancestral hall. "How have you conducted yourself? I had warned you during my reign that the demon lord beneath the city of demon suppression must be suppressed at all costs. To have delayed until now and allowed him to break the seal? The old man expresses his dissatisfaction, striding towards the main hall of the ancestral hall. Noticing Ji Wudao hesitating, he clarifies, do not be deceived by that dragon. Although it is merely at the martial sovereign realm, it possesses a trace of true dragon bloodline, vastly surpassing its peers in combat power. I am certainly not its match. Since you have sought me out, it implies that there is still hope, and that great yin may be spared from ruin. At this point, the old man pauses and then reassures. The esteemed ancestors and offerings within the hall will not remain indifferent. To defeat this dragon, we must ensure absolute certainty, or the consequences will be dire. Upon hearing this, Ji Wudao exhales in relief, his expression reflecting gratitude. Thank you, Father, for your guidance. Moments ago, he had entertained a flicker of hope that his father, a martial sovereign, could single-handedly slay the dragon. Had it not been for his father's reminder, a grave mistake could have ensued. The two swiftly arrive at the central hall. Inside, numerous offerings and ancestors sit quietly, cultivating their energies, each exuding a presence at least at the martial sovereign realm, with many having reached the martial sovereign pinnacle. Among them, an elderly woman seated at the head of the hall possesses an indistinct aura, suggesting she might be at the martial saint level. Sensing their arrival, the elderly woman speaks softly. Ji Zhantian, your son Ji Wudao neglects his duties in governing Great Yin, yet finds time to visit the ancestral hall. What is your intention? Ji Zhantian bows repeatedly, responding, esteemed ancestor, my son has come seeking assistance. The demon lord has broken free from its seal, and the city is on the verge of collapse, endangering the lives of our Great Yin citizens. The elderly woman opens her tightly shut eyes, scrutinizing Ji Zhantian and Ji Wudao. Instantly, an intangible pressure envelopes the hall, constricting their throats as if gripped by an unseen hand. After a moment, the elderly woman seems to sense something, her gaze brightening, and the oppressive aura dissipates. With a gentle smile, she gestures to her side. Lao Lu, take 5 offerings and resolve this demon. Also, retrieve the item that suppresses the royal lineage's fortune. Yes, replies the man known as Lao Lu, a robust figure bearing a hint of twilight. He nods and promptly departs, followed closely by Ji Zhantian and Ji Wudao. Within the city of demon suppression, the dragon, adopting a playful demeanor, relentlessly slaughters the troops of the south. The soldiers fight valiantly, yet their proud attacks fail to even scratch the dragon's scales. Observing the dwindling numbers and countless casualties among his ranks, the king of the south can no longer contain his fury. He strides forward, confronting the dragon, and bellows, face me in a death match. Drawing his prized sword, the king of the south unleashes his full might, sending forth a barrage of razor-sharp sword energies, hurtling towards the dragon. These attacks could obliterate dozens of martial sovereigns in an instant, showcasing immense power. However, the dragon allows the strikes to land upon him, treating them as inconsequential as those from the ordinary soldiers, sustaining no damage whatsoever. A flicker of disdain crosses the dragon's colossal eyes. You think you can obstruct me with such feeble strength? The king of the south, merely at the martial emperor realm, is no match for the dragon's might. Very well, I have played long enough. If you wish for death, I shall grant it. The dragon ceases its aerial maneuvers and dives towards the king of the south. In despair, the king of the south closes his eyes, resigning himself to fate. On the city walls of the city of demon suppression, witnessing this scene, the crown prince shuts his eyes in despair. Along with the officials on the other end of the Qinquan mirror, they feel a wave of sympathy. This is bad. The king of the south cannot hold out any longer. What are the guards of the Black Tiger camp doing? Why haven't they come to aid? Oh, if only our family were closer to the border cities, we could have evacuated this morning. If His Majesty cannot swiftly vanquish this demon, the consequences of a breached city of demon suppression will be endless. They understand the principle of mutual destruction, should the king of the south perish. The entire Great Yin will be besieged by demonic beasts, plunging into chaos. At this critical juncture, Qin Shao's voice suddenly resonates. Get lost. Qin Shao stands defiantly before the king of the south. Facing the ferocious dragon, he channels his spiritual energy, his muscles taut. Veins bulge on his forehead as he thrusts his right fist towards the dragon. Thunderous lightning fist. As his fist strikes forth, the sky erupts with thunder. Bolts of lightning converging into his blow, imbued with the intent of annihilation. The dragon's expression shifts in surprise. A perfected high-level martial technique. Even he had yet to master a high-level technique to perfection. How has this seemingly youthful Qin Shao achieved such prowess? Could it be that he trained in the womb? The dragon quickly dismisses this notion, believing Qin Shao is likely an ancient monster who has consumed some elixir for youth. The dragon does not evade Qin Shao's attack, but rather meets it head-on. Boom. The moment of contact produces a thunderous explosion, shaking the very ground beneath them. Qin Shao is propelled back several meters, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. The dragon, aside from a slight singe, remains unscathed. Yet, the dragon soberly remarks, impressive. far superior to that fellow behind you. Qin Shao's gaze flickers. His realm, after all, is still lacking. Despite unleashing the full force of the thunderous lightning fist, it is challenging to inflict substantial damage upon the dragon, even when met with raw force. However, Qin Shao does not linger on words. He propels himself forward with a powerful kick, the marble-paved ground buckling beneath him as he charges towards the dragon like a cannonball. Chapter 62. The Beast Tide Surges, the Burial God Dragon Fist. Through the Qiankuan Mirror. The scene of Qin Shao and King of Southtown actively confronting the flood of serpentine dragons unfolded. The scholars and warriors were utterly astonished. What? Has this young man's strength grown to such an extraordinary level? He can confront the demon sovereign head-on, without even employing military tactics. This individual is truly terrifying. What a formidable king of Southtown, what an impressive Qin Shao. Regardless of whether the demon suppression city stands firm. These two are the true heroes of our great Yin. If it were me, upon encountering such a serpent, I would likely be immobilized, yet they boldly advance. It is nothing short of unbelievable. If all of our great Yan's generals possessed such valor, how could we not unify the realm? Bai Qi seemed to ponder something, instinctively exchanging a glance with the gray-haired general beside him, both recognizing the astonishment reflected in each other's eyes. The civil officials may have overlooked it, but how could they be blind to the truth? The martial arts Qin Shao employed were evidently above earth grade, perhaps even reaching a state of perfection. Even they, aside from their foundational martial skills, had never mastered any technique to such a pinnacle. One must remember, they possessed nearly the richest resources and the most elite martial techniques in Great Yin, and had trained since childhood without achieving such mastery. Could it be that he is capable of slaying the demon sovereign? The general beside him was the first to inquire. In my view, it is not outside the realm of possibility, Bai Qi responded promptly. Judging by Qin Zhao's earlier performance, he would not undertake actions without assurance. Yet, this is indeed hard to believe. The civil officials, overhearing the discourse between Bai Qi and the general, instinctively dismissed the notion. This seems rather implausible. Does it not? Though Qin Shao is strong, he is still far from the might of the demon sovereign. Absolutely impossible. Even if he could withstand the demon sovereign for 3 rounds, I would willingly retire. General Bai, General Chun, are you perhaps overestimating Qin Shao? The blazing inferno formation led by the king of Southtown, commanding 30,000 troops, was shattered by the demon sovereign. How could a mere Qin Shao, no matter how powerful, possibly contend with the demon sovereign? Yet, some voices still carried a hint of hope. Perhaps, Qin Shao truly could achieve the impossible? The third prince, witnessing Qin Shao alive, was momentarily startled but quickly composed himself, as if nothing had transpired. Outside the demon suppression city. With the conclusion of Qin Zhao's scroll, the attacking beast tide was gradually eradicated, leaving only a few still struggling. Observing this, Zhang Qinglan could not help but exhale in relief. He commanded, quickly clear the battlefield, recover all usable arrows. Assess the losses. Yes. The soldiers of the Black Tiger camp responded in unison. Zhang Qinglan cast a worried glance toward the city. Even if they successfully held back the beast tide, if issues arose within, they would ultimately face total defeat. The number of anxious days he had endured since his appointment to the demon suppression city far surpassed all previous times. I fear a grave matter has arisen. The beast tide is surging again. A sentry called out to Zhang Qinglan. Instantly, all soldiers of the Black Tiger camp, including Zhang Qinglan, turned their gazes toward the distance. A beast tide more densely packed and colossal than the previous 2 waves loomed ominously. A sea of dark forms stretched endlessly, filling the horizon. Despair gripped the hearts of every soldier. They had defended the demon suppression city for decades, and never before had they encountered a beast tide of such magnitude. The largest assault they had previously witnessed was during the demise of the last commander, resulting in nearly 200,000 beasts slain. Since Qin Zhao's arrival, they had already dispatched over 500,000 beasts. Were it not for Qin Zhao's extraordinary prowess, they would have been breached long ago. Now, it appeared that over 1 million beasts were advancing, while Qin Shao seemed indifferent to their plight. Zhang Qinglan held little hope. Nonetheless, he rallied his troops. Brothers, as long as we hold our ground, the Southern Army will assist us after dealing with the demon sovereign. Reinforcements from the court will not be far behind. For now, we must stabilize our morale. Perhaps we still have a chance. The voice of the Crown Prince resonated in everyone's ears. I will stand with you in the defense of the demon suppression city. As long as the city stands, we stand. If the city falls, we perish together. He resolved to fight desperately, to carve a future for himself through sacrifice. Though the odds of success were slim, he could not allow others to perceive the royal family of Great Yin as cowardly. He must prove to his father, the Emperor of Yin, that he is not feeble. As long as the city stands, we stand. If the city falls, we perish. The guards of Zhuge beside the Crown Prince roared in unison. They had been specially dispatched by the Emperor of Yin to protect the Crown Prince and the King of Southtown. Seeing the Crown Prince's determination to defend the demon suppression city, how could they waver? Witnessing the Crown Prince steadfast by their side, The soldiers of the Black Tiger camp felt their spirits ignite, responding fervently. Brothers, the Crown Prince is of invaluable worth. If he can face death alongside the Demon Suppression City, what reason do we have to not fight fiercely against these beasts? 1 kill is a gain. 2 is a break even. Ha! It is a tremendous honor to die alongside the Prince of Great Yin. My home lies within the Demon Suppression City. If the city falls, my family perishes. Let's fight. Seeing the soldiers' morale stabilize, Zhang Qinglan couldn't help but feel relieved. He drew his saber and, facing the oncoming beast tide, shouted fiercely, "Brothers, annihilate them. Kill." Including the Crown Prince and the Zhuge guards. All the defenders' eyes hardened, roaring in unison. The archers drew their arrows and released them without hesitation. The shield bearers and spear soldiers pressed forward tirelessly, slaying the beasts that attempted to scale the walls. Beasts and defenders alike plummeted from the towering walls, instantly becoming mere pulp beneath their weight, as the air thickened with the stench of blood. Outside the Demon Suppression City, the Demon Emperor observed as the beast tide began to breach the walls, a surge of pride welling within him. It would not be long before he could breach the city and unite with the esteemed Kanglan sovereign. At that time, the Demon Suppression City would be utterly dismantled, and they would hunt the heart of Great Yin. Sons, at any cost, the city shall fall today, the Demon Emperor proclaimed with fervor. Upon hearing his words, the already high-spirited beasts became frenzied, charging forward like a tidal wave under the guidance of their commanders. The serpentine dragon gazed at the undaunted Qin Shao, a glimmer of admiration flickering in its eyes. Since you seek death, I shall grant it. In an instant, the dragon's form swelled several dozen times, its length stretching across miles. The horns atop its head glimmered with crimson light as its body transformed into a sharp sword, lunging directly at Qin Shao. Observing this, Qin Shao felt a surge of excitement and ceased to conceal his true power. The Burial God Dragon Fist. Chapter 63. The Demon Lord's Trepidation. Qin Shao becomes the favorable one. Qin Shao concentrated the entirety of his bloodline power into his right fist, his entire form glowing a fiery crimson. A faint white mist emanated from his body, accompanied by the distant sound of a dragon's roar. He slightly bent forward, his gaze sharpened, and then suddenly launched himself towards the dragon, his speed surpassing that of before. The dragon initially dismissed the situation. After all, no matter how skilled Qin Shao was in martial arts, his cultivation level remained a significant flaw. However, upon hearing the sudden dragon's roar, the dragon's body inexplicably stiffened, and a wave of trepidation washed over him, a primal instinct warning him of the peril he faced. Subconsciously, he understood that to take Qin Shao's punch head-on would yield dire consequences. Yet, the pride of a demon lord forbade him from bowing down in such a moment. Thus, he pressed forward with determination. In the blink of an eye, Qin Shao's fist struck the dragon's horn with a thunderous sound. Boom! The impact resonated heavily, and when one looked again, Qin Shao was sent flying several dozen meters. The earth-grade armor bestowed by the emperor shattered, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his breath faltering. Yet, Qin Shao remained unfazed, merely fixating on the direction of the dragon. Even at full strength, he knew he could not hope to kill the dragon with a single blow. Conversely, the dragon found that one of its horns had been broken off, the other reduced to mere fragments. Its eyes brimmed with disbelief. It was aware that its horns were akin to heavenly weapons. Only a warrior of the martial saint realm could hope to damage such. Clearly, Qin Shao had not attained that level. Moreover, in their brief encounter, the dragon had sensed a profound bloodline suppression emanating from Qin Shao, significantly diminishing its own power. Who are you? The dragon stuttered, its eyes filled with wariness. It recalled that there were factions amongst the true dragon clan that supported various human forces, all of which were immensely powerful. Even within those ranks, he would likely only serve as a mere guardian. The moment they clashed, the dragon recognized that Qin Shao was not some ancient monster using longevity elixirs. He radiated vitality, a trait absent in the aged demons. This realization solidified the understanding that Qin Shao was a chosen individual from those factions, someone he could not afford to offend. I am Qin Shao, commander of the Black Tiger camp of the Great Yin. Qin Shao spoke calmly. Ignoring his injuries, he launched another attack with the god-bearing dragon fist, this time even more ferocious. He was resolute in his intent to slay the dragon before him. Seeing Qin Shao approach fearlessly, the dragon felt a chill run through its body, casting wary glances around as if a great terror were looming over it. If not for the protective guardians of those factions beside Qin Shao, how could he dare to attack so brazenly? Despite the natural suppression of bloodlines, he was still a martial sovereign. Qin Shao's full strength could only muster the might of a novice martial sovereign at best, far from a match for him. The dragon instinctively sought to retreat, wishing to avoid further conflict. Yet, just as it prepared to flee the demon-bewitching city, a voice suddenly rang in its ears, binding scroll. In an instant, the dragon felt as if its body had been ensnared, rendered immobile in midair, unable to stir even a fraction. Terror gripped its expression. In that fleeting moment, Qin Shao unleashed the god-bearing dragon fist, striking the dragon's abdomen, a far more vulnerable area compared to its hardened horns. Puff! The dragon expelled a torrent of blood, its internal energy in disarray, its eyes nearly popping from their sockets in shock and rage. Seizing the opportunity while the binding scroll's effect endured, Qin Shao drew forth the star source blade, aimed at the dragon's belly, his gaze lethal. Wave-cutting blade art. Witnessing Qin Shao's audacity, even the seasoned king of the south felt like a mere frog at the bottom of a well, realizing how little he truly knew. He had fought countless battles across the land, encountered the mightiest of warriors and the most gifted of his kin. Yet none could rival Qin Shao, who, at such a tender age, dared to confront a demon lord, even managing to injure it and force it to retreat. This was unprecedented. The king of the south, once hailed as an unparalleled genius in the Great Yin, now felt like a mere waste in comparison. On the other side of the Qianquan mirror, the officials watched in astonishment as Qin Shao displayed such valor, their mouths agape, the silence palpable. The next moment, the court erupted in chaos. What? Qin Shao has attained such strength? He can overpower a demon lord. They recalled that during the last bestowal by the emperor, Qin Shao could only unleash the power of a martial zone, perhaps aided by his military formation. Now, he was able to directly repel a demon lord. It seemed killing the demon lord was not out of reach, utterly astonishing. If only Qin Shao were a descendant of our clan, our family would thrive for centuries without worry. Indeed, if any of our younger generation possessed Qin Shao's prowess, I would wake from dreams with laughter. Throughout the court, praise for Qin Shao abounded. One high-ranking official boldly declared, "It seems Qin Shao is still unmarried, and my granddaughter has just turned 15, the perfect age for marriage." At this remark, many esteemed officials perked up, eagerly chiming in. "Old Wang, your granddaughter is still too young. She lacks the maturity to care for others. My eldest granddaughter, at 23, would be a far better match for Commander Qin. With your 2, how could Commander Qin ever notice your granddaughters? My granddaughter is merely 18, yet she is a beauty. Enough of your bickering. My second granddaughter is a widow. Perhaps Commander Qin would take a liking to her? If they could bind Qin Shao to their family, the benefits would be immeasurable. The entire clan could ascend to new heights." Unbeknownst to them, the third prince had turned pale upon witnessing the dragon being subdued by Qin Shao and hastily departed. Outside the demon bewitching city, Ji Wudao and Ji Zhantian, accompanied by several attendants, arrived at the scene. Observing the city on the brink of being overrun by the beast tide, Ji Wudao's expression tightened. He respectfully implored, "I beseech the sixth ancestor to lead the attendants swiftly and slay the demon lord, thus rescuing the demon bewitching city." The man known as the sixth ancestor nodded slightly. The next moment, they vanished from sight. Chapter 64. The Demon Sovereign Unleashed, the Divine Dragon's 9 Transformations Manifest Power. Youngster, I have no desire to be your enemy. Allow me to depart, and in the future, wherever you may be, I shall voluntarily retreat. The flood dragon suppressed the fury within, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing deep within its eyes. Were it not for its current grievous injuries, it would undoubtedly seek to eliminate the detestable Qin Shao, regardless of his protector's presence. Qin Shao, however, did not respond to the flood dragon's words. Instead, he consumed the grand elixir extracted from the treasure chest. This elixir not only augmented Qin Shao's attributes, but also served as a healing and restorative remedy in critical moments. He then gently closed his eyes, regulating his breath. Before long, a warm current spread throughout his body, alleviating his fatigue and injuries significantly. Seeing Qin Shao's lack of reaction, the flood dragon felt a slight relief, its anxious heart gradually settling. Just as it was about to depart, a resounding dragon roar echoed. Turning back, it discovered that Qin Shao had inexplicably reappeared before it. "You seek death." The flood dragon could no longer contain itself. Disregarding Qin Shao's identity and the potential hidden protector, it unleashed an enraged roar. Time and again, its forbearance had only emboldened Qin Shao further. If this continued without retaliation, it would surely meet its demise. Channeling all its spiritual energy, the flood dragon concentrated it upon the mystical, dark purple rune upon its forehead. In the next moment, it appeared to undergo a transformation. Its entire being radiating a blackish purple hue, its aura returning to its peak, astonishingly reaching the pinnacle of the demon's sovereign realm. Its crimson eyes fixated fiercely on Qin Shao. "This is your own doing. Not even the King of Heaven can spare you. Mark my words." If circumstances permitted, it would prefer not to reveal its hidden cards. Yet Qin Shao's audacity was intolerable. With a deafening roar, it unleashed a blackish purple dragon breath, its diameter reaching half a meter, suffused with an aura of annihilation. Directed at Qin Shao. "Hold on." The crown prince, atop the city walls, watched anxiously as Qin Shao faced such a formidable flood dragon. Should Qin Shao fall and reinforcements fail to arrive, it would spell doom for the demon suppression city. On the other side of the battlefield, the initially jubilant court officials and soldiers, upon witnessing the flood dragon's apparent evolution, were filled with trepidation. What? The demon sovereign possesses such hidden power? Qin Shao is in grave danger. They lamented the uncertainty of the emperor's reinforcements, hoping for a swift arrival that might still save Qin Shao. Fate seemed cruel. They had believed Qin Shao could overcome the demon sovereign, yet now it appeared a mere few rounds would be a remarkable feat. Oh, how unfortunate. We had anticipated that such a prodigy would restore our great yin, yet now it seems the heavens conspire against us. Bai Qi frowned slightly, recognizing that the flood dragon's aura had undeniably reached the pinnacle of the demon sovereign realm. A mere step further would see it ascend to the ranks of the demon saint. Presently, even his white tiger's 7-kill array might not suffice to vanquish the flood dragon. Logically, there was no reason for the flood dragon to have remained sealed for so long. Its strength now surpassed that prior to its confinement. It was evident that the court harbored demonic influences, continuously supplying it with precious treasures to sustain its power. As this realization dawned upon him, Bai Qi surveyed his surroundings. Noting the absence of the third prince, lost in thought, Qin Shao, realizing the situation, had no time to evade. The dragon breath struck him instantly, sending him crashing to the ground. Boom. Dust enveloped the scene, leaving Qin Shao's fate uncertain. After inflicting grave injuries upon Qin Shao, the flood dragon waited in vain for an attack from any protector, feeling a wave of relief wash over it. Licking its lips, excitement gleamed in its eyes. With no protector present, it was determined to eliminate Qin Shao once and for all. Qin Shao, the crown prince exclaimed, as the court fell into a deathly silence. The king of the south regarded the flood dragon with hatred, knowing that Qin Shao had risked himself to save him and the southern army, leading to his current plight. Should the opportunity arise, he must eradicate this demon sovereign. At that moment, a voice suddenly resonated, "I will kill you." Following the source of the voice, a young girl brandishing a sharp blade charged towards the flood dragon, her eyes brimming with fearlessness. "Yenner, return." The king of the south's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted in alarm. Without hesitation, he seized a spear nearby and launched an attack towards the flood dragon. The flood dragon, observing the girl, Zhao Yenner, who seemed insignificant like an ant, and the king of the south, who was irritatingly persistent, revealed a hint of impatience. "Go die?" With a swift flick of its tail, the flood dragon struck. "No." The king of the south's eyes widened in horror as he attempted to intervene. But as the flood dragon's tail collided with him, it felt as though he bore the weight of 100 tons, his innards nearly shattered. Even so, he still sought to save Zhao Yenner. In that critical moment, an unexpected figure swept Zhao Yenner into their embrace, absorbing the flood dragon's attack with unwavering resolve. Qin Shao set Zhao Yenner down and stood tall, his gaze as tranquil as still waters. The flood dragon raised an eyebrow, eager to discover just how resilient Qin Shao truly was. It charged towards him with ferocity, confident that the injured Qin Shao lacked any means of resistance. Divine Dragon's 9 transformations. Unfazed, Qin Shao's expression remained unchanged as he closed his eyes slightly and strolled towards the flood dragon, appearing as if taking a leisurely walk. Without a hint of defense, the flood dragon initially assumed Qin Shao had relinquished his resistance, but soon realized something was amiss. Martial King initial stage. Martial King full circle. Martial Sovereign initial stage. Martial Sovereign full circle. With each step, Qin Zhao's aura surged, his strength and realm dramatically escalating, ultimately stabilizing at the Martial Emperor initial stage, his power amplified manifold. Simultaneously, the flood dragon sensed an even denser bloodline power emanating from Qin Shao. A fleeting excitement flickered in its enormous eyes. It now firmly believed that Qin Shao was merely an individual without any backing. If it could devour him, its bloodline potency would significantly enhance. Who knows? It might even transcend into the sacred realm. In that instant, as the flood dragon prepared to strike Qin Shao, he abruptly opened his eyes. A punch was unleashed. The flood dragon, once so confident of victory, now felt a chill run down its spine at the sight of Qin Zhao's attack. Instinctively, the flood dragon attempted to flee. Yet it felt as if it were ensnared, helplessly watching the fist draw ever closer. Ji Wudao and the crown prince reached the city walls, where they inquired, "Where is the demon sovereign?" Before the crown prince could respond, a colossal sound reverberated, shaking the very ground beneath them. Following the direction of the noise, Ji Wudao and the others witnessed a scene that would forever be etched in their memories. Chapter 65. The unbelievable power of Qin Shao as he slays the Jiao dragon. Before them lay a colossal Jiao dragon, stretching several miles in length and cloaked in a deep purple-black hue, sent soaring into the sky by a punch from an enigmatic yet formidable warrior. The dragon, grievously wounded, bore the scars of battle, with its 2 majestic horns utterly shattered, crimson blood cascading down like raindrops. The aura emanating from this creature unmistakably identified it as the demon lord they had come to subdue. The strong members of the Zhongren mansion were visibly stunned, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and astonishment. Could this individual truly be a champion of the Great Yin? Surely, such power must rival that of the Grand Ancestor. This level of strength was unparalleled, even within the Great Yin. Who could this person be? Why lurk in such a humble place as the demon-subduing city? Ji Wudao. Did you summon us merely to witness this spectacle? The demon lord, embodying the pinnacle of true dragon bloodline, was utterly subdued, unable to raise its head, gravely injured. They questioned whether they had somehow fallen behind the times, despite being regarded as the elite of the great Yin Empire. Yet, facing such a demon lord, they needed to remain vigilant, for even a moment of negligence could lead to their demise. In stark contrast, the figure who had just appeared seemed to dispatch the Jiao dragon with effortless ease, as if it were a mere meal. Was Ji Wudao merely inviting them to witness this grand display? After a brief moment, Ji Wudao's astonishment began to wane, and he turned to the crown prince with a query. Are there other top-tier human warriors in the demon-subduing city? He felt an inexplicable familiarity with Qin Zhao's silhouette. The crown prince stammered in response. Father, that is the Qin Zhao you generously rewarded not long ago. Had he not witnessed Qin Zhao unleash such divine might with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. The situation was utterly absurd. Initially, it appeared that the king of the south was the bulwark against the Jiao dragon, yet in mere moments, both he and the elite troops were utterly vanquished. Just as despair settled over them, Qin Zhao emerged to confront the demon lord. When the demon lord attempted to flee, Qin Zhao, undeterred by the danger, intercepted it. As the demon lord unleashed its full power, everyone assumed Qin Zhao was doomed, yet he now seemed to evolve, overpowering the demon lord. What? Ji Wudao's eyes widened in disbelief as he grasped the crown prince's shoulders, exclaiming, Are you saying this individual is Qin Zhao, the commander of the Black Tiger camp in the demon-subduing city? But Qin Zhao previously could only unleash the strength of a martial king. How can he now dominate the demon lord? His disbelief was palpable. Just a short while ago, Qin Zhao had only mustered his strength through the military formations. How could he now possess such overwhelming power? The crown prince assured him, I would stake my life on it. This man is indeed Qin Zhao. Ji Wudao, observing the crown prince's unwavering conviction and the bewildered expressions of those around him, proceeded to recount Qin Zhao's past exploits. This revelation incited gasps of astonishment, even causing the venerable sixth ancestor, who had lived for centuries, to breathe heavily in shock. You mean to say that just a month ago, this young man was a lowly soldier among the border troops? Yet, due to the commander of Ding Yuan's trust, he was allowed to lead cavalry to intercept supplies from the Xiongnu, accomplishing his task and rescuing the county princess, even defeating the Xiongnu's right virtuous king, who stood at the martial commander level. And now, just days after arriving in the demon-subduing city, he has elevated his strength to overpower the demon lord? Ji Wudao, are you certain you aren't spinning tales? Ji Zhantian's brow furrowed as he confronted Ji Wudao. Is this a theatrical performance, perhaps an exaggerated tale meant to amuse us? With a complex expression, Ji Wudao nodded. I too find it hard to believe, yet this is the truth. Both civil and military officials bear witness to it. Upon hearing this, silence enveloped the gathering, including the sixth ancestor and the other revered figures. Moments later, the assembly erupted in jubilant exclamations. The heavens favor our great Yan. With this man, our empire shall surely ascend to new heights. They marveled at the prospect of witnessing the elevation of the great Yin Empire in their lifetime. Ji Wudao was determined to cultivate a strong relationship with this young man, lest they face his wrath. Having thought they had reached the pinnacle of martial prowess, they now realized there was still room for ascension. If the great Yin Empire could rise, they too would reap substantial rewards in status and power, perhaps even breaking through to the highest echelons of strength. Rest assured, I shall not neglect Qin Zhao, Ji Wudao declared, his eyes gleaming with ambition. Even without the encouragement of his peers, he would prioritize Qin Zhao, nurturing him as a pillar of the great Yin. By securing Qin Zhao's allegiance, he could potentially shatter the current stalemate and elevate the empire, ensuring his name would be etched in history as the eternal sovereign of the great Yin Empire. Such glory would be unparalleled. On the other side of the mirror of heaven and earth, the court officials were equally astonished by Qin Zhao's display of might, exclaiming in admiration, Is this truly the battle prowess of a human? Moments ago, the Jiao dragon emanated an aura of utmost strength, yet it has been so easily subdued. This young man is terrifying indeed. Like a savior, Qin Zhao is our hero. I recognize Commander Qin's potential from the beginning, yet you all doubted his ability to conquer the demon lord, truly blind to his brilliance. One elder lamented, wishing Qin Zhao were his son-in-law, for that would secure his family's fortunes for generations. Even Bai Qi and the elite warriors of the Great Yin were incapable of achieving such feats as Qin Zhao's. The power he unleashed was truly astonishing. Within the confines of the demon-subduing city, the Jiao dragon lay defeated, resembling a lifeless fish, its eyes reflecting sheer terror as it regarded Qin Zhao. With a stoic expression, Qin Zhao advanced step by step, the sound of his footsteps echoing ominously. You harbor the true dragon bloodline. They will not spare you. I know a way for you to conceal yourself. Spare my life, and I shall assist you, the Jiao dragon pleaded, its eyes darting nervously. But Qin Zhao offered no mercy, striking decisively at the dragon's head. No. The Jiao dragon's terrified cry echoed as its head exploded, scattering flesh and bone across the ground. Slaying the dragon, supreme martial arts perfection, acquiring. Chapter 66. The conspiracy against Qin Shao, the beast tide retreats. In the outskirts of the great Yan imperial city, within the ancestral temple, an elderly woman seated at the head gazed towards the direction of the demon-suppressing city after witnessing Qin Shao slay the flood dragon with the aid of the treasures bestowed upon him by the 6 ancestors. A glimmer of light flickered in her eyes as she discerned the aura of a fortune-suppressing artifact emanating from Qin Shao. She immediately commanded, 4th, 5th, you two assist 6th. Have Qin Shao surrender this fortune-suppressing treasure. If he is wise, we shall allow him to continue serving the great Yan. Should he prove obstinate, we shall eliminate him without hesitation. Although Qin Shao had rendered immense contributions to the great Yan, if he refused to relinquish the artifact capable of suppressing the empire's fortune, she could not be held accountable for her actions. To her right, 2 individuals, one plump, the other slender, rose from their meditative state and bowed respectfully. Understood. However, before they could depart, the 2nd ancestor interjected. Elder, are you certain you wish to force this young man to surrender his treasure? Do you harbor any other intentions? The elderly woman cast a brief glance at him. The 2nd ancestor nodded, adding, this young man possesses formidable strength and has rendered great service to our great Yan. It would be unwise to make an enemy of him unless absolutely necessary. I propose we first attempt to negotiate a high-value exchange for the treasure, if that fails. He paused, his gaze darkening with an intense killing intent. We shall strike him down in a single blow. If we decide to eliminate him, we must ensure he has no chance to escape, lest we invite future troubles. Upon hearing this, the elderly woman's eyes narrowed slightly as she nodded in agreement. Indeed, this approach will prevent the great Yan from appearing heartless and slaying its own heroes while still allowing us the opportunity to acquire the fortune-suppressing artifact, to avoid unforeseen circumstances. Take 13 martial sovereigns with you to assist 4th and 5th. The 2nd ancestor promptly agreed. That would be ideal. Alongside the few guardians from the demon-suppressing city and the 6th ancestor, their party would comprise 5 martial sovereigns and nearly 20 martial masters. With such a formidable lineup, even if Qin Shao were to possess the strength of a martial sovereign, he would be no match for them. Even a martial saint might encounter difficulties against their numbers. Within the demon-suppressing city, after witnessing Qin Zhao's brutal dispatch of the Flood Dragon, King of the South and Zhao Yin'er breathed a sigh of relief, their hearts filled with awe at Qin Zhao's prowess. Apart from Qin Shao, the individual who understood the Flood Dragon's strength best was none other than the King of the South himself. Even his elite 30,000 troops, forming the Blazing Inferno formation, had been utterly ineffective against the Flood Dragon, which had effortlessly decimated the majority of their forces. It was unfathomable that Qin Shao had subdued the Flood Dragon at its full power. I have never encountered someone with such innate talent. Even the prodigy of your pales in comparison, the King of the South remarked, his gaze fixed on Qin Shao. The prodigy he referred to had once been hailed as the rare genius of a millennium in the Great Yan, having achieved the martial king realm by merely 20 years of age, before being taken by a national protective sect to train in regions with denser spiritual energy. Yet, even that individual could not compare to Qin Shao in the slightest. Yin'er, you were quite brave just now. The King of the South smiled gently at Zhao Yin'er. Her cheeks flushed as she buried her face into his chest, whispering, I was just worried because I saw you were in danger. Before she could finish, he interrupted, in my opinion, you were more concerned about this young man, weren't you? Truly, a daughter is not meant to be kept. Father. Zhao Yin'er blushed deeply. The King of the South seemed to recall something, his expression tightening. Yin'er, do not be misled by the apparent disparity in status between you and this young man. After this battle, he will surely become renowned throughout the Great Yan, and even in the surrounding empires, with legends of him spreading far and wide. This will undoubtedly attract numerous exceptional young women, many of whom will not only match your status, but may even surpass it. He paused, casting a meaningful look at Zhao Yin'er. Do you understand what I mean? Zhao Yin'er nodded and began to jog towards Qin Shao. On the city walls of the demon-suppressing city, Zhang Qinglan and the soldiers of the Black Tiger camp erupted in cheers upon witnessing Qin Zhao's triumph over the Flood Dragon. Commander Qin is mighty. Commander Qin is invincible. Well done. Brothers, since Commander Qin has vanquished the most powerful of the demon lords, we absolutely cannot allow him to lose face. We must show His Majesty the might of our Black Tiger camp. Seizing the moment, Zhang Qinglan rallied his comrades. As he spoke, he unleashed his full power, sweeping his spear across, annihilating a horde of beasts before him. Fight for our country and serve with loyalty. Countless soldiers of the Black Tiger camp responded fervently, their blood surging as they unleashed unparalleled strength, slaying the beasts that appeared before them, with the elite troops led by the King of the South joining the fray. The defenses of the demon-suppressing city became impregnable. The beasts on the city walls were completely eradicated. Before long, under the command of the Demon Emperor, the beast tide retreated in disarray, leaving behind countless carcasses. Outside the demon-suppressing city, behind the million-strong beast army, the Demon Emperor's face darkened as he surveyed the extensive losses. He cursed under his breath, thanks to this emperor's foresight in lifting the seal. Yet they are so easily defeated. Infuriating. The Flood Dragon remained silent. and with the King of the South's elite troops entering the battlefield, it was evident that the flood dragon within the city had been dealt with. Continuing further would yield no benefit. Thus, retreating to the myriad demon mountains to recuperate was the best course of action. Inside the city, a notification rang out. Congratulations on slaying the flood dragon, great perfection of martial sovereign. You have gained 20,000 in all attributes, received 10 extraordinary treasure chests, earned the title Dragon Slayer, and acquired a martial sovereign heart. Congratulations on breaking through 100,000 in all attributes. As a reward, you receive 5 extraordinary treasure chests and 1 master-level treasure chest. Congratulations on surpassing 200,000 in physique and strength attributes. As a reward, you receive 2 master-level treasure chests. As the notifications chimed, Qin Zhao's eyes sparkled with delight. It appeared that revealing his bloodline power and slaying the flood dragon had been immensely profitable. His attributes had now surpassed 100,000, with both strength and physique exceeding 200,000. In terms of attributes, he was no weaker than the pinnacle of martial kings. If Qin Zhao were to unleash his full power, he could simultaneously suppress 2 great perfection martial sovereigns and potentially eliminate them. As for the flood dragon's last words, Qin Zhao felt no concern. When soldiers come, I shall defend. When water comes, I shall dam. Before the forces the flood dragon spoke of could arrive, he would elevate his own strength to a level they could not approach, thus resolving all issues effortlessly. Gazing at the numerous high-tier treasure chests accumulated over this time, anticipation filled Qin Zhao's heart. I must receive something extraordinary, he declared. Open all the treasure chests. Chapter 67. Intelligence Organization, 3,000 Armored Troops. Acquired Fragment of Divine General Dian Wei X1. Acquired High-Quality Xian Jade X1000. Acquired Fragment of Divine General Huang Zhong X1. Acquired Heart of the Martial Sovereign X1. Acquired Fragment of Divine General Huang Zhong X1. Acquired Xianwood X1, Phoenix Tail Feather X1. Acquired Martial Sovereign Perfected Puppet X1. Acquired 3,000 Armored Troops, Modified Version. A sequence of notifications echoed in Qin Zhao's ears. His eyes sparkled with brilliance. A fragment of Divine General Huang Zhong? If memory serves me right, I can now synthesize Huang Zhong. I am eager to discover the prowess he possesses, having expended so many treasures to gather these fragments. The Xian Jade has diminished in value for me at this juncture, yet it can be distributed among the soldiers below as a reward. The Heart of the Martial Sovereign is valuable for upgrading Shadow One. Its current strength is still somewhat lacking and offers little assistance. These 2 materials are indeed precious. Allowing my Stag Bao to ascend to the Earth tier. What a marvel! A puppet at the level of Martial Sovereign perfected. Truly invincible. 3,000 armored troops. Is this a signal that I should rise in rebellion? Glancing at the myriad treasures yielded from the chests, Qin Zhao felt immense satisfaction. At this moment, both his martial arts and techniques were sufficiently plentiful, albeit lacking refinement. Undoubtedly, once Shadow One's upgrade is complete, it shall serve as one of his trump cards alongside the Martial Sovereign perfected puppet. 3,000 armored troops, plus Huang Zhong form the foundation for his future insurrection. Ultimately, the soldiers of the Black Tiger camp belong to the Great Yin. Should Qin Zhao raise the banner of revolt, it is likely that only a fraction of them would follow him. Manifesting the puppet, in the next instant, a figure resembling Shadow One, apart from its appearance, materialized before him. Its expression was dull and lifeless. Please name the puppet. Shadow 2. Qin Zhao softly spoke. In the next moment, Shadow 1 appeared before him, standing side by side with Shadow 2. Qin Zhao pressed the plus sign next to Shadow 1 twice. A flash of white light ensued. Shadow 1, once battered and worn, was rejuvenated. Its aura surged from the realm of Martial King Perfected to Martial Sovereign Perfected, showcasing tremendous advancement in both techniques and martial arts. It even acquired a low-tier heavenly technique, 3,000 thunderous movements, enabling it to teleport beside a target with the power of thunder, striking them down. Most remarkably, Qin Zhao could not shake the feeling that Shadow One's eyes now sparkled with a hint of vitality. Suddenly, I greet my master. Shadow One knelt before Qin Zhao, its gaze filled with reverence. Have you gained your own consciousness? Qin Zhao inquired. Shadow One clasped its hands and replied, it is entirely due to the fusion of the heart of the martial sovereign that I have attained my own thoughts. Excellent. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Qin Zhao's eyes. He had initially believed that puppets obtained from the chests would merely serve as bodyguards or enforcers throughout their existence. It appeared he had underestimated their potential for independent thought. Contemplating this, Qin Zhao handed a Qinquan ring to Shadow One. Within this ring lies 3,000 high-quality Xian Jade, 10,000 medium-quality Xian Jade, low-quality Xian Jade, and various foundational elixirs. I require you to establish an intelligence organization covering the entirety of Great Yin within a year, by any means necessary. Shadow One accepted the ring, its gaze fervent as it promised. I will accomplish this task. Go forth. Qin Zhao nodded slightly, watching Shadow One depart. Anticipation filled his eyes. If Shadow One could truly establish a comprehensive intelligence network across Great Yin within a year, it would be invaluable for his future rebellion. Imagine, as Great Yin mobilizes its forces, Qin Shao would already be aware of their movements, securing an unbeatable position, for warfare hinges upon intelligence. In the next moment, Qin Shao retrieved the stag bow without hesitation, pressing the plus sign on the back with eager expectation. A blaze of crimson light danced, accompanied by the sound of phoenixes' cries. The bow's grip adorned with intricately carved phoenixes came to life. The bowstring gleamed golden, exuding a refreshing chill as he drew it with his fingertips. Stag bow, quality, mid-tier earth. Range, 10,000 meters. Characteristics, armor piercing, a certain probability of ignoring defenses below martial sovereign. Tracking, high probability of tracking targets. Instant kill, extremely low probability of instantly killing targets below martial sovereign. Southern bright flame, arrows ignite upon contact, bypassing armor to inflict true damage. Accompanying technique, scorching arrow technique, upon activation, inflicts burning damage on a wide area of enemies, reducing their defensive attributes. Description, the bowstring possesses the power of southern bright flame. Arrows ignite upon contact with the enemy, capable of delivering significant single target and area damage. Friendly reminder, further upgrades can unlock additional characteristics, and when paired with techniques, can unleash unimaginable power. Qin Shao was overjoyed. The quality of the stag bow had risen 2 tiers. Its range had more than tripled, and the enhanced potency was evident. Most importantly, the added characteristic of southern bright flame would allow Qin Shao to inflict true damage upon foes. Imagine, at a crucial moment when an enemy is on the brink of death, pulling forth an incredibly high defense treasure. Previously, Qin Shao could only watch helplessly as they escaped. But now, he could eliminate them with the stag bow. Qin Shao drew the bowstring, noticing a significant increase in both its resilience and elasticity. Even with his current attributes, it was a struggle to draw the bowstring to 7/10 of its full capacity. 200 kilometers southeast of the Demon Suppression City, the 3,000 armored troops materialized. Qin Shao wore an expression of anticipation. As the commander of the Demon Suppression City, it was entirely reasonable for him to have a few thousand troops report to him. Was it not? The armored troops were renowned elite cavalry under the great Tang Emperor, Li Shimin. With the system's enhancement, they undoubtedly ranked among the finest heavy cavalry in this world. The reason for manifesting the armored troops so far away was simply to avoid drawing excessive attention within the populous Demon Suppression City. The armored troops arrived at the city within half an hour. A notification sound echoed. Qin Shao nodded slightly, then turned his gaze to the fragment of Divine General Huang Zhong. He clicked the synthesis button. Congratulations, you have obtained Divine General Huang Zhong. A flash of white light enveloped him as a robust man with graying temples bowed respectfully to Qin Shao. I greet my lord. Chapter 68. The Divine General Huang Zhong. The forces of the left virtuous king pressing forward following the sound. One could see that Huang Zhong's arms were nearly as thick as his own thighs. He bore on his back a long, purple bow exceeding a meter in length, his gaze piercing and spirited. Truly, he was a robust elder. General Huang, please rise. Qin Shao hastily assisted Huang Zhong to his feet and began to examine his attributes. Name, Huang Zhong, lifespan, 68 1000 realm, martial sovereign. Great perfection, promotion possible, cultivation technique. 9 turns returning yang technique, heaven tier, low grade, martial skills, cloud piercing arrow technique, earth tier, high grade, 9 heavens arrow god technique, heaven tier, low grade, equipment, sunfire divine bow, dragon sovereign battle armor set. Leadership, 30,000, troops led by Huang Zhong gain 30 combat effectiveness, archers release speed 30, accuracy 30, a gentle reminder. When all 5 tiger generals are gathered, unexpected effects will ensue. This information panel was indeed worthy of Huang Zhong. One of the 5 tiger generals of Shu. The least formidable techniques and martial skills he commanded were of earth tier, high grade, indicating the immense combat prowess he could unleash. Most notably, the final entry in the information read leadership. Apart from Qin Shao, he now possessed a general capable of enhancing the attributes of his soldiers. Do not underestimate the significance of a 30 increase in combat effectiveness. In scenarios where both sides are formidable and evenly matched, it is highly probable that this 30 advantage could lead one side to overpower the other. Yet, this was not the most extraordinary aspect of Huang Zhong. Under the premise of a 30 increase in combat effectiveness, his archers could additionally augment their shooting speed and accuracy by another 30. For instance, a standard archer might release a maximum of 30 arrows per minute with an accuracy of approximately 30. However, under Huang Zhong's command, they could unleash nearly 40 arrows per minute with an accuracy nearing 40. If a single archer could fire 10 additional arrows per minute, imagine the impact of 1,000 or 10,000 archers within the same time frame and conditions. The combat effectiveness of archers under Huang Zhong would far surpass that of any other archers elsewhere. This was simply astounding. Thank you, my lord. Huang Zhong's voice boomed, his eyes reflecting deep respect as he gazed at Qin Shao. Qin Shao nodded slightly and spoke. There is no need to call me my lord. Simply refer to me as commander. In due course, I will dispatch 3,000 archers under your command, and I trust you will train them well. Huang Zhong's eyes brightened as he clasped his hands, replying, Yes, commander. I shall certainly forge an elite team of archers for you. If he lacked a sufficient number of subordinates, he would ultimately be unable to fully unleash his capabilities. At that moment, Zhao Yin'er rushed in, tightly embracing Qin Shao, tears shimmering in her eyes. It is a relief that you are unharmed. Qin Shao, feeling the softness of her embrace, stiffened momentarily. However, this time was different from before. He exhaled gently, not pushing Zhao Yin'er away, but instead drawing her closer into his arms. He was no fool. How could he overlook Zhao Yin'er's affection for him? Who else, besides Zhao Yin'er, would dare to charge forth against a formidable enemy at the peak of their powers, especially when it was to seek vengeance for him? Just this alone was enough to capture Qin Shao's heart. Rest assured, I am quite formidable. How could anything happen to me? Qin Shao softly patted Zhao Yin'er's back, gently admonishing, Next time, do not act so impulsively. What if I cannot protect you in time? Upon hearing his words, Zhao Yin'er's eyes reddened, and she tightened her embrace around Qin Shao. Ever since he rescued her from the hands of the Xiongnu, she had harbored feelings for him, often confiding in the Prince of Zhennan. Yet, Qin Shao had shown no response to her affections, even seeming to reject them on some level. Now, feeling the warmth of his embrace, she began to quietly sob, woo-woo. Hearing her cry, Qin Shao felt overwhelmed, having never comforted a girl in either his past or present life. He fumbled, Do not cry, do not cry. What troubles you? With a choked voice, Zhao Yin'er replied, Please, do not be so reckless in the future. It's so dangerous. Why must you charge in like that? Would it not be better to retreat earlier? Qin Shao muttered, Wasn't he it to save your father? Huh, what? Zhao Yin'er's gaze fixed intently on Qin Shao. He quickly reassured her, All right. In the future, if danger arises, I will be the first to flee. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yin'er laughed through her tears, Hee, I knew you were the best. As she spoke, she disregarded Huang Zhong's curious gaze and planted a sudden kiss on Qin Shao's forehead. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Shao said, Have you truly thought this through? If you choose to follow me, the days ahead may not be easy. You should know what I mean. Zhao Yin'er nodded, affirming, No matter what, since I have chosen you, I will stick by you. My father will surely support my decision. Qin Shao sighed, That is for the best, otherwise, I shall spare no mercy. For Qin Shao, anyone who dared to obstruct his ambition to overthrow the great Yin and dominate the world would be dealt with ruthlessly, leaving no room for leniency. Outside the demon-suppressing city, the left virtuous king led a 1,000,000-strong Xiongnu army, encroaching upon the city. The sea of Xiongnu soldiers surrounded the demon-suppressing city like a tidal wave. The left virtuous king inhaled deeply, savoring the scent of blood in the air. He glanced at the pile of beast corpses outside the city, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Nahachi, prepare the logistics and boil water to reward the Empire's warriors. After a long journey, it is time for a good rest. Nailin-Gudwa, instruct your subordinates to call for surrender every half hour, and do not cease. Tomorrow morning, we shall launch a full-scale assault. The left virtuous king commanded. At this moment, the demon-suppressing city had just endured a beast tide, and the losses in defensive strength were significant. The remaining soldiers were utterly exhausted. This strategy would only serve to further fatigue the defenders. In stark contrast, the 1,000,000-strong Xiongnu army would be able to recuperate and gather strength. When the time came, they would seize the demon-suppressing city with minimal losses, achieving yet another great victory. Understood. Nahachi and Nailin-Gudwa clasped their hands in salute and turned to depart. Before long, a robust Xiongnu warrior led a dozen soldiers to the outskirts of the demon-suppressing city, calling out from a distance, Brothers of Great Yin, why not simply surrender and open the gates? Our king has assured that no harm will come to you or the citizens within. Should you refuse to surrender? When our army breaches the city, there will be no remnants left. The calls for surrender echoed continuously until dawn. The soldiers of the Black Tiger camp atop the city walls appeared weary, fearful of a night assault from the Xiongnu. Just then, the ground trembled. The Xiongnu army surged forth like locusts, charging toward the demon-suppressing city. Chapter 69, The Great Army Assaults the City. The Offerings Come to Aid. Brothers, His Excellency the Left Noble King has decreed, those who breach the city of Dengfeng shall be rewarded with 1,000 head of cattle and sheep, and 1,000 steeds, a bounty of 10,000 gold, and a promotion of 3 ranks. Furthermore, within 3 days after the city falls, all women and goods plundered will belong to you. A Hunnic commander proclaimed loudly to his soldiers beside him. To put it plainly, warfare is a game of high-level strategy, a contest for resources. To inspire the troops to fight with fervor, the rewards must be substantial. As the saying goes, under heavy rewards, brave men will emerge. Moreover, the vanguard consists of Hunnic convicts and slaves, who are eager to change their fates through battle and escape their lives as prisoners and serfs. How could they not desire to breach the formidable city before them? They surged forward with unprecedented speed, each soldier resembling a wolf of the steppe. Charging straight towards the city, disregarding life and death. Kill. Annihilate these two-legged sheep. Step aside. Those who lag behind shall not block the path. Charge. Follow me to breach the city. Once the city falls, we shall slaughter. Those who retreat will die. The Hunnic soldiers roared as they rushed towards the city of Yuyao, energized after a night's rest. In stark contrast, atop the walls of Yuyao City, the soldiers of the Black Tiger camp and the southern garrison displayed visible fatigue. Qin Zhao's urgent voice rang out incessantly. Brothers, hold steady. Think of the townsfolk inside. Think of your families. If we can endure just a little longer, the reinforcements sent by His Majesty will arrive. Should Yuyao City fall, both the beasts and the Huns will be free to plunder our great yin. Upon hearing this, the Black Tiger camp soldiers, who had grown somewhat numb from days of defense, found renewed vigor. Perhaps it was a fleeting moment of clarity or the effects of their last reserves of medicinal pills, but the soldiers of the Black Tiger camp rallied once more, their battle cries echoing. Eliminate these despicable Huns. Fire arrows. We must not let them breach the city. Fight with me. Despite their rallying cries, as time passed, the Hunnic soldiers faced little resistance and approached the walls of Yuyu City. Hundreds of ladders were raised against the unguarded sections of the walls, and countless ferocious Hunnic warriors began to climb, intent on seizing control of the ramparts. Even with the unwavering resolve of the Black Tiger camp soldiers, Yuyu City had already suffered immense depletion of resources while fending off the beast tide. The stock of crossbow bolts, firestones, and rolling logs had nearly run dry. There was no way to replenish these supplies in the short term, and their defensive capabilities were severely limited. Furthermore, the defenders could feel their exhaustion weighing heavily, their swords nearly slipping from their grasp. The city's defenses were greatly weakened. On the other side of the Qianquan mirror, the ministers and generals of the court watched this scene with clenched teeth, their hearts heavy with worry for Yuyao City. Damnable beasts. If Yuyu City had not been battered by the beast tide, even if they had tenfold their numbers, they could never breach our walls. They lamented. They take advantage of our weakened state, a true display of cowardice. These wretched creatures should have been eradicated by the late emperor. If His Majesty and the offerings were to intervene, perhaps there would still be hope for defense. Yet, the emperor is a treasure of immeasurable worth. What if an unexpected event were to occur? Bai Qi's expression turned grave as he fixed his gaze on the advancing Hunnic forces. At this point, Yuyao City is in peril. We must swiftly inform the surrounding populace to evacuate, lest they become prey to the Huns. Bai Qi shared the sentiments of the civil officials. Without the beast tide, even if the Hunnic forces were larger and stronger, they could not hope to take Yuyu City. It was crucial for the city to hold out until the reinforcements from Great Yin arrived. However, now, both the defensive weapons and the soldiers of the Black Tiger camp were nearing their limits, unable to mount an effective resistance. The fall of the city was merely a matter of time. Yuyu City would surely fall, even if Commander Qin's personal prowess was unmatched. Coupled with the emperor and the offerings, it would be a formidable challenge to withstand the charge of 100,000 Hunnic soldiers. A military leader beside Bai Qi, who had remained silent until now, slowly opened his eyes and sighed. Kill. We must push down. Suddenly, Qin Zhao raised his blade and swung it. A streak of azure energy cleaving through dozens of Hunnic soldiers, their organs splattering against the faces of those nearby. Kill a Hunnic soldier, warrior, X1. Gain 20 points of strength. Kill a Hunnic soldier, martial master, X1. Gain 10 points across all attributes. Kill a Hunnic soldier, warrior, X1. Gain 20 points of constitution. System notifications echoed in his mind. Qin Zhao fought valiantly, each movement inflicting significant damage on the Hunnic soldiers scaling the walls. Witnessing Qin Zhao's display of power, Zhang Qinglan was filled with excitement and shouted, "We shall defend the city to the death. We shall follow our leader to the end. Kill! Kill!" The soldiers of the Black Tiger camp were greatly inspired, responding with fervor, their battle spirit soaring. With Qin Zhao's aura augmenting their capabilities, their combat effectiveness surged, clearing the Hunnic soldiers from the walls in an instant. Yet, the situation remained dire. Waves of Hunnic soldiers continued to ascend the walls, fearless of death, relentless in their assault. As seconds ticked by, the soldiers of the Black Tiger camp and the southern garrison began to suffer substantial casualties. With each loss, the morale of the Huns surged. It would not be long before Yuyao City succumbed to their onslaught. Amidst the chaos, Ji Wudao, surrounded by his comrades, watched the Black Tiger camp soldiers and southern garrison fall one after another, his heart heavy with despair. His expression darkened, anger brewing within. In the future, I shall avenge this day. He turned slightly, beseeching the 6 ancestors and the offerings, I implore you to lend your strength. If Yuyu City falls, the entire Great Yin will suffer immense losses. Several offerings exchanged glances, their attention drawn to the 6 ancestors. Annihilate them. The 6 ancestors pondered briefly before nodding. Though this was not their designated task, the prosperity of Great Yin aided their cultivation. Should Yuyu City fall, the ensuing chaos would undoubtedly disrupt the imperial fortunes, affecting them as well. In the next moment, led by the 6 ancestors, several offerings scattered across the walls. Upon encountering the Hunnic soldiers, they unleashed their full might, reducing them to mere fragments. With the addition of a few martial sect and martial honor experts, the tides of battle shifted dramatically. Countless Hunnic soldiers met their demise. They are demons. Run. By the heavens above, what level of power is this? Why are we facing such might here? Where is our commander? Why have they not dealt with these great Yin warriors yet? This is madness. I want to go home. The surviving Hunnic soldiers were gripped by terror, their courage shattered. Those who had scaled the walls sought to retreat, while those below, oblivious to the carnage, yearned for glory and continued to ascend. Many of the Huns who had already ascended the city walls chose to leap down directly. For at least this way they would not be instantly reduced to a bloody pulp. The scene immediately descended into chaos. At that moment, several figures leaped from below the walls, soaring directly above the offerings. Let them all perish. Chapter 70. The Offerings' Annihilation, a Clash of Titans. Indeed, the offerings beside His Majesty have made their move. Splendidly executed. Truly, the offerings from the Imperial Ancestral Hall possess formidable strength. Let these despicable Xiongnu see that our great Yin is certainly not to be trifled with. That figure clad in white robes, if I am not mistaken, must be one of the 6 ancestors from the Ancestral Hall. To think he has also arrived. With his involvement, the defense of the Demon Suppression City is assured. Initially, the entire court was filled with trepidation, but upon witnessing the offerings led by Ji Wudao swiftly decimating countless Xiongnu soldiers, a collective sigh of relief echoed through the ranks. And astonishment replaced their worries. Only Bai Qi and the military leaders beside him maintained a tense demeanor, their eyes flickering with concern, as if anticipating an unforeseen peril. What is your assessment, old Bai? One of the commanders inquired of Bai Qi. With a heavy sigh, Bai Qi replied, if we consider the current situation alone, even a 1,000,000-strong army could not breach the city. However, since the Xiongnu have dispatched such a colossal force, they must have prepared thoroughly. Surely, there are experts among them who can rival the offerings of the Ancestral Hall. As his words fell, alarm resonated through the court. This is bad. The situation has changed. Where did these Xiongnu powerhouses emerge from? Through the Qianquan mirror, they saw the offerings, who had previously slaughtered Xiongnu soldiers with ease, now injured by their counterparts. Even the 6 ancestors found themselves forced back. They could only watch helplessly as the Xiongnu soldiers continued to swarm the city walls. Unable to act due to the oppressive aura of the approaching Xiongnu warriors, the 6 ancestors surveyed their surroundings and noted that the incoming Xiongnu warriors outmatched their offerings. His expression darkened as he addressed the imposing Xiongnu warrior before him. This territory belongs to our great Yin. It won't be long before reinforcements arrive, and when they do, none of you shall escape. The Xiongnu warrior coldly regarded the 6 ancestors without a word, his silence igniting the ancestors' fury. With a wave of his hand, several offerings quickly gathered by his side. Starry Sky Array. The 6 ancestors produced a scroll inscribed with the formation and cast it skyward. The offerings swiftly moved to their designated positions. In the next heartbeat, a blue light enveloped the 6 ancestors and several offerings. Their power visibly elevated by at least a minor realm. The Xiongnu warriors, however, watched with curiosity, making no attempt to intervene. Eliminate them. With their powers heightened, the 6 ancestors' eyes glinted with murderous intent as they charged at the Xiongnu warriors, intent on annihilating them in a single strike. Yet, upon engaging their foes, the offerings were met with an unexpected realization. No matter the ferocity of their attacks, they could not breach the defenses of the Xiongnu warriors. Their strikes merely scratched the surface of their armor. The 6 ancestors' eyes widened in shock as they exclaimed, have you mastered the ancient body-refining techniques? Those who practiced such arts possessed combat prowess far surpassing their peers, able to combat opponents of higher realms with ease. Have you had your fill of this yet? The leading Xiongnu warrior merely sneered at the offerings, a hint of disdain curling his lips. Kill. At his command, the Xiongnu warriors transformed into streaks of light. And in the blink of an eye, all offerings, save for the 6 ancestors and Ji Wudao, lay dead. Even those 2 were gravely wounded. Finish them off and return to report to Lord Zhua. The leading warrior ordered. Witnessing this chaos from atop the city walls, Ji Wudao felt his heart shatter. These offerings, each at least at the martial sovereign level, were among the elite of Great Yin. Yet, in the eyes of these Xiongnu, they were but insects, easily crushed. Despair began to envelop Ji Wudao as he realized that should events continue as they were, both Ji Zhantian and the 6 ancestors might soon be annihilated. On the other side of the Qianquan mirror, the court watched in horror, their hearts racing. They had anticipated a potential defeat for the 6 ancestors and their offerings. But never did they imagine such a swift and devastating loss. Where had these Xiongnu powerhouses come from? Why were they able to so effortlessly decimate the offerings of Great Yin? This is dire. The city walls of demon suppression are on the brink of collapse, and His Majesty may soon be in peril. The realization struck them like a thunderbolt. Why are they so powerful? Even the 6 ancestors fell before them. It's over. The Demon Suppression City is in grave danger. At that moment, one of the civil officials attempted to offer comfort. Let us not speak so despondently. Commander Qin is still with us, is he not? Surely he will not fall to these Xiongnu powerhouses. Immediately, someone countered, alas, no matter how formidable Commander Qin may be, he cannot possibly surpass the 6 ancestors and the other offerings. Even if we assume he defeated the Flood Dragon, he must have exhausted considerable energy and may not be able to unleash his full potential now. In any case, if Qin Shao can eliminate these Xiongnu warriors, I shall resign my post and return home to farm. On the walls of the demon suppression city, a thunderous roar erupted. The once mighty Xiongnu warriors were suddenly sent reeling backward, crackling with electricity, their vitality waning rapidly. You dare wreak havoc on my territory without my consent? Qin Shao glared coldly at the leading Xiongnu warrior, arcs of electricity dancing in his hands. Oh, you are significantly stronger than them. You have the right to know my name. I am Mahamu. When you arrive in hell, do not misstate my name. Mahama raised an eyebrow with interest. Without a hint of strategy, he charged directly toward Qin Shao, evidently intending to eliminate him in a single strike. Be careful. Do not engage him head-on. Ji Zhantian and the 6 ancestors warned in unison. Yet, Qin Shao stood unmoving, seemingly ignoring their cries. Seeing this, Ji Zhantian and the 6 ancestors exchanged glances. Despair settling in, Mahamu, with a cruel smile, quickened his pace. Since you seek death, do not blame me. As Mahamu closed in. Less than 5 meters away from Qin Shao, the latter's figure vanished from sight in an instant. Mahamu's eyes filled with confusion. Suddenly, he felt a tingling sensation coursing through his body before being sent flying backward. Just as he regained his footing, excruciating pain shot through his arms. Upon inspection, what once had been proud limbs were now barely connected to his shoulders by mere flesh. Mahamu's eyes turned crimson as he screamed in despair. Qin Shao merely scoffed, realizing that if these Xiongnu warriors had not pursued the path of body refinement, he might have needed to exert considerable effort to defeat them. However, engaging in a physical contest was his forte. The fusion of the true dragon bloodline and the ancient god's arm had significantly enhanced Qin Zhao's physical strength. At this moment, it would not be an exaggeration to say he had achieved a sanctified body. To challenge him in a physical confrontation was akin to courting death. At all costs. Kill him, Mahama bellowed. In the next moment, the remaining Xiongnu warriors surged toward Qin Shao. Chapter 71. Tremendous strength, astonishment among the crowd. Qin Shao gazed at the approaching Huns with a calm demeanor, as though merely an observer. It was not until they reached him that he slightly bent his knee. And a glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes. With the thunderclap fist, a resounding boom echoed. In an instant, the previously clear sky was engulfed in roaring thunder. Lightning surged into his fists, crackling with energy. Qin Shao vanished from his position, launching a fierce assault on several Hun warriors. In the blink of an eye, they were sent hurtling backward, their bodies charred and lifeless, with electricity still flickering across them. He had slain a Hun body cultivator, mid-level martial sect, X1. Collecting 2,500 points in all attributes and acquiring a platinum chest X1. He had also defeated a Hun body cultivator, early martial sect, X1. Gathering 2,300 points in all attributes and obtaining another platinum chest X1. Additionally, he had vanquished a Hun body cultivator, peak martial sect, X1. Securing 3,000 points in all attributes and yet another platinum chest X1. As the notifications rang in his ears, Qin Shao remained unfazed. Shifting his gaze to the direction where Mahama had been. Unbeknownst to him, Mahama had discreetly retreated. With a slight sigh, he acknowledged that from the very beginning, his target had been Mahamu. Slaying these few was hardly sufficient. Meanwhile, Ji Zhantian and Lu Zhu stood by, utterly dumbfounded. They considered themselves among the most formidable in the Great Yin, yet the Hun body cultivators had been effortlessly crushed before them. The ease with which Qin Shao dispatched these warriors was nothing short of incredible. On the other side of the Qianquan mirror, Bai Qi exchanged astonished glances with the military leaders beside him. Old Bai, am I dreaming? Inquired one of the generals. A resounding slap echoed as he struck his own face, looking incredulously at Bai Qi. Before he could voice his confusion, Bai Qi replied, Does it hurt? If it does, you are not dreaming. It hurts. The general affirmed, I am not dreaming. Before he could finish speaking, a sudden uproar erupted in the court. What? I thought I was seeing things. This is real. How can Qin Zhao's strength be so formidable? Could he have already reached the martial sage level? Truly. Heaven blesses our Great Yin. We shall surely prosper. Even Lu Zhu, after activating the Heavenly Star Array, had been effortlessly defeated. While Qin Shao slaughtered them as if they were mere livestock. It would not be long before our Great Yin likely gained another king. However, this atmosphere did not last long. The left chancellor sighed softly and addressed the assembly. While Commander Qin is indeed powerful, let us not forget that the left-wise king of the Huns commands an army of 1,000,000, and Yu City may still be unable to withstand the onslaught. We should inform His Majesty to retreat promptly and later send reinforcements to reclaim Yu City. On the city wall, Ji Wudao and King Jinnan were equally astonished by Qin Zhao's effortless annihilation of the Hun warriors. Commander Qin's strength is truly astonishing. I did not misjudge him. He is indeed a hero of the Great Yin. I shall reward him handsomely in the future. Ji Wudao felt immense relief, realizing that without Qin Zhao's timely aid, both Lu Zhu and his father might have perished. He himself would have faced unimaginable consequences from the imperial clan, possibly losing his throne. King Jinnan nodded, seemingly recalling something. Your Majesty, did you not bestow upon Qin Shao a set of Earth-tier equipment some time ago? Why has he not yet received it? He asked, gesturing towards Qin Shao. Having saved his life, it was only right that King Jinnan advocate for him. Upon hearing this, Ji Wudao noticed that Qin Shao was merely clad in a set of spirit-tier equipment, which had been rendered nearly unrecognizable after such an intense battle. It was incomprehensible that during the life and death struggle, Qin Shao would not don his highest quality gear. The only explanation for his current appearance was that he had not yet received the Earth tier set he was owed. This is absolutely outrageous. They dare to withhold the equipment I bestowed. Ji Wudao's eyes reddened as he exclaimed. His anger stemmed not only from the withheld equipment, but also from the affront to his authority as the sovereign of the Great Yan. If this matter were mishandled, he would risk losing his dignity in the court. King Zhennan bowed slightly, imploring, "Your Majesty, please calm your anger," before Ji Wudao could respond. They saw the Crown Prince approach, positioning the Qianquan mirror to face Ji Wudao. The voice of the left chancellor could be heard urging His Majesty to swiftly withdraw the troops, planning to devise a strategy for reclaiming Yu City later. The voices of civil and military officials echoed, pleading for His Majesty to retreat to safety. Hearing this, Ji Wudao was taken aback, then erupted in fury. "Do you not see our soldiers of the Great Yin valiantly resisting? They fear not death. Why should I? I shall undoubtedly stand with them to the end." He paused, then coldly remarked, "Second brother, fourth brother, do you truly believe I am blind? Immediately summon your troops to support Yu City. If it falls, you know the consequences." The second and fourth princes exchanged glances of silent despair, bowing their heads. "We obey the father's command." Ji Wudao nodded and then turned his gaze to the Jin Yi commander, Shen Lian, who had remained silent. "What sort of Jin Yi commander are you? How is it that you are unaware of the equipment I bestowed upon Qin Shao being embezzled?" Shen Lian, clad in his flying fish attire, immediately knelt. "I beg your Majesty to punish me." Ji Wudao raised an eyebrow. "Punishment can wait. For now, I grant you the authority to act first and report later. You must uncover the truth of this matter." Shen Lian nodded solemnly. "I shall fulfill your Majesty's command. Should anything go awry, I will present my head." The court officials fell silent, fearful of uttering a word that might draw misfortune upon themselves. The Jin Yi, under Shen Lian's command, was a sword of Damocles hanging over their heads, capable of striking at any moment. Had Ji Wudao not previously curtailed their power, some might have already met their end. Now, with their authority reinstated, many officials exchanged glances filled with trepidation, silently cursing those responsible for withholding Qin Zhao's equipment. In the imperial city of the Great Yan, within the third prince's residence, in a secret chamber, a piercing scream echoed. The head of the chief steward, Zhu Bo, was severed by the third prince and carelessly tossed aside. The third prince handed over the bloodied knife to a nearby attendant, instructing them to clean it. Then, with a sinister smile, he declared, "If one cannot accomplish a task after so many attempts, they are of no use." Had Zhu Bo not been unable to arrange for someone to eliminate Qin Shao, he would not have sought contact with the hidden kill tower. The risk was too great. A figure adorned with a sinister mask and clad in dark garments sat silently before the third prince, seemingly oblivious to everything around him. He spoke in a measured tone. "Your Highness, in light of the 10,000 superior grade Xian jade you replenished yesterday, the organization's higher echelons have resolved to engage the second elder. He has successfully executed assassinations against martial saints in their initial stages before. This time, we shall not encounter any unforeseen complications." The third prince nodded slightly, responding, "That would be most desirable." Once the cloaked figure departed, the third prince spoke softly, informed Yang Fengquan to withhold those items for a while longer. "When the time comes, I shall bestow ample rewards." "Understood," came the reply from the shadows. Chapter 72, The Middle-Ranked Empire's Forces in the Eight Fiends' Mysterious Fire Array. Ji Zhantian and the sixth ancestor gazed in astonishment as Qin Shao swiftly annihilated the Xiongnu body refining expert before him, causing Muhammad to flee in a panic. They remained transfixed for a considerable time, exchanging bewildered glances. Could this truly be the person we were to support? The sixth ancestor's eyes widened as he exclaimed, "Is Ji Wudao jesting with us? This level of strength, it's beyond the realm of even a fully realized demon sovereign, and may even rival that of a martial saint. Even the second strongest among us, when fully unleashed, would hardly compare." Upon hearing this, Ji Zhantian swallowed nervously and hesitantly replied, "I am not entirely certain. However, Wudao has never been one to exaggerate. Perhaps he is unaware of this individual's true strength?" Before the sixth ancestor could respond, Ji Zhantian seemed to recall something. His chest heaving as he inquired, "Sixth ancestor, did you catch a glimpse of the martial technique Qin Shao just employed?" Without a moment's hesitation, the sixth ancestor nodded. "If you could see it, then of course I could as well. But wait." Realization struck him, and his eyes widened in disbelief. What he had witnessed was indeed an earth-ranked martial technique, perfected to its pinnacle. Seeing Ji Zhantian nod in affirmation, the sixth ancestor's expression grew complicated. "Even I have not mastered an earth-ranked martial technique to such completeness. Among the others, only our second brother has achieved perfection in high-level techniques. This individual is truly terrifying." Ji Zhantian sighed. "How splendid it would be if this were one of our Ji family's own. Then we would not have to. Be cautious." The sixth ancestor interjected sharply. Ji Zhantian quickly fell silent. On a slope not far from the city of Demon Control, two figures observed Qin Zhao's earlier display. The taller of the two, a woman clad in ethereal white gauze with an ink-colored overlay and adorned with a jade pendant at her waist, had waist-length hair. Her companion, somewhat shorter, wore a red combat outfit with a yellow satin cape, her hair secured by a jade hairpin from which hung a cascade of colorful beads. "Big sister. This person is exceptionally formidable." The air of the Marquis mansion pales in comparison. Shinchingyao's voice rang out, lively and clear, like the chime of silver bells. Before Shinchingya could respond, Shinchingya continued, "Why not bring him home to meet father? Surely he would cease pressuring you to marry the heir of the Marquis." Shinchingya's gaze flickered with something unusual as she looked at Qin Shao. Yet, she ultimately sighed, "No, that would place him in danger. The Marquis mansion is filled with powerful individuals. Even the guards are at least at the martial spirit level. The strongest among them might even reach the martial god realm. If Qin Shao were to accompany me back, he would inevitably become a target of jealousy from the Marquis heir, risking retaliation. Sister, do you truly wish to marry that indolent, incompetent heir of the Marquis who spends his days in debauchery? You would never." Shinchingyao's voice rose slightly. Shinchingya waved her hand, interrupting, "Silence. Regardless, this matter must not be mentioned again." With that, Shinchingya fell silent, her gaze fixed on Qin Shao, her eyes shimmering with determination. For her sister's happiness, she could only. Upon the walls of the city of Demon Control, after Qin Shao had slain the Xiongnu body refining expert, the morale of the Black Tiger camp and the Southern Guard soldiers surged dramatically. The soldiers, who had previously succumbed to despair, erupted in cheers. Commander Qin is invincible. Commander Qin's might is unparalleled. With Commander Qin here, even if a martial god descended from the Xiongnu, they could not breach our city. Annihilate these Xiongnu dogs. Kill. In an instant, the soldiers, both physically and mentally exhausted, found renewed strength and fighting spirit. In a narrow encounter, the brave shall prevail. Follow me into battle. Qin Shao proclaimed loudly, wielding the Star Source blade tirelessly against the dense ranks of Xiongnu soldiers. Any Xiongnu soldier who came into contact with his Azure Blade energy was cleaved in two, their wounds eerily smooth. The Xiongnu soldiers dared not ascend the ladders approaching him. As he cleared the area around him, Qin Shao drew the stag bow, his gaze sharpening. With a swift motion, he knocked an arrow and released it, unleashing a flurry of 9 arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Kill a Xiongnu soldier, Great Martial Master. X1. Collect 30 points to all attributes. Kill a Xiongnu soldier, Warrior. X1. Collect 20 points in strength. Kill a Xiongnu soldier, Martial Master. X1. Collect 10 points to all attributes. Each arrow pierced multiple Xiongnu soldiers, pinning them to the ground. The areas struck by the arrows were utterly cleared. Yet, despite his prowess, Qin Zhao's strength was ultimately finite. Continuous waves of Xiongnu soldiers continued to ascend the walls, engaging in close combat with the soldiers of the Black Tiger camp and the Southern Guard. In the ensuing chaos, both sides suffered immense casualties. Limbs and blood flew in every direction, painting a gruesome tableau reminiscent of hell itself. Witnessing this, Qin Shao ceased to hold back. Retrieving the 8 Fiends' mysterious fire array he had obtained earlier, he hurled it into the sky, and the crimson light enveloped the defending soldiers. As the formation activated, vast swathes of space outside the city of Demon Control trembled, and scarlet flames erupted from the ground, soaring toward the heavens, engulfing the Xiongnu's 100,000-strong army in an instant. The flames crackled ominously, igniting the air around them with a series of explosive sounds. Suddenly, from beneath the earth, several fire dragons burst forth. Their bodies ablaze with mysterious fire, their scales gleaming with a metallic sheen under the flames' glow. Their whiskers danced, and their colossal eyes sparkled with an awe-inspiring authority. Each roar was deafening, seemingly capable of penetrating the very soul, instilling primal fear and reverence in all who heard it. They surged through the ranks of the Xiongnu army, each movement claiming countless Xiongnu soldiers as they met their fiery demise. Before these dragons, whether one was a warrior or a martial king, all met the same fate, instant annihilation. In mere seconds, the Xiongnu soldiers within a few kilometers of the formation were utterly obliterated. A long, steady horn signaling the retreat echoed across the battlefield. Countless Xiongnu soldiers outside the formation's range looked on with relief. Had they charged in, they would have faced certain death. In the Xiongnu's camp, the left virtuous king raised an eyebrow at the sight of the raging inferno before him. However, before he could speak, a figure rushed in. "My king. Only I escaped from the elite forces of the Great Yin, who were fortified by top-tier experts." Mahama gasped, sweat beading on his forehead. With a swift motion, the sound of a blade slicing through flesh echoed, and Mahama was cleaved in two, his innards spilling forth. "Then what purpose do you serve in living?" The left virtuous king sheathed his bloody blade, speaking with an air of indifference. His interest in the city of Demon Control deepened. Mahamu's group had previously hunted down an existence at the peak of the martial sovereign realm, yet they had been obliterated in this humble border city of the Great Yin. Soon after, the left virtuous king waved his hand. "Yueji, take your Wolf God army and conquer this city for me." The Wolf God army was his most elite unit, consisting of merely 3,000 troops. Within, the soldiers are at least of the martial spirit realm, and the leader, Yueji, is a being of the martial sovereign realm. Most importantly, they are equally capable of deploying formidable battle formations, which will undoubtedly enable them to break through the 8 Fiends' profound fire formation before them. Agreed. Yueji clasped his hands, brimming with the spirit of combat. Chapter 73, The 3,000 Wolf God Army, the city of demon suppression shall surely fall. Upon witnessing the retreat of the Xiongnu soldiers, a resounding cheer erupted from the walls, echoing to the heavens. "Brothers, we have survived. The Xiongnu have retreated, We have triumphed. Mother, I have not let you down. I promise to protect you. Indeed, the commander displayed his prowess effortlessly, managing to hold back the million-strong Xiongnu army with a mere formation. Many voices were filled with admiration for Qin Shao. They had initially believed that the city of demon suppression would surely fall, yet Qin Shao always managed to turn the tide at critical moments. It could be said that Qin Shao was not only a hero of Dian but also their personal hero. In an instant, his prestige soared to unprecedented heights. Ji Wudao gazed at the raging fire dragons before him, an unusual glint flickering in his eyes. The power of this formation was astonishing, capable of repelling hundreds of thousands of Xiongnu soldiers, suggesting it was at least of a terrestrial grade. Before King Zhen Nan could speak, Ji Wudao inquired, "You have traveled far and wide, experiencing countless battles. Have you ever encountered a formation of such immense power?" King Zhen Nan's heart tightened as he clasped his hands and replied, "Your Majesty, I have never witnessed a formation of such magnitude. Even formations with 10 times less power are exceedingly rare." Ji Wudao nodded, lost in thought as he gazed towards Qin Shao. Observing this, King Zhen Nan let out a faint sigh. At that moment, the heavy sound of war drums echoed from a distance. Boom, boom, boom. A contingent of approximately 3,000 Xiongnu cavalry charged into the fiery inferno. Clad in gray-blue armor, their figures were sharp and gleaming with metallic luster. Upon seeing this, the soldiers defending the city of demon suppression, as well as the officials present, felt no concern. The recent display of the fire dragon's might had left an indelible impression on them. Only Qin Shao sensed an underlying unease. Since the left noble king had chosen to send them in after witnessing the Eight Fiends' profound fire formation, it was evident that their strength far exceeded anyone's expectations. They must have a method to counter the Eight Fiends' profound fire formation. As the cavalry reached the heart of the Eight Fiends' profound fire formation, they became the targets of the fire dragons, who dove towards them. The leader, Yueji, remained unfazed, producing a cowhide scroll and tossing it skyward. The scroll emitted a brilliant blue light that enveloped the flame army. In the next instant, a colossal gray wolf, formed from spiritual energy, materialized before them. Its eyes, sharp as an eagle's, fixated on the fire dragons, its claws incredibly sharp. As the fire dragons charged towards it, the wolf sprang into action, swiftly swatting them aside as if they were nothing. Qin Shao observed this scene with a grave expression. The aura of this gray wolf could be classified as half a martial saint. If the Eight Fiends' profound fire formation had not been drained by the hundreds of thousands of Xiongnu soldiers, it would still possess fighting capability. However, it was evident that they were no match for the Grey Wolf now, as the fire dragons suffered injuries. The soldiers of the Black Tiger camp and the Junnan army atop the wall spat blood, their spirits waning. Damage to the formation directly affected their foundational power. The greater the damage to the formation, the more severe the repercussions they faced. Yueji's eyes momentarily sparkled with delight. Even if the defenders of the city of demon suppression possessed incredible willpower and combat prowess, the heavy blow to the fire dragons would inevitably lead to their injuries or demise. Thus, breaching the city of demon suppression would be effortless. With this in mind, he swiftly directed the Grey Wolf to charge directly at the fire dragons. In contrast, the fire dragons, no longer as solid as before, had their fiery temperatures noticeably diminished, flickering in intensity. Accompanying Ji Wudao as they departed, he, as the Emperor of Dian, could not afford to falter. The sixth ancestor's heart sank as he addressed Ji Zhantian. Ji Zhantian nodded and, without waiting for Ji Wudao to speak, promptly sealed his spiritual energy. He shouldered him and hurriedly retreated. Ji Wudao could only watch helplessly as he distanced himself from the city of demon suppression until it finally vanished from sight. His eyes were hollow, devoid of spirit. King Zhennan and the Crown Prince gazed at the ferocious Grey Wolf before them, despair evident on their faces. With the threat of 3,000 Wolf God cavalry in front and 1,000,000 Xiongnu soldiers lurking behind, the moment the fire dragons fell, the city of demon suppression would surely be breached. Your Highness, it is best to leave early. It seems we truly cannot hold on. King Zhennan sighed softly. The Crown Prince smiled, declaring, "We promised to fight alongside the soldiers of Dian. How can I alone survive?" At these words, King Zhennan's gaze flickered with surprise and a hint of respect. The Crown Prince was indeed a person of great worth, having stood alongside the defenders of the city of demon suppression until now, fulfilling his duty. Leaving at this point would draw no reproach, yet he chose not to escape, instead opting to share the fate of the city and its soldiers. Such integrity was truly commendable. Moreover, was not Commander Qin still present? He had repeatedly achieved the miraculous. Perhaps he could do so once more. The Crown Prince added, "Let us hope so." King Zhennan nodded in agreement. On the other side of the Qianquan mirror, the officials of the court witnessed the 3,000 Wolf God cavalry swiftly incapacitating the fire dragons within the Eight Fiends' profound fire formation, and panic ensued. This is disastrous. Where did these Xiongnu cavalry come from, and how can they command such a formidable formation? It's over, no matter how extraordinary Qin Shao is. The city of demon suppression will likely fall. If the outer formation is breached, the city of demon suppression will be in grave peril. Oh no. My family is not far from the city of demon suppression. The left chancellor spoke sternly. Everyone, remain calm. General Bai, General Luo. He addressed Bai Qi and the general beside him. To minimize losses and protect the citizens of Dian, I ask you to dispatch your respective White Tiger Army and Xuanwu guards to strategic locations to fend off any incoming Xiongnu soldiers or beast tides. Further arrangements will be made once His Majesty returns. Bai Qi and Luo Dingyan exchanged glances, nodded, and swiftly departed, though the left chancellor lacked the authority to command them. Special circumstances warranted special measures. Should they disobey the left chancellor's orders and lead to calamity for Dian, they would be deemed its sinners. Once all arrangements were made, the left chancellor let out a slight sigh of relief. He had done all he could, and now it was up to fate. On the walls of the city of demon suppression, just as the Grey Wolf was about to strike the fire dragons, Qin Shao clenched his fist, retracting the scroll into his storage space. If they continued to engage the Grey Wolf head-on, the defenders would suffer tremendous losses, rendering their efforts futile. Yueji's lips curled into a slight smirk. Regardless of whether the Eight Fiends' profound fire formation remained active, the city of demon suppression would surely fall today. He led the Wolf God army, directing the Grey Wolf towards the city. As the terrifying presence of the Grey Wolf loomed, the defenders exerted all their might to thwart its advance. Yet, every attack against it felt like mere tickling, having no effect whatsoever. A palpable sense of despair enveloped the surroundings. In a moment of dire urgency, a general, adorned with twin axes of exquisite design slung across his back, led a formidable contingent of 3,000 cavalrymen as they marched forth from the city gates, poised for action. Both they and their steeds were clad in heavy, resplendent armor, fully equipped, with only their eyes visible. Chapter 74. The Majestic Might of the Xuanjiao Army. Cheng Yaojin's reluctance. What cavalry is this? Why have I never seen such troops? Does our great Yin possess cavalry dressed in such a manner? Alas, what are they doing here? Charging headlong into the formidable Xiongnu cavalry? Is this not akin to courting death? The equipment does appear formidable, yet how can it withstand absolute power? In my opinion, it would be wiser to conserve strength and retreat, stretching the front lines. At least, we would retain sufficient capacity for a counterattack. The officials of the court, both civil and military, held little faith in Cheng Yaojin and the Xuanjiao army. Just moments ago, the Wolf God army had effortlessly breached the Eight Fiends' Xuanhua formation. What could these Xuanjia soldiers possibly achieve? They may not even suffice to serve as fodder. Kill. Cheng Yaojin unsheathed his twin axes, their gleaming edges reflecting his fierce resolve. He, alongside 3,000 Xuanjia soldiers, had been summoned by Qin Shao. This was their first battle, and they were determined to unleash their full might. Kill. The Xuanjia soldiers roared in unison, their battle cries echoing through the heavens. The air thickened with bloodlust, and the temperature around them dropped perceptibly. Armed with their horse lances, they charged towards the Wolf God army, their eyes ablaze with excitement, unyielding in the face of danger, as if the formidable Wolf God army and the towering Grey Wolf were mere illusions. Witnessing this, Yueji's eyes glimmered with disdain. Without a proper formation, what could they possibly contend with us? Even that Grey Wolf would easily annihilate them. Brothers, slay them all. Let them see that the warriors of our prairie are not to be trifled with. Yueji bellowed. Kill. The Wolf God cavalry responded with equal fervor. In a heartbeat, the two sides were merely 100 meters apart, their soldiers able to discern the pores on each other's faces. A confrontation of sheer intensity. Just as the Grey Wolf prepared to wreak havoc among the Xuanjia soldiers, an enigmatic black-red substance emanated from them, coalescing above their ranks. From within emerged the imposing presence of the Mo Qilin, radiating a power several-fold greater than its own. With a mere glance, the Grey Wolf seemed to confront an unspeakable terror, freezing in place, ultimately dispersing on its own. In disbelief, Yueji found himself at a loss. No matter how he arranged his troops, he could not manifest the Grey Wolf. The regal and fearsome Mo Qilin before him was evidently no foe to be trifled with. He suspected his men would not withstand a mere strike. Conversely, the Mo Qilin cast a lazy glance at the Wolf God army, seemingly indifferent as it dozed. A prime opportunity, Yueji thought, secretly elated that the Mo Qilin had no intention of attacking his forces. Though the Grey Wolf summoned by his military formation did not compare to the Mo Qilin, he was confident that the Wolf God army's sheer strength could crush the Xuanjia soldiers before him. For this contingent was formidable enough to rival the elite troops of a mid-tier imperial dynasty. Clang! The clash between the Xuanjia army and the Wolf God army erupted, blades flashing in a deadly dance. As soon as they engaged, Yueji's confidence shattered. The Wolf God army, whom he had once held in high regard, fell like wheat before the scythe, one after another collapsing before his eyes. The Wolf God soldiers soon realized that each Xuanjia soldier was an enigma of strength. They had approached the fight with a mindset of trading wounds, but when their blades struck the Xuanjia armor, they discovered the folly of their assumptions. Despite exerting their utmost effort, they could not leave even a scratch on the brilliant armor. Yet, the Xuanjia soldiers' lances pierced their armor with ease, claiming lives with single strikes. Witnessing his elite troops perish one after another filled Yueji with profound anguish. He raised his 9-ring knife, intent on slaying the nearby Xuanjia soldier. With all his might, he swung the blade. Clang! The sound of metal striking metal resonated. Your opponent is me, came Qing Yaojin's voice. A sly smirk upon his lips as he brandished his twin axes. Yueji's fury ignited. Channeling his spiritual energy into his blade, he swung violently at Qing Yaojin. Die. Qing Yaojin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Come at me. The ground trembled as he prepared to unleash his signature move, the Polar Cyclone Slash. With knees slightly bent, his muscles tensed, and golden light enveloped his axes. He unleashed all his strength in a downward strike towards Yueji. Clang. The moment Yueji's blade met Qing Yaojin's axes, his expression shifted drastically. His prideful mid-tier Earth-grade blade was cleaved in two. With a sickening squelch, Yueji was split asunder by the axe's arc. His brain matter and entrails spilling forth, a grotesque display of carnage. Chang Yujin, wielding his axes, smacked his lips in disappointment. Brothers, finish them off. Stop playing around. Otherwise, Qin Laodao will scold me. He yawned, issuing orders to the Xuanjia soldiers. Understood. The Xuanjia soldiers replied in unison. In the next breath, the sound of blades piercing flesh echoed continuously. The Xuanjia soldiers unleashed their full power, cutting down the Wolf God soldiers with astonishing speed, as if slaughtering mere poultry. The Wolf God soldiers finally comprehended that they were not of the same caliber as the Xuanjia soldiers before them. The prolonged engagement was merely a result of their opponent's playful intent. In a matter of minutes, 3,000 Wolf God soldiers were entirely annihilated. Meanwhile, among the Xuanjia army, only 2 lightly wounded soldiers remained, with no losses to report. This battle had been an absolute one-sided massacre. Let us go, Cheng Yaojin sheathed his axes, casting a lingering glance towards the Xiongnu camp, before turning to lead the Xuanjia soldiers back to the city. Upon the walls of Yuyu City, the Crown Prince and King of Southern Defense exchanged incredulous glances, waves of astonishment crashing within them. Did I just imagine that? That cavalry unit. The Crown Prince stammered, his eyes filled with disbelief. As a member of the great Yin royal family, he had witnessed countless spectacles. Yet, the instantaneous obliteration of such a fierce wolf god army was a scenario he had never dared to envision. Your Highness, you did not miss C. The King of Southern Defense replied after a moment, his expression a complex blend of emotions. Only Commander Qin could have dispatched such a refined force at this critical juncture. He added, feeling a surge of joy. Previously, he had doubted Qin Zhao's ability to contend with the Third Prince or even the Great Yin dynasty, worrying for Zhao Yen'er's future. Yet, it now appeared that he had been overly anxious. Qin Zhao had grown formidable. Even the Great Yin dynasty would have to carefully consider the ramifications of challenging him. The Crown Prince seemed to have struck upon a thought, hastily summoning the Qiankuan mirror to observe the remnants of the Wolf God army's destruction. Everyone, behold. Chapter 75. No losses, the soul of the army. The court officials, who had previously dispersed to make early preparations, were once again drawn to the scenes of the battlefield. The once formidable Wolf God army now lay defeated, their corpses strewn across the ground. The entire assembly of civil and military officials stared in astonishment, none daring to speak. It was not until the left chancellor pointed at the fallen soldiers that he slowly inquired if these bodies belonged to those who had just breached the city's defenses. The Crown Prince nodded in affirmation. The left chancellor gasped, pondering whether Commander Qin had intervened to annihilate them. Initially shaking his head, the Crown Prince soon nodded again, pursing his lips as he stated, Commander Qin did not personally engage. It was his elite cavalry that executed these Xiongnu soldiers with precision. Intrigued, the left chancellor asked how many of Commander Qin's elite cavalry had been lost. Was it several times that of the Xiongnu cavalry? The Crown Prince shook his head slightly, his expression complex as he replied, Commander Qin's cavalry suffered no losses. The enemy was entirely eradicated. The left chancellor's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief as he gasped. He had considered that Commander Qin might possess some hidden cards to match the Wolf God army, but he never anticipated that his hidden strength could obliterate such a powerful force with such ease. The court erupted in a clamor, civil and military officials rejoicing in exhilaration. Commander Qin truly deserved the Emperor's trust, possessing such formidable capabilities. They had thought Commander Qin powerless this time, yet it seemed they had underestimated him. With Commander Qin, the Great Yin shall flourish. Haha. Initially fearing tremendous losses for the Great Yin, it now appeared that the Xiongnu had suffered a significant setback instead. One could only imagine how disheartened their commander must feel upon witnessing this scene. At the Demon Suppression City, the soldiers atop the walls gazed with profound reverence as Qing Yaojin led the Xianyan army to annihilate the Wolf God army in an instant. We salute you, Commander. Cheng Yujin approached Qin Shao, kneeling on one knee with utmost respect. Please rise, Qin Shao said, stepping forward to assist Qing Yaojin to his feet, patting him on the shoulder with a smile. Old Qing, you performed admirably. After the war, I shall treat you to a drink. Cheng Yaojin scratched his head and chuckled. ISNT it all thanks to your brilliant leadership, Commander. About that drink, could I possibly indulge in a taste now? I promise, just a few sips. And it certainly won't delay anything. Qin Shao laughed heartily, conjuring a jar of Mouta liquor from his storage ring. This was the fine wine he had acquired from a treasure chest previously, and now was the perfect occasion to reward Cheng Yaojin. Old Qing, remember, just a few sips. If it delays the task I entrusted to you, this wine will be. Before Qin Shao could finish, he saw Cheng Yaojin open the jar, inhaling deeply and exclaiming, good wine. He then took 2 hearty gulps. Qin Shao merely smiled, not wishing to intervene, though potent. Cheng Yaojin was a formidable warrior with extraordinary vitality, unlikely to become intoxicated easily. Commander Qin, may I ask who this is? The Crown Prince approached Qin Shao for clarification. Qin Shao slightly bowed and replied, Your Highness, this is General Cheng Yaojin of the Xianyan Army, a dear brother of mine. Cheng Yaojin nodded at the Crown Prince in greeting. The Crown Prince's eyes sparkled with recognition. Ah, General Cheng, I apologize for my oversight. Your efforts in defending Demon Suppression City were crucial. Please, express any desires for rewards. Cheng Yaojin raised an eyebrow. A glimmer of amusement flashing in his eyes as he replied, I merely wish for more of this fine wine, if your highness has any to spare. The Crown Prince did not respond directly but dipped his fingertip into the Mount Eye, tasting it. His brow furrowed as he sighed. General Cheng, could you consider a different request? Cheng Yaojin shook his head lightly, ignoring the Crown Prince as he continued to drink. At this moment, Qin Shao interjected, Your Highness. Old Qing and the Xianyan army have just endured a fierce battle and require rest. Upon seeing the Crown Prince nod, Qin Shao and Cheng Yaojin, along with the Xianyan army, departed together. Shortly thereafter, Qin Shao led Cheng Yaojin and the Xianyan army to the training grounds of the Black Tiger camp. He opened Cheng Yaojin's information interface, name, Cheng Yaojin, lifespan, 39 2000, realm, early martial sage, promotable, cultivation technique, metal body dominance technique, heavenly grade. Mid-tier, combat skills, polar whirlwind / earth grade. Upper tier, sky burning palm, heavenly grade. Lower tier, equipment, purple gold flower axe. Radiant gold armor set, leadership, 3000 10,000 troops commanded by Cheng Yaojin gain 50 combat power, strength, and constitution. Exclusive army, Xianyan army warm reminder, while commanding an exclusive army. A powerful army soul will automatically coalesce. Upon seeing this prompt, Qin Zhao's expression shifted to one of understanding. No wonder the Xianyan army, under Cheng Yaojin's command, could manifest the Ink Qilin. It was indeed their army soul. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Qin Zhao's mind. Did this imply that any summoned general paired with an exclusive army could automatically generate an army soul, unleashing even greater combat prowess? However, he quickly shook his head and said, Please provide a brief introduction to the Xianyan army, Old Cheng. Cheng Yaojin responded earnestly to report to the commander. The soldiers of the Xianyan army are all at least martial commander tier, equipped with standard mid-tier radiant gold armor, lance, and blades. Truly a distinguished elite force. Qin Shao nodded in satisfaction. Then, his gaze suddenly sharpened as if struck by an epiphany, and he smiled, saying, You lead the Xianyan army. Not far away. Atop a hillside outside Demon Suppression City, Shen Qinghe and Shen Qingyao observed Cheng Yaojin's performance against the enemy with wide eyes. They had witnessed Cheng Yaojin kneeling before Qin Shao. Shen Qingyao, filled with disbelief, hesitantly asked, Sister, I was imagining things, was I? This man's cavalry has manifested an army soul? It appears to be of a high grade? It was well known that even among the mid-tier empires, armies capable of coalescing an army soul were exceedingly rare, deemed absolute elite forces. Even they had only glimpsed an army soul during a military demonstration. Most of their knowledge about army souls came from literary texts. Shen Qinghe nodded slightly, confirming, indeed. A hint of astonishment flickered in her eyes. Shen Qingyao, however, seemed unaware of the significance of this revelation. The grades of army souls ranged from human, spirit, earth, to heaven. The most powerful army souls formed from the strongest elite soldiers of the empire could not compare to the recently manifested Ink Qilin. This indicated that the army soul coalesced by the Xianyan army was at least of earth grade. However, Shen Qinghe quickly continued, This is not our concern. We have been out for quite a while. It is time to return. Let us go. Shen Qingyao shook her head, tugging at Shen Qinghe's arm as she pleaded. Sister, it's rare for us to be out. If we go back now, we may not have another chance. Let us explore a bit more, just within this city. Please. Seeing that Shen Qinghe was somewhat swayed, she added, Old Jiang is secretly protecting us. There will be no unforeseen incidents. In light of this, Shen Qinghe could no longer refuse. She playfully pinched Shen Qingyao's nose and affectionately said, You little rascal, we shall indulge in 3 days of fun. But after that, we must leave without exception. All right. Shen Qingyao replied with a mischievous smile, pulling Shen Qinghe towards the demon city. Chapter 76. The distressed Left Xianwang desires to capture Hu Qing outside the city of demons, in the vast encampment of the Xiongnu. Left Xianwang gazed in disbelief as the wolf god army, led by Yueji, was so effortlessly annihilated. His pupils trembled slightly, and his countenance darkened. According to his strategy, the wolf god army was expected not only to breach the city of demons but at the very least to deplete its defensive forces. Yet now, they had been utterly destroyed, without even a single member of the Xuanjia army being slain. My king. The recently emerged Imo Qilin seems to be the military spirit recorded in our ancestral texts, spoke an elderly man clad in deep crimson deer hide, adorned with a copper mirror on his chest, and a hat embellished with miniature deer antlers and patterns of snakes and centipedes. He was the grand shaman of the Xiongnu, well-versed in ancient texts and secrets of the world, possessing a modicum of divination skills, and overseeing the sacrificial rites of the Xiongnu tribe. His status, in many respects, surpassed that of the Left Xianwang. Upon hearing the sudden words, Left Xianwang raised an eyebrow. Are you certain that the Imo Chilan we just witnessed is the military spirit created by the Dayan army? He had only a cursory understanding of military spirits from historical texts and thus did not immediately recognize the Imo Chilan. The Grand Shaman nodded affirmatively. Indeed. I am certain it is the military spirit. Moreover, its rank is quite high, capable of providing a significant boost to their combat strength. At this revelation, Left Xianwang's expression darkened further as he inquired, is there any way to dispel their military spirit? The Grand Shaman shook his head. If it were a lower-tier military spirit, perhaps I could devise a method to dispel it. But at present, I have no means. Left Xianwang's face was grim, unwilling to concede. Are we to retreat now? Such a withdrawal would mean the loss of tens of thousands of troops, and the Wolf God army would have died in vain. The Great Chanyu would surely punish me. The Grand Shaman did not respond directly. Instead, he abruptly removed the tortoise shell from atop his hat, crushing it with force before casting it skyward, intoning incantations. A series of blue and white mystical runes flickered into the shell. With a powerful shout, the Grand Shaman declared, "Hey!" The shattered tortoise shell fell to the ground. And he picked it up, examining it closely. Suddenly, his eyes brightened as he turned to Left Xianwang. "My king, there is a way to dispel their Imo Chilan. However, the cost will depend on your willingness to bear it." A glimmer of hope flickered in Left Xianwang's eyes as he eagerly urged, "Speak." The Grand Shaman quietly whispered into Left Xianwang's ear, "You only need to." Approximately half a minute later, Left Xianwang erupted into laughter. "Ha! Excellent. Let us proceed with your method." The shadows in his eyes vanished entirely. "Come, execute all the prisoners in the dungeon." They proclaimed they would give their lives for our Xiongnu Empire before the battle. It is time for them to show their loyalty. Within the City of Demons, Qin Shao regarded Bai Yin with a serious expression, inquiring, "Old Bai, did you just say that while the brothers were recuperating from their injuries, a woman healed them? And many of them even had their severed limbs restored?" Bai Yin nodded, beckoning, "Ergo, come here. Let the commander see if you have recovered." At his call, a soldier from the Black Tiger camp hurried over, kneeling before Qin Shao in reverence. "Greetings, Commander." Qin Shao helped Ergo to his feet, his eyes widening in astonishment. He recognized Ergo, who had lost both hands while delaying for his sake. Had it not been for Qin Shao mastering the Qingmu technique, Ergo would likely not have returned alive to the City of Demons. Yet now, Ergo appeared far from the grievous state he had suffered. Qin Shao glanced at the familiar faces of his loyal guards nearby. All were whole and radiant. A sharp intake of breath escaped him. This was irrefutable proof that Bai Yinnan's words were indeed true. "Old Bai, relay my orders. Tell the brothers to keep an eye out for that woman. If they see her, they must treat her with utmost respect and notify me at once." Qin Shao's gaze flickered. The elixir capable of restoring severed limbs was undoubtedly invaluable. Even the entire fortune of a martial king might not suffice to procure even one. If Qin Shao could recruit the Hu Qing that Bai Yin had spoke of, it would mean gaining an extraordinarily skilled healer. In the future, the soldiers' concerns on the battlefield would be minimized, allowing them to unleash their true combat potential without fear of injury. "Since I can restore severed limbs, I might as well exchange injuries directly with you." "Understood." Bai Yin clasped his hands. Qin Shao continued, "You suffered these injuries for my sake, and I shall not treat you unjustly. Wear this equipment. Be cautious in the battles to come and do not overexert yourselves." Qin Shao laid out the spiritual-grade equipment he had retrieved from the treasure chest before them. The remaining guards had already proven their loyalty through their actions. They were Qin Shao's staunchest supporters. Even if he commanded them to their deaths, they would not flinch. To his own, Qin Shao would never be stingy. Moreover, he intended to cultivate them as the foundation for his future uprising. Simply relying on synthesizing divine generals from treasure chests would be insufficient. He needed to gather a more reliable cohort. Bai Yin and the other guards exchanged glances. Their hearts stirred by the sight of the spiritual-grade equipment. "Put it on. This is my gift to you," Qin Shao said gently. Bai Yin met Qin Shao's gaze, determination in his eyes, and stepped forward to select a set of spiritual-grade armor. He addressed the guards solemnly. "This is a reward from the commander. Do you all understand? To the death, we pledge our loyalty to the commander." The guards replied in unison before dividing the equipment amongst themselves. Wearing such high-quality gear filled their hearts with gratitude toward Qin Shao. For soldiers of their rank, even possessing a single piece of spiritual-grade equipment would be akin to striking a fortune. "Follow me," Qin Shao said with satisfaction, waving his hand. Before long, he led Bai Yin and the others back to the ramparts of the City of Demons. Noticing that Left Xianwang had ceased his assault, Qin Shao let out a slight sigh of relief. He then proclaimed loudly, "Brothers, you have all performed admirably. You are the heroes of Dayan. I take great pride in you, as does Dayan. The Prince and Lord of the Southern Defense have witnessed your fearless deeds," Qin Shao added. "After the battle, I shall petition the Emperor of Yin to commend you." "Thank you, Commander." The soldiers of the Black Tiger camp and the Southern Defense Army responded with thunderous fervor. They fought tirelessly to defend the city, not only to protect the citizens within but also to secure a future where they could return to a peaceful life. Benefiting from the imperial rewards, Qin Shao nodded. "Brothers, rest well. The logistics team must promptly replenish firestones, bows, and other strategic supplies. It won't be long before they return." Zhang Qinglan clasped his hands. "Understood." Outside the royal city of Dayan, Ji Zhantian carried Ji Wudao as they soared toward the palace. At this moment, Ji Wudao's face resembled that of a lifeless gray, as he could already envision the scene of the destruction of Yu City and the suffering of the people of Dian. I have betrayed the citizens of Dian and the trust of the world. However, just as he had begun to compose himself and entered the imperial palace, a joyful voice rang out. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Heartfelt congratulations, Your Majesty. Chapter 77, The Ascendant Empire, Ji Wudao's Bloodlust. In the central domain, the Ascendant Empire's royal palace stood majestic. Before the Vermilion Bird Gate, 9 grand bronze doors forged from mystical iron loomed, each adorned with ferocious bronze beast heads, their glaring eyes surveying the distance. The 36 steps leading up to the doors were crafted from fine white jade, glimmering softly in the morning sun. Flanking the entrance were guards clad in black armor stationed every 5 meters, exuding an aura of formidable strength, each at least a martial saint in prowess, yet relegated to the humble duty of gatekeeping. Within the Hall of Ascendants, an elderly man with silver hair stepped forward to address the handsome young man clad in a black and gold dragon robe. Your Majesty, the Celestial Guards have thoroughly searched the 13 upper-tier empires of the central domain, but have yet to find the whereabouts of the 18th prince. I dare to suspect that the 18th prince may. Before he could finish, the young man raised a hand, his tone resolute, demanding to see either the living or the dead. Because of my concessions in the past, Shi Fei was cruelly murdered by them. If they are truly ruthless enough to spare not even the youngest of my kin, how could rivers of blood not flow? Let the fortunes of the Ascendant Empire be cast aside. As these words echoed, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent filled the hall, chilling the air. Your Majesty, please quell your fury. The old man pleaded, prostrating himself on the ground. He had thought that after searching for over a decade, the Emperor's concern for the 18th prince would have waned, yet it was more profound than ever. After a moment, the frigid atmosphere began to thaw, and the elder exhaled softly. Since we cannot find him in the 13 empires, we shall search the eastern wilderness, the western desert, and the northern Shinfor prefecture. If all else fails, we shall seek him in the Taoist celestial realm. In any case, we must locate the 18th prince and bring him safely before me. Do you understand? The young man fixed his gaze upon the elder. I understand. The elder replied earnestly, nodding vigorously. Take this command medallion and go. The young man tossed a dragon-patterned medallion made of purple crystal to the elder. Upon receiving it, the elder's eyes flickered. The medallion bore the character Qin, capable of summoning all hidden forces of the Ascendant Empire across the land. Should these forces unite, they would be formidable enough to make any mid-tier empire tremble. Taking a deep breath, the elder bowed and departed. In the Great Yin Empire's palace, Ji Wudao was momentarily taken aback by the chorus of congratulations surrounding him, only to be consumed by rage. The demon city has fallen, and yet you all celebrate. What treachery is this? Do you wish to rebel? Seize them all and execute them, he commanded. As his words fell, the court, including the left chancellor, erupted in cries of innocence. The left chancellor hastily interjected, Your Majesty, you misunderstand. We harbor no rebellious intentions. Look here. He gestured to the image captured by the Qian Kuan mirror, revealing the scene outside the demon city. The once invincible wolf god army lay in heaps of bodies outside the city, while the demon city itself stood unscathed amidst the desolation. Not a single Hun soldier daring to breach its walls. Ji Wudao, initially skeptical, felt a surge of relief. Who has defended the demon city? I must reward him greatly, he exclaimed. The 6th ancestor, contemplative, suggested, could it be the 4th and 5th brothers? Given the timing, they should be arriving at the demon city soon. If it were their doing, it would explain the city's resilience. Ji Zhantian nodded in agreement, affirming, indeed, it must be the 4th and 5th ancestors. Their intervention would render the Huns powerless to breach the city. Ji Wudao turned his gaze toward the left chancellor, eager for confirmation. However, the chancellor hesitated before revealing. It was a previously unseen elite cavalry under Qin Zhao's command that annihilated the Han cavalry. What? Ji Wudao and his companions exchanged incredulous glances. They had considered many possibilities, yet none had anticipated Qin Zhao achieving such a miraculous feat. After a moment of silence, Ji Wudao scrutinized the chancellor and the surrounding courtiers. Are you certain you are not deceiving me? The chancellor replied without hesitation, I assure you, I harbor no intention of misleading your majesty. The entire court can testify. Seeing no one contradicting him, Ji Wudao, Ji Zhantian, and the 6th ancestor exchanged astonished looks. Even they had felt despair in the face of the wolf god army. Though Qin Zhao had accomplished wonders before, facing such a formidable enemy seemed insurmountable. Ji Wudao, his expression complex, inquired, the cavalry under Qin Zhao must have sustained significant casualties? The chancellor responded, there were no casualties. At this, the hall fell into a stunned silence, punctuated only by the heavy breaths of Ji Wudao and his companions. In unison, they exclaimed, impossible, absolutely impossible. How could this be? Unless I am dreaming. I have lived for over 300 years and have never seen such a powerful cavalry, they declared, moving closer to magnify the image in the Qian Kuan mirror, hoping to find a single body clad in different armor among the fallen wolf god soldiers. Yet, no matter how intently they searched, they found only the same armor worn by the wolf god soldiers. After a lengthy pause, they finally regained their composure. Truly, Commander Qin is the pillar of our great Yin Empire. I must reward him handsomely, Ji Wudao exclaimed, unrestrained in his joy. Indeed, Commander Qin deserves a grand reward to reflect the grace and might of our great Yin Emperor. The sixth ancestor and Ji Zhantian concurred. Your Majesty is wise. The entire court echoed, bowing in reverence. Dismissed. Ji Wudao waved his hand, adding with concern, you are the backbone of our great Yin. Rest well. I shall keep watch over the demon city. Thank you, Your Majesty. The officials responded with gratitude. As the officials departed, Ji Wudao led Ji Zhantian and the sixth ancestor to the study. Sipping tea, he pondered gravely. Father, sixth ancestor, how shall we deal with this matter? Previously, I held reservations about Qin Shao, but given that he sacrificed much of his lifespan to defend the city, I have not paid it much heed. In recent days, Qin Shao has demonstrated an extraordinary prowess that has repeatedly surpassed the expectations of those around him. Most notably, he has concealed these abilities with remarkable depth, even from himself, rendering it difficult for others not to ponder further. Ji Zhantian and the sixth ancestor exchanged a glance, recognizing the resolute determination reflected in each other's eyes. In unison, they proclaimed, kill. Ji Wudao, however, did not respond. Instead, he moved toward the window, gazing intently in the direction of Yuyao City. A flicker of struggle passed through his eyes. After a lengthy pause, his tightly shut eyes suddenly flew open, brimming with murderous intent. Chapter 78, Betrayal. Two maidens seek Qin Shao. Within the city of Yuyao, every household kept their doors and windows tightly shut, presenting a scene of desolation and foreboding. Most ordinary citizens lacked the means to evacuate early like the noble families. They could only hide within their homes, praying that the garrison would safeguard the city against invasion. Only the logistics troops, occasionally traversing the streets, transported military supplies such as firestones and arrows from the city's warehouses. Even the taverns still in operation were few and far between, with only a scant number of vendors remaining on the streets. Madam, how much for a bun? In a gentle voice, Shen Qingyao approached a white-haired middle-aged woman and inquired while pointing at the buns. The woman's eyes lit up as she held up 2 fingers. 2 coins, Shen Qingyao asked, and without waiting for a response, she produced 2 taels of gold to hand to the woman. However, this act was halted by Shen Qinghe. Don't put the lady in jeopardy. Shen Qinghe then took out 4 coins. Madam, I would like 2 buns, please. Upon receiving the money, the woman visibly sighed in relief, casting a grateful glance at Shen Qinghe. She promptly wrapped the 4 coins in coarse cloth, glancing around cautiously before tucking them into her bosom. Sister? Shen Qingyao queried, her brow furrowed in confusion. If kindness were to be measured, Shen Qinghe was undoubtedly more benevolent than herself. Shen Qinghe softly explained, 2 taels of gold may seem insignificant to us, but it could sustain an ordinary family of 3 for half a year. She paused before continuing. In ordinary times, the city officials would maintain order, so 2 taels would suffice. But now, during wartime, it would endanger the lady. Take a good look around you. Upon hearing this, Shen Qingyao discreetly surveyed her surroundings, noticing several thinly clad individuals eyeing them hungrily. Had she truly given the lady 2 taels, they would surely have pounced on her the moment they turned their backs. Shen Qingyao sighed deeply. At that moment, a commanding voice cut through the air. Do not obstruct my lord from leaving the city. Clear the way. A group of men swaggered towards the middle-aged woman, led by a burly steward who berated her. Behind him stretched a seemingly endless line of horse-drawn carts laden with grain and supplies. The woman, startled, hurriedly attempted to pack up her stall, but the steward, evidently impatient, kicked over the bun stand. Seeing the woman grasping his arm, muttering incomprehensibly, the steward forcefully shook her off and, with a flash of menace, drew his blade, aiming to strike her down. Clang! Just as the blade descended, a guard suddenly flew back several meters, blood spilling from his mouth. Shen Qingyao had, unbeknownst to them, stepped in front of the woman, glaring at the guard. You are being utterly unreasonable, attempting to commit murder. In an instant, dozens of stewards drew their weapons, encircling Shen Qingyao and Shen Qinghe. From a nearby palanquin emerged a rotund man, clad in resplendent robes, exuding an air of authority. He leered at Shen Qinghe and Shen Qingyao, his eyes gluttonous, as if he wished to devour them whole. I am not afraid of you, Shen Qingyao declared defiantly. You must apologize to the lady today. Otherwise, you shall go nowhere. Zhang Wansen raised an eyebrow, grinning. If you 2 were to accompany me, I might consider offering her an apology. As he approached, his lustful gaze was unmasked. Such audacity. Shen Qingyao seethed with anger. Throughout her life, no one had dared speak to her in such a manner. Even Shen Qinghe frowned slightly. The city is on the brink of collapse. Following me is your only chance of escape. Are you sure you want to reconsider? Zhang Wansen leisurely placed his hands behind his back. Seeing the 2 remain unmoved, he commanded, seize them. The guards, their excitement palpable, eagerly eyed the 2 maidens and lunged forward. Thud! The head of one assailant flew off, blood splattering everywhere. Shen Qingyao, Gripping the still bloodied blade, approached Zhang Wanson and lightly tapped the back of his face with the weapon, asking, "What now?" Zhang Wanson, witnessing this scene, trembled uncontrollably. At this juncture, he realized he had provoked someone beyond his means. His lips turned pale as he feigned bravado. "I am the logistics officer of the Black Tiger camp. Put down your weapon at once. If you do so, I will ensure leniency in your punishment." Seeing no reaction from Shen Qinghe and Shen Qingyao, he added, "The deputy commander of the city's garrison is my sister's husband. If you kill me, you will face the death penalty. The great Yin court will never let you go." Upon hearing this, Shen Qingyao's eyes flickered as she slowly lowered her blade. Before Zhang Wanson could speak, she calmly inquired, "You, corrupt official, you claim to be the logistics officer, yet why are you leaving the city before the war has ended? Are you attempting to flee?" Noticing Zhang Wanson's silence, Shen Qingyao's blade began to descend once more. Ahem, he quickly interjected. "A substantial amount of grain and supplies has already been secretly moved from within Yu City. The remaining provisions and arms will be exhausted within 5 days. The garrison has no hope of defending the city. Ladies, it would be wise to escape with me." At this statement, both Shen Qingyao and Shen Qinghe exchanged looks of astonishment. The frontline soldiers were fighting desperately against the enemy, while the logistics officer brazenly moved the majority of the supplies. Such audacity could warrant the annihilation of his entire clan. Seeing their expressions, Zhang Wanson's confidence surged once more. "To be frank, I acted under the orders of the third prince. If you serve me well in the future." Before he could finish, a sudden wave of dizziness overcame him, and he recognized a familiar figure before losing consciousness. "Sister, I believe we must inform the general guarding the city. While it may not guarantee the city's defense, at the very least, it can help arrange for the evacuation of the citizens," Shen Qingyao stated gravely. "The Huns are formidable. Without adequate supplies, even Qin Shao and his soldiers cannot exhibit their full prowess." Seeing Shen Qinghe nod, a flicker of hope illuminated Shen Qingyao's eyes. "Let us go find that general." As they departed, none of Zhang Wanson's subordinates dared to obstruct them. On the city wall of Yuyao, Qin Shao observed the still sleeping garrison soldiers, letting out a faint sigh of relief. The bodies of warriors are not forged of iron. Enduring such intense combat for several days without rest would diminish their combat effectiveness to less than 10%. Unbeknownst to him, a somewhat delicate-looking soldier from the Black Tiger camp was watching him with flickering eyes. Suddenly, a messenger sprinted up to Qin Shao, cupping his hands in salute. Reporting to the commander, 2 maidens have come seeking you, claiming to have urgent news. Chapter 79, Encountering Qin Shao and the Crimson Scroll. 5 kilometers behind the Huns' main camp, a contingent of heavy armored cavalry numbering around 3,000 assembled. "Dismount. Conceal yourselves," commanded Qing Yaojin. In the next moment, the 3,000 Xuanjia troops dismounted in perfect unison, bringing their steeds down to the ground. Qing Yaojin observed this with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. "Brothers, soon we shall launch an assault on the Huns' camp. Do not let me." Old Cheng, lose face before the commander. "If anyone falters at a critical moment, do not blame me for being ruthless." Qing Yaojin surveyed the group, and the Xuanjia soldiers, with unwavering determination, chanted in unison, "Kill." Sensing their fervent battle spirit and animosity toward the Huns, Qing Yaojin laughed heartily. "Ha! Excellent, let us leave no trace of them." He paused, taking a hearty swig from the mount he had borrowed from Qin Shao, his gaze flickering momentarily before focusing intently on the direction of the Huns' camp. Qin Shao had informed him that once the Hun forces began their assault on the city, they would charge in for a surprise attack. Not expecting to annihilate hundreds of thousands of Hun soldiers, but at least to inflict significant damage, thus discouraging further attacks on Yu City. The Xuanjia troops were crucial in this battle. Atop the walls of Yu City, Qin Zhao's eyes lit up as he beheld 2 unfamiliar maidens. He had encountered many fair beauties before, yet none had matched the stunning allure of these 2, aside from Zhao Yan'er. However, he quickly composed himself, his gaze clear as he gently inquired, "Ladies, what brings you to me? I believe we are not acquainted. Moreover, if there is nothing of great importance, I kindly ask you to leave swiftly. This place is exceedingly perilous." Qin Shao added, emphasizing the urgency. Shen Qingyao and Shen Qinghe noticed that his gaze held only admiration, devoid of the lecherous glances often seen in other men, which elevated their opinion of him. Shen Qingyao nudged her sister's arm. "Sister, you speak." Shen Qinghe then began to articulate, "My lord, we have just slain the logistics commander of this city." Upon hearing this, Zhang Qinglan could no longer remain seated. Drawing his sword and glaring at Shen Qingyao and Shen Qinghe, "How dare you come here to provoke us after committing murder? Do you think Yu City is without defenders?" Qin Shao, intrigued, interjected, "Deputy Commander Zhang, why the agitation?" Before Zhang Qinglan could respond, Shen Qingyao's eyes brightened as she pointed at him. "Your surname Zhang? Is that logistics commander your brother-in-law?" Zhang Qinglan remained silent, focused solely on attacking the 2 maidens. Clang! Qin Shao effortlessly blocked the attack, frowning at Zhang Qinglan. After hearing their words, Zhang Qinglan begrudgingly sheathed his sword, glaring fiercely at them. Had it not been for Qin Zhao's intervention, he would have already cleaved the maidens into pieces. To kill the brother of his wife and still be so audacious was tantamount to courting death. Shen Qingyao provocatively made a face at Zhang Qinglan. Shen Qinghe slowly explained, The logistics commander was complicit in allowing his household guards to murder openly on the streets and attempted to encircle us with ill intentions. I was left with no choice but to act decisively. I beg for your understanding, General. Zhao Yin'er involuntarily remarked. Well done. Regardless of Zhang Wansan's status as a court official, breaking the law merits judgment under the laws of Dian. This does not justify their wanton killing. Zhang Qinglong frowned. Stepping forward to clasp his hands in salute, his words laced with malice towards Shen Qingyao and Shen Qinghe. Shen Qingyao scoffed. Do you know what else he has done? He sought your lives. What do you mean? Qin Shao inquired. Shen Qingyao promptly replied, he acted under the orders of your third prince, relocating vast amounts of food and supplies from within Yuyao City. In less than 5 days, the city will fall without a siege. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhao's pupils constricted. Lao Bai, investigate the state of the treasury and verify the claims of these two maidens. It is unlikely that Zhang Wansan would dare such treachery alone, however. With the backing of his vengeful third prince, it becomes plausible. Zhang Qinglong and Apos' expression tightened, and he assured Qin Shao, General, Zhang Wansan would never commit such an act. Please see reason. Before long, Bai Yannian returned with several guards. He approached Qin Shao and reported. The 3 treasury locations belonging to the court within the city have been nearly emptied. At this revelation, the faces of those present fell. Zhang Qinglong turned pale, his face burning with shame. He could hardly fathom that his once cared-for brother-in-law could commit such an atrocity. If Yu City fell, he would be branded a traitor of Dian. Such a wretch must be executed, declared the king of Zhennan, clenching his fists, his voice grave. For someone like Zhang Wansan, even death would be too lenient. The pressure on the defenders of Yuyao City was already immense, constantly threatened by the million-strong Han army. Without adequate supplies, even the most elite soldiers of the Black Tiger camp and Zhennan army would be powerless to defend the city. Indeed, a fitting execution. The first prince's countenance darkened, shadowed by clouds of foreboding. The third prince's machinations to transfer supplies were clearly designed to ensure their mutual demise. Taking a deep breath, Qin Shao commanded the Black Tiger soldiers to apprehend Zhang Qinglong and cautioned, this information must remain confidential. I will devise a plan. As they watched Qin Zhao's retreating figure, worry etched the faces of the onlookers. On the other side of the Qian Kuan mirror, Ji Wudao's expression soured with fury. Initially intending to eliminate Qin Shao after he had repelled the Han army, stabilizing the border situation, he now felt urgency. Summon the third prince to see me. Ji Wudao bellowed at the door. Understood. Outside Yu City, the Hun's camp was steeped in the stench of blood. Countless prisoners and slaves lay slaughtered, their heads tossed into a massive, peculiar container. In a bizarre dance around this container, a shaman swayed, murmuring incantations while occasionally brandishing a staff. Boom. The shaman's eyes widened as he struck the staff against the ground. In the next moment, a piercing wail erupted from the container, reminiscent of countless vengeful spirits crying out, chilling the bones. A crimson scroll emerged from within the container, exuding an aura of malevolence and bloodshed. Is this the artifact capable of shattering their military spirit? The left virtuous king grasped it, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he turned to the shaman. With cracked lips and a pallid visage, the shaman replied with a sinister grin, indeed. Once the ink Qilin appears again, my lord shall wield this scroll to obliterate it instantly. No army shall survive. Upon hearing this, the left virtuous king no longer hesitated, proclaiming loudly, advance, all troops. Chapter 80, Assassination of the Third Prince, the Divine Arrow Technique of the Nine Heavens. In the grand capital of Dian, the Jiuxian Tower was bustling with patrons, where a blind storyteller entertained the crowd in the hall. Ah, esteemed guests. There are matters unknown to you within the royal city. A soldier from the border town, within just a month, ascended to the rank of commander, appointed by His Majesty himself. At this point, the blind man paused to sip his tea, deliberately delaying his tale. Bring me some wine, old Wang. A diner tossed a couple of silver coins to the blind man. Stop teasing us. The rest of the audience turned their attention to the storyteller, eager to learn about the extraordinary individual who could rise from the lowest rank to command thousands in a mere month. After munching on a few peanuts, the blind man chuckled and said, this person has caught the attention of the higher-ups. He led the Dian cavalry deep into enemy territory, and guess what happened next? With a resounding clap on the wooden table, he exclaimed, he annihilated over 10,000 foes, rescued the county princess, and slayed the right virtuous king. Upon hearing this, the diners fell silent, exchanging incredulous glances. Moments later, the hall erupted in laughter. Haha, old Wang, you're quite the joker. Where did you get this tale today? That soldier couldn't possibly defeat my household servants, let alone penetrate enemy lines and kill 10,000. Another patron chimed in. This story needs to be replaced. It's far too detached from reality to be believable. If it were true, the emperor would have already declared it to the world. None of the patrons believed that Qin Shao could achieve such feats. After all, it was simply too exaggerated. From a precarious soldier to a commander in a single month, why not ascend to the heavens while you're at it? The diner who had rewarded the blind man inquired again. What is that person's name? The blind man replied promptly, Qin Shao. In a private box atop the tavern, a group listened intently to the blind man's words, their eyes flickering with unusual expressions. Upon hearing the name Qin Shao, They abruptly stood up, exchanging silent glances. Moments later, a timid girl spoke up. Feng Ge. Is that person the young master mentioned by the storyteller? The leader of the group, a burly man, affectionately ruffled the girl's hair. No, my dear, you must have misheard. Go downstairs and fetch a jug of wine for me. The girl nodded, accepting the silver from the man before turning to leave. Once the girl exited, the remaining individuals revealed their excitement. Feng Ge, you heard it too. It must be the young master. A beautiful woman asked. The man sighed. Though this person shares the same name as the young master, it cannot be him. From the information we've gathered, the young master has been executed by that damned third prince. At this, the other's expressions darkened. Let us not dwell on other matters. The man urged as he closed the doors and checked for eavesdroppers. Xiaolan, how are the preparations coming along? We have confirmed that in 7 days, the third prince will be at the flower boat on Luhua Lake in the west of the city. That will be our opportunity to avenge the young master. A fierce glint flashed in the beautiful woman's eyes. The man responded solemnly, I will help you hold off the guards outside. You must act swiftly. We must eliminate this scoundrel. Rest assured, the young master has treated us with such kindness that we would risk our lives to avenge him. The beautiful woman nodded, with 2 young men beside her echoing her sentiment. Indeed, that is for the best, the man agreed, then continued. Poor He has been without parents since childhood. Before he could finish, the beautiful woman pressed her dry lips together. I have found a suitable family for her, and she will be sent there tomorrow. Just then, the girl knocked and entered, holding a jug of wine. Here is the wine. My dear He, you are truly wonderful. The beautiful woman gently pinched the girl's nose and took the jug, pouring the wine for the others. They raised their cups, tears glimmering in their eyes. May everything go smoothly, the man proclaimed as he downed his drink first. May everything go smoothly, the group echoed, clinking their cups together. Even He took a hesitant sip, nearly spitting it out. She couldn't understand why this unpleasant drink seemed to delight her older siblings so much. Unbeknownst to them, their conversation had been overheard by a cloaked figure standing outside the door. The man in black flickered his gaze before vanishing from the tavern. In the city of Yuyao, atop the walls, an atmosphere of grim resolve enveloped the scene. Enemy attack. All troops, prepare. Bai Yinian shouted as he witnessed the Xiongnu army approaching. With Qin Shao dismissed from his position, Zhang Qinglan naturally took over as deputy commander. Boom. The deep sound of war drums reverberated through the air. Grab your weapons, quickly. Move faster. The Xiongnu are almost upon us. Stop dawdling. Countless soldiers from the Black Tiger camp and the southern town army awoke from their slumber. Under the commands of their sergeants and captains, they moved with incredible speed, gathering their gear and returning to their defensive positions. In an instant, hundreds of catapults and crossbows were aimed at the advancing Xiongnu forces. Surrounded by a stockpile of firestones and bolts, ready to deliver a devastating blow at Bai Yanian's command. At that moment, a squad of archers, their right arms adorned with yellow cloth, streamed in, dispersing to every corner of the wall. These were the elite archers handpicked from the Black Tiger camp by Huang Zhong. With only 3,000 in number, yet each was a master of marksmanship. Salute to General Huang. Commander Qin has entrusted this battle to you, Bai Yinian said. Bowing slightly before Huang Zhong, the latter nodded in acknowledgement, without wasting words, as he assessed the Xiongnu soldiers within range. Eliminate them all, Huang Zhong bellowed. In an instant, countless firestones rained down like meteors upon the advancing Xiongnu army. A deluge of crossbow bolts and arrows formed a barrage, enveloping the enemy troops. The booming sounds of exploding firestones echoed, shattering the ranks of Xiongnu soldiers within a 10-meter radius. Under the onslaught of arrows, countless Xiongnu soldiers were pierced like hedgehogs. Huang Zhong withdrew the divine sun bow from his back, channeling his energy into the bowstring. The bow glowed with an orange-red radiance, as if enchanted. Taking a deep breath, his veins bulging, he pulled the bowstring back with force. The divine arrow technique of the 9 heavens. Whoosh. The moment the arrow was released, it expanded 100-fold, surpassing even the bolt shot from the crossbows. Drenched in a fiery glow, it contained an overwhelming energy. Even a martial sage would be gravely injured if struck by this arrow. The attacking Xiongnu soldiers could only watch in horror as a beam of red light, reminiscent of divine retribution, hurtled towards them. Chapter 81. Heavy Losses, Unboxing. A thunderous explosion erupted as the arrows shot by Huang Zhong struck the ground, igniting a fiery blast that consumed the surrounding Xiongnu soldiers within 100 meters, transforming them into living torches. The acrid scent of charred flesh wafted across the battlefield. Even those farther away were not spared, as shards from the explosion inflicted injuries upon them. What sorcery is this? Is it divine retribution? Could it be a curse bestowed by the heavens? Surely, this is a new weapon of the great Yin. Why is its power so immense? Oh, divine powers above, direct your wrath upon the city of great Yin. The Xiongnu soldiers, unscathed by the blast, gazed in horror at the towering flames. Meanwhile, on the walls of Yuyao City, countless soldiers from the Black Tiger camp and the Southern Guard stared in disbelief at the spectacle. Who could have imagined that a single arrow could unleash such catastrophic destruction? General Huang is formidable. Bai Yinian was the first to regain his composure, shouting in exhilaration. Though he had always known that Huang Zhong was no weakling, this was utterly outrageous. A single arrow could wreak such havoc on the Xiongnu forces. If he were to unleash a few more, wouldn't it annihilate them entirely? General Huang is invincible. The soldiers of the Black Tiger camp and the Southern Guard collectively shouted in excitement, their spirits soaring. Seeing this, Huang Zhong seized the moment. Raising his voice, brothers, annihilate these marauding scoundrels. They are human, and humans can die. As he spoke, arrows flew from his bow toward the advancing Xiongnu army. With each arrow released, countless Xiongnu soldiers fell. Let General Huang witness our might. Bai Yin shouted, skillfully operating the catapult to hurl firestones toward the enemy. In that moment, everyone was filled with determination. The archers under Huang Zhong put forth every ounce of strength and speed, drawing their bows and releasing arrows in a seamless flow. Under Huang Zhong's influence, the precision and velocity of the archers' shots reached new heights. Nearly every arrow claimed the life of a Xiongnu soldier. In a flash, with the assistance of Huang Zhong and his archers, the million-strong Xiongnu army was held at bay 100 meters from the walls. Yet, neither Huang Zhong nor Bai Yin felt any joy at this sight. It would not be long before the firestones and crossbow bolts were exhausted. When that time came, the pressure on the defenders would be overwhelming. On the other side, a Xiongnu officer observed the hesitance among his soldiers, who had shrunk back in fear. What are you all doing cowering here? Are you waiting to die? Charge forth and slay these yin dogs. With a fierce crack of his whip, he urged them forward. All of you advance. Otherwise, your families will perish. Upon hearing this, the Xiongnu soldiers gritted their teeth, mustering their courage to surge toward Yuyao City once more. Charge, brothers. Only by breaching the city can we survive. Follow me. Wolf lies ahead. Slay the yin dogs. Forward. The Xiongnu's assault intensified, driven by their understanding that victory was their only path to survival. As the Xiongnu pressed on, the defenders of Yuyao City rapidly exhausted their supplies. In less than half an hour, their firestones and crossbow bolts were depleted. The Xiongnu soldiers approached the walls, climbing ladders to breach the defenses. Creak. The giant teeth embedded in the wall began to spin wildly, swiftly severing the ladders and the Xiongnu soldiers upon them. Boiling oil, wooden barrels, and massive stones rained down, causing chaos and carnage among the attackers. Countless Xiongnu soldiers were crushed, their bodies spilling from the ladders in a torrent. The corpses piled at the foot of the wall reached over 5 meters in height, with blood staining the ground a deep crimson. In this brief half hour, tens of thousands of Xiongnu soldiers perished. Yet, the sheer number of their forces remained overwhelming, and they charged forward with reckless abandon. Bai Yin led his elite troops, desperately fighting against the Xiongnu soldiers scaling the walls. If the walls fell, Yuyao City would soon follow. Meanwhile, not far behind the Xiongnu army, a Xiongnu general pondered the inaction of the defending commander. Such a strong cavalry force left unused? Are they waiting for the city to fall? It is absurd. Watching his soldiers engage in close combat atop the walls, he chuckled. Once they secured a foothold, reinforcements would ensure victory. Yuyao City would soon belong to the Xiongnu. The left Sage King furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. But soon he relaxed. Yes, Yuyao City will fall. Tonight, I shall host a banquet atop its walls for all. Ha! Even if the Xuanjia army charges out again, they will be powerless. Their numbers are merely around 3,000, no matter how formidable they may be. They cannot match the million-strong Xiongnu. They could drown them in sheer numbers. Moreover, I possess the scrolls given by the shaman, capable of shattering the Xuanjia army's spirit. Their combat effectiveness will plummet. Upon hearing the left Sage King's words, the Xiongnu general signaled to his commanders, charge with me. Anyone who retreats will be executed without mercy. With that, the general and his guards surged toward Yuyao City, his gaze locked onto Huang Zhong with murderous intent. You old fool, I will claim your life. Within Yuyao City, in the Black Tiger camp's tent, Qin Xiao listened to the cacophony of battle outside, suppressing his growing anxiety. Open all the treasure chests. He spoke with anticipation, knowing that only valuable items could turn the tide. Otherwise, words would be futile. No matter how strong the Xuanjia army or the defenders and Appos, fighting spirit, they could not withstand the might of the million-strong Xiongnu. The disparity was insurmountable. Congratulations. You have received 1,000 superior Xianjade. Congratulations. You have received a puppet of the martial emperor and Appos' great perfection realm. Congratulations. You have received 100,000 inferior Xianjade. Congratulations. You have received 1 point in martial skill attributes and 1 point in cultivation attributes. Congratulations. You have received a low-grade Heavenly 7 Transformation Golden Pill. A series of notifications rang out, but none offered any immediate assistance. Qin Xiao and Appos' heart sank as he turned his gaze to the last 3 treasure chests. If he could not obtain something to aid in defending the city, he would have to retreat with Zhao Yin'er and his trusted allies. Nothing mattered more than his safety. The next moment, a notification chimed. Qin Xiao's eyes brightened. Congratulations. You have received the Beiwai Army. Chapter 82. 3 armies, exerting every effort. Congratulations. You have obtained the Beiwai Army X7000 modified version. Congratulations. You have obtained the Divine Mechanism Camp X1 modified version. Congratulations. You have obtained the Iron Eagle Elite X1000 modified version. Upon seeing this, Qin Shao was overwhelmed with joy. Just as he was preparing to flee, he was unexpectedly granted such delightful surprises at the last moment. The final 3 treasure chests had actually yielded 3 formidable armies: the Beiwei Army, the Divine Mechanism Camp, and the Iron Eagle Elite. What extraordinary fortune! Qin Shao secretly rejoiced. Had he not uncovered something capable of resisting the Huns, he would have had no choice but to abandon the city. The Beiwei Army, renowned as the elite force under Yu Fei, is a mixed battalion of infantry and cavalry, perfectly suited to counter the Hun cavalry. Despite the apparent prowess of the Han horsemen, they would be annihilated in mere moments at Qin Shao's hands, first due to his formidable strength, and secondly, because he could enhance the attributes of his soldiers. In contrast, even the ordinary cavalry of Dian, hailing from the border forces, would struggle to trade 4 of their men for 1 Hun warrior in large-scale battles. The Divine Mechanism Camp, meanwhile, possesses the ability to establish firepower points atop the city walls, effectively suppressing the onslaught of the Hun armies, a function of utmost significance. Most critically, the crossbow bolts, arrows, firestones, and rolling logs of Yuyao City had been nearly entirely seized by that despicable Zhang Wansen. In the forthcoming defense, close-quarters combat would be the only option left, placing the defenders at a natural disadvantage. The arrival of the Divine Mechanism Camp would precisely remedy this shortcoming. Qin Shao then turned his gaze to the Iron Eagle Elite. In terms of elite forces, no other troop could rival the Iron Eagle Elite. Each member boasted exceptional physical prowess, skilled in the use of various weapons, making them invincible in both infantry and cavalry engagements. This army could crush any adversary, whether in siege assaults or skirmishes across diverse terrains. Positioning the Beiwei army 5 miles to the left of the Hun encampment, Qin Shao pondered briefly before speaking. The Xuanzhao army, led by Cheng Yaojin, is indeed the pinnacle of elites, albeit comprising only 3,000 men. Attempting to pierce through the million-strong Hun forces from behind carries inherent risks. However, with the addition of the Beiwei army under Yu Fei's command, the pressure would be significantly alleviated. He then instructed the Divine Mechanism Camp and the Iron Eagle Elite to manifest 3 miles southwest of Yuyao City in the forest. After issuing these commands, Qin Shao felt a sense of relief. With these 3 armies at his disposal, he no longer needed to worry about the Huns breaching the city. Before long, Qin Shao arrived at the forest 3 miles southwest of Yuyao City, where the Iron Eagle Elite and Divine Mechanism Camp awaited him. Salute to the Lord. The Iron Eagle Elites and all soldiers of the Divine Mechanism Camp knelt before Qin Shao in reverence. Please rise. In the future, you may call me Commander. Qin Shao replied, his eyes gleaming with delight. Among the Iron Eagle Elites, even the weakest soldier possessed the strength of the martial king, while the leader, Zhang Han, was a consummate martial saint. Each soldier donned standard black armor, equipped with spears, bows, arrows, and broad blades, fully armed to the teeth. Most astonishingly, the ordinary elites were all outfitted with top-tier spiritual-grade equipment, while Zhang Han boasted a set of subpar heavenly-grade gear. In the Dian Empire, even esteemed officials and military commanders found it exceedingly difficult to assemble a complete set of spiritual-grade equipment. Yet, every member of the Iron Eagle Elite possessed a full set, undoubtedly rendering their combat strength immensely formidable. Qin Shao then shifted his gaze to the Divine Mechanism Camp. The soldiers here were not particularly powerful, with most at the level of martial masters or great martial masters. Only their leader, Lu Sheng, had attained the level of martial sect. The frontline soldiers bore fire guns and flintlock guns, while those in the rear were armed with Divine Mechanism arrows and thunderous fire weapons. Further back, a multitude of red cannons stood ready. Understood, Commander. The soldiers of the Divine Mechanism Camp and Iron Eagle Elite responded in unison, their competitive spirits evident. Qin Shao did not dissuade them. After all, they were his own troops, and competition would only enhance their combat capabilities. He lingered on Zhang Han and Lu Sheng for a moment before commanding, "Follow me." Upon the walls of Yuyu City, countless soldiers from the Black Tiger Camp and the Southern Guardian Army clashed violently with Hun warriors. Bodies lay strewn across the ground, and the air was thick with the sounds of battle. Kill the invaders. Die, you dog of Yin. Both sides poured every ounce of strength into their attacks, seeking to slay their foes in a single blow. Yet, both the defenders and the Huns were utterly exhausted. The defenders had held their ground for days with scarcely a moment to rest, while the Huns had fought their way through numerous obstacles to reach the walls. As time wore on, waves of Hun soldiers continued to ascend the ladders, slowly eroding the defenders' position. Hold the line, Huang Zhong bellowed, sheathing his longbow and drawing his treasured blade. With a fierce swing, he unleashed a crimson blade aura into the midst of the Hun soldiers. As the blade passed, countless Hun warriors were cleaved in two, their crimson innards spilling onto the ground. Yet soon after, a fresh tide of Hun soldiers surged forward, determined to overwhelm Huang Zhong. Once more, Huang Zhong channeled his spiritual energy into his blade, his muscles taut as he unleashed a flurry of strikes, clearing the space before him. Breathing heavily, he felt the weight of fatigue settle upon him. Having spent a better part of the last half hour wielding the blazing sun divine bow to eliminate no less than 50,000 enemies, his internal energy was nearly depleted. It was a testament to his deep reserves that he could still lift his blade. A few more waves of Hun soldiers, and even he would be unable to endure. Seeing Huang Zhong falter, a Han lieutenant's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Brothers, charge. The old man is spent. If we kill him, victory will be ours. Kill. Instantly. Countless Hun soldiers surged toward Huang Zhong like a tide. Though they feared the old man's strength to seize the walls, they had no choice but to slay him. General Huang, come. The Southern Guardian King commanded the Zhuge guards to engage the advancing Han soldiers, pulling Huang Zhong and the Crown Prince back to safety. As they witnessed the steadily diminishing ranks of defenders, despair flickered in the Crown Prince's eyes. Curse this. If it weren't for him, our defense wouldn't be so arduous. A hint of anger flickered in the Southern Guardian King's gaze. Had it not been for the third Princess' orders to transport supplies away, they could have held for several more hours. Perhaps Dian's reinforcements would have arrived in time. A sense of desolation spread among them as they watched the Zhuge guards, Black Tiger Camp, and Southern Guardian army being systematically overwhelmed by the Han soldiers. With a resolute expression, the Southern Guardian King drew his blade and declared, General Huang, take the Crown Prince and retreat. I shall face death alongside my brothers. Zhao Yan had already been arranged by Qin Shao to board a carriage heading into the heart of Dian, leaving him with no cause for concern. Having spoken, the Prince of Southern Town resolutely charged towards the Hunnic soldiers. At that moment, Qin Shao issued a commanding decree, annihilate them. Instantly, countless valiant warriors clad in black armor and donning Iron Eagle masks surged forth, advancing directly towards the Hunnic forces. Chapter 83, The Iron Eagle Elites. Qin Shao under attack. Each elite warrior dispatched by the Iron Eagles slaughtered the Xiongnu soldiers with the ease of dispatching chicks, swiftly severing their throats. The Xiongnu soldiers scarcely had time to react before losing consciousness. Noticing this group of Iron Eagle warriors, the Xiongnu lieutenant's expression changed slightly. He immediately organized his men for a counterattack, bellowing, brothers, 10 taels of gold for each one you slay. As the saying goes, under the lure of great rewards, reckless men will arise. Moreover, it was a life-or-death struggle for both sides. Kill. Initially filled with trepidation, the Xiongnu soldiers mustered their courage and charged towards the Iron Eagles. The warriors, seemingly oblivious to their advance, coldly brandished their blades. The moment the two sides clashed, the attacking Xiongnu soldiers froze in place. Just as the lieutenant was about to inquire what they were doing, he witnessed a scene that would haunt him for life. Lines of blood appeared on the necks of the Xiongnu soldiers, and in the next instant, their heads dropped simultaneously. The Iron Eagle warriors continued to advance, their blades raised, forming an unyielding wall that bore down upon them. Though it was but a thin wall of men, it exuded an endless pressure and intimidation. Damn it! The Xiongnu lieutenant cursed under his breath, channeling all his energy. His expression hardened as he lunged forward with his spear towards the Iron Eagles. 3 meters. 2 meters. He thrust forcefully, a glimmer of triumph in his eyes. This strike could fell even a martial king, let alone these Iron Eagle warriors. Clang. His hand trembled violently as the metallic sound rang out. The warrior he attacked did not even take a step back. Impossible. The lieutenant's gaze shifted dramatically. Suddenly, he felt a wave of dizziness and lost consciousness. Observing this scene, the Crown Prince and the King of the South stood stunned, their pupils dilating in shock. Where did these soldiers come from? Why are they so powerful? Each soldier seemed to be at least at the martial king level, clad in spirit tier equipment. The previously fallen Xiongnu lieutenant appeared no different from an ordinary soldier to them. This was a veritable killing machine. The King of the South, his eyes wide with astonishment, stammered. When he glanced at the Crown Prince, the latter forced a smile, saying, "Why do you look at me? If this were my force, I would surely awaken laughing from my dreams. Did I not send them out long ago? Why wait until now?" Nodding slightly, the King of the South acknowledged that it was indeed unlikely to be the Crown Prince's forces. After all, even Emperor Yin could not muster such financial resources to equip an elite army. The only possibility was that they were Qin Zhao's private troops. On the other side of the Qinquan mirror, unfilial son, I see you wish to drive me to my grave. Do you not know that Yuyao City is the most formidable bulwark of the Great Yin to the north? If the city falls, Great Yin will plunge into peril. You have disappointed me gravely. Ji Wudao vented his fury upon the third prince, his eyes betraying an indescribable disappointment. To aspire to be an emperor, one must indeed employ any means and possess a ruthless heart. However, this is no justification for losing one's wits. Even he, harboring murderous intent towards Qin Shao, would have to wait until after the war. It was inconceivable to act at this moment. Yuyao City was of utmost importance to Great Yin and could not be allowed to falter. Father, I was wrong. The third prince knelt, bowing deeply. A fleeting glimmer of murderous intent crossed his eyes. Just as Ji Wudao contemplated kicking him, he heard the startled exclamations of Ji Zhantian and the sixth ancestor. What is this? Where did they come from? Each one is at least a martial king, clad in spirit tier armor. Could this be a hidden force under Wudao? Not only were they well trained, but their strength was also terrifying. Following their gaze, Ji Wudao looked towards the other side of the Qinquan mirror. where the Iron Eagle warriors were mercilessly slaughtering the Xiongnu soldiers, led by none other than Qin Shao. Initially elated, Ji Wudao's expression soon turned complex, remaining silent. Qin Shao, raising a private army, was indeed deserving of death. The third prince suddenly shouted, "Get out. You have no place to speak here. I will settle this account with you later." Ji Wudao struck the third prince, pointing towards the door. The third prince, his face stinging, retreated with red-rimmed eyes. Outside the imperial study, he glanced back, his eyes filled with intense resentment. Inside, Ji Wudao spoke slowly. "Qin Shao is indeed deserving of death, but not at this moment. Once Yuyao City stabilizes, I will transfer him elsewhere. At that time." Ji Wudao's gaze turned towards the sixth ancestor and Ji Zhantian, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. The sixth ancestor immediately nodded, replying, "No problem, I will contact the eldest sister. Though Qin Shao is strong, he is no match for her, he is doomed." Meanwhile, the Xiongnu soldiers, witnessing their general fall so easily, were first stunned, then overwhelmed by an unparalleled fear. If even a general could be slaughtered like a chick, what chance did they have to resist? The most terrifying aspect was that it was not a commander from the defending troops who killed their general, but an utterly ordinary soldier. These soldiers clad in dark armor were countless in number around them. "Get out of my way. If you wish to die, do so without blocking the path. Move aside. They are not human, they are demons." The Xiongnu soldiers instantly panicked, desperately trying to retreat, seeking to distance themselves from the Iron Eagle warriors. Yet, the latters continued to bring waves of Xiongnu soldiers up the city wall, leaving no room to maneuver. Puff! The frontline Xiongnu soldiers could only watch helplessly as the sharp blades struck them repeatedly, blood splattering everywhere. Whoosh! 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 Following behind the elite warriors, Qin Shao knocked arrows, unleashing a relentless barrage upon the enemy. Each of his arrows pierced through a line of Xiongnu soldiers. "Congratulations, you have slain a Xiongnu soldier, martial artist, X1, gaining 20 points of strength. Congratulations, you have slain a Xiongnu centurion, martial spirit, grand perfection, X1, gaining 800 points of agility. Congratulations, you have slain a Xiongnu soldier, martial master, X1, gaining 10 points in all attributes. Congratulations, you have slain." The notifications rang out incessantly. The number of Xiongnu soldiers atop the city wall dwindled under Qin Zhao's leadership. The previously divided Black Tiger camp and the Southern Army soldiers regrouped. "Brothers, follow me to kill." Qin Shao roared, drawing his star source blade and channeling his energy into the blade. With the wave-cutting blade technique, Qin Shao unleashed dozens of slashes in an instant, each capable of taking down a row of Xiongnu soldiers before him. Their armor crumbled like tofu against his blade, blood flying everywhere. Inspired by Qin Zhao's valor, the soldiers of the Black Tiger camp and the Southern Army rallied, mustering their last breath to charge alongside him. Soon, they had reclaimed control of the majority of the city wall. Just as Qin Shao prepared to press on and eliminate the remaining Xiongnu soldiers, "Watch out!" Huang Zhong shouted. Qin Shao felt a chilling sensation above his head. "Yin dogs die?" "Understood. I will provide refined English translations of the provided texts, enhancing the language while preserving the original meaning. I'll focus solely on the translation without adding explanations or addressing any requests within the text itself. Please provide the content you'd like me to translate and refine." Chapter 84. The skepticism of the crowd, Zhang Han takes action. On the other side of the Qian Kuan mirror, Ji Wudao and his companions observed with grave expressions as Qin Shao was assailed by the formidable Xiongnu warrior. This Xiongnu was exceptionally powerful. I could hardly discern his movements. He was nearly as strong as my second brother, a formidable warrior at the martial saint level. Lu Zhu pursed his lips and spoke first, referring to his second brother, a master of the martial saint realm. Ji Zhantian nodded in agreement, declaring that Qin Shao was doomed and suggesting they consider how to withstand the impending onslaught of the Xiongnu army. "Wudao, this is your responsibility," he added. Ji Wudao gazed at Qin Shao, a glimmer of inscrutable meaning in his eyes. This young man had repeatedly accomplished miraculous feats. What if he managed to hold his ground? Before Ji Zhantian and Lu Zhu could respond, Ji Wudao continued, "If he manages to withstand this, it will demonstrate that even we have no effective means against him. The strength of our ancestor should not be significantly superior to that of the second ancestor, correct?" At this, Lu Zhu burst into laughter. "You are worrying too much. No matter how many miracles Qin Shao has previously performed, anyone below the martial saint is merely an insect. You will soon witness the scene of his brain splattering." Ji Zhantian concurred, "Wudao, you have yet to see the power of a martial saint. The ability to split mountains and rivers is merely their basic operation. If Qin Shao survives the hands of a martial saint, I shall take my own life." Upon hearing this, Ji Wudao finally sighed in relief, a fleeting excitement flashing in his eyes. Whether Qin Shao perished or the Xiongnu warrior fell, it would be favorable news for them. Outside the city of demon subjugation, King Zuxian led a group of Xiongnu generals, standing not far away, their expressions brimming with excitement as they observed Aguyu poised to eliminate Qin Shao. "My lord, the one Aguyu has targeted must be the commander of the defending forces. Although Aguyu is merely at the early martial saint stage, he has previously slain those at the mid-stage. The commander is doomed. Once he falls, the defenders of the city of demon subjugation will surely collapse, and that will be our opportunity to breach the city. A towering Xiongnu general, his face riddled with scars, chimed in. We are eager to fight. Several Xiongnu generals echoed in unison. If we do not act now, we may not even get a sip of soup. Kings with Xian pondered briefly before issuing the command. The entire army shall advance. We must capture the city within the hour. He had kept these Xiongnu generals close for contingencies. Now that the city was on the verge of falling, their presence was of little use. Understood. The Xiongnu generals replied in unison. On the walls of the city of demon subjugation, Huang Zhong and King Zhennan could only watch helplessly as the blade neared Qin Shao, unable to react in time. Beside them, Shen Qinghao urged anxiously, Old Jiang, will you not intervene? If something happens to Qin Shao, all my plans will be in vain, and my sister will have no choice but to marry that debauched heir. Miss, there are strong guardians by his side. There is no need for concern, a hoarse voice replied. Moreover, behind these Xiongnu forces stands an existence not weaker than myself. To act rashly would invite unforeseen consequences. At this, both Shen Qinghao and Shen Qinghao were taken aback. Old Jiang was at the early martial emperor stage and could unleash strength rivaling that of the mid-stage. Yet, there was another presence behind the Xiongnu army that was equally formidable. Old Jiang, I care not for anything else. This man must survive, Shen Qinghao declared. Her gaze fixed on Qin Shao. If any misfortune befalls this city, I will take him away with me. Not far away, Qin Shao looked up to see a lean, leather-clad man, small in stature, swinging a blade towards his head. Qin Shao merely regarded him coldly, making no move to counter. As the blade drew nearer, the lean man smirked, seemingly envisioning the scene of Qin Shao's blood splattering. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed. Aguyu's arm trembled, paralyzed and numb. His entire being surged with blood. He looked gravely at Zhang Han, who stood protectively in front of Qin Shao, though Zhang Han was merely a martial saint. Why did he exude such an overwhelming pressure? Who are you? Aguyu inquired. I am Aguyu, the foremost warrior of the Lan clan. Your abilities are commendable. Why not join our king? Surely, a bright future awaits you rather than waiting for death here. You should think carefully. Aguyu's voice was laced with temptation. Believing that persuading a warrior of Zhang Han's caliber would be effortless, Zhang Han raised an eyebrow, disregarding Aguyu and denying him any chance to breathe. He swiftly drew an arrow from his quiver, infusing it with spiritual energy, and released it with force. Whoosh! Several arrows shot towards Aguyu. Although Aguyu effortlessly dodged them, as he turned to mock Zhang Han, he suddenly felt his arms grow heavy. Looking to the side, he discovered that his arms had been severed by Zhang Han's blade. Ah! A piercing pain surged through him, and Aguyu let out a wail. Blood gushed from his severed limbs, and even with his spiritual power, he could not stem the flow. This was the nature of Zhang Han's blade, regardless of one's level. A single cut would lead to bloodshed and death. Zhang Han paid no heed to Aguyu's cries, forcing him forward to Qin Shao, crushing Aguyu's legs with a kick, and pressing his head down towards Qin Shao in a gesture of submission. Bang! The force of the bowing was so intense that it left an indentation in the ground of the city wall. Zhang Han also knelt, cupping his hands and stating, Please punish me, Commander. I beg your pardon for the alarm. He regarded Aguyu with complete disdain, as if the latter were merely a chicken he had casually slain. Qin Shao shook his head slightly, then grasped Aguyu's hair, lifting him up. Drawing the Xingyuan blade, he made a swift cut. Kill Aguyu, early martial saint. Gain 50,000 in all attributes, 20 years of lifespan, and obtain a legendary treasure chest X1. The system prompt resonated. Qin Shao felt a warm surge through his body, his earlier fatigue dissipating. His eyes sparkled with renewed vigor as he held Aguyu's head aloft. The Xiongnu general is dead. Warriors, follow me and drive these vile beasts from the city walls. The Crown Prince and King Zhen then exchanged glances, astonished at Zhang Han's strength. However, they were no longer as shocked as before. After all, Qin Shao had achieved numerous miracles. It was hardly surprising that he had such capable allies. Commander Qin truly commands a legion of formidable warriors, the Crown Prince sighed. King Zhennan nodded in agreement. Shen Qinghao and Shen Qinghao were not overly surprised either, having already been informed by Old Jiang that a powerful guardian was protecting Qin Shao. Meanwhile, Old Jiang, concealed in the shadows, was filled with a sense of intrigue. What manner of individual is this? Possessing noble blood is one thing, but to have such a fierce warrior serve him is remarkable. His intuition suggested that Zhang Han's strength vastly exceeded what he had displayed thus far, though he could not discern the reason for his restraint. On the other side of the Qian Kuan mirror, within the Imperial Study, Chapter 85, The Surprise Attack on the Xiongnu Camp. Sixth Ancestor, Father. What is going on? Ji Wudao stared blankly at Ji Zhantian and the Sixth Ancestor, muttering to himself. Ji Zhantian and the Sixth Ancestor seemed to be grasped by an unyielding giant hand around their throats, unable to utter a single word for quite some time. After a prolonged silence, the Sixth Ancestor finally spoke in a grave tone. This lad has concealed himself quite well. Even I did not realize there were such formidable experts by his side. However, this is merely a minor setback. Do you truly believe our royal family is solely reliant on the Grand Ancestor's strength? Upon hearing this, Ji Zhantian's eyes glinted with excitement. Sixth Ancestor. Do you intend to report to the Grand Ancestor and mobilize? Before he could finish his sentence, the Sixth Ancestor nodded, interrupting him. Indeed. Just wait and see the spectacle unfold. Ji Zhantian appeared to realize something, his expression tinged with confusion. Previously, the Grand Ancestor contacted us. She dispatched the 4th and 5th Ancestors to Yuyao City to retrieve the treasure capable of suppressing fortune from Qin Shao. Considering the time, they should almost have arrived at Yuyao City. Suddenly, the 6th Ancestor exclaimed, "Oh no, I must contact the 4th and 5th brothers. They are unaware of Qin Zhao's prowess. If they act recklessly, they may very well meet their demise at his hands." In the next moment, the 6th Ancestor vanished from sight, hastening toward Yuyu City. Noticing the confusion in Ji Wudao's gaze, Ji Zhantian recounted the events leading to this moment. The soldiers of the Black Tiger Camp and the Southern Town Army, witnessing Qin Zhao's extraordinary valor, felt a surge of unparalleled fighting spirit. Kill. Annihilate these Xiongnu dogs. Follow me. The commander is invincible. Do not hinder me. I shall eradicate this pack of beasts. Countless soldiers from the Black Tiger Camp and the Southern Town Army surged forward, led by the Iron Eagle Vanguard, charging at the few remaining Xiongnu soldiers on the city wall. With Qin Shao and the Iron Eagle Vanguard leading the charge, blood soon pooled around their ankles atop the walls as the corpses of Xiongnu soldiers piled high. Qin Shao fought fiercely at the front line, his eyes flashing with lightning. With a slight bend in his knee, he clenched his fists and raised them skyward. Hissing sounds filled the air as bolts of lightning coalesced around his fists. Suddenly, he unleashed a devastating strike toward the tide of Xiongnu soldiers before him. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed as countless bolts of lightning surged toward the Xiongnu ranks. In an instant, any enemy that came into contact with the lightning was reduced to charred remains, nothing left but smoldering ashes. Kill a Xiongnu Centurion. Martial Spirit Great Perfection. X1. Collect 200 in all attributes. Receive a gold treasure chest. Kill a Xiongnu Soldier. Warrior. X1. Collect 20 points of strength. Kill a Xiongnu 100-man leader. Warrior Great Perfection. X1. Collect 60 in all attributes. Receive a bronze treasure chest. Kill a Xiongnu 10-man leader. Warrior. X1. Collect 10 in all attributes. Receive. A series of notifications rang out, accompanied by the anguished cries of the Xiongnu soldiers. Those Xiongnu soldiers who had not been affected by the lightning gazed in horror at Qin Zhao's overwhelming display of power, exclaiming in disbelief, "He is not human. Flee. Why does his attack resemble divine retribution? It is even more terrifying than that of the king. Where's the king? Hurry and eliminate this man. Get away. I don't want to die." The Xiongnu soldiers, in full retreat, had lost their will to resist ever since Agyu was slain by Zhang Han. Now, witnessing the Iron Eagle Vanguard and Qin Shao unleash such formidable might, their morale plummeted to freezing lows. Each soldier scrambled to escape the walls, desperate to flee, willing to do anything to survive. Many Xiongnu soldiers, in a bid to avoid being targeted by Qin Shao and the Iron Eagle Vanguard, began to attack their comrades, sacrificing their fellow soldiers to buy themselves time. They clung to the notion that they only needed to outrun those who lagged behind. This chaos provided an opportunity for the Black Tiger Camp and the Southern Town Army soldiers, who showed no mercy, striking down their enemies from behind. Annihilate them. Qin Shao brandished the Star Source Blade, effortlessly unleashing blade energy that swept through the ranks. Under the leadership of Qin Shao and the Iron Eagle Vanguard, it was not long before no living Xiongnu soldiers remained atop the walls. Lusheng, instruct your men to deploy all firearms. Qin Shao called out to Lusheng in the distance. Despite having slain numerous Xiongnu warriors, their total numbers had barely reached a fraction of the enemy forces. After all, the Left Virtue King commanded an army of 1,000,000. In normal circumstances, even a single spit from each of them could drown the defending forces of several thousand. Only by utilizing the artillery from the Divine Machine Camp could they hope to hold the city. Understood. Lusheng replied with a slight bow, and with the assistance of the Iron Eagle Vanguard, he positioned the Red Robe artillery and various firearms in suitable locations. In just a short while, everyone was ready, awaiting Qin Zhao's command to rain death upon the tide of Xiongnu soldiers outside the city. Outside Yuyao City, the Xiongnu generals, who had just volunteered for battle, rushed to the foot of the walls. Observing the fleeing Xiongnu soldiers above, they could not help but feel perplexed. Just moments ago, it seemed they intended to seize the walls. How could they falter upon their arrival? Could it be that Yuyao City harbors some hidden trump card? Nalan Gudwa glanced at the cowering Xiongnu warriors beside him and chastised. "We are the most elite forces under the king. If we are afraid, how shall we conquer the city? Have you grown so comfortable that you've lost your fighting spirit?" As his words fell, Nalan Gudwa drew his blade and swiftly dispatched several fleeing Xiongnu soldiers. Blood splattered across his face as he proclaimed, "Those who flee in battle shall die. Arm yourselves and follow me to slay this pack of yen dogs." With that, Nalan Gudwa leaped towards the city walls, reigniting the resolve of the Xiongnu soldiers who had contemplated retreat, compelling them to charge once more toward the ladders. Our weakest here is at least at the martial respect great perfection level, with an average strength of martial saint. Why should we not be able to conquer this small border city of Dian? Exactly. Together, let us breach this city. The king will surely reward us handsomely. With Nalan Gudwa's rallying call, the remaining Xiongnu generals were inspired, mustering their strength to assault the city walls. At the rear of the Xiongnu camp, witnessing the full-scale emergence of the Xiongnu army, Cheng Yaojin drew his twin axes, roaring, "Brothers, follow me to kill. Kill." Countless soldiers from the Shuangguan army mounted their horses, brandishing their lances as they charged toward the Xiongnu camp, the battle cries shaking the heavens. To the side of the Xiongnu camp, a regiment bearing the character U on their banners made their appearance. Each soldier was well-equipped and a seasoned veteran, their gazes deep and devoid of fear as they surveyed the battlefield, as if it were merely an ordinary place rather than one fraught with peril. Seeing the opportune moment, Yu Fei mounted his steed and shouted, "Kill." Chapter 86. The Defeat of Wanyan Huda. At this moment, within the great encampment of the Xiongnu, aside from the mounted cavalry and essential guards, the remaining soldiers had all surged forth. Wanyan Huda, eyes brimming with indignation, questioned, "Why does the king not permit us to join the siege? We are swifter on horseback than these foot soldiers. Dismounted, we are equally rapid. Why must we remain here, guarding the camp, while the opportunity for glory is bestowed upon those inept ones?" Beside him, Nahasi consoled, "You are the king's most elite cavalry, his prized warriors. Should any of you sustain injury, the king would be heartbroken. To send you into battle would be a grave loss." Upon hearing this, Wanyan Huda relaxed his furrowed brow and concurred, "Indeed, we are the king's most formidable iron cavalry. Storming a city is not our forte. We excel in clashing with enemy cavalry. Do you believe that even if 100,000 of Dian's cavalry approached, we could not annihilate them?" Nahasi instinctively nodded. Wanyan Huda did not exaggerate the prowess of himself or his men. Ordinarily, a mere 10,000 Xiongnu iron cavalry could obliterate 50,000 elite Dian riders. This disparity was not merely due to their mounts, but also stemmed from the soldiers' personal capabilities. Each Xiongnu cavalryman had grown up on horseback, making it feel as natural as walking. How could the Dian cavalry, trained only later in life, compare? Suddenly, the ground trembled, startling even the horses in the stables. Whoosh! Whoosh! The air was sliced by a cacophony of arrows descending like a torrential rain, enveloping the Xiongnu encampment in an instant. Countless soldiers had no time to react or evade, becoming mere targets. Enemy attack! Wanyan Huda raised his shield above his head and shouted, filled not with fear, but exhilaration. "Nahasi, ensure you and your cooks stay safe. Don't let the stray arrows claim you. Your meals are quite delectable, and it would be a pity to lose you." He laughed heartily, then joined his cavalry. Addressing his iron riders, he proclaimed, "Brothers, the time to earn our glory has arrived." The Xiongnu cavalry positioned their shields at a 45-degree angle, deflecting the barrage of arrows. Their eyes burned with battle fervor. Had it not been for the king's orders to remain at the camp, they would have eagerly dismounted to join the infantry in assaulting the city, boredom nearly lulling them to sleep. Now that the enemy was upon them, it was precisely what they had anticipated. "We shall follow General Wanyan to the death." Wanyan Huda's deputy cleaved an incoming arrow and shouted, "We shall follow General Wanyan to the death." The Xiongnu cavalry's voices soared to the heavens. "Charge with me." Wanyan Huda drew his blade and dashed towards the approaching armored troops, his cavalry following suit. "Slay them all." Cheng Yaojin, witnessing the audacity of the Xiongnu cavalry charging at him, was momentarily taken aback before his anger flared. "Kill," he commanded, and the armored troops complied, their voices resolute. "You dare charge at us with merely tenfold your numbers? You court death." In the next moment, Cheng Yaojin led the armored troops, accelerating to their utmost speed, charging fiercely towards the Xiongnu cavalry. Observing the mere 3,000 troops led by Cheng Yaojin, Wanyan Huda nearly laughed, raising an eyebrow in disdain. "Brothers, let them see what true elite cavalry looks like. In half an hour, leave not a single one alive." With a resounding yes, the Xiongnu riders echoed, their charge intensifying. They released arrows with increasing frequency, eager to decimate the armored troops before their forces collided. Yet, Cheng Yaojin's men stood unwavering, undeterred by the rain of arrows. The projectiles clanged against their armor, producing a metallic symphony, yet leaving no mark. "Release your arrows," Cheng Yaojin commanded. "Let them witness what true elite warriors are." Under his order, all the armored troops swiftly knocked their arrows and released them in unison. Whoosh! Whoosh! Countless arrows, forged from the finest steel, hurtled towards the Xiongnu cavalry. And in a single exchange, hundreds of riders fell from their mounts. Wanyan Huda bellowed in fury, "Accelerate. Once we close the distance, they shall stand no chance." Moments later, the clash of weapons echoed as the armored troops and Xiongnu cavalry engaged in fierce combat. The armored warriors, leveraging their momentum, thrust their lances forward, piercing through multiple Xiongnu riders as if they were mere fruit skewers. Meanwhile, the Xiongnu cavalry's long spears and blades struck against the gleaming armor of the armored troops, leaving no trace. In an instant, the Xiongnu suffered grievous losses, while the armored troops surged forth like wolves among sheep, ruthlessly slaughtering their foes. This is bad. Their equipment surpasses ours by a great margin. What kind of armor is this, that it is so resilient? Many Xiongnu cavalrymen, stripped of their earlier bravado, now voiced their fears. Wan Huda observed this with an unperturbed expression, waving his hand. Onward. In the next breath, over 1,000 Xiongnu cavalrymen wielding bludgeons and wolf-teeth clubs charged towards the armored troops. These weapons were the bane of armor, regardless of the quality. A single strike could incapacitate or severely wound. Attack! Cheng Yaojin roared. The armored troops reformed their ranks, positioning their lances forward, charging at the Xiongnu cavalry wielding bludgeons and clubs. Though they held no fear of these weapons, a blow would still be unpleasant. In an instant, thud. The clash of arms resounded as the Xiongnu cavalry wielding bludgeons were swiftly impaled by the lances. Against the armored troops, the Xiongnu cavalry had no power to resist. Seeing his elite cavalry suffer such losses, Wan Huda's fury ignited. He spurred his steed to its utmost speed, swinging a wolf-tooth club towards the nearest armored soldier. Clang! The armored soldier, undaunted, thrust forward. However, Wan Huda, a formidable warrior of the martial saint realm, absorbed the blow, causing the soldier to tumble from his mount, blood spilling forth. Just as Wan Huda intended to finish him off, a mighty roar echoed in his ear. Come at me with your life. The voice of Cheng Yaojin rang out. Wan Huda instinctively blocked behind him, but upon contact with the dual axes, his steed collapsed beneath him. Wan Huda's eyes widened in astonishment, and he dared not persist in his entanglement with Cheng Yaojin. Retreat, he commanded, leading the Xiongnu cavalry back towards the main camp. Cheng Yaojin and the other valiant soldiers of the Xuanjia army paid them no heed and charged towards the Xiongnu forces outside the city of Demon Suppression. As heavily armored cavalry, their speed was inevitably somewhat diminished. Pursuing Wan Hu and his men would be a futile endeavor. Just when Wan Hu thought he had escaped unscathed, another group of riders appeared before them, poised for action. The leader bellowed, "Where do you think you're fleeing?" Chapter 87, The Yu Family Army, The Siege. Wan Huda gazed upon the Yu family army, his expression darkening. However, upon realizing that the Yu soldiers did not possess the formidable armor akin to the Xuanjia army, nor were they all cavalry, a glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes. What audacity these mere rabble have to obstruct us. Brothers, let us show them a taste of our might. The Xiongnu cavalry, already harboring pin-up frustration, surged forward. They had previously been thwarted by the Xuanjia army's defenses. But how could these lightly armored foes dare to confront them? Slay them. Annihilate them all. The Xiongnu cavalry charged first, unleashing the pent-up wrath within them. Yu Fei, witnessing the approaching Xiongnu cavalry, bellowed, "Follow me into battle." As his command echoed, the light cavalry of the Beiwei army surged forward alongside him, with infantry wielding long sabers and iron axes following closely. In an instant, the two forces clashed. Clang, clang. The sounds of swords and weapons colliding filled the air. Yet Wan Huda was unprepared for the realization that every Yu cavalryman before him possessed combat prowess that far surpassed that of the Xiongnu cavalry. It often took 3 to 5 Xiongnu riders to match a single Yu cavalryman. Before long, the Yu infantry arrived, separating the Xiongnu cavalry and striking fiercely at their horses' legs. Countless Xiongnu soldiers fell heavily to the ground alongside their mounts, unable to react before being pierced by crossbow bolts. The Xiongnu cavalry, known for their powerful and concentrated charges to disrupt enemy formations, now found themselves encircled and systematically annihilated by the Yu forces. Wan Huda's eyes widened in despair as he witnessed his elite troops falling one after another. He yearned to command his cavalry to break through. Yet the Yu family army seemed to ensnare them like a quagmire, holding them fast. The Xiongnu riders lacked the space to accelerate, forced to fight and retreat simultaneously. In contrast, the Yu forces maneuvered with ease, the synergy between their cavalry and infantry ruthlessly reaping the lives of the Xiongnu warriors. Seeing his elite cavalry dwindling, Wan Huda steeled his resolve to flee. But how could Yu Fei allow him to escape? No retreat. Yu Fei charged at the fleeing Wan Huda, his spear glimmering with lethal intent. Sensing the danger from the spear's tip and Yu Fei's unfathomable prowess, Wan Huda felt a chill creep into his heart. Abandoning any thought of confronting him, he desperately spurred his horse to hasten his escape. With a concentrated gaze, Yu Fei executed the illusory spear technique. Positioning his spear before him, left hand behind, right hand forward. He channeled his entire spiritual energy into the spear and propelled himself towards Wan Huda's back with a powerful thrust. In that moment, the tip of the spear transformed into countless phantoms, piercing directly towards Wan Huda's heart. Feeling the imminent threat of death, Wan Huda had no choice but to forcefully redirect his mount, narrowly evading Yu Fei's spear. Before he could fully react, Yu Fei launched another thrust straight at his face. Wan Huda's countenance changed as he raised his blade in defense. At the moment their weapons clashed. Even the horse instinctively recoiled several steps. Wan Huda's arm throbbed with pain, rendering it immobile. A flicker of fear crossed his eyes. What tremendous strength! He was renowned as the mightiest warrior among the Xiongnu. Yet, in the presence of Yu Fei, in the earlier confrontation with Cheng Yaojin, he felt utterly outmatched. Yu Fei did not grant Wan Huda a moment's respite, fiercely thrusting towards his face once more. As Wan Huda focused on defending himself, Yu Fei deftly redirected his spear towards the horse. With a thunderous crash, the horse was sent flying, and Wan Huda fell heavily to the ground. still yearning to resist. Juan Huda felt his dantian, where his spiritual power converged, utterly crippled by Yu Fei. He immediately resembled a deflated football, aging several decades in an instant. Your leader is in my grasp, surrender quickly, Yu Fei proclaimed to the few remaining Xiongnu cavalry, lifting Juan Huda with one hand. Meanwhile, on the walls of the demon suppression city, Nalan Gudwa and several Xiongnu commanders stood atop, observing the dense ranks of defenders below, their expressions unfazed. Without a moment's hesitation, they charged towards the soldiers of the Black Tiger camp and the Southern Town Army. In a flash, due to their superior cultivation, the soldiers of the Black Tiger camp and the Southern Town Army suffered heavy casualties. Haha, is that all? I thought celestial beings had descended to guard us for so long. Yet, they too can be wounded. Nalan Gudwa and the Xiongnu commanders boasted. Confident in their superiority with 4 martial saints and 2 peak martial venerables, while Qin Shao's forces only boasted 2 martial saints and countless ordinary soldiers, one of whom was nearly spent. The battle appeared to be theirs without question. Nearby, the Southern Town King and the Crown Prince exchanged glances, their expressions tightening. General Huang, you must assist quickly. Commander Qin and that general may not withstand these Xiongnu leaders, the Crown Prince urged, his lips pursed. If Qin Shao and Zhang Han suffer defeat, they will inevitably face dire consequences. The Southern Town King nodded in agreement. Indeed, old sir, please hasten to their aid. Shen Qingyao chimed in, her eyes filled with hope. If you join the fray, we may yet prevail. However, Huang Zhong waved his hand nonchalantly. That general clad in black armor possesses strength far beyond what you perceive. His might exceeds even mine. If these miscreants could defeat him, before he could finish, Qin Shao commanded, withdraw all but the Iron Eagle elite. They remained only to face certain death. Understood. The soldiers of the Black Tiger camp and the Southern Town Army responded in unison. Seeing them retreat, Nalan Gudwa and the Xiongnu commanders did not intervene. Once they eliminated Qin Shao and the formidable Zhang Han, the rest would be easy to dispatch. Advance. Zhang Han raised his hand and clenched his fist. The Iron Eagle elite formed a unique formation, encircling Nalan Gudwa and his commanders. An overwhelming aura surged among them. The next instant, a ferocious black tiger materialized within the formation, its gaze fixated on Nalan Gudwa and the Xiongnu leaders. Attack! With Zhang Han's command, the black tiger lunged towards Nalan Gudwa and his companions. Come forth. Nalan Gudwa brandished his treasured blade, charging towards the black tiger. Sizzle! The clash of the treasured blade against the tiger's claws sparked brilliant blue flames. A serious expression crossed Nalan Gudwa's face as he slightly turned his head to stretch his limbs. I will hold this black tiger. You all go and eliminate the others. The Xiongnu commanders nodded in agreement, as 2 Xiongnu martial saints set their sights on Zhang Han, charging towards him. Another Hunnic martial sage, accompanied by 2 Hunnic generals who had attained the pinnacle of martial excellence, approached Qin Shao. They offered him no opportunity to escape, instead launching a simultaneous assault from 3 directions, encircling him with formidable intent. Chapter 88. Once again reclaiming life. Witnessing Qin Shao besieged by 3 individuals, both the Crown Prince and the King of the South found themselves breaking into a cold sweat for him. They exchanged glances, recognizing the mutual concern reflected in each other's eyes. The Crown Prince, with a grave expression, spoke up. General Huang, are you truly not going to assist Commander Qin? The King of the South nodded in agreement, urging, perhaps you should lend a hand. We are aware of Commander Qin's formidable strength. Yet 3 opponents attacking simultaneously may still pose a significant threat. Only then did Huang Zhong open his eyes to assess the 3 formidable Huns surrounding Qin Shao. Shaking his head slightly. Nonetheless, he moved closer to the battlefield. Earlier, he had received a message from Qin Shao instructing him not to intervene, as Qin sought to test the limits of his combat prowess. On the sidelines, Shen Qingyao and Shen Qinghe could not help but feel anxious for Qin Shao. The strength of the 3 Huns appeared vastly superior to Qin Shao's, making his defeat seem inevitable. A careless moment could lead to his immediate demise. Old Jiang, why aren't you making your move? Shen Qingyao chided softly. Shen Qinghe also displayed concern. Old Jiang fixed a deep gaze on Qin Shao, his brow furrowing as he instinctively prepared to act. In his view, Qin Shao was doomed. Despite Qin Zhao's previously astonishing display of strength, he was still at a disadvantage against the 3 Huns. However, in the next moment, Old Jiang realized his grave misjudgment. At the instant the 3 launched their attack, Qin Shao vanished from sight, reappearing suddenly behind the pockmarked Hun martial master, drawing his Star Source blade and delivering a powerful strike. The sound of steel slicing through flesh resonated. Upon another glance, the Hun martial master was gravely injured, lacking the strength to resist, appearing as though he were more exhaling than inhaling. Zhao Xian. The other 2 Huns exclaimed in fury. Simultaneously, their gazes toward Qin Shao were tinged with apprehension. To escape the encirclement and severely wound one of their own was a feat even their strongest member, Nalan Gudwa, could not achieve. Not far away, Nalan Gudwa was grappling with the Black Tiger and was already at a disadvantage. Upon witnessing Zhao Xian's injury, she was taken aback, her internal energy becoming chaotic. Roar. The Black Tiger seized the opportunity and lunged at Nalan Gudwa, unleashing its claws with full force. Nailing Guduan narrowly dodged the attack, focusing her mind and daring not to be distracted. Excellent, exclaimed Zhang Han, observing Qin Zhao's decisive strike against Zhao Xian. Initially, he had handled the two martial saints with ease, but now felt even more relaxed. If not for Qin Zhao's earlier message instructing him to hold his ground, he could have effortlessly dealt with the two Huns before him. Infuriating, the two Huns, incensed by Zhang Han's disdain, intensified their attacks, desperate to eliminate him and rushed to aid their companions. Sensing their pressure, Zhang Han revealed a look of contempt, suddenly struck by inspiration. He ceased evasion and seized the blade of a nearby Iron Eagle warrior, boldly charging toward them. A glimmer of cold light flashed. The two Huns felt the weight of his intent increase exponentially. On the other side, the remaining two Huns launched a furious assault on Qin Zhao. One leaped high to smash down upon him with a bone staff, while the other aimed a spear directly at his face. The spear's speed was unparalleled. Intent on pinning Qin Zhao down, the Hun wielding the bone staff believed victory was imminent as he prepared to strike Qin Zhao's head. A smirk creeping onto his lips as he envisioned the scene of Qin Zhao's brain splattering. However, Qin Zhao merely shifted slightly, evading to several meters away. Before they could react, lightning surged. Qin Zhao bent his knee slightly, a spark of electricity flashing in his eyes as he clenched his fists, summoning the thunder. Thunder rumbled. Bolts of lightning cascaded onto his fists, and Qin Zhao, exhilarated by the crackling energy, surged forward like a cannonball towards the two Huns. As the Hun martial saint, sensing the destructive aura emanating from Qin Zhao's electrified fists, braced himself with his spear, Qin Zhao suddenly altered his trajectory, targeting the Hun martial master instead. With a resounding crash, the Hun martial master was sent flying, crashing into the already injured Zhao Xian. In an instant, both were reduced to charred remains, lifeless and beyond salvation. With the demise of Zhao Xian, martial master, Qin Zhao acquired 20,000 in all attributes, an additional 10 years of life, and an extraordinary treasure chest. Upon slaying Nalan Lingdian, martial master, he similarly gained 20,000 in all attributes, 10 more years of life, and another extraordinary treasure chest. Witnessing this, the remaining Hun martial saint's eyes flickered with malice. He drew a small purple knife inscribed with mysterious runes, carving a symbol into his forehead. Blood mingled with dark energy at the sight of the symbol. The Hun martial saint spat out a mouthful of black blood, feeling his internal energy surge until stabilizing at the mid-level of martial saint. His complexion pale, he regarded Qin Zhao with a sinister smile. With a resounding thud, he discarded his spear and charged at Qin Zhao with a fist infused with an eerie energy. If this blow connected, it would surely leave Qin Zhao severely wounded, if not dead. Alarmed by the sudden escalation of the Hun martial saint's power, Zhang Han's expression shifted dramatically. He estimated that Qin Zhao could contend with an average early-stage martial saint, yet was far from matching the mid-stage. The disparity in power became increasingly pronounced with each successive realm, often allowing a mid-stage martial saint to contend against 10 early-stage ones. Zhang Han swiftly slashed at the two Huns before him, attempting to break free. Yet, they were unwilling to grant him his desire, enduring his strikes as they aimed for his vital points, forcing him to change direction. Nine Heavens, Arrow God's Decision. Huang Zhong wasted no time, drawing his bow and concentrating his energy into the arrow, preparing to release it. Whoosh! An arrow filled with destructive power soared toward the Hun martial saint before Qin Zhao. The Hun, however, merely sneered, tilting his head to evade it, continuing his assault on Qin Zhao. Seeing this, Shen Qingyao's expression turned grave. Old Jiang. Instantly, Old Jiang launched himself like a projectile toward the Hun's vital areas. Yet, to his astonishment, a figure darted past him even faster. Qin Zhao bellowed, System, allocate points. Dragon Transformation, Unleash. God Burial Dragon Fist. Chapter 89. System Enhancement, Instantaneous Slaying of the Martial Saint. With the expenditure of 10 attribute points in martial arts, Dragon's 9 transformations ascended to a minor completion state. Another 10 points were spent on martial skills, elevating God Burial Dragon Fist to the same level. A notification chimed in his ears. Qin Zhao radiated a crimson aura, his eyes gleaming with brilliance. The investment of such considerable attribute points was indeed worthwhile. With Dragon's 9 transformations reaching minor completion, the 5th transformation could now be activated, meaning his current attributes could surge 32-fold, propelling him close to the strength of a martial saint. Coupled with the significantly enhanced might of the God Burial Dragon Fist, he was confident that the mid-level martial saint from the Xiongnu would surely prove no match for him. With each breath, Qin Zhao's aura surged dramatically. Channeling the full force of his bloodline into his fist, he unleashed a formidable punch, emanating a black-red light filled with indescribable devastation. The mid-level Xiongnu martial saint, however, showed no signs of fear or retreat. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. It was a battle to the death. He accelerated his advance towards Qin Zhao with increased speed. In the blink of an eye, both warriors' fists collided against each other's chests with a thunderous roar. The mid-level Xiongnu martial saint was instantly annihilated, transforming into a cloud of blood mist. Slaying the Xiongnu subgeneral, mid-level martial saint, yielded a reward of 100,000 in all attributes, an additional 50 years of lifespan, and a legendary treasure chest. Congratulations! Your total attributes have exceeded 300,000, and as a special reward, you have received a mythic treasure chest. The notifications continued to sound. Qin Zhao's eyes sparkled even brighter, and with the addition of 50 years to his life, he felt rejuvenated, no longer burdened by worries of mortality for the foreseeable future. His cultivation realm ascended to mid-level martial zone, significantly enhancing his strength. Observing Qin Zhao standing unfazed, even with a hint of rising aura, was both a surprise and a fright to those around him. Who could remain composed after witnessing a martial king annihilate a mid-level martial saint? King of the South and the Crown Prince exchanged incredulous glances, both registering the shock reflected in each other's eyes. Could a mere mortal truly accomplish such a feat? A martial king defying the mid-level martial saint? That transcended for entire realms. It was crucial to note that this was not a mere skirmish between lesser ranks, but rather a confrontation involving the highest echelon of the great Yin dynasty, where even the emperor treated a martial saint with utmost respect. Fearing the consequences of offending such a figure, how could such a formidable personage perish so inexplicably at the hands of Qin Zhao? Who would believe this tale? General Huang. Surely we weren't hallucinating just now. The Crown Prince stammered, glancing at Huang Zhong for confirmation. Huang Zhong, equally taken aback, stood in stunned silence. Even he would have needed to exert his full strength against that mid-level Xiongnu martial saint. While he was confident he could eventually triumph, it would require considerable effort. A far cry from Qin Zhao's effortless victory. Upon hearing the Crown Prince's words, Huang Zhong finally regained his composure and nodded. If my eyes are not deceiving me, then it is indeed true. Beside them, Shen Qingyao and Shen Qinghe were equally astonished, their mouths agape in disbelief. They exchanged glances, each reflecting the other's shock. After a moment, Shen Qingyao spoke. Sister, you are well-read and have perused many texts. Has our empire ever seen someone like General Qin? Shen Qinghe shook her head without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Shen Qingyao's eyes lit up with a realization. Then it stands to reason that this General Qin may very well be a scion of a prestigious dynasty or an heir of a hidden family. Shen Qinghe replied softly. Indeed. Shen Qingyao pursed her lips and smiled. Sister, now we need not worry about the heir of the Marquis posing any threat to General Qin, do we? Look at his formidable strength and deep background, not to mention his striking appearance. Surely you must have some sentiments towards him? At this, Shen Qinghe's cheeks flushed slightly, and she refrained from directly responding. Observing her reaction, Shen Qingyao's eyes sparkled momentarily, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Among the onlookers, besides Qin Zhao himself, it was old Jiang who perceived the situation most clearly. Even as Qin Zhao elevated his aura to its peak, old Jiang remained skeptical about Qin Zhao's chances against the mid-level Xiongnu martial saint. After all, he had ascended from martial king to martial saint himself and understood the vast chasm that lay between their powers. Typically, a martial saint could effortlessly slay hundreds or thousands of martial kings with a mere gesture. Without attaining the martial saint level, one remained akin to an ant. The Empire's acknowledged foremost talent, Lin Dong, the chief disciple of the National Protective Sect, had only barely managed to challenge a complete martial zone during his time as a martial king, earning him much acclaim and recognition. This feat was even recorded in the annals of history. Yet, having witnessed the recent spectacle, Lin Dong could not hold a candle to Qin Zhao. In the next moment, old Jiang's thoughts began to stir. Previously, he had doubted Qin Zhao as potential to accompany his daughter Shen Qinghe back home. Yet now, it seemed he had underestimated the young man. Qin Zhao was not merely a small fish in a pond, but a true dragon capable of soaring to the heavens. Having watched Shen Qingyao and Shen Qinghe grow up, they were akin to daughters to him. If he could bring Qin Zhao back as Shen Qingyao's husband, the old master would surely be delighted. Contemplating this, old Jiang regarded Qin Zhao with a more discerning gaze. Meanwhile, Qin Zhao brushed off the dust from his attire, feeling the explosive energy coursing within him. A fleeting glance at the remaining Xiongnu leaders ignited a spark of excitement within him. Zhang Han, step back. I shall handle the rest, Qin Zhao declared with authority. Upon receiving Qin Zhao's command, Zhang Han wasted no time, swiftly striking down the two remaining mid-level Xiongnu martial saints before retreating to Qin Zhao's side. He then commanded the Iron Eagle warriors, scatter. In an instant, the formidable black tiger formed by the Iron Eagle warriors vanished. The arena fell into an eerie silence, with only Nailan Duo and the two exhausted mid-level Xiongnu martial saints remaining, trapped in the center. Nailan Duo was severely wounded, her body marred by deep gashes. Gasping for breath, drenched in sweat, her complexion pale and devoid of her former arrogance. The two remaining Xiongnu martial saints were equally drained, their bodies bearing various injuries. Their eyes fixed on Qin Zhao with a venomous glare. Had their glares possessed lethal force, Qin Zhao would have perished countless times over. Yet, Qin Zhao offered them no opportunity for reprieve, channeling all his strength into a sudden, powerful strike. God Burial Dragon Fist. In the blink of an eye, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the three Xiongnu martial saints were obliterated, having offered no resistance whatsoever. Chapter 90. Defeat. The arrival of the martial emperor in full bloom. The slaying of Nailan Duo, mid-martial saint, yielded a bounty of 200,000 in all attributes. a lifespan extension of 100 years, and 2 mythic treasure chests. The defeat of a Xiongnu lieutenant, early martial saint, brought in 50,000 in all attributes. A lifespan increase of 20 years, and a legendary treasure chest. Another Xiongnu lieutenant met the same fate, resulting in an identical reward. The chime of 3 notifications rang out consecutively, causing Qin Zhao's lifespan to surge by 140 years. In terms of attributes, his realm had ascended from mid-martial sect to early martial emperor. A sense of satisfaction welled within Qin Zhao. Indeed, eliminating high-tier foes facilitated swift enhancement. Engaging those ordinary soldiers, akin to ants, yielded painfully slow progress. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and a glint of insight illuminated his eyes. His current display of power was excessively pronounced. It was likely that Ji Wudao had begun to harbor misgivings and was now seeking opportunities to eliminate him. Perhaps the lack of reinforcements from the Great Yin was due to this very circumstance. Ji Wudao intended for him to engage in a mutual annihilation with the Xiongnu. Such ruthlessness was remarkable. Did he not fear the Xiongnu and demon clans infiltrating the heart of the Great Yin, wreaking havoc and destruction? Qin Zhao cast his gaze towards the Iron Eagle warriors and the Divine Machine camp beside him. As well as the Xianyuan army and Beiwei army attacking the rear of the Xiongnu forces in the distance, a smile inevitably gracing his lips, his brows alight with mirth. Unfortunately, it was too late. Qin Zhao's wings had already taken full form. The mere presence of the Xianyuan army and Iron Eagle warriors under his command transcended what the Great Yin Empire could contend with. Even if the Great Yin Empire mustered all its strength, it would be exceedingly difficult to eliminate him. Moreover, he could potentially unleash even more formidable armies and generals in the future. In every conceivable way, the Great Yin Empire was doomed. Now, he merely needed to hold the Yuyo city and await a suitable moment to strike at the Great Yin Imperial city, to rid the world of the accursed third prince and eradicate the royal lineage, instigating a change of dynasty. Following this, he would vie for supremacy over the realm. Witnessing Qin Zhao single-handedly annihilate the incoming formidable Xiongnu generals, the soldiers of the Black Tiger camp and the Southern Guards were immensely inspired, unleashing unprecedented combat prowess. Under the leadership of the Iron Eagle warriors, the city walls of Yuyo City were swiftly cleared. Blood flowed like rivers, and corpses lay strewn about. The warriors of the Divine Machine camp positioned themselves strategically, their potent weaponry aimed at the still-charging Xiongnu soldiers, awaiting the command to fire. Without hesitation, Lu Sheng ordered, "Fire!" Boom, boom, boom. Over 100 red-clad cannons and Divine Machine cannons erupted simultaneously. Flames erupted, and the sound reverberated like thunder. Countless shells detonated amidst the tide of Xiongnu soldiers in an instant. The destructive force surpassed that of a firestone by several multiples, comparable to a full-force strike from a martial emperor. Countless Xiongnu soldiers perished under the barrage, leaving not even a remnant. Following this, the soldiers of the Divine Machine camp unleashed a volley of rapid-fire arrows. A multitude of arrows soared toward the remaining Xiongnu soldiers, nearly blanketing every inch of land. With only 500 soldiers equipped with fire arrows, the density and coverage of the arrows surpassed that of tens of thousands of archers. At such density, not even a mosquito could hope to survive. King Zhou, witnessing the catastrophic losses suffered by the Xiongnu forces and the near-total annihilation of his trusted subordinates on the city wall, was consumed by fury. Before he could react, a distant sound of galloping hooves and earth-shaking vibrations reached his ears. Turning around, he beheld 2 battalions charging toward him. One was the Xianyuan army, having decimated the Wolf God army without suffering a scratch, while the other, from the intensity of its aura, was equally formidable as the Wolf God army under his command. Before long, these 2 armies, like relentless engines of slaughter, continued to reap the lives of the Xiongnu soldiers. Curse be it! Kings was seethed. Even with the Scarlet Scroll, I can only contend with the Xianyuan army. There is no way to deal with the other. Grinding his teeth, King Zhou ordered. All troops retreat. The longer they lingered, the greater their losses. It was better to act decisively, retreat to the camp, and reassess their strategy. A mournful wail erupted as countless Xiongnu soldiers scrambled to escape this hellish place, each cursing their parents for not endowing them with more legs. Many discarded their helmets and armor, striving to flee more swiftly. Soon, all Xiongnu soldiers retreated back to their encampment. Upon witnessing the complete withdrawal of the Xiongnu forces, jubilant cheers erupted atop the walls of Yuyo City. Commander Qin is invincible. Commander Qin is mighty. The defending soldiers roared in unison, their eyes reflecting the relief of having survived. They were grateful for their fortuitous fate and for having a commander as formidable as Qin Zhao. Had their leader been anyone else, they might already have become mere memories. Qin Zhao raised his hand, gently urging calmness. The defense of Yuyo City rests upon each and every one of you. This victory belongs to us all, a shared honor. You have all performed admirably. With a shift in tone, he expressed solemnity. In this battle, we have dispatched over 500,000 foes. Yet, we have also suffered grievous losses, with over 60,000 comrades slain, leaving us with less than half our original numbers. He pressed his lips together, his voice heavy. Each fallen brother was the pillar of his family. Therefore, I shall personally contribute 1,000 high-grade Xian jade, converted to silver, to be distributed among the families of our fallen comrades as compensation. For those who remain, I shall also bestow 500 high-grade Xian jade as a reward. Upon hearing this, the soldiers rallied fervently. To the death, we follow Commander Qin. The atmosphere soared to new heights as countless voices erupted in fervent chants of Qin Zhao's name, pledging eternal loyalty, their tones imbued with excitement and gratitude. They had joined the military not merely for sustenance, but to forge a better future, to secure a prosperous life ahead. Qin Zhao's gesture ensured that the families of the slain would receive over 100 taels of silver, while the surviving brothers would also gain several dozen taels. This was sufficient to sustain a family for several years. Most importantly, Qin Zhao's generosity far surpassed that of the court. At that moment, a brazen voice rang out. You are Qin Zhao, are you not? So many rallying to follow you. Do you intend to rebel? A group approached Qin Zhao, led by a portly figure with narrowed eyes. In the Xiongnu camp, King Zhuo led his remnants back, surveying the desolation around him. Tents lay in ruins, armories plundered, and even provisions reduced to ashes in the flames. PFF. King Zhuo spat a mouthful of blood, despair etched on his face. Your Majesty, are you unwell? The few remaining Xiongnu generals inquired with concern. King Zhuo forced himself to maintain composure, retreat the troops, back to the royal court. At that moment, a figure stepped forward, clasping his hands. Your Majesty, why retreat? Before King Zhuo could respond, the ground trembled violently. The earth behind Tutu Shang suddenly cracked open. A towering figure, 100 feet tall, emerged with 8 arms and 4 legs, its forehead adorned with horns. Its visage was grotesque, enveloped in a swirling, dark purple aura. Judging by this aura, it was unmistakably a martial emperor at the pinnacle of perfection. Tear down this city and demonstrate your might to the king.